Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 426 Mysterious Inheritance. In a desolate, wild mountain wilderness, Zhou Chun, who had emerged from the Black Mist Swamp, had brought Murin Luo to hide there. He used the golden rainbow sword to dig a temporary cave within the mountain peak as a place to rest. Then, he sealed Murin Luo's cultivation and consciousness, slowly refining the divine sense imprint within his storage bag. After nearly half a month, Zhou Chun finally forcibly erased Murin Luo's divine sense imprint and opened the storage bag. As a notorious bandit cultivator, Murin Luo's storage bag certainly did not disappoint Zhou Chun. Inside were 3 magical treasures and spiritual materials, a piece of crimson ore, a wisp of crimson spiritual silk, and a piece of black spiritual wood. There were also 7,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 2 of which were needed by Zhou Chun to refine pills to enhance his magical power. In addition, there were 20 or 30 various magical artifacts, including 7 third-tier artifacts and the rest being high-grade second-tier artifacts. In addition, there were a considerable number of various magic talismans inside, including 5 third-tier talismans and as many as 40 or 50 second-tier talismans. There were also dozens of bottles of various pills, including many that could improve the magical power of Foundation establishment cultivators. Clearly, these second-tier magic artifacts, talismans, and pills were all stolen by Murin Luo from Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, these stolen goods were only a portion he couldn't or had time to deal with. The majority of his storage bag contained spirit coins. After Zhou Chun's inventory, he found a staggering 247,800 spirit coins. Such a large quantity of spirit coins showed just how many cultivators this fiend had robbed and killed over the years, and how many evil deeds he had committed. However, neither magic artifacts, talismans, pills, nor spirit coins, magic treasures, spiritual materials, nor 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were Zhou Chun's current focus. He merely examined and inventoried these items before concentrating his attention on the jade slips and books in his storage bag. Inside Murin Luo's storage bag were quite a few items, most of which were probably stolen. Zhou Chun had plenty of time, so he carefully examined them to avoid missing anything he was interested in. 2 days passed in this manner, and Zhou Chun pondered over a pale purple jade book. He had already skimmed through the other jade slips and books but hadn't found what he wanted. Now, only this jade book remained unread. It wasn't that he didn't have time to read it, but rather that the jade book was under a special restriction, which couldn't be broken without the corresponding incantation to read its contents. And the method to break the restriction was clearly only known to Murin Luo himself. I hope this fiend will be sensible, otherwise don't blame me for using those demonic methods, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, and immediately took the purple jade book to the stone chamber where Murin Luo was imprisoned. Inside the stone chamber, a white snake coiled its body around Murin Luo, using him as a human pillar for restraint. If Murin Luo had any thought of waking up and escaping, he would be immediately electrocuted. After Zhou Chun entered, he had by released the other person and then awakened Murin Luo, whose consciousness had been sealed. Who are you? Who hired you to kill me? After regaining consciousness, Murin Luo looked around and then stared intently at Zhou Chun, asking the question with resentment. Zhou Chun didn't answer his questions, but simply said, "Fellow Taoist Murin, let's be frank now. Honestly confess the details of the Black Dragon organization and teach me your divine sense attack technique, and I'll grant you a quick death." Hearing this, Murin Luo's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "So that's why you didn't just kill me. You've got your I am my god slaying sword technique." After laughing, he readily nodded, "No problem, as long as you release me, I guarantee I'll tell you the complete cultivation method of the god-slaying sword." Release you? You probably haven't grasped your situation yet. Zhou Chun's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a golden blade of light shot out, severing Murin Luo's arm. Then, without even trying to stop the bleeding from Murin Luo, who was now unable to circulate his magic power, he let the blood spurt out from the wound, quickly accumulating into a large pool on the ground. At first, Murin Luo gritted his teeth and remained silent, but as the blood flowed out excessively and he began to feel dizzy, he hurriedly cried out, "Let's talk this out. Help me stop the bleeding, HMPH, I thought you could really hold your tongue?" Zhou Chun sneered, immediately unleashing a burst of magic to sever the blood vessels near his wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. However, his metal element magic was not adept at healing. Although this stopped the bleeding, the magic remaining in Murin Luo's body made him feel as if he were being pierced by nails, the pain piercing to the bone. His face trembled as he gritted his teeth and endured for a moment before weakly whispering, "God-slaying sword is my unique secret technique, and only my unique method can open that jade scroll. If you kill me, you will be destined to never have this technique again." Zhou Chun replied coldly, "Then I will tell you the truth. I will definitely take your head in exchange for something important. So even if I don't get your divine sense attack technique, I will not spare your life," he continued. "Moreover, you should know that it's not that I can't get the cultivation method of this secret technique from you just because you don't speak. The soul-searching technique can be used even at the golden core stage." Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Murin Luo's eyes, and he suddenly said, "If you think you can scare me with this, you've miscalculated. My soul has a restriction planted by the leader. Once I encounter a soul search, my soul will be destroyed immediately to prevent the organization's intelligence from being leaked." This answer surprised Zhou Chun slightly, and he looked at him with astonishment, saying, "So, you bandits who joined the Black Dragon organization have essentially handed your lives over to the leaders. What do you think, sir? If we didn't have such methods, would the leaders have trusted us to join the organization and protect us?" Murin Luo said calmly, seemingly not particularly concerned about having his life in someone else's hands. Zhou Chun fell silent at this point. Indeed, if he were the leader of the Black Dragon organization, he would definitely use similar strict control measures on these bandits, otherwise they might be sold out without even knowing it. After a long silence, Zhou Chun said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, you're no longer of any value. I'll send you on your way." As he finished speaking, golden light surged from his palm, preparing to sever Murin Luo's head. Wait, before Zhou Chun could make his move, Murin Luo hurriedly called out to stop him. "What else do you have to say?" Zhou Chun paused, looking at Murin Luo with a puzzled expression. Murin Luo, however, said without blinking, "How about we make a deal? You help me find a body so my soul can leave my body and possess it, and I'll tell you the cultivation method of the god-slaying sword and the incantation to open the jade book." He then gave Zhou Chun a fawning smile and said, "Look, this way, you can use my head and corpse to gain merit and rewards, and you can also get the cultivation method of the god-slaying sword. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Let you possess a body." Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think. Then he suddenly asked, "What if you fail to possess someone?" Hearing this, Murin Luo immediately knew he was interested, so he quickly replied, "You don't need to worry about that, sir. I have a secret technique that guarantees success. You only need to find me a body that has just died less than an incense stick's time ago, preferably a Foundation Establishment cultivator's body." These confident words greatly surprised Zhou Chun. Generally speaking, even golden core cultivators couldn't guarantee success in possession. Murin Luo's confidence was astonishing. This made Zhou Chun even more eager to see how he would accomplish this. After a moment's thought, he nodded and said, "That's not impossible, but for safety's sake, before you possess someone, you must teach me the incantation to open that jade book. I'll only allow you to possess someone after I confirm its feasibility." Upon hearing this, Murin Luo immediately replied without hesitation, "I can, but you must also swear an oath to your inner demons, promising not to interfere with my possession, and even less to attack me in any form after I have successfully possessed someone." Then it's settled. Zhou Chun gave Murin Luo a deep look, then immediately summoned the wood spirit to heal him, lest he truly die. Then, in front of Murin Luo, he swore an oath to his inner demons. After confirming that he had sworn an oath, Murin Luo readily told him the incantation to open the pale purple jade book. After familiarizing himself with the incantation for half a day, Zhou Chun successfully used the incantation to open the restrictions on the jade book and read its contents. As Zhou Chun expected, the jade book indeed contained the complete cultivation method for the god-slaying sword. The true name of this secret technique is actually the great technique of slaying gods, but because it cultivates a sort of slaying gods, Murin Luo calls it the sword of slaying gods. Besides the great technique of slaying gods, The Jade Scroll also records 3 other secret techniques involving the application of the soul and consciousness. Among those 3 techniques is one called the Great Technique of Soul Exchange, a technique that allows cultivators to successfully possess another's body with a 100% success rate. To perform this Great Technique of Soul Exchange, as Murin Luo stated, one must find a cultivator's corpse that has just died within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and whose physical body has not suffered significant damage. Because the soul of the deceased cultivator has already perished and shattered, there is naturally no possibility of failed possession. The other 2 secret techniques are also extremely profound. One is the soul-splitting technique, which divides the divine soul into multiple parts, creating several separate souls outside the main divine soul. These separate souls are excellent for controlling puppets and refining corpses, or for integrating into magical artifacts to make them as easily controllable as the main artifact. However, this technique requires the golden core stage to cultivate, and it carries significant risks. A single mistake could severely damage the divine soul. The second secret technique is called the soul control technique, a secret art that implants a divine soul restriction within another soul, thereby controlling them as a servant. This also requires the golden core stage to cultivate. Undoubtedly, this purple jade book, recording 4 secret techniques for utilizing the divine soul and consciousness, is a top-tier inheritance. If a golden core cultivator could successfully cultivate all 4 techniques to a high level, they could definitely establish a powerful force. It's unknown where Murin Luo obtained such an opportunity. Unfortunately, although he obtained the opportunity, he clearly lacked the luck to fully utilize it. Now that this item is in Zhou Chun's hands, it will surely be greatly developed under his guidance. After reading the 4 secret techniques in the Jade Book, Zhou Chun kept his word and immediately took Murin Luo to find a suitable body for possession. However, for safety reasons, Zhou Chun still sealed Murin Luo's cultivation and consciousness. In fact, finding a suitable body for Murin Luo to possess was not very difficult. In the Black Mist Swamp, cultivators who ventured there every day perished, and even Foundation establishment cultivators were not uncommon. Zhou Chun only needed to expand the search area and wait a little longer, and he would surely find a fallen Foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, he had another option, which was to personally kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. This time, he chose the second method. After searching in the Black Mist Swamp for 7 days, he found a suitable target. It was a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, a bandit cultivator covered in murderous aura. When Zhou Chun found this person, he was robbing a group of cultivators who had entered the Black Mist Swamp for adventure. The cultivator group only had 1 early Foundation establishment cultivator and 4 late key refining cultivators, no match for this person. By the time Zhou Chun arrived, 2 key refining cultivators had already fallen victim to this man. He then casually captured the bandit, ignoring the survivor's thanks, and flew deep into the Black Mist Swamp. Arriving at a small island, Zhou Chun first woke Murin Luo, then pointed to the bandit he had knocked unconscious and said, "Fellow Taoist Murin, are you satisfied with this man?" Hearing this, Murin Luo merely glanced at the bandit and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Satisfied, very satisfied. Please remove the seal on my body so I can use the body seizing technique. Since fellow Taoist Murin is satisfied, then I am relieved." Zhou Chun smiled faintly and immediately cast a spell to remove the seal from Murin Luo's body. At this moment, Murin Luo possessed only his cultivation level, but no magical artifacts or talismans. Zhou Chun was naturally unafraid that he would turn against him after recovering his cultivation. Murin Luo, of course, was also aware of this. After recovering his cultivation, he immediately cast a second-tier ice walking spell, freezing the Foundation establishment cultivator on the ground to death. Then he sat cross-legged and solemnly performed the soul swap technique. In Zhou Chun's view, after Murin Luo had prepared for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, his soul transformed into a ball of red light and flew out from between his eyebrows, quickly entering the forehead of the nearby dead Foundation establishment cultivator. After a short while, the dead Foundation establishment cultivator opened his eyes and came back to life. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly asked, "How do you feel, fellow Taoist Murin?" "It feels about the same as described in the classics. Having just successfully possessed a body, my control over it is still very raw. I need to adapt for a while before I can fully master it," Murin Luo said, blinking slightly. Hearing his answer, Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully, then said, "Very good. Since fellow Taoist Muring has successfully possessed the body, my vow and promise have been fulfilled. I won't stay any longer." Without waiting for Murin Luo's reply, he waved his hand, storing Murin Luo's corpse in his storage bag, then transformed into golden light and flew away. Phew, that bastard's finally gone. I finally escaped with my life. On the island, after watching the golden light disappear completely, Murin Luo let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes filled with a joyful sense of relief. He then quickly closed his eyes, taking the time to familiarize himself with the body. However, not long after, a powerful aura of a demonic beast suddenly rushed towards him, and soon a black giant lizard demonic beast exuding a foul stench appeared in his divine sense. A third-tier low-grade demonic beast, the black water poison lizard. Murin Luo's expression changed drastically, instantly recognizing the black giant lizard demonic beast. Then, as if realizing something, he roared, "Damn bastard, I've been tricked." He had indeed been tricked. Zhou Chun couldn't possibly let an enemy with whom he had a mortal feud live. So when he made the inner demon oath, Zhou Chun had already planned how to kill him without the oath. The method was simple: use someone else to do the dirty work. Zhou Chun couldn't personally attack the possessed Muring Luo in any way, but that was limited to him and his spirit pets. If other demonic beasts wanted to kill Muring Luo, it was none of his business. In fact, he hadn't done anything. He had simply allowed Muring Luo to possess the body near the territory of the third-tier low-grade demonic beast, the black water poison lizard. Then, when he left, the black water poison lizard detected his aura. As for whether the black water poison lizard would kill Muring Luo, this human cultivator, that was none of his concern. But Zhou Chun didn't even need to consider that outcome. 2 months later, Zhou Chun returned to Xian'an Immortal City and, through Luo King Ni as an intermediary, conveyed to the Zihao family that Muring Luo had been executed, requesting that they send someone with a yellow dragon stone to exchange for the body. After completing this task, Zhou Chun quickly returned to his cave. He had already established a mental connection with the golden armored rock turtle stone upon entering Xian'an Immortal City and learned that it had awakened. However, since the outcome for the stone was already predetermined, Zhou Chun didn't rush to check the result, but instead focused on completing the exchange for the yellow dragon stone. Now that the matter was settled, he naturally wanted to return and reveal the result. Chapter 427 The Big Brother is still the Big Brother. Xian'an Immortal City. After returning to his cave, Zhou Chun immediately went to the spirit beast chamber. Upon opening the stone door, he saw the giant stone egg still intact. However, after communicating with the awakened golden armored rock turtle inside, Zhou Chun understood the truth. The golden armored rock turtle's evolutionary process was 99% complete. All that remained was to hatch, and it would be 100%. However, the stone itself sensed that hatching would create too much noise, potentially causing trouble for Zhou Chun. Therefore, it had been suppressing its urge to hatch, waiting for Zhou Chun's return to inform it. Zhou Chun, of course, didn't disregard the golden armored rock turtle's instinctive intuition. On the contrary, he took it very seriously. Clearly, if the golden armored rock turtle hatched and caused a significant disturbance, it would bring him considerable trouble. And trouble was his greatest fear. So, after communicating with the golden armored rock turtle and confirming that it could endure for a while longer, Zhou Chun told it not to rush to hatch. He would wait until he completed the transaction with the Zihao family before taking it to a suitable place to hatch. Having appeased the golden armored rock turtle, Zhou Chun didn't wait for the Zihao family to come and make the transaction. Instead, he went to Xian'an Tower again. This time, he went specifically for the golden armored rock turtle. According to the turtle itself, the richness of spiritual energy was secondary for its potential breakthrough. The most important thing was a strong earth vein energy, ideally a place that had nurtured earth attribute magical treasures and spiritual materials. Of course, a place where a mountain soul pearl had been nurtured would be even better. Zhou Chun's mountain soul pearl came from Xian'an. Although he didn't know whether Xian'an had collected it himself or obtained it through exchange, he could only try his luck. Besides, even if it didn't work, with the capabilities of Xian'an Tower, they should be able to meet his requirements for finding a treasure trove. What surprised and impressed Zhou Chun was that Xian'an actually offered information about the mountain soul pearl for sale, proving his expertise in this field. According to the information he purchased, Xian'an obtained the mountain soul pearl in a place called Earth Dragon Hill, guarded by a 4th-tier low-grade demon beast, The petrified earth dragon. The so-called earth dragon is simply another name for an earthworm. The petrified earth dragon is a mutated demon beast, proficient in earth. Earth is a type of magical technique, and various earth-based supernatural abilities, possessing the most bizarre and troublesome petrification ability among earth-based supernatural abilities, making it extremely powerful. However, Xianzi Sanren was a late-stage golden core cultivator, so the 4th-tier low-grade petrified earth dragon certainly couldn't harm him. It was unknown whether he had successfully killed the petrified earth dragon. But Earth Dragon Hill wasn't within the Great Zhou Kingdom, it was in a country called D Kingdom, separated from the Great Zhou Kingdom by another country. If this information hadn't been based on Xianzi Sanren's personal experience, it probably wouldn't have been included in the Xianzi Tower. After all, the information sold by Xianzi Tower was basically only related to events within the Great Zhou Kingdom. Outside of the Great Zhou Kingdom, their intelligence was very limited. Zhou Chun then looked at information from several other places where earth elemental magical artifacts and spiritual materials had been unearthed, and finally decided to make a trip to the D Kingdom. Thus, after waiting in Xian'an Immortal City for more than 2 months, the Zhihao family arrived. The visitor was a late-stage purple mansion elder from the Zhihao family. With Luo Qingni as the intermediary, Zhou Chun exchanged Murin Luo's deliberately damaged corpse for the elder's possession, successfully obtaining the Yellow Dragon Stone. The Zhihao family elder also inquired about the location and details of Zhou Chun's killing of Murin Luo. Zhou Chun casually mentioned a location in the Black Mist Swamp, then refused to answer questions about the details of the kill, citing personal privacy. After the transaction was completed and the elder from the Zhihao family was seen off, Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I have almost figured out the formula for the Dragon Spirit Pill. Next, I need to verify my knowledge through actual refining. When would you be free to come and refine the pill?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was initially delighted, but after pondering for a moment, he replied, "I have an urgent matter to attend to that day, and I need to leave Xian'an Immortal City. It may take half a year to a year. We'll talk about it then." "Alright, then Qingni will wait for you to return before starting the refining process." Luo Qingni nodded and readily agreed. Several days later, Zhou Chun put the golden armored rock tortoise stone, which had turned into a stone egg, into his spirit beast bag and left Xian'an Immortal City. After traveling for 3 or 4 months, Zhou Chun finally found the location of the Earth Dragon Hill mentioned by Xianzi Sanren. As the name suggests, Earth Dragon Hill naturally did not have any high mountains or dangerous peaks, but rather a sparsely vegetated loess plateau. Looking down from the sky, the earthen mounds stretched out in a continuous expanse, like countless earthen mounds scattered across the land. Rivers and lakes were almost nowhere to be seen. The wind whipped up clouds of dust, making it seem like a desert. However, at the base of the mounds, lush greenery could still be seen, with weeds and small shrubs growing. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was momentarily perplexed. Xianzi Sanren only recorded that the mountain soul pearl was obtained from this earth dragon mound, but he hadn't provided a map specifying its exact location. According to information he gathered from D Kingdom cultivators, the earth dragon mound covered an area spanning thousands of miles, not a small place. It seems I'll have to inquire with the local cultivators. Since the petrified earth dragon and Xianzi Sanren fought a great battle here, the local cultivators must frequently venture into this area and might be able to find some traces of the battle. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately flew into the sky, opening his Dharma eye to observe the land below. Not long after, he saw the spiritual light generated by the cultivators' battle. Below a mound, 3 key refining stage cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, were besieging a warthog-like demon beast. The warthog was a high-grade first-tier demon beast, while only one of the 3 cultivators was at the 9th level of key refining, barely considered to have entered the late stage. Therefore, despite the 3 of them attacking together, they were finding it difficult to kill this demon beast, which was skilled in earth attribute defensive spells. Seeing this from high above, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hand, and a golden arrow of light fell from the sky, instantly piercing the warthog's head. Who's up there, below the mound? Seeing the warthog suddenly collapse and lose its life, the 3 low-level cultivators showed no joy. Instead, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately assumed defensive stances, looking up at the sky. Then they saw a flash of golden light, and a young man in a golden robe suddenly descended from the sky, landing several feet away from them. Seeing this, The late-stage key refining cultivator among the three immediately snapped out of his daze and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow to Zhou Chun, saying, "Junior greets senior." The other two, upon hearing this, also seemed to wake from the daze and quickly followed suit, kneeling down to kowtow. It's no wonder the three were so nervous, in this desolate wilderness, suddenly encountering a cultivator of unfathomable power before them, who had even hunted down their prey, inevitably made them suspicious. "You need not be nervous," Zhou Chun said, waving his hand and completely concealing his aura. "I have no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to ask you some questions. If you answer well, I will reward you accordingly." Sensing the dissipation of the chilling aura, the three breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man who had led the way, kneeling, stood up first and nodded repeatedly to Zhou Chun, saying, "Yes, yes, senior, please ask away. As long as we can answer, we will absolutely not hide anything." Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Since you are hunting demonic beasts in this Earth Dragon Hill, you should be quite familiar with this place. Do you know that a fourth-tier demonic beast, the petrified Earth Dragon, once appeared here?" "A fourth-tier demonic beast?" The middle-aged man's face froze, then he looked at Zhou Chun with awe, instantly assuming Zhou Chun was a golden core cultivator. In his mind, why would someone who wasn't a golden core cultivator ask about a fourth-tier demonic beast? Then, his expression quickly changed, and he glanced at the depths of Earth Dragon Hill with fear in his eyes. So there were fourth-tier demonic beasts here? He hadn't known about this before. If he had known, he wouldn't have dared to enter this place to hunt demonic beasts, even if he had 10 lives. Seeing that the man not only didn't answer his question honestly but also looked around, Zhou Chun immediately showed displeasure and said, "What are you looking at? You haven't answered my question yet." Although it was only a slight change in tone, the middle-aged man, who already considered him a golden core cultivator, was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground again, kowtowing repeatedly, saying, "Senior, please forgive me. This junior absolutely had no intention of offending you. It's just that this junior has never heard of a fourth-tier demonic beast like the petrified Earth Dragon existing in Earth Dragon Hill. I was too shocked and forgot to answer, never heard of it." Zhou Chun frowned, then turned to the other man and woman and asked, "And you?" Replying to senior, "This junior has never heard of it either." "Neither have we." The two hurriedly shook their heads in denial, both indicating they knew nothing. This made Zhou Chun fall silent. Just as he was pondering whether to continue searching for other cultivators adventuring within Earth Dragon Hill to gather information, or to seek out a local cultivation family, the female cultivator suddenly spoke up. "Senior, you are wise. Although we haven't heard of the fourth-tier petrified Earth Dragon, we know someone who can answer your questions. In terms of understanding Earth Dragon Hill, he should know more than many Purple Mansion stage seniors." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at her, saying, "Tell me. If you can truly answer my questions, I will reward you handsomely." At this point, the three of them already considered him a golden core stage cultivator. Hearing about the reward, the female cultivator disregarded everything else and immediately spilled her beans. Her plan was to take Zhou Chun to find a Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivator who had been cultivating near Earth Dragon Hill for over 100 years, frequently leading teams into the hill to hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs and ores. Hearing her say that, Zhou Chun felt there was a chance, so he immediately asked her to lead the way and took her to find someone. Her two companions, who had been abandoned, watched this with envy and jealousy, regretting that they hadn't seized the opportunity. Led by the female cultivator, Zhou Chun and she quickly flew to the outside of a rogue cultivator's stronghold. One of the owners of this stronghold was the Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivator the female cultivator had mentioned, named Wu Zai. The rest was simple. Zhou Chun directly revealed his Purple Mansion stage cultivation and summoned the Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivator Wu Zai for questioning. Although this person wasn't as ignorant as a key refining stage cultivator who would mistake him for a golden core stage cultivator, he didn't dare to deceive him and quickly revealed the information he knew. He did indeed know about the petrified Earth Dragon. He had heard of a battle between a golden core stage cultivator and the petrified Earth Dragon and had even searched the vicinity of that battlefield. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun immediately dismissed the key refining stage female cultivator with a mid-grade second-tier magic talisman, then had the Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivator Wu Zai led him to the battlefield of the Great Battle years ago. Thus, Guided by the local expert, Zhou Chun traveled 500 or 600 miles deep into Earth Dragon Hill, arriving at a peculiar place. Why peculiar? Because from the sky, besides the hills of varying heights, many places on the ground were riddled with winding ravines, as if carved out by some creature. Furthermore, the ground was filled with countless pitted sand caves, their interiors deep and dark, their destinations and depths unknown. This is it. Those ravines and fissures, and these sand caves, are said to have been dug out by that fourth-tier demonic beast, the petrified Earth Dragon. There was once a hill hundreds of feet high over there, but it was completely shattered in that battle, and now only this valley remains, in midair. The rogue cultivator Wu Zai respectfully pointed out the situation to Zhou Chun, also mentioning some rumors about the place. For example, some people had found strange stones petrified by the petrified Earth Dragon's petrification magic, and others had reportedly obtained fragments of its hide. However, no one could be certain whether the petrified Earth Dragon actually died here. Indeed, no one had seen it since. After listening to Wu Zai's explanation, Zhou Chun quickly nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you for leading the way, fellow Taoist Wu. This talisman is my reward." He then took out a second-tier high-grade talisman and handed it to him. Wu Zai, being quite perceptive, immediately accepted the talisman upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I will take my leave now." He then left the area and returned to his cultivation place. Once Zhou Chun was certain Wu Zai was far away, he landed in the valley Zhou Chun had mentioned earlier and released the stone egg from his spirit beast pouch. "Stone, sense whether this place is suitable," Zhou Chun said, transmitting his thoughts to the golden armored rock tortoise inside the stone egg. After a while, he received a reply from the stone. It then dug a large pit in the ground, buried the stone egg, and waited silently. Not long after, Zhou Chun sensed an anomaly underground. He perceived dense earth attribute spiritual energy converging towards the stone egg's location, and he faintly heard a crackling sound coming from underground. This situation continued for about half a day, then a loud bang suddenly rose from the ground, sending dust and sand billowing into the air. But the strange phenomena didn't stop there. Immediately after the sound, Zhou Chun felt the ground beneath his feet shake, forcing him to temporarily take flight. He was then astonished to see the earth begin to rise, gradually forming a mound. Right before his eyes, the mound, originally only a few feet high, rose inch by inch, a process that lasted for over 10 hours. Finally, when the mound stopped rising, it had reached a height of 100 feet. At this moment, no one except Zhou Chun would have imagined that this entity that had created a 100-foot-high mound out of thin air was merely a newly evolved third-tier low-grade demonic beast. Beneath the mound, stone, which had evolved into a high-grade demonic beast, was supporting the entire mound with its tortoise shell. A mountain-bearing tortoise. When Zhou Chun witnessed this scene, he knew what kind of demonic beast the stone was now. It is said that in ancient times there was a strange beast called Taotian, meaning carrying the sky, whose size was immeasurable and who possessed the ability to carry the heavens. There is absolutely no evidence to prove the existence of Taotian. However, there was indeed a powerful demonic beast in the cultivation world, with a gigantic size capable of carrying mountains and cities, called Fushan, meaning mountain-carrying turtle, also known as Fushan turtle. This beast could barely be considered a turtle-type demonic beast, but its bloodline was even nobler and more powerful than that of ordinary dragons. Known Fushan turtles could at least grow into fourth-tier demonic beasts, and most became fifth-tier demon kings. It is said that Fushan turtles have extremely long lifespans, even living to tens of thousands of years is not uncommon, making them one of the longest-lived demonic beast species known. Because of this, they often grow into fourth-tier or even fifth-tier demonic beasts. The reason Fushan turtles are called Fushan, meaning carrying mountains, is not only because of their enormous size and immense strength, but also because they can truly carry mountains on their backs. It is said that every fourth-tier mountain-bearing turtle carries a mountain on its back year-round, using it as a magical artifact to temper its own energy. This mountain serves as both a weapon in battle and an aid in cultivation. At this moment, the evolved stone was carrying such a mound, inevitably leading Zhou Chun to connect it with the legendary mountain-bearing turtle. He wondered if it had evolved into one. But just as Zhou Chun was about to question Stone after his initial shock, Stone suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth escape technique. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, immediately recognizing the divine ability Stone had used. This filled him with both surprise and delight. First, there was the wood spirit who mastered wood escape technique, then the thunder flood dragon Bai who mastered lightning escape technique, and now Stone had mastered earth escape technique. His 3 demonic beast pets were truly all incredibly powerful. Was it true that the later one evolved, the stronger their divine abilities became? Could it be that the golden winged tiger, after evolving, might also master the golden escape technique or the wind escape technique, surpassing its 2 elder brothers in strength? Zhou Chun felt a strange unease as he thought this. Then he looked at the stone that had appeared on the ground. Perhaps the evolution of demonic beasts truly defies reason, or perhaps at the level of a 3rd-tier demonic beast, growth is no longer solely based on obtaining nutrition through food. Even though only 2 days had passed, the stone's size had drastically changed. Now, its back was 30 zang long and over 20 zang wide, larger than any 3rd-tier demonic beast Zhou Chun had ever seen. Moreover, the ridges that were originally on its back were now gone, and its shell had turned completely yellowish-brown with golden stripes, somewhat resembling a chessboard. This made it even more suitable for riding. The problem was that with its enormous size, a single person riding on it would undoubtedly appear incredibly small. Its broad back could easily house a palace. With such a large size, can my spirit beast pouch even hold it? Zhou Chun looked at the giant tortoise, its head alone larger than a door frame, and couldn't help but smile wryly, still deeply shocked. At this moment, as if sensing his thoughts, the giant tortoise suddenly shrank rapidly before his astonished eyes, finally becoming a small tortoise a little over 10 feet long. Seeing this, Zhou Chun exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Is this the size-controlled divine power? Isn't it said that only 4th-tier demonic beasts have a chance of mastering this divine power?" He was genuinely surprised now. Even the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai, with its superior dragon bloodline, hasn't yet mastered the ability to shrink its body. The saying that dragons can grow large or small refers to true dragons, not flood dragons. The fact that Stone, having just successfully evolved, can already wield such a power of size control is astonishing to Zhou Chun. Could it really have evolved into a mountain-bearing turtle? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, immediately reaching out to stroke Stone's head and inquire about its current situation. After some investigation, Zhou Chun was overjoyed. He hadn't guessed wrong. Stone had indeed evolved into a mountain-bearing turtle by absorbing and refining the power of the mountain soul pearl. However, it's still in the process of evolution. Although its mountain-bearing turtle bloodline has successfully awakened, it won't fully transform until it advances to the 4th rank. The good news is that as long as Stone continues to absorb the power of mountains and rivers to refine its bloodline and improve its cultivation, there will be no obstacles to its evolution into a 4th-rank demon beast. In other words, it, like Lei Jiao Bai, is destined to become a 4th-tier demon beast. Although it awakened the bloodline of the mountain-bearing turtle, the metal attribute that Stone originally mutated and mastered was not completely assimilated. Instead, it was strengthened by using earth to generate metal. Therefore, Stone's true race might now be changed to golden armored mountain-bearing turtle, a mutated variety within the mountain-bearing turtle family. Since it awakened the mountain-bearing turtle bloodline, Stone naturally awakened the powerful supernatural abilities that come with it. For example, its ability to create a mound out of thin air was derived from the mountain-bearing turtle clan's innate supernatural ability, the turning soil into a mound technique. From now on, as long as it stands on the ground, it can use this supernatural ability at any time by drawing on the power of the earth's veins. The size as you wish supernatural ability it just used is also a supernatural ability that comes with a mountain-bearing turtle bloodline. The mountain-bearing turtle clan is enormous, which can sometimes make movement inconvenient, making such supernatural abilities essential. Of course, both this oil-forming technique and the ability to change size at will are merely supernatural abilities beneficial to the cultivation and life of the mountain-bearing turtle clan, belonging to basic skills. After Stone evolved into a mountain-bearing turtle, it also awakened and mastered several powerful combat supernatural abilities. For example, the earth escaping technique it used before is a powerful escape technique beneficial for both escaping and pursuing. However, there are 2 supernatural abilities that are most noteworthy. The first is Golden Magnetic Glow, a powerful supernatural ability that combines the power of metal and earth. This glow is mysterious and unpredictable, capable of causing any magical artifacts or treasures incorporating metal or minerals to lose their owner's control. It also carries the force of the Earth's magnetic field and gravity. Once a cultivator is hit by it, those with weaker physical bodies will instantly have their flesh and bones shattered into mincemeat. With his supernatural ability, Stone, who was originally not good at attacking, will now become a nightmare for those sword cultivators. Just imagine facing a mountain-bearing turtle with defenses virtually unmatched among its peers. A sword cultivator wouldn't only be unable to break through its defenses, but its flying sword would also be easily captured and controlled. How utterly hopeless that situation would be. Stone's second noteworthy divine ability is a defensive one called petrification. This is a petrification ability, but it petrifies itself, truly transforming it into a stone turtle. After using this ability, Stone can no longer move, but it becomes immune to all pain and illusions. External attacks, unless they directly shatter its stone turtle body into sand, will all damage be quickly restored after it absorbs the power of the earth. This is a divine ability granted to it by the power of the mountain soul pearl, and not every mountain-bearing turtle possesses it. Besides these two powerful divine abilities, Stone also possesses many other magical abilities, such as drawing a prison on the ground, turning the ground into steel, and turning mud into stone. If Zhou Chun were to describe it, Stone is now a war behemoth, a war machine. Especially in attacking fortified positions, its role is likely even more powerful than that of a golden core cultivator. Just imagine, a stone of its maximum size charging onto the battlefield. Any attack below the 4th rank would struggle to truly harm it, and all magical artifacts attacking it would be swept away by its golden magnetic glow. Anything that stands in its way will be shattered. Even forbidden formations might not be able to stop it. After all, as a mountain-bearing turtle, it possesses the innate ability to shake mountains and move the earth, truly capable of shaking the foundations of forbidden formations, making breaking them much easier. Such a powerful stone is so powerful that Zhou Chun is somewhat afraid. He's not afraid of losing control of the stone, but rather afraid that once its supernatural abilities become known, he will lose it. In terms of strategic importance to force, the stone, as a mountain-bearing turtle, is far more important than the Thunder Flood Dragon. This is no exaggeration. After all, mountain-bearing turtles are known for their longevity, living for an extremely long time. If a powerful force were to acquire a stone, it would become the guardian beast, protecting the Sect for millennia and even wielding armor and breaking through enemy lines during battles. This was something a thunder dragon could never match. Stone, oh Stone, you've truly achieved fame overnight after 100 years of arduous cultivation. You are indeed worthy of being my #1 spirit pet, the elder brother of my other little brothers. Zhou Chun looked at the honest and lovable stone turtle before him with deep emotion, his heart still filled with emotion. Even he, its master, hadn't expected that after the Thunder Dragon successfully evolved and helped him dominate the battlefield, the previously unremarkable stone would suddenly rise to prominence, firmly establishing its position as the elder brother, a position unlikely to be challenged by any successor. And who could have imagined that such a powerful divine beast was initially just a low-level demon beast, a rock turtle? This is what it means to defy fate and rise from humble beginnings. The truth is, given enough opportunity, even a chicken can fly to the sky and become a phoenix. Even a tiny rock tortoise can evolve into a mountain-bearing tortoise, suppressing a powerful dragon. The thunder dragon is my spear, the mountain-bearing tortoise my shield, the wood spirit my logistics, the golden-winged tiger my mount, and the frost bees my soldiers. With such a lineup, who within the Purple Mansion stage can be my opponent? Zhou Chun looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness among experts. Now, he truly wanted to know, at the Purple Mansion stage, who was qualified to be his opponent? Then, the image of a silver-robed youth flashed through his mind. Could the person who had once humiliated him and nearly killed him now be qualified to be his opponent? Not enough, far from enough. To kill him, Bai alone is enough. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, speaking with disdain. The Thunder Dragon Bai was the natural nemesis of Wang Jun, a cultivator of thunder-based techniques. Wang Jun's lightning magic was utterly ineffective against Bai. If it weren't for his father, Wang Jun, a clan leader with mid-stage golden core cultivation, Zhou Chun would have already found a way to kill him and avenge the pursuit he suffered. Now, looking back at all the Purple Mansion stage cultivators he had encountered, Zhou Chun couldn't find a single one who could match him. This feeling of finding no worthy opponent filled him with both pride and deep emotion. Finally understanding the meaning of the loneliness of the master, he had painstakingly cultivated a powerful spirit pet, only to find himself without a worthy opponent in the world. This feeling was like a martial arts master who had secluded himself for decades, finally mastering a peerless skill, only to emerge to find no one left who could withstand a single blow. Only 2 words could describe it: loneliness. Forget it, I'll head back to Cheyenne Immortal City first. Once the dragon spirit pale is refined, I should return to the clan. Chapter 428 Returning to the family, war breaks out. After the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone successfully evolved, the D Kingdom naturally held no further value for Zhou Chun. He quickly and tirelessly returned to Cheyenne Immortal City. Because the stone's evolution didn't take long, his round trip took less than half a year. Meanwhile, Luo Qingni had just finished refining 2 batches of pills for others to regain her skills. However, Zhou Chun's dragon spirit pill was a high priority, something that had been agreed upon beforehand. Therefore, Luo Qingni quickly suspended other pill refining tasks and began refining this pill for Zhou Chun. The dragon spirit pill was significantly more difficult to refine than the energy boosting pill, and since it was Luo Qingni's first time refining it, she was much more cautious than usual. She spent a full 49 days refining the first batch of dragon spirit pills. However, being her first time refining such a high-level pill, although she avoided failure thanks to her master-level alchemy skills, the yield was poor, with only 3 pills of normal quality. This was significantly different from the 8 pills that Master Jayun usually produced in a single attempt, a result Zhou Chun was familiar with. Therefore, his expression darkened upon seeing the outcome. Luo Qingni, on the other hand, showed no disappointment, as if the result wasn't so bad. After waving away the protective array, she looked at the displeased Zhou Chun and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhang. No alchemy master can achieve a normal yield when refining an unfamiliar high-grade pill for the first time. With this experience, you certainly won't do so poorly next time." She then handed Zhou Chun the jade bottle containing the pills. "Please keep these 3 genuine dragon spirit pills safe. Next, Qingni will carefully review the refining process and study the failed pills. The next pill refining attempt will probably be a few months away." I understand. Then, fellow Taoist Luo, study them carefully. Just call me next time you need to refine pills." Zhou Chun sighed softly, nodded, accepted the pills, and turned to leave. He really shouldn't have had such high expectations. These 2 alchemy sessions were to repay Luo Qingni's favor in helping him find the yellow dragon stone. After returning to his cave, Zhou Chun checked the contents of his storage bag and decided to make one last purchase before returning to his family. He immediately went to several well-known shops in the city and bought nearly 200,000 spirit coins worth of pills, 80% of which were pills to improve the magical power of Foundation Establishment cultivators. The Zhou family now has quite a few Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the spiritual pills they consume are not so easy to buy in Jing Kingdom. Although prices are higher in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the variety of goods available is much greater. In addition to pills, Zhou Chun also purchased talismans. The invasion of the Yuanmo realm into the Xianling realm could very well trigger a war in the cultivation world, and the Zhou family would certainly not be able to remain uninvolved, with many Zhou family disciples going to the battlefield. Although the Zhou family has Zhou Daowai who can make second-tier talismans, firstly, the types of talismans Zhou Daowai can make are limited, and secondly, there isn't much time to specialize in making talismans, and second-tier talisman paper is not easy to obtain. So, he still had to buy what he needed to. Zhou Chun bought another 200 second-tier magic talismans and a dozen third-tier magic talismans in one go. This quickly depleted most of the hundreds of thousands of spirit coins in his storage bag. After completing his purchases, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to cultivate in peace, and also began to study the cultivation method of the god-slaying technique. This god-slaying technique was naturally extremely powerful, with 4 levels. Each successful cultivation of a level allowed him to condense one more god-slaying sword, up to a maximum of 4. According to the description of this secret technique in the Jade Book, as long as one could cultivate to the 4th level, before reaching the nascent soul stage, unless encountering a cultivator with a powerful primordial spirit magic weapon, no cultivator of the same level could withstand the simultaneous unleashing of 4 swords. However, such a powerful secret technique was naturally extremely difficult to cultivate. Even Murin Luo, after decades of arduous cultivation, only managed to successfully cultivate the 1st level and condense one god-slaying sword. With just this god-slaying sword, he had earned a fearsome reputation, killing many cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. Although Zhou Chun greatly envied the power of the god-slaying technique, he also knew how difficult it was to cultivate and hadn't considered a quick path to mastery. If he had any shortcomings compared to other Purple Mansion stage cultivators, it was his young age. Being young and having high cultivation was naturally a good thing. However, because of his young age and focus on improving his cultivation, he couldn't compare to older cultivators in the cultivation of various secret techniques. Zhou Chun had cultivated quite a few secret techniques, but apart from the flowing light gold and rainbow technique, which he had cultivated to the 3rd level after hundreds of years of arduous practice, and the dragon transformation secret technique which offered a quick method, the rest were only at the beginner level, not deeply cultivated. In the cultivation of secret techniques, there are very few shortcuts. One can only rely on the cultivator's own comprehension, talent, and time to slowly improve. Zhou Chun's comprehension wasn't bad, but he wasn't a genius either. Cultivating these secret techniques basically depended on enduring time. After several months of this kind of comprehension, he could only say that he had made some progress, and was still far from mastering the basics. 5 months later, Luo Qingni summoned Zhou Chun again to begin refining the second batch of dragon spirit pills. This time, she still spent 49 days refining before opening the furnace. The harvest this time was 4 dragon spirit pills, a slight improvement over the previous ones, but considering that this time she was using the inner core of a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon beast, her progress was actually not significant. Seeing this, Zhou Chun decided to stop here. He didn't intend to waste the remaining high-grade 3rd-tier silver-armored dragonfish demon core. Rather than letting Luo Qingni waste the demon core, he would rather give it to Lei Jiao Bai to consume, which might allow Bai to break through to a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon beast in one fell swoop. After waiting for the results, Luo Qingni's expression was no longer as calm as before. She stared at the furnace with her brows furrowed, and did not open the array protection for a long time. It was thanks to Zhou Chun's patience that she didn't urge her and waited quietly for most of the day before she finally opened the array's protective barrier. After opening the barrier, she immediately bowed apologetically to Zhou Chun, saying, "There were some problems with this refining process again. Qingni has let fellow Taoist Zhang down. I'm truly sorry." Seeing her like this, Zhou Chun, though not entirely pleased, quickly comforted her, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you're too kind. Alchemy is a delicate art, and it's normal to encounter problems sometimes. Besides, regardless, this pill can still be considered a successful refining. It's not a complete loss. Fellow Taoist Zhang doesn't need to comfort Qingni. The fact that the number of pills produced twice is below normal shows that Qingni's alchemy skills still need improvement, and there's still a lot of room for improvement," Luo Qingni said, shaking her head slightly. She was quite dissatisfied with her 2 poor performances. However, after saying this, she quickly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Qingni previously said that if the yield was below the normal level, she would compensate fellow Taoist Zhang for the material loss. Now, only 7 pills have been produced in 2 batches, so Qingni should compensate fellow Taoist Zhang for 30% of the materials. How about this, fellow Taoist Zhang? Don't you still have a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon core? Fellow Taoist, take out some more materials, and Qingni will make up the rest for you, and will also refine another batch of energy enhancement pills for you without charging any refining fees. What do you think of this, fellow Taoist Zhang? Such a good deal." Zhou Chun was overjoyed, and then quickly nodded and replied, "Excellent, excellent." So the two reached an agreement and then went their separate ways. More than 3 months later, Luo Qingni, having gathered all the materials, called Zhou Chun again to start refining pills together. This time, they were refining energy enhancement pills, a pill she was already very familiar with. She finally demonstrated her alchemy master level, producing 8 pills in one go. Furthermore, because it used the inner core of a mid-grade 3rd-tier demon beast as material, the potency of this batch of energy-boosting pills was stronger than the batch she had refined for Zhou Chun before. With 8 energy-boosting pills and 7 dragon spirit pills, plus the few remaining energy-boosting pills, Zhou Chun had roughly enough pills to reach the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, after thanking Luo Qingni, he announced his departure. "This parting may be decades before we meet again, fellow Taoist Luo, please take care." Inside Qingni residence, Zhou Chun solemnly bowed to Luo Qingni, bidding her farewell. Upon learning that he was leaving Xian'an Immortal City to return to his family, Luo Qingni was slightly taken aback. Then her expression turned solemn, and she returned his bow respectfully, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please take good care of yourself. I hope that when we meet again, you will have achieved the golden core stage." Ha ha ha. Then I'll take fellow Taoist Luo's auspicious words. Zhou Chun smiled broadly, nodded to Luo King Ni again, and then left. Several days later, having no more ties to Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun left and headed south back to Jing Kingdom. Feng Kingdom, Jincheng Market. On this day, a blue-green ship, several tens of feet long, suddenly flew in outside Jincheng Market and landed directly outside the market entrance. Immediately afterwards, streaks of light shot out from the blue-green ship, landing on the ground and transforming into cultivators of various appearances. These were all Foundation Establishment cultivators and Purple Mansion cultivators, the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Qinglian Temple of Jing Kingdom to support the Jingyang sect of Fen Kingdom. Just as these cultivators appeared outside Jincheng Market, a beam of red light suddenly shot out from within the market, landing in midair and revealing a burly man with a bushy top knot dressed in a fiery red robe. Upon appearing, this man bowed respectfully to the azure ship and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I wonder which fellow Taoist from Qinglian Temple has led this group? Guo Xiaokang of the Jingyang sect greets you, so it's fellow Taoist Guo. I am Shannyangzi, the leader of this group. 20 Purple Mansion cultivators and 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators from my Qinglian Temple have been delivered. Please have fellow Taoist Guo count them. A flash of yellow light appeared from within the azure ship, and an elderly man with slightly white hair and a goatee appeared in midair. This was none other than Shannyangzi, the golden core cultivator from Qinglian Temple who had previously visited the Zhou family. The fact that the burly man addressed him as fellow Taoist clearly indicated that he was also a golden core cultivator. As Shannyangzi spoke, he waved his hand, sending a jade slip containing relevant information and a recording bead flying towards the burly man with a bushy top knot, Guo Xiaokang. Upon hearing Shannyangzi's words, Guo Xiaokang immediately scanned the array of Purple Mansion and Foundation Establishment cultivators lined up in midair with his divine sense, then browsed the information on the jade slip. He quickly confirmed that the facts matched the intelligence he had received. His smile became even more sincere, and he nodded, saying, "Indeed, it matches the information from your sect. Thank you for seeing me off, fellow Taoist Shannyangzi." Shannyangzi nodded in agreement, saying, "Since fellow Taoist Guo has confirmed it, I will return to my sect to report. I entrust these juniors to your care and guidance, fellow Taoist Guo and your sect." Of course, the burly man readily agreed, but his tone betrayed a hint of perfunctoriness. Shannyangzi, though clearly aware of this, pretended not to hear and immediately delivered another set of high-sounding words to the cultivators he had brought before boarding the ship and returning to Jing Kingdom. After watching Shannyangzi depart, Guo Xiaokang, the burly man with the bushy top knot who had been all smiles just moments before, instantly turned grim. He unleashed his full golden core cultivator aura without reservation, causing the cultivators Shannyangzi had sent to tremble and fall to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Then, with a hawk-like gaze, he looked down at the cultivators on the ground and roared, "You have all heard my name just now. Now I will announce 3 rules. Listen carefully, or you will lose your lives. Don't blame me for not telling you beforehand. The first rule, regardless of your previous status. Now that you have come to Feng Kingdom and become members of the Heavenly Spirit Legion, you must strictly abide by the rules of the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Act according to military regulations and do not use the rules of your original sect or family. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law." The second rule, in the Legion, the capable rise and the weak fall. You will be temporarily assigned different military ranks according to your cultivation level. If they perform well in the future, their status can be fixed or promoted. If they perform poorly, even a Purple Mansion stage cultivator may have to obey the orders of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. The third rule is that once you join the Legion and assume a military rank, you must obey the Legion's command in all aspects. Without the approval of your superiors, no one may leave their post, break away from their unit, or leak Legion mission information to unrelated individuals. After saying this, he didn't care whether those people had heard him clearly or not, and waved his hand towards the market, saying, "Open the formation and let them in." Then, the formation of Jincheng Market opened a passage, and everyone quickly flew into the market under Guo Xiaokang's watchful eye. A few days later, these cultivators from Jing Kingdom received an identity token, which recorded their basic information and was an important credential for their future travel throughout Fen Kingdom. I never thought we would set foot on Fen Kingdom's land again in this way. In a barracks, Zhou Chun looked at the silver identity token in his hand and couldn't help but sigh, his expression full of emotion. Beside him stood Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiapeng, two elders of the Zhou family, each holding a dark blue identity token, their expressions equally complex. With the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance and the Heavenly Spirit Legion, Jingguo, as a member of the Alliance, had its three major powers each sent elite troops to the front lines to join the Heavenly Spirit Legion in order to help Fenguo resist the invasion of the Yuanmo realm. Naturally, cultivation families like the Zhou family were allocated a certain number of slots. The cultivators sent by the Zhou family were Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Jia, and Zhou Jiapen. All three were elders of the Zhou family, more familiar with Fenguo than the younger generation, and their lifespans and potential were shorter than others. Most importantly, all three were willing to sacrifice for their family at this time. I won't say anything more. From now on, you two can only take care of yourselves and try your best to survive. After a long silence, Zhou Daoquan casually hung the token on his waist and gave his two juniors his final instructions in a low voice. Before coming to Fen Kingdom, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei had already said what needed to be said several times, and all three of them were prepared to die on the battlefield. Therefore, Zhou Daoquan really had nothing more to say at this moment. Junior understands, uncle, please take care as well. Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiapeng exchanged glances, nodded together, and offered their blessings to Zhou Daoquan. Then, the two bowed solemnly to Zhou Daoquan and left to return to their respective barracks. To prevent any collusion, the Shining Legion had deliberately mixed up the cultivators from different countries and forces. So Zhou Daoquan could no longer be assigned to the same brigade as the two juniors. It is worth mentioning that the Shining Legion now has three types of organization: battalion, brigade, and squad. A battalion has at least 5,000 soldiers, a brigade has at least 300 soldiers, and a squad has between 20 and 30 soldiers. Battalion commanders and deputy commanders are generally golden core cultivators, brigade commanders and deputy commanders are generally purple mansion cultivators, and squad leaders and deputy leaders are generally foundation establishment cultivators. In other words, under normal circumstances, a battalion will definitely have 2 golden core cultivators, 20 to 30 purple mansion cultivators, and 3 to 400 foundation establishment cultivators. Jincheng Market is currently a battalion-level garrison, and the burly man with the bushy hair, Guo Xiaokeng, is the battalion commander. Zhou Daoquan, with his early purple mansion cultivation, is currently the deputy brigade commander, and the 2 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family are squad leaders. Fortunately, since the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Legion, it has used foundation establishment pills and foundation establishment spiritual items as bait to recruit soldiers on a large scale, attracting a large number of key refining cultivators from various countries to join the army. For now, cultivation families like the Zhou family haven't reached the point of forcibly assigning key refining cultivators to the army. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, who had been rushing back to his family, suddenly heard the news of the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance and the Heavenly Spirit Legion, and learned that several elders had been forced to join the army. I've updated 200,000 words this month. It's really tiring. I took half a day off today to rest and relax. Chapter 429 Changes in the Zhou family of the 5 Yuan demon sects. 9 Peaks Ridge. After returning to Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun naturally went to the Zhou family's Mountain Gate base first. However, the various news he received upon his return dispelled his good mood after his long journey, and his brows furrowed. According to Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Ming, and others, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance and the Heavenly Spirit Legion had actually been established as early as 3 years ago. In other words, at the latest by then, the various countries of the Heavenly Spirit Realm had already reached a consensus that the Heavenly Spirit Realm had been invaded by the Yuanmo Realm, which was why they took such measures. However, Zhou Ming and the others did not send anyone to inform him of this news and ask him to return to take charge of the overall situation. Of course, he understood Zhou Ming and the others' thinking. If a war broke out between the Yuanmo Realm and the Heavenly Spirit Realm, it wouldn't make much difference whether Zhou Chun was there or not. Keeping him outside might preserve some strength for the Zhou family. Furthermore, a war involving 2 major cultivation worlds would inevitably be a protracted war, and it wouldn't be surprising if it lasted for decades. Under the current circumstances where the intensity of the war was not high, the Zhou family really had no need to disturb his cultivation as a golden core seed. So, since things had already developed to this point, Zhou Chun couldn't blame his elders who were so devoted to him. What truly troubled Zhou Chun was the intruder from the Yuanmo realm. With the two major cultivation worlds practically openly waging war, information about the Yuanmo realm had been intentionally or unintentionally leaked. According to the information the Zhou family had gathered, the Yuanmo realm was likely a vast cultivation world. In terms of overall strength, they were certainly much stronger than the Xianling realm. Currently, there were already 5 large forces appearing in Fen Kingdom: the Corpse Demon Sect, the Bloodbone Sect, the Bewitching Valley, the Yin Ghost Sect, and the Beast Demon Palace. Each of these 5 forces was no weaker than the Moonwheel Sect, the largest force in Jing Kingdom, and some were even stronger. The disciples of these 5 forces were generally stronger than cultivators of the same level from cultivation families and smaller sects, and even disciples from slightly weaker major sects like the Kinglian Temple were often inferior. Furthermore, because they rarely clashed with cultivators from the Yuanmo realm, the Xianling realm cultivators lacked a deep understanding of their various unpredictable methods, and sometimes they could easily fall into their traps without realizing it. In previous conflicts, the Xianling realm cultivators generally suffered greater losses than their opponents, losing both face and substance. However, this didn't mean the Xianling realm was destined to lose. Firstly, the Yuanmo realm was separated from the Xianling realm by the vast absolute desert, making it difficult for troops and supplies to reach them. Secondly, even if the Xianling realm couldn't defeat the Yuanmo invaders, they could call for external assistance, such as cultivators from the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Yang Kingdom. It's important to note that the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Yang Kingdom were not separated from the Xianling realm by the natural barrier of the Absolute Desert. If they allowed the Yuanmo realm to invade and allow those demonic sects to grow stronger and gain a base, it would be like raising a tiger to threaten them. Moreover, once the nations of the Heavenly Spirit realm find themselves without external support and no match for the Yuanmo realm, they will undoubtedly choose to abandon their own lands and migrate to other countries. At that point, those nations that don't offer assistance will be the first to fight these migrating Heavenly Spirit realm cultivators, effectively drawing them into war once again. But as the saying goes, even a grain of sand in the sands of time weighs heavier than a mountain on an ordinary person. Even if the war between the two great cultivation worlds doesn't immediately determine a victor, many cultivators will certainly perish. Cultivation families like the Zhou family are just ordinary people in such a war. Even the slightest change in the war could lead to their annihilation. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun cannot afford to be complacent about this. Before I returned, I considered the possibility of a war in the cultivation world, so I specially purchased a lot of pills and talismans to bring back. Now, while the war is still relatively mild, I will distribute these things to the clansmen for exchange. In addition, I have collected enough yellow dragon stones. I need you, Elder, to go to the Yu family and ask Elder Yu to come and improve the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation. Then, we should relocate the important members of the clan to Tuyun Ridge for cultivation to avoid being wiped out in case of a crisis. As for the 3rd Elder and the others who have joined the army in Fan Kingdom, I will personally deliver some things they can use to them in a while. We cannot let them work for the clan for nothing. After some contemplation, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Ming and Zhou Jiaru, who were waiting silently in the hall, and said his arrangements in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhou Ming was delighted and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Good lad, you really didn't waste your time going out. You've gathered so many yellow dragon stones so quickly." He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll go to the Yu family and invite that old man Yu to Tuyun Ridge to perfect the grand formation. I imagine he really wants to personally set up the complete 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Grand Formation before he's buried. Then I'll have to trouble the Supreme Elder." Zhou Chun bowed, and after watching Zhou Ming leave, he took out some pills and talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Zhou Jiaru, instructing him to use them to fill the family treasury and notify the clansmen in various places to come and exchange them. Afterwards, Zhou Chun began to carefully examine the various archives in this Hongping Hall from the past 10 years, learning in detail about the changes in the Zhou family over the past 10 years. In just over 10 years, the Zhou family had naturally changed a lot. In particular, during this period, the Zhou family first obtained 32 foundation building fruits, and then obtained 25 foundation building pills. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei were both decisive individuals. Upon hearing rumors of a potential invasion of the heavenly spirit realm from the Yuan demon realm, they secretly arranged for cultivators who had exchanged for the 25 foundation establishment pills to undergo foundation establishment in the wilderness after Lin Hongyu brought back the pills, temporarily hiding there for arduous cultivation. Therefore, while the Zhou family appeared to have only gained 3 foundation establishment cultivators in the past 12 years, they actually gained as many as 7. These 7 were Zhou Zinai, Zhou Zinheng, Zhou Zintong, Zhou Zinjin, Zhou Sizhen, Zhou Siyu, and Zhou Samiro. This brought the Zhou family's own foundation establishment cultivators to 17. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Liu Heng, a loyal servant trained by the Zhou family, successfully achieved foundation establishment by exchanging for a Yuan foundation fruit. Therefore, if Lin Wei'er, Su Fu, and Liu Heng are included, the Zhou family could command as many as 20 foundation establishment cultivators. If we include Zhou Zin and Zhou Xinjian, who have joined the Qinglian Temple, that makes 22. In addition, the Zhou family now has a relative cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, Zhang Lang, who was previously kept in the Zhou family by Zhou Chun. For some reason, he won the favor of Zhou Xindi, a foundation establishment female cultivator in the Zhou family, and they became Taoist partners, making him permanently stay with the Zhou family. Originally, this matter should have required the approval of the patriarch, Zhou Chun, but because he was in the Great Zhou Kingdom at the time, Zhou Ming approved it on his own. Meanwhile, the older generation of Zhou family cultivators have also made progress in their cultivation. Zhou Daowei broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm 2 years ago, Zhou Jiaoru reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and Zhou Zhenggang, Zhou Zinayan, Zhou Xinlin, and others have all broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, the most impressive is Su Fu. Worthy of his superior spiritual root aptitude, he has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Furthermore, 4 years ago, the Zhou family welcomed a new member with superior spiritual roots and dual attributes of metal and water. She was a girl named Zhou Yuan, a cultivator of the Yuan generation. At this time, the Zhou family's registered cultivator members had reached 413, plus 69 relatives. In addition, there were 78 loyal servant cultivators in the wilderness. And this doesn't even include the Zhou family's powerful demonic beasts and spirit pets. All this data was only visible to the core members of the Zhou family, even some foundation establishment elders were unaware of it. Undoubtedly, this was a force that would shock many. If the Zhou family were to use Lin Hongyu's name now, with this power, a golden core family could be instantly established. So, without realizing it, the Zhou family has developed to this extent, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, looking at the various family data with a dazed expression, his mood suddenly improving. Looking back, when they first settled in Jilfang Ridge, the entire clan numbered less than 100. Aside from Zhou Ming, a cultivator at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, who was somewhat noteworthy, the entire clan had only 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Now, just over 100 years later, the Zhou family, from top to bottom, has seen its number of cultivators. Both in terms of the number of cultivators at each realm, multiply several times over, rivaling even their strength before the family split. This transformation was something that not only Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei hadn't dared to imagine when the family split, but even Zhou Chun himself hadn't dared to think of it. However, upon reflection, it all seemed so natural. Countless fortuitous opportunities, coupled with the clan's unity and over 100 years of gestation and refinement, made this abundant harvest unsurprising. But this also meant that the Zhou family needed to be even more cautious in this war between the two cultivation worlds. They couldn't allow this war to destroy the Zhou family, which had finally managed to revive. Just like the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, everything was developing steadily, but a war with the Dragon Transformation Sect directly caused the family to suffer heavy losses. Now they have fallen out of the ranks of the great immortal cultivation families, and they only managed to keep their family's mountain gate intact thanks to the goodwill they had built up in the past. There are countless examples like this, and Zhou Chun has seen many of them in the past 100 years. In the next half-month, Zhou Chun first sent the Golden Armor Mountain carrying Turtle Stone and the Wood Spirit back to Earth Cloud Ridge for cultivation, and then met with the newly established Foundation Establishment family cultivators one by one, giving them encouragement and rewards. After that, He was busy receiving important members of various friendly families who came to visit after hearing the news. After being busy for nearly 2 months, he finally had time to deal with some personal matters. The first thing he did was to go to the Su family in Jiangzhou to visit his Taoist partner Su Yazan, and also to pay his respects to his aunt Su Yanyang, who had successfully formed her core, and to present her with a substantial congratulatory gift. During this visit to relatives, both the Su family patriarch and Su Yanyang were somewhat surprised by Zhou Chun's rapid breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Naturally, the mother-in-law was increasingly satisfied with her son-in-law. After all, the higher Zhou Chun's cultivation, the less likely he was to hold Su Yazhan back. However, neither of them had expected Zhou Chun to successfully form his core. After all, Zhou Chun possessed no advantage in core formation, neither in terms of spiritual root aptitude nor family background. But if Zhou Chun could cultivate to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, in their eyes he would be barely worthy of Su Yazhan and wouldn't tarnish the Su family's reputation. Zhou Chun also didn't want to reveal the Zhou family's true strength before successfully forming his core, so he only performed well, avoiding going too far. Because he had many things to attend to, he only spent less than half a month with his Taoist partner at the Su family in Jiangzhou before returning to his family. Upon his return, Zhou Chun went directly to the wilderness. Given the trouble he caused in the wilderness last time, Zhou Chun kept the Thunder Flood Dragon in his spirit beast pouch this time, only traveling by water. After much effort to reach the wilderness, he first went to the Kiu mountain stronghold to visit Lin Hongyu. In your opinion, Elder Lin, what are the chances of Elder Lin Weiner successfully opening her purple mansion during her seclusion inside the Kiu mountain cave? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Chun directly asked Lin Hongyu about Lin Weiner's seclusion. Previously, Lin Hongyu had gone to the Great Zhou Kingdom to find a spiritual object to assist her adopted daughter in opening her purple mansion, and had found a good one. After some adjustments, Lin Weiner had gone into seclusion at Kiu Mountain a year ago. Hearing his words, Lin Hongyu shook her head slightly, unsure, and said, "It's hard to say. Although Weiner is well prepared, opening her purple mansion is no easy task. It all depends on her own fate." Zhou Chun remained silent upon hearing this. When he first opened his purple mansion, due to his own special circumstances, everything went smoothly without much difficulty. However, he also knew that others would not have it as easy as he had. It was normal for Lin Weiner to fail. After a period of silence, Zhou Chun quickly composed himself and looked at Lin Hongyu again, saying, "Elder Lin, you should know about the invasion of the heavenly spirit realm by the Yuan demon realm. This time, I have obtained enough yellow dragon stones from the Great Zhou Kingdom, and the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Formation in Tuyun Ridge will soon be able to fully unleash the power of the Forbidden Formation. Therefore, after discussing with the Supreme Elder, I would like to ask Elder Lin to go to Tuyun Ridge to oversee the formation after it is successfully set up. What do you think, Elder Lin?" Hearing this, Lin Hongyu fell silent for a moment, showing a thoughtful expression. She understood Zhou Chun's meaning, of course. Once the war between the two cultivation worlds entered a stalemate, sabotage and harassment behind enemy lines would definitely occur. Especially in the Yuanmo territory, they've come from afar and are invaders. They wouldn't mind shattering the Xianling kingdoms. They'll definitely send cultivators to find ways to bypass the main defenses and wreak havoc behind enemy lines. If this happens, the Zhou family, now considered a prestigious clan in Jing Kingdom, will certainly become a target. Unfortunately, the Zhou family doesn't have a golden core cultivator officially in charge. Such a nominal cultivation family might be used as a scapegoat by those demonic cultivators. Going to Tuyun Ridge isn't a problem for me, but aren't you afraid that my actions will bring trouble to the Zhou family? After much deliberation, Lin Hongyu voiced her concerns. The reason she was sent to the Kiu mountain stronghold was because the Zhou family worried that her identity would be exposed and bring disaster. Now, sending her to Tuyun Ridge seems unavoidable. Times have changed. Now, the Yuanmo realm has invaded the Xianling realm, and the two great cultivation worlds will engage in a massive war. In such a war, if a golden core cultivator like Elder Lin were willing to help the Xianling realm, I believe the Kinglian Temple would be happy to accept it. Moreover, when it's truly time for Elder Lin to take action, it will surely be a time when my Zhou family faces a great calamity. At that time, everything will be focused on surviving the calamity, and there will be no time to worry about what happens afterward. Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly as he spoke. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't want Lin Hongyu to be exposed so quickly. Unfortunately, things in this world are not always as one wishes. The current situation is complex, and if Lin Hongyu remains in the wilderness, she may not be able to provide timely support when the Zhou family is truly in danger. Therefore, even if it involves some risks, he can only choose the lesser of two evils. Alright, then after Wei Honor comes out of seclusion, I will go to Tuian Ridge to oversee things. Lin Hongyu nodded and finally agreed to the matter. Elder, you are very generous. On behalf of the Zhou family, I thank you in advance. Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and he immediately bowed deeply to Lin Hongyu to express his gratitude. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and then Zhou Chun took his leave. After leaving Lin Hongyu's cave, Zhou Chun called his capable General Su Fu to his side. These past years, I have been away from the family, and I have not been able to fulfill the promises I made to you. Do you have any grievances? At the top of a mountain, Zhou Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the cultivators going about their business in the stronghold below, and asked in a calm tone. About 10 feet behind him, Su Fu, who had already grown into a middle-aged man, heard his words and quickly lowered his head and said, "This subordinate dares not, you only dare not that you don't, right?" Zhou Chun asked again. These words terrified Su Fu, who immediately knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Absolutely not. From beginning to end, I have never harbored the slightest resentment towards you, clan chief. If I have lied in the slightest, may I be punished." Before he could finish, Zhou Chun interrupted him with a raised hand. "Alright, you don't need to swear." Then Zhou Chun turned around, looking at him with a deep gaze, and said, "Actually, it's normal for you to have some resentment. After all, the contributions you have made to the Zhou family over the years are unmatched by many Zhou family members. Yet you have been bound to this desolate land, unable to truly enjoy the treatment and freedom you deserve." At this point, Zhou Chun's tone suddenly changed, becoming stern as he said, "However, Su Fu, remember this, your current cultivation level is not only due to your outstanding talent and diligent practice, but also because you've benefited from the Zhou family's influence and received their care. Otherwise, not to mention the time I helped you resolve the turbid evil energy within you, even as a rogue cultivator, wandering aimlessly without a fixed place to cultivate, how could you have reached this level in less than 100 years? These words, spoken by Zhou Chun, naturally carried a captivating power, impossible to ignore. It was the imposing and murderous aura he had cultivated through years of holding a high position and engaging in countless battles. Even Su Fu, who had also experienced countless life and death situations, felt a genuine chill of fear and dread upon being struck by this aura. He hurriedly lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Yes, subordinate remembers. Subordinate will definitely keep the clan leader's instructions in mind and will never dare to forget his roots." Facing Zhou Chun, he truly felt awe from the bottom of his heart. Because since he was a boy of 11 or 12 years old, he had personally witnessed Zhou Chun displaying his great power, and then watched Zhou Chun's cultivation improve step by step, showing all kinds of skills. In his heart, he might have once looked down on Zhou Senggang, Zhou Xinlin, and other members of the Zhou family, thinking they were just luckier than him, born into the Zhou family, and that their abilities were far inferior to his. But towards Zhou Chun, he felt only deep reverence. "Get up. I called you here today not just to give you a warning, but also to fulfill my promise to you and take you back to the Jingguo cultivation world," Zhou Chun said, personally helping Su Fu up from the ground. This surprised and delighted Su Fu, who bowed deeply, saying, "Your subordinate is terrified. Your subordinate thanks the clan leader for his kindness." Zhou Chun gently patted his shoulder and said, "You should first explain things to Liu Hang about what's happening here. After I finish my business and return, I will take you back to Lanzhou." "Yes, your subordinate understands." Su Fu nodded emphatically with a look of surprise, his tone revealing an unprecedented lightness. Zhou Chun smiled faintly and left the Kiu mountain stronghold. Half a day later, Zhou Chun appeared inside the ice cave. Zhou Chun exclaimed in surprise upon entering. He had discovered that the queen bee of the frost bees had laid eggs again. This time, the queen had laid 18 eggs, all frozen inside millennia-old jade, unhatched. This was the instruction he had given the queen: after laying eggs, they must not hatch immediately, they must wait for his arrival and permission. He had given this instruction, naturally, to facilitate his contracting with these wondrous insects. Looking at the eggs, he clapped his hands in delight, saying, "Not bad, not bad. It seems the reproduction of these ancient wondrous insects isn't as difficult as the ancient texts describe. Only a few decades have passed, and they've laid eggs again so soon, although this time the number of eggs was somewhat small." Immediately, Zhou Chun first put the frost bees from his spirit beast pouch back into their hive to rest, and then contracted all the eggs on the spot. In this way, the number of heavenly frost bees reached 212, and the number of mature demon bees also reached 20. Next, Zhou Chun did the same thing, taking 10 mature heavenly frost bees from the swarm and putting them into his spirit beast bag. He also fed the queen bee some ice attribute pills to replenish her energy before leaving the ice cave. Speaking of which, these heavenly frost bees were definitely the most worry-free pets he raised. They never required any attention from him, yet they could provide him with assistance at crucial moments. 2 days later, Zhou Chun returned to the Zhou family's mountain gate at Nine Peaks Ridge with Su Fu, and then officially announced Su Fu's appointment as an honorary elder of the family. In public announcements, Su Fu was described as a rogue cultivator from a foreign land, like Zhang Liang, who joined the Zhou family because Zhou Chun had saved his life. After temporarily settling Su Fu at Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun went to Tuyun Ridge to check on the upgrade progress of the Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon Formation. Upon arriving at Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun learned that Master Yu of the Yu family, after obtaining the Yellow Dragonstone, had been in seclusion on the ridge, refining an array plate, which would likely take some time to complete. Therefore, he went to his own cave dwelling. Inside, the stone had already used earth. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape into the earth, to bury itself underground, absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth's veins for cultivation. It would be Zhou Chun's trump card, with it here to regulate and manage the earth's veins. The actual power of the Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon Array would definitely be stronger than what Master Yu had described. Meanwhile, Yu Mei continued planting trees. More than a decade later, the purple mulberry trees sprouting from the roots of the 10,000-year purple mulberry tree had indeed successfully grown into second-tier spiritual trees. It was said that this tree had even borne mulberry fruit 2 years ago, which Zhou Ming had given to some outstanding younger members of the clan, and the response was very positive. The mulberries from the purple mulberry tree are not only delicious, but also excellent spiritual items for key refining cultivators, greatly enhancing their cultivation and making them ideal for assisting in breakthroughs. After checking on his 2 spirit pets, Zhou Chun discussed the matter with Zhou Ming, who was stationed there, and then took the stone with him, heading alone to Feng Kingdom. He wanted to deliver some life-saving supplies to Zhou Daoquan and the others at the front lines, and if given the opportunity, he also wanted to witness the methods of those demonic cultivators to gain a better understanding of their abilities. Chapter 430 Corpse Beast. Feng Kingdom. Feng Kingdom has now become a frontline battlefield. The original Feng Kingdom cultivators have either joined the Heavenly Spirit Legion or fled to other countries like Jing Kingdom. The former strongholds of Feng Kingdom forces have all been rebuilt with powerful arrays, transforming them into fortresses. It's conservatively estimated that the Heavenly Spirit Legion now has over 80 Golden Core cultivators, at least 500 Purple Mansion cultivators, and 6,000 to 7,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators in Feng Kingdom. As for the number of nascent soul cultivators, that's top secret. Under these circumstances, aside from Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators on missions, almost no other cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit realm dare to roam the Feng Kingdom wilderness. Although Zhou Chun wanted to deliver life-saving supplies to Zhou Daoquan and the others, he didn't rashly enter Feng Kingdom. After arriving at the border between Jing Kingdom and Feng Kingdom, he went to Heavenly Spirit Legion stronghold and, as the Zhou family patriarch, inquired about the respective teams and locations of Zhou Daoquan and his group. Then, through the Heavenly Spirit Legion's own intelligence system, he sent a letter to each of his 3 elders, informing them of his return and hinting that they should wait at their post for him to deliver supplies. As for directly entrusting the supplies to members of the Heavenly Spirit Legion for delivery, that was naturally no problem. The issue is that the life-saving items Zhou Chun was giving his 3 elders were all of considerable value. He found it hard to believe that those delivering the supplies wouldn't be tempted to embezzle them once they discovered their value. After all, the Heavenly Spirit Legion couldn't guarantee delivery. The situation on the front lines was so complex, who knew if the delivery team would be ambushed along the way? Losing some items would be perfectly normal. Therefore, apart from letters, which had no cost, few people would actually entrust valuable items to the Heavenly Spirit Legion for delivery. After sending the letters, Zhou Chun also obtained a certificate from the Heavenly Spirit Legion proving his true identity and indicating his purpose for entering the Feng Kingdom battlefield. In this way, if he encountered a patrol of the Heavenly Spirit Legion on the Feng Kingdom battlefield, he could avoid being attacked and could also enter the relevant fortresses to rest and avoid trouble. To quickly obtain this certificate, Zhou Chun spent 3,000 spirit coins on bribes. This made him marvel at those people's ability to make money. Truly, power unused is power wasted. Once the paperwork was complete, Zhou Chun officially entered Feng Kingdom and chose to walk to his destination. Feng Kingdom was currently a battlefield, and Zhou Chun was completely clueless about the situation, having no idea which areas were dangerous or which were combat zones. Such military intelligence was not available to non-Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators like himself. Therefore, to avoid recklessly entering the battlefield and being surrounded, or attracting trouble by being too conspicuous, walking was undoubtedly the best option. Of course, Zhou Chun's so-called walking didn't mean walking on his own two legs, but rather riding dragon-scaled horses. He had prepared 2 dragon-scaled horses with him for easy switching. Zhou Chun had only been in Feng Kingdom for less than half a day when he stumbled upon a small-scale battle between the Heavenly Spirit Legion and the Yuan Demon Legion. The battlefield was near Immortal City. Apparently, the Yuan Demon Legion cultivators were slaughtering mortals to refine magical artifacts, which led to their capture by the Heavenly Spirit Legion. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Spirit Legion clearly held the advantage, with as many as 50 or 60 people, 2 small teams. The Yuan Demon Legion only had about 30. However, the battle did not quickly become one-sided. Although the Yuan Demon Legion cultivators were fewer in number, their actual combat strength was not much lower. On the battlefield, corpses shrouded in corpse energy were driven by the corpse demon sect disciples to attack the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. Meanwhile, some strange cultivators dressed in black robes waved black banners and magical artifacts, releasing gray-black ghosts that swarmed towards different Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. Those black ghosts were merely condensed yin energy, lacking any real form. Flying swords and other magical artifacts had limited effect on them. Among ordinary 5 elemental spells, only fire elemental spells dealt relatively normal damage, the others were less effective. Moreover, they seemed to possess strong penetrability to other elemental shields, and almost all the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators present chose fire elemental shields for self-protection. It was precisely because of the direct attacks and harassing ambushes from these corpse-refining ghosts and ghosts that the Heavenly Spirit Legion, despite having a numerical advantage, struggled to gain an early advantage in the battle. Those cultivators controlling the ghosts must be the Yin Ghost Sect cultivators mentioned in the intelligence. It's said that these ghosts they control are refined from the souls of immortal cultivators, and each ghost represents an immortal cultivator who died at their hands. On a certain mountain peak, Zhou Chun, hidden in the shadows, observed the battlefield from afar, his expression quite grave. Clearly, compared to the corpse demon sect, which used the corpses of dead cultivators to create puppets and corpse refining techniques, the cultivators of the Yin Ghost Sect were undoubtedly far more evil and far more repulsive to orthodox cultivators. After all, corpse refining was at most a disrespectful act towards the dead. Even if cultivators felt some aversion to it, they wouldn't escalate it to the point of wanting to exterminate these people. This was also a major reason why the corpse demon sect had been able to survive in Feng Kingdom for so many years. However, using the souls of cultivators to refine yin ghosts was truly abhorrent and infuriating. After all, the souls of low-level cultivators dissipate upon death. Therefore, to refine yin ghosts using their souls, it had to be done while they were still breathing, which was tantamount to using living people to cultivate magic. Moreover, although most cultivators didn't believe in the afterlife, if they were truly on the verge of death, they would certainly prefer to believe in reincarnation. Once a soul was refined into a yin ghost demon, reincarnation was impossible. Therefore, while the corpse demon sect might be tolerated by cultivators in the heavenly spirit realm, the yin ghost sect, a demonic force, was absolutely unacceptable. Zhou Chun also found this hard to accept. Moreover, as far as he knew, the yin ghost sect cultivators typically forced their yin ghost demons to devour the souls of mortals to strengthen themselves. While mortal souls were too weak to be refined into yin ghost demons, they could still serve as nourishment for their growth. For a low-grade first-tier yin ghost demon to advance to a mid-grade first-tier, It needed to devour at least hundreds or thousands of mortal souls, hundreds or even thousands of lives. This was an atrocity that no orthodox cultivator could ignore. Looking at the demonic ghosts rampaging across the battlefield, Zhou Chun frowned deeply and muttered to himself, "If I encounter a purple mansion cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect, I'm afraid all my own methods will be useless. Only Lei Jiao Bai can effectively counter them. Heavenly thunder slays evil. In dealing with demonic ghosts, thunder-based spells are the most effective, providing a powerful counter. Especially Lei Jiao Bai's heavenly divine thunder, powered by pure heavenly thunder, could likely severely injure or even kill a fourth-tier ghost equivalent to Golden Core Cultivator if used against them. The problem is, Zhou Chun dares not easily reveal Lei Jiao Bai's existence. Otherwise, not only will he be difficult to fool from the Kinglian Temple and the Flood Dragon clan, but demonic forces like the Yin Ghost sect will likely list him as a wanted criminal and offer a high reward for his capture. Of course, if he acts cautiously and avoids leaks, he can occasionally do so. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but turn his gaze to the other demonic cultivators on the battlefield. These cultivators were all dressed in dark red robes, as if stained with blood, and their magical weapons were also dark red bone swords and blood red banners. Whether it was the dark red sword energy and light unleashed by the bone swords or the blood red clouds released by the banners, both had the effect of corroding other magical weapons and spells, making them quite conspicuous on the battlefield. These people were clearly cultivators from the Bloodbone sect. This group of demonic cultivators from the Yuan demon realm was composed of disciples from the Corpse Demon sect, the Yin Ghost sect, and the Bloodbone sect. The cultivators from the Enchanted Valley and the Beast Demon Palace were not yet seen. After watching for a while, seeing that both sides had suffered casualties, Zhou Chun immediately stopped watching, directly patting his spirit beast pouch at his waist and releasing the golden-winged tiger to aid in the battle. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded through the sky, and the golden tiger with wings on its ribs swiftly descended into the air above the battlefield. Just as both sides were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events and their expressions turned wary, the golden-winged tiger flapped its wings, and hundreds of densely packed azure wind blades materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the cultivators from the Yuan demon realm. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden beam of light, striking a second-tier armored corpse and instantly shattering its renownedly tough body into countless fragments. Zhou Chun, watching from afar, nodded secretly, a smile appearing on his face. Although the golden-winged tiger was currently unable to intervene in his battles due to its cultivation level, at the second tier, its strength was still formidable. It was both a formidable fighter and a runner, making it no match for ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. When it came to easily defeating weaker opponents, it was even more professional than Zhou Chun's other spirit pets. Moreover, Zhou Chun then discovered that the Yin Ghost sect's Yin spirits and demons seemed to have no effective way to deal with the golden-winged tiger. Several Yin ghosts and demons that pounced on it were directly dispersed by its powerful blood energy. With its help, the cultivators from the Yuan demon realm quickly became unable to hold on and could only scatter and flee in all directions. At this time, Zhou Chun noticed something else noteworthy. Almost every one of the Foundation establishment cultivators of the demonic path knew the blood-burning escape technique, allowing them to escape at an extremely fast speed, making it virtually impossible for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators to catch up. The golden-winged tiger, despite its best efforts, only managed to catch one of them. This incident made Zhou Chun secretly wary. In the future, if he were to fight against demonic cultivators of the same level, he must be wary of them using this escape technique. Defeating an opponent only counts as skill, killing an opponent is true merit. To deal with the invasion from the Yuan demon realm, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance offers substantial rewards to cultivators who kill demonic cultivators. Currently, the head of a Foundation establishment early stage demonic cultivator can be exchanged for a reward of 2,000 spirit coins and 100 battle merits. Whether it's promotion or exchanging for rare spiritual items like Foundation establishment pills, everything depends on individual battle merits. Only when battle merits reach a certain standard can one purchase those rare spiritual items at market price. It's said that to attract people to join the Heavenly Spirit Legion, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance has not only placed large orders for Foundation establishment pills in countries like the Great Zhou Kingdom, but has also prohibited the sale of Foundation establishment pills and Foundation establishment aids in domestic markets and sects. As a result, Any cultivator who wants to use Foundation Establishment aids to aid their Foundation Establishment has no choice but to obediently join the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Zhou Chun can understand this situation, he would do the same. After all, talking about national righteousness with those rogue cultivators is useless. They have nothing to lose. If the Yuan demon realm attacks, they can simply surrender or flee to another country. Expecting them to voluntarily join the army to defend their homeland is a joke. However, while the purchase of spiritual items like Foundation Establishment pills has been permitted, private trading of these items is prohibited. Any rogue cultivator who still harbors any desire to achieve Foundation Establishment will undoubtedly join the army to seek a future. At this time, after the golden-winged tiger returned from chasing down the enemy, Zhou Chun showed no intention of contacting the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators who had come looking for him, and quickly drifted away. Seeing the fleeting golden light, the victorious Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators understood Zhou Chun's meaning and bowed in the direction he had left as a token of their gratitude. During the next day or so of travel, Zhou Chun encountered several more demonic cultivators, and was even attacked by a group of them. However, since none of the demonic cultivators were at the Purple Mansion stage, they all easily died at his hands. After traveling for a day or two, Zhou Chun arrived at the place where Zhou Jiapeng was stationed and quickly entered to meet his uncle. Upon seeing him, Zhou Jiapeng showed no joy. Instead, he looked at him with a helpless expression and sighed. "Zhangjin, you shouldn't have come in person. Feng Kingdom is in chaos right now, with even Golden Core stage demonic cultivators patrolling the battlefield from time to time. If anything were to happen to you, we would be doomed." "Uncle 27, what are you saying? You and Aunt 13 are willing to risk your lives for the family. I am also a member of the Zhou family. What's wrong with me coming to visit you?" Zhou Chun retorted, feigning displeasure. Before Zhou Jiapeng could say anything more, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a brocade box he had prepared beforehand, and handed it to him. "Inside are some magic talismans I brought back from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Uncle 27, please keep them safe. If you encounter any danger in the future, don't hesitate to use them." Seeing this, Zhou Jiapeng felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes softened considerably. After a slight hesitation, he reached out and accepted the brocade box, then said softly, "I naturally understand these principles and will protect myself. Zhangjin, you must also be careful. The future of the family depends on you. This junior will." Then, 27th uncle, please take care. This junior will not stay here any longer. Zhou Chun nodded and quickly took his leave. Half a day later, Zhou Chun found Zhou Jia's encampment again and presented him with a brocade box containing a life-saving talisman. However, just as Zhou Chun continued on his way to Zhou Daoquan's encampment, he encountered a great battle. On a plain, hundreds of Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators and hundreds of demonic path cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, the booming sounds of their fighting audible even from 100 miles away. The reason for this great battle was unknown, and perhaps unimportant. However, as the battle dragged on, more and more cultivators from both sides arrived to provide support. Zhou Chun was passing by when he was drawn there by the booming sounds. This time, the battlefield was teeming with experts, including many cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. Fearing discovery, Zhou Chun observed from afar using his insect puppet technique. He was quickly drawn to two particular battlefields. In the sky above, a scantily clad witch, wearing a thin pink robe, played a jade bone pipa, a magical instrument, continuously emitting bewitching melodies. This caused the two Purple Mansion stage cultivators attacking her to mistake each other for enemies. Even though they were quickly awakened by others using mind-clearing techniques, when they tried to fight the witch again, they were still occasionally bewitched, mistaking others for enemies. Undoubtedly, this witch was the enchanting valley cultivator Zhou Chun had never seen before, and a highly skilled one at that. In another part of the sky, a demonic cultivator Tu Zhang Tal was also fighting two Purple Mansion stage cultivators alone, and similarly holding a slight advantage. This fiend had used some kind of secret technique, transforming into half-human, half-beast monster. He stood Tu Zhang Tal, with 6 arms sprouting from his ribs. Besides 2 human hands, he possessed 4 hairy black ape arms. These 4 ape arms were incredibly agile, each wielding a sword, shield, or other magical weapon, allowing him to multitask, attacking and defending simultaneously. Furthermore, his physical body seemed as powerful as any demonic beast of the same level, and he wore a suit of jet black iron armor, allowing him to withstand weaker attacks without flinching. 2 cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion at the Purple Mansion stage fought him, constantly on guard against his sudden close-range attack. So these are the cultivators of the Beast Demon Palace? It's said that before reaching the Foundation establishment stage, these demonic cultivators find a suitable demonic beast to raise as a spirit pet. After successfully establishing their foundation, they use the Beast Demon Palace's secret methods to devour the essence, blood, and soul of the demonic beast, combining it with their own demonic arts to cultivate a demonic battle body, thus achieving dual cultivation of body and magic, gaining combat power far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. This kind of demonic secret method seems somewhat similar to the dragon transformation secret technique, only its threshold is undoubtedly much lower. Zhou Chun observed the Beast Demon Palace cultivators battle through the insect puppet technique, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of this demonic divine power. From the information he had gathered, the Beast Demon Palace's secret method was far more applicable than the dragon transformation secret technique, capable of devouring all kinds of demonic beasts. Moreover, while the dragon transformation secret technique could greatly enhance a cultivator's combat power, it was actually impossible for a cultivator to master the powerful divine power of a dragon before reaching the 5th level. However, the Beast Demon Palace's secret technique allows cultivators to directly inherit the innate divine abilities of demonic beasts, and even develop more innate divine abilities in the future, essentially turning humans into demonic beasts. Compared to the two, the dragon transformation secret technique seems somewhat inferior. However, Zhou Chun knew that things had 2 sides. While the Beast Demon Palace's secret technique could greatly increase a cultivator's strength, the process of devouring and fusing the essence and soul of demonic beasts would certainly not be smooth sailing, and would inevitably be accompanied by great dangers. The dragon transformation secret technique, on the other hand, had almost no such worries. Secondly, while the Beast Demon Palace's secret technique allowed cultivators to obtain the powerful innate divine abilities and physique of demonic beasts, their own temperament would also be affected, making them easily dominated by instincts, and it wouldn't be surprising if they even lost their own will. Furthermore, demonic arts usually carry the risk of backlash, and the higher the cultivation level, the more likely they are to encounter backlash. The Beast Demon Palace's secret technique seemed powerful, but there might actually be some huge pitfall hidden behind it. Otherwise, with the formidable combat power of the Beast Demon Palace disciples, they should have already become the most powerful sect in the Yuan demon realm. These demonic sects each have their own unique characteristics. No wonder they say demonic arts are unpredictable and difficult to defend against, Zhou Chun remarked before withdrawing his attention from the battlefield. The scale of this war was now beyond his ability to intervene rashly. If he were to join the battle, he would inevitably have to reveal a significant portion of his true strength to help the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Moreover, with the battlefield now expanded to this extent, it was hard to say whether it would attract the attention of Golden Core cultivators, and he didn't want to appear too outstanding in front of them. So he quickly and quietly left the battlefield and continued his journey towards Zhou Daoquan's stronghold. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, he encountered Zhou Daoquan on the way, who was leading troops to reinforce the battlefield. Looks like there's really no way to avoid it, Zhou Chun muttered somewhat dejectedly and had no choice but to immediately appear and block Zhou Daoquan and his group. Third Elder, wait, in mid-air, Zhou Chun, riding his golden-winged tiger, soared into the sky, shouting to stop Zhou Daoquan, who was riding the blood-flame dragon python carrying 20 or 30 cultivators on his way to provide support. Zheng Chun, how is it you? What are you doing here, on the back of the python? Zhou Daoquan looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, equally astonished by his appearance. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only smile helplessly and said, "This junior came to deliver something to you, Elder, but I didn't expect to see you bringing people here." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan understood Zhou Chun's purpose after a moment's thought, and a warm feeling appeared in his eyes. He then nodded solemnly and said, "I understand. Then give me the things and leave this place quickly. This is not a place for you." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a woman in red with a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation level immediately spoke up on a large flying boat that had been flying alongside the blood flame dragon python. "Is this fellow Taoist Zhou a member of your clan? I see this fellow Taoist's cultivation is extraordinary. Could you please invite him to accompany us to support our comrades at the front?" Upon hearing the woman in red's words, Zhou Daoquan's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, "No, Zhou Chun is the head of my Zhou family, and he is not a member of the Heavenly Spirit Legion." At this point, seemingly realizing that his tone was somewhat inappropriate, Zhou Daoquan quickly cupped his hands towards the woman in red and said, "Commander Li, please forgive me. I had no intention of offending you, but please do not mention this matter again." Seeing his reaction, the woman in red glanced at Zhou Chun's relatively young face and roughly understood why he reacted so strongly. He didn't insist on his previous suggestion, but simply nodded slightly and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou feels it's inappropriate, then let's pretend I never said anything. However, the battle situation is urgent, so please don't waste any more time, lest you miss the opportunity. Thank you for your understanding, Commander." "I'll be right there." Zhou Daoquan thanked him again, then looked at Zhou Chun and said sternly through telepathy, "Zhang Chun, give me the things and return to the family immediately. Don't let me become a sinner of the family because of this." He rarely spoke in such a stern tone, and this time he was obviously worried that Zhou Chun would go to the battlefield with him. Zhou Chun naturally understood his meaning and didn't say anything more. He quickly nodded and said, "Junior understands. Then, third elder, please take care of yourself." After saying that, he took out a prepared brocade box and a third-grade mid-level defensive magic weapon and handed them to Zhou Daoquan. "Go back. I will take good care of myself." Zhou Daoquan reached out and took the two items, then waved to Zhou Chun, and then let the Blood Flame Dragon Python continue flying towards the battlefield. Watching the Blood Flame Dragon Python and the flying boat disappear into the distance, Zhou Chun rode his golden winged tiger to the ground. However, he didn't actually leave after landing. Instead, he quickly patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. He gave the stone some instructions, and the stone nodded slightly before transforming into a streak of yellow light and disappearing underground. With stone lying in wait underground, even if the Heavenly Spirit Legion is defeated, it should be enough to safely take the third elder away, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, quickly finding a place to lie in wait and await news. Regarding the comments on the recommended chapters today, I'm quite surprised by how many readers find it strange that a protagonist in a mortal cultivation novel becomes a jack of all trades. I think those popular mortal cultivation classics, including Han Li Xianzhen, all feature protagonists who are proficient in alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman formations, and so on. Why is this something to complain about? If I weren't writing a family-based novel, giving other family members a chance to shine, I'd also like to write a protagonist who can refine weapons and pills. It's really strange how you all think, and you actually doubt my taste? I find that unbelievable. If I say the book I'm recommending is a mortal life story, then it must be. After all, I won't read a book I don't like, no matter how good the author's grades are. Chapter 431 The Demon Lord runs rampant, perfecting the Grand Array. Feng Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zhou Daoquan and his group arrived at the battlefield as scheduled after a long journey, providing crucial support to their side. However, their arrival only slightly reversed the initial decline of the Shining Legion. They couldn't create a true advantage. The casualty ratio on the battlefield remained significantly higher for the Shining Legion. This wasn't surprising. After all, the demonic cultivators invading the Shining territory were disciples of various major sects in the Yuanmo realm, whose skills and strength far surpassed those of cultivators from smaller, less powerful families. Therefore, even though the Shining Legion's cultivators were somewhat familiar with and prepared for the demonic cultivators' unpredictable methods, they were still prone to falling victim to their attacks when the numbers weren't significantly different. The Shining Legion's advantage lay in fighting on their home ground. Recruiting cultivators and calling for reinforcements were much easier and faster than for the enemy. Therefore, as long as the casualty ratio wasn't too disparate, they could accept the situation. As long as the foundations of the major sects aren't damaged, a few more casualties among the cultivators of their subordinate families are insignificant. They usually allow these vassal forces to develop peacefully and provide protection precisely so they can be used in times like these. Gradually, as time passed, several more batches of reinforcements from both sides joined the battlefield, increasing its size to around 2,000 people. Then, something happened that changed the course of the battle. Suddenly, a streak of azure light appeared in the sky above the battlefield, revealing a strange, blue-haired figure with azure wings on its ribs and a single horn on its head. While the aura emanating from this person wasn't at the golden core stage, it was stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Judging from his bizarre appearance, He was clearly a cultivator from the demonic beast palace. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. The combined number of Purple Mansion cultivators on both sides was already close to 20, so one more shouldn't have a significant impact on the overall situation. But no one expected that this person's strength was exceptionally powerful. With a flap of his wings, he unleashed the wind escape technique, appearing instantly beside a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion. The two azure curved blades he wielded were incomparably sharp, seemingly possessing spell-breaking properties. The protective divine abilities of some Purple Mansion cultivators were easily torn apart by his blades, cleaved in two at the waist. In this way, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he had successfully launched surprise attacks, killing 3 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Such a feat immediately shattered the balance of high-level combat power on the battlefield, causing the remaining Purple Mansion cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion to feel insecure and even begin to flee. This further fueled the arrogance of the demonic cultivators, greatly boosting their morale, and they unleashed their full fighting power. Thus, a rout inevitably occurred, a top-down rout. In this rout, Zhou Chun separated from his subordinates, choosing a separate path to escape. However, his luck ran out. He hadn't gone far when the winged demon cultivator spotted him. With a flap of its wings, the demon covered several miles in an instant, appearing hundreds of feet away from Zhou Chun. This sight terrified Zhou Chun, who hurriedly took out a high-grade third-tier defensive talisman and activated it, forming a golden armor composed of countless golden runes. But in the next instant, the winged demon cultivator appeared behind him, its twin blades slashing fiercely at his protective barrier. Under the slash of the cyan curved blades, the 2 layers of protection formed by Zhou Chun's magic weapon and his own divine power shattered instantly, and he only managed to block the blades thanks to his golden armor. But after the first attack failed, a flash of demonic light appeared on the cyan black horn on the winged demon cultivator's head, and a cyan black beam of light suddenly burst forth, slamming into Zhou Chun. This not only instantly knocked Zhou Chun down from the sky, but also dimmed the spiritual light of his golden armor, revealing cracks. My life is over. As Zhou Chun plummeted uncontrollably, despair filled his eyes. He watched the winged demon cultivator flap his wings, swinging his twin blades at him once more, wanting to defend but powerless to do so. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly burst forth from the ground, sweeping towards the winged demon cultivator. The winged demon cultivator's eyes flickered, seemingly sensing danger. He hurriedly flapped his wings, abandoning his attack on Zhou Chun, and instantly fled from his spot. Then, a flash of yellow light appeared on the ground, and a giant earthen yellow tortoise suddenly emerged. Why does this giant tortoise look so much like Zhang Chun's golden armored rock tortoise? Zhou Chun looked at the giant tortoise that had suddenly appeared to save him, his eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Then he saw the giant tortoise open its mouth and spit out a beam of earthen yellow spiritual light, which condensed in mid-air into the 6 characters' third elder, "Follow me." Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up with joy, and without a trace of doubt, he hurriedly leaped onto the giant tortoise's back. Immediately, a yellow light surged from the giant tortoise, enveloping him in himself, and vanished from the spot in an instant. In mid-air, the winged demon cultivator, witnessing the scene, was immediately filled with astonishment. What kind of demon beast is this giant tortoise? Why does it, merely a low-grade third-tier demon beast, give me such a dangerous feeling? And to be able to use Earth is a technique that allows one to escape with another. With such cultivation level, its mastery of Earth is far too profound. The winged demon cultivator was secretly astonished, shocked by the fleeting appearance of the stone. He had absorbed and integrated the essence and soul of some powerful demon beast, thus possessing a special combat intuition and an extraordinary sensitivity to danger. Therefore, although the previous golden magnetic light seemed unremarkable, sensing danger, he immediately abandoned the pursuit of Zhou Chun without hesitation. Compared to killing another early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, he valued his own safety more. And now, the powerful earth displayed by the stone seemed to indirectly confirm that his previous choice was correct. He himself was a cultivator skilled in wind escape techniques, so he naturally understood the power of these techniques and how difficult it was to cultivate them to the point where he could escape with others. It wasn't simply a matter of doubling the mana consumption, it also required a profound understanding and mastery of the technique. Basically, being able to cultivate such a technique before reaching the golden core stage was already considered very impressive, and being able to escape with others was almost impossible. Yet that giant tortoise had done it. How could the winged demon cultivator not be utterly astonished? He secretly resolved, this matter must be reported to my master. If any of our disciples encounter that giant tortoise again, they must be extremely cautious. Meanwhile, Stone led Zhou Chun on a journey, finally arriving safely at Zhou Chun's hiding place. Zhou Chun, looking at the stone that had suddenly appeared carrying Zhou Chun, couldn't help but sigh. It seems the stone had to intervene. It appears the Heavenly Spirit Legion ultimately lost. He then asked Zhou Chun, who looked delighted to see him, with concern, Third Elder, are you alright? Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly shook his head, I'm fine. Thanks to the stone's timely appearance, it saved me from the demonic cultivators. He then looked at the giant tortoise beneath him with amazement and said, by the way, Zheng Chun, are you sure this is really the same rock tortoise from before, and not a tortoise spirit pet you later tamed? Upon hearing this, he chuckled and said, hey, Third Elder, you don't need to be surprised. It's just that it was the same rock tortoise from before. It's just that I had a special opportunity in the Great Zhou Kingdom and happened to find a top-tier spiritual object that suited it, which caused its transformative change. Don't be surprised, you make it sound so easy. It's one thing for it to know Earth. Earth is a type of magic in Chinese fantasy novels, but it was even able to use Earth to bring me hundreds of miles to you. What does that mean? As a cultivator of Earth elemental techniques, how could I not understand? Zhou Chun's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhou Chun excitedly, speaking repeatedly. It was clear that the golden armored mountain tortoise stone had truly shocked him, to the point that he, who hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time, was once again flustered. This scene was very similar to when he entrusted the silver lightning python egg to Zhou Chun for incubation. Zhou Chun, after being told this, couldn't show too much pride anymore. He could only cough twice and say, ahem, Elder, you should keep this to yourself. Don't leak this to others, otherwise this trick might not work for me to escape in the future. Of course, how could I not know that? Zhou Chun replied, then jumped off the tortoise's back and stared intently at the giant tortoise on the ground, saying, Zheng Chun, tell me honestly, what kind of top-tier demon beast bloodline has Stone awakened? Is it a mountain-bearing tortoise? Is it a bixie? Or a land-walking tortoise? Besides these legendary demonic beasts, I really can't think of any other land-walking tortoise-type demonic beast that could possess such abilities at the third-tier cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, Third Elder. You truly deserve to be the most skilled beast tamer in our Zhou family. Your eyesight is indeed remarkable. He then nodded and said, that's right, Stone has awakened the bloodline of the mountain-bearing tortoise. It really is the bloodline of the mountain-bearing tortoise. Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he blurted out. It turned out that he had also guessed this in his heart, but he didn't dare to be certain. Now that Zhou Chun had personally confirmed it, he couldn't hide his joy and clapped his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, wonderful! Wonderful! It is said that the mountain-bearing tortoise has a long lifespan and can live for 10,000 years. If you, Zheng Chun, raise this spirit pet well, our Zhou family might really be able to establish an indestructible foundation for 10,000 years with it. Is there any family in the world that can last for 10,000 years? Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Chun chuckled inwardly, feeling that this elder's thinking was too optimistic. Even the Huangfu family of the Great Zhou Kingdom had only been established for 5,000 or 6,000 years, while this was almost the oldest cultivation family Zhou Chun knew of. However, he could understand Zhou Chun's excitement. After all, the reputation of the mountain-bearing turtle was indeed resounding enough. If Shi Tao could truly protect the Zhou family wholeheartedly in the future, even if Zhou Chun himself was gone, as long as the Zhou family didn't provoke too powerful enemies, they wouldn't be wiped out by external forces. Seeing the excited Zhou Chun, he naturally couldn't say anything discouraging, so he changed the subject and asked, Third Elder, what are your plans next? Are you going to return to the stronghold? Of course, I currently hold a military post. As long as I'm alive, I certainly can't leave the base without permission, otherwise I'll be bringing disaster upon the family and myself. Zhou Chun nodded and answered with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, in that case, I will escort the Third Elder back to the stronghold. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, saying, that's unnecessary. If you show yourself, it will easily make people suspect that I was the one you saved. If you don't appear, even if senior cultivators ask, I can easily shift the blame to another senior. Hearing this, Zhou Chun thought it made sense and didn't insist. However, he still gave Zhou Daoquan another high-grade third-tier defensive talisman. Next, Zhou Chun inquired about their defeat on the battlefield and received considerable knowledge about the supernatural abilities and secret techniques of high-level demonic cultivators before parting ways. Perhaps as a form of retaliation for the previous defeat, Zhou Chun encountered numerous patrolling Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators when leaving Fen Kingdom, resulting in several checks. Fortunately, his previously completed paperwork was complete, which saved him a lot of trouble, and he finally returned safely to Jing Kingdom. Upon returning to Tu Yunling, Zhou Chun informed Zhou Ming of the results of his trip to Fen Kingdom, and then settled down to cultivate in seclusion in his cave at Tu Yunling. Through his conversation with Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun learned that both major cultivation worlds were currently in a phase of mutual probing and attrition, and a large-scale war was unlikely in the near future. How long this phase would last was unknown. Zhou Chun needed to make the most of this period to improve his cultivation as much as possible to prepare for the real war that would break out later. Half a year passed quickly. On this day, Zhou Chun, who was focused on his cultivation, was summoned by Zhou Ming. Master, you had completed the 9 array plates of the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array, allowing for its refinement and upgrade. This day has finally come. Zhou Chun's spirits lifted. He saw Master Yu hovering in the air above Tu Yunling, the 9 array plates made of yellow dragon jade, swirling around him. Master Yu, with hand gestures, inserted each plate into one of the 9 array eyes on the spiritual veins of Tu Yunling. After the last and largest array plate was driven into the main peak of Tu Yun Ridge, Master Yu raised his hand, and a yellow array flag embroidered with a real yellow dragon suddenly flew into his hand. Then, he raised his hand and cast a series of incantations on the array flag, finally shouting, 9 Palaces change form, yellow dragon returns to position, rise, rumble. Instantly, the entire Tu Yun Ridge began to shake violently, as if the earth dragon were turning over. Yellow clouds gathered in the sky, and rosy light billowed. Faintly, 9 dragon roars rose and fell from the ground, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene. Fortunately, the tremors only lasted for less than half an hour before stopping, and during this time, they did not cause any major damage to the mountain. It was just a normal reaction caused by the change of the Earth's veins. But at this moment, Tu Yun Ridge was completely different in the eyes of Zhou Chun and other Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Once the 9 array plates crafted from yellow dragon jade were driven into the array's core, controlling the entire formation, the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Grand Array, a Forbidden Grand Array, was fully formed, possessing its complete Forbidden Array power. The yellow clouds and rosy light in the sky, drawn and transformed by the array's power, quickly expanded outwards, enveloping an area of over 100 miles around the main peak of Earth Cloud Ridge. Then, the rosy light and clouds all fell to the ground, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhou Chun knew that from this moment on, this 100-mile radius was entirely covered by the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Grand Array. Once the array was fully activated, any enemy entering this area would be restricted and attacked by the array. This effectively gave the cultivators on Earth Cloud Ridge immense strategic depth. Even Golden Core cultivators couldn't project their attacks more than 100 miles away. Therefore, even if a Golden Core cultivator came to attack Earth Cloud Ridge and wanted to harm the cultivators on the mountain, they would first have to enter the array and then break it. This was the power of a forbidden array. Of course, the above only applies to attacks targeting individual Golden Core cultivators in small groups. In a war like the one between the 3 major sects and the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Forbidden Array wouldn't dare release a large number of cultivators so directly, otherwise it would be breached from within in an instant. Faced with that situation, the only option is to fully activate the defensive capabilities of the Forbidden Array and do everything possible to protect the core area. Fellow Taoist Zhou, Clan Chief Zhou, what do you two think of this 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array? Does it meet your standards? Just as Zhou Chun released his divine sense to carefully observe the entire array, Master Yu instantly teleported to their side using the array flags in his hand, looking at them with a smug expression and asking. Speaking of which, this teleportation technique is also a characteristic of the Forbidden Array. Because once the Forbidden Array is activated, it forms its own space, and the array operator can easily teleport themselves to a designated location or teleport others to a certain place using the array flags. Incredibly profound. As expected of a Forbidden Array, it is indeed vastly different from ordinary arrays, Zhou Ming spoke first, expressing his feelings with delight. The Supreme Elder is absolutely right, I share the same thought. Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, his face also beaming with joy. I'm glad you two are satisfied. Speaking of which, I must thank Clan Chief Zhou. If you hadn't found a sufficient quantity of yellow dragon stones so quickly, I fear I would have regretted not being able to complete this task before my death. Now it's all right. Being able to set up such a complete 9 palaces yellow dragon array before my death, my life's learning is complete. Even in death, I will have no regrets, Master, you said, tossing the array flag to Zhou Ming, then waved his hand, saying, I have already taught you two how to control the array. You can familiarize yourselves with it at your own pace. My task is complete, so I will not linger any longer. Farewell. He then left without waiting for the Zhou family members to stop him. After seeing him off, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming took turns familiarizing themselves with the control of the 9 palaces yellow dragon array. Because the Forbidden Array had so many variations, even though both were Purple Mansion stage cultivators with previous experience, it took them each half a month to basically master its control. At this moment, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Ming and said, now that the Forbidden Array is complete, the family's center can be moved here. We can also ask Elder Lin to set off, that's right. Jia Rui can oversee the relocation of the family's center, but you, Zheng Chun, will have to personally go to Elder Lin's place. Zhou Ming nodded slightly, agreeing wholeheartedly. After reaching an agreement, Zhou Chun immediately set off for the wilderness. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Kiu Mountain stronghold, he received bad news. Lin Wenner had failed to open her purple mansion. Not only had she failed, but she had also suffered serious internal injuries. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun inwardly lamented his bad luck, then quickly patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade bottle, and handed it to Lin Hongyu, saying, this junior has a spirit-boosting pill, here, a pill specifically for restoring damage to the soul. Elder Lin, you can give it to Elder Lin Wenner, it should help her recover quickly. Lin Hongyu, without any formality, accepted the jade bottle and nodded, saying, all right, then I'll thank you, clan leader, on behalf of Wenner. She then telepathically informed Lin Wenner, who was in seclusion in her cave, and sent the jade bottle into her secluded chamber. Only then did she look at Zhou Chun and say, no one comes here without a reason. Clan leader Zhou Chun. You must have something to discuss with me today, Elder Lin, your insight is truly remarkable. To be honest, I've come to invite Elder Lin to graze at Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun complimented, then explained his purpose. Oh, so the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation has been upgraded and perfected so quickly. Lin Hongyu's expression shifted, and she said with considerable surprise. Then she nodded slightly and said, all right, I understand. Once Wenner's injuries are confirmed to be healed, I will take her back to Tuyun Ridge, then this junior will await Elder Lin's arrival at Tuyun Ridge. Zhou Chun bowed respectfully again and then tactfully withdrew. He knew that Lin Wenner's failure to open her purple mansion meant Lin Hongyu was probably in a bad mood, and it was best not to disturb her further. After leaving Lin Hongyu's cave, Zhou Chun met with several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family who were cultivating in seclusion at the Kiu Mountain stronghold, inquiring about some matters there. Once he confirmed that everything was normal, he left the stronghold. However, after leaving the Kiu Mountain stronghold, Zhou Chun did not immediately return to Jing Kingdom, but instead went to the Scaled Frog tribe. The methods of the Enchanted Valley, a demonic force, are somewhat bizarre, and the Zhou family cultivators would likely suffer considerable losses if they were to confront them. Zhou Chun knew that several spiritual items within Dragon Abyss Swamp could calm the mind and spirit, helping to resist the bewitching magic of the Enchanted Valley cultivators. Therefore, his trip to the Scaled Frog tribe was to ask High Priest Yukiru and his group to help collect more of these spiritual items. However, upon arriving at the Scaled Frog tribe, before he could even explain his purpose, he received a request for help from High Priest Yukiru. My friend scolded me because I misspelled his book title. I'm forced to post a link for him again today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 The Mirage Demon Borrows Treasure. Why did the High Priest of the Scaled Frog tribe, Yukiru, seek Zhou Chun's help? This story begins 6 months ago. About 6 months prior, a powerful third-tier mirage demon appeared in the outer region of Dragon Abyss Marsh. This demon, for some reason, began preying on the scaled frog tribe sorcerers, specifically hunting them and other ordinary scaled frogs. Although the mirage demon's appetite wasn't large, a few scaled frog sorcerers were enough to fill it up in one meal. It still managed to eat only once every 3 days, 10 times a month. The scaled frog sorcerers were originally the guardians and protectors of the tribe. Now, they had become food for a demon beast. How could this not cause panic among the frogs, leaving High Priest Yukiru both shocked and furious? However, just as High Priest Yukiru was gathering his forces to kill the mirage demon, he discovered he couldn't break its illusion. Instead, he unknowingly fell under its spell, personally killing several of the second-tier sorcerers he had brought with him. In the end, it seemed the mirage demon, fearing he would kill all his food reserves, let him and the other sorcerers leave, only taking a few corpses. After this incident, not only did Yukiru's prestige plummet, but he also developed a deep-seated fear of the mirage demon. Even if Zhou Chun hadn't come to the scaled frog tribe, he would have sought help from the Zhou family. Having listened to Yukiru's tearful accusations, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before quickly nodding and saying, "I understand. The scaled frog tribe is a partner of my Zhou family, and High Priest Yukiru is a good friend of mine. I will do my best to help resolve this matter." Upon hearing this, Yukiru was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed with the highest honors, thanking him. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, your kindness is boundless. I am deeply grateful. I entrust everything to you, fellow Taoist Yukiru, you are too kind. I would like to ask you to tell me about the mirage demon's powers and location." Zhou Chun waved his hand and immediately inquired about the details from Yukiru. Mirage demon is actually a general term, mainly referring to clam demons, snail demons, and other monsters whose primary supernatural power is mirage illusion. Generally speaking, these monsters also possess other supernatural abilities besides illusion. Mirage demons are not uncommon in Dragon Abyss Marsh. The scaled frog clan has encountered many before. However, most mirage demons are only first-tier monsters, with very few reaching second tier. A third-tier mirage demon is extremely rare, appearing only once in 1,000 years, and almost impossible to find in the outer areas of Dragon Abyss Marsh. What left Zhou Chun speechless was that, despite having hundreds of people devoured by that mirage demon, Yukiru still didn't even know what kind of monster it was. He only knew that every time the mirage demon appeared, a distinctive mist would rise from the surface and underwater, and any scaled frog clan sorcerer who entered would be unknowingly pulled into an illusion woven by magic. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no choice but to stay in the scaled frog clan tribe for the time being, waiting for the mirage demon to reappear. 2 days later, news spread that the mirage demon had reappeared and was eating frogs. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Chun immediately rushed to the scene with Yukiru. "This is it. The mirage demon appeared here before, but I don't know where it's gone now." Yukiru and Zhou Chun hovered in the air above a body of water near the shore, pointing to the water below and relaying what their people had said. Zhou Chun listened without saying much, but closed his eyes and used his divine sense to search for any remaining aura in the water. After a careful search, he indeed detected a faint aura of a demonic beast. "Follow me," Zhou Chun shouted, immediately locking onto the aura and chasing after it. However, after chasing for only a few dozen miles, Zhou Chun lost contact with the aura, as if it had vanished. Looking around, he found himself at the edge of a shallow beach covered with reefs. This place was ordinary. It seemed that even a first-tier demonic beast wouldn't choose to inhabit this place, let alone a third-tier one. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, have we lost it?" Yukiru waited for a long time, but Zhou Chun made no further move, so he couldn't help but ask. Zhou Chun didn't answer directly, but looked at him and said, "Well then, fellow Taoist Yukiru, you go back to your tribe first. I'll search this area again. If I don't find it, we'll just have to wait for it to reappear." "Alright, then take care, fellow Taoist Zhou." Yukiru looked at Zhou Chun with surprise, then nodded and left alone. After Yukiru left, Zhou Chun flew directly to the shore not far away, then concealed his aura and waited patiently. Although it seemed unlikely, Zhou Chun suspected that the mirage demon might be hiding on this rocky beach. So he decided to wait for the mirage demon to come out on its own. After waiting for most of the day, until the moon was high in the sky, a different change finally appeared on the rocky beach. Wisps of mist rose from nowhere, suddenly sealing off the waters around the rocky beach. This thin mist was truly bizarre. Even Zhou Chun's divine sense couldn't detect its existence, and he could only see it with his naked eye. This indicated that it wasn't water vapor condensed into mist, but rather an illusionary mist formed by illusionary power. What powerful illusionary mist! I wonder if my divine sense can remain unaffected by it. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at the wispy mist, pondering deeply. He had always been confident in his divine sense, even Muring Luo's god-slaying sword had only momentarily distracted him. However, a third-tier mirage demon was no ordinary being. Its illusionary power could easily manipulate Yukiru, a third-tier sorcerer, demonstrating its formidable strength. It's worth noting that Yukiru had made ample preparations, carrying those mind-clearing and concentration-enhancing spiritual items. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Zhou Chun didn't immediately attack. Instead, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing some blue moon butterflies, and then commanded them to fly towards the area of illusionary mist, simultaneously using insect puppet technique to possess one of the demonic butterflies. As soon as the demonic butterflies flew into the illusory mist area, Zhou Chun suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness and lost control of the possessing demonic butterflies. Was I discovered? Zhou Chun rubbed his forehead to ease the pain, then looked at the illusory mist that hadn't changed at all, and quickly shook his head slightly, saying, "No, it shouldn't be that I was discovered, but that I was eaten." He made this judgment because the contract between him and those blue moon butterflies had been completely severed. A situation that only occurs when the contracted party dies. He guessed that the Mirage Demon had discovered that the blue moon butterflies were also skilled in illusionary power like him, and had taken them as a delicacy. Zhou Chun carefully recalled the scene he had seen through the insect puppet technique, but found nothing noteworthy except for the mist. This made him realize that he probably had to enter the illusory mist himself to find the Mirage Demon. It's a pity I didn't bring the wood spirit this time, otherwise it would have been safer. Zhou Chun secretly regretted it, but now he could only test a Mirage Demon's strength first. He raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out a magic talisman and a jade bottle. He then poured out an ice blue pill from the jade bottle and put it in his mouth, before putting the magic talisman back in his sleeve for later use. Immediately afterward, protected by the Black Water's one turtle shield, he flew into the misty area. The instant Zhou Chun entered the misty area, as if startled, the mist suddenly churned violently. At the same time, Zhou Chun's vision blurred. The mist and rocky beach he had seen vanished completely, replaced by a deep, dark underwater cave. When his gaze involuntarily turned towards the depths of the cave, he immediately met two lantern-sized golden vertical pupils. What he saw instantly terrified Zhou Chun, his heart tightening and his mind tensing to the extreme. For it was an enormous black dragon's head, its body so long that its tail was invisible, its exact length unknown. The aura emanating from the creature was so overwhelming that Zhou Chun dared not even breathe loudly. In that instant, he felt his own insignificant as an ant facing an elephant. But this terror lasted only a few breaths before he quickly regained his senses. "No, I've been tricked." Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he immediately swung his hand, unleashing a golden blade of light towards the black dragon's head. Sure enough, the golden blade easily passed through the black dragon's head, ultimately striking somewhere unknown. Even though he had realized it was an illusion, Zhou Chun couldn't discern any difference between the illusion and reality, whether scanning with his divine sense or observing with his naked eye. Even the aura emanating from the black dragon's head remained lifelike and chilling. Somewhat disbelieving, Zhou Chun swallowed the pill in his mouth, using its cooling aura to carefully observe again, but still found nothing. "What a powerful illusion technique," he exclaimed in shock, knowing that his mission was likely fruitless. He could now see that he was in an illusion, but he couldn't break through it to find the Mirage Demon's true form. Since he couldn't even find its true form, how could he possibly kill it? However, the Mirage Demon seemed to know he was not to be trifled with, and apart from trapping him in the illusion, it didn't launch any other attacks. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun suddenly felt the power of the illusion dissipate considerably, and he finally saw a way out. He moved swiftly, flying in a certain direction, and easily escaped the illusion. However, the Mirage Demon was no longer on the rocky beach, only the dissipating illusory mist remained. Clearly, the Mirage Demon had fled the area after trapping Zhou Chun. This Mirage Demon is probably not ordinary. It's not just a typical third-tier Mirage Demon, Zhou Chun thought, recalling the lifelike black dragon in the illusion, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. Generally, The illusions of mirage demons affect other creatures in two main ways. One is by inducing the other creature's inner goodness or fear through illusion. The other is by directly conjuring up powerful beings in secret realms that the creature has witnessed. Neither is inherently superior, they simply represent two directions of illusion. The former is more unpredictable and harder to defend against, while the latter is deceptively realistic. For example, the black dragon head Zhou Chun saw earlier, if you say it was fake, then it truly was. However, if the mirage demon were to truly fight Zhou Chun, it would undoubtedly display formidable offensive power. Even if Zhou Chun knew it was fake, he wouldn't be able to escape the illusion in time. Conversely, if the illusion induced a goodness or fear within Zhou Chun, the illusion would naturally break once he regained consciousness. However, truly masterful illusions often employ both methods simultaneously, causing the victim to die without even realizing it. The lifelike black dragon head that the mirage demon had previously conjured, coupled with the indistinguishable underwater cave environment, indicated that it had likely been to that place and seen the owner of the black dragon head. Zhou Chun suspected that the owner of the black dragon head was likely a fifth-tier demon king. That's why he felt a mirage demon had an extraordinary background. After gazing at the water for a long time in contemplation, Zhou Chun returned directly to the scaled frog tribe. Fellow Taoist Yukiru, that mirage demon's illusionary arts are quite powerful. I'm not confident I can kill it right now. I need to return to my family to prepare. Please be patient for a while longer. Back in the scaled frog tribe, the returning Zhou Chun looked at High Priest Yukiru and solemnly stated his plans. Hearing this, High Priest Yukiru sighed and could only agree. Zhou Chun then returned directly to his family. After returning to Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun explained the situation to Zhou Ming and then went directly to the Su family in Jiangzhou. As far as Zhou Chun knew, Su Yazhen's aunt, Su Yanyang, was also a master of illusion, proficient in the art of bewitching. Therefore, he wanted to use his relationship with his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen, to seek guidance from Su Yanyang and see if he could obtain her instruction and assistance. Upon learning that his partner needed help, Su Yazhen naturally didn't hesitate and immediately took Zhou Chun to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate to pay her respects to her aunt, Su Yanyang. How, I was wondering what brings you here today, you little rascal, coming to visit your aunt with Yazhen. So you have something to ask of me. Inside the cave, Su Yanyang, upon learning Zhou Chun's purpose, immediately sneered and mocked him. This made Zhou Chun quite embarrassed. Although he absolutely didn't mean it that way, the fact that it seemed plausible was hard to deny. Fortunately, Su Yazhen was considerate. Seeing this, she immediately stepped forward, grabbed Su Yanyang's arm, and swayed her body, pouting, "Auntie, what are you saying? My husband and I are usually focused on our cultivation. We, as Taoist partners, don't even see each other often. How could we be deliberately neglecting you? Besides, you just successfully formed your core not long ago, and it's a time when you need to diligently practice your supernatural powers. How could we frequently disturb your cultivation?" Seeing this, Su Yanyang immediately reached out and gently pinched her cheek, saying, "You're just taking his side. It's true what they say, daughters grow up and forget their aunties. No way. Even if I forget anyone else, I wouldn't dare forget you, auntie. From childhood to adulthood, you've always loved me the most." Su Yazhen leaned closer to Su Yanyang, hugging her like a daughter embracing her mother. After her teasing and banter, the embarrassed Zhou Chun finally came up with a reply. He immediately said respectfully, "Auntie, you're right. I haven't visited you enough lately. Whenever I have free time, I'll definitely bring Yazhen to pay my respects. Then remember those words, I'm waiting to see your performance," Su Yanyang said calmly, glancing at him. She stopped there, not wanting to embarrass Zhou Chun any further. After carefully inquiring about Zhou Chun's needs, she pondered for a moment and said, "Since you've come to me for help, I can't let you leave empty-handed. How about this?" She continued, "I have a high-grade third-tier magic artifact called the colorless illusionary pearl. This treasure can be used to cast illusions to confuse enemies and also release illusion-breaking spiritual light to disrupt illusions. You can borrow it for now." With that, she patted her storage pouch at her waist, took out a colorless, transparent pearl magic artifact, and tossed it to Zhou Chun. "Thank you for lending me this treasure," and Zhou Chun caught the pearl and quickly bowed in gratitude. Su Yanyang, however, looked at him solemnly and said, "Although this is not a magic weapon, it is a magical artifact I inherited from my sect's predecessors. It belongs to the sect, so you must use it carefully and not damage it. Otherwise, I will be punished by the sect. Yes, I understand. I will definitely protect this item. Zhou Chun's heart tightened, and he immediately agreed with a serious expression. Next, Su Yunyang explained some tips for breaking illusions to Zhou Chun, and also explained the use of the colorless illusion pearl. After Zhou Chun had memorized everything, he bid farewell to Su Yunyang and his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen and left. Damn it, I'm so emotional late at night. I hadn't even gotten out of bed this morning when my mom called to tell me it was my birthday. I'm really turning 25 now. Time flies by, and I'll be 29 in the blink of an eye. I don't have a car or a house, and I don't have a girlfriend. Every few days, my family calls to urge me to find someone. I don't even dare to go home. I feel so awful. I cooked lunch alone and drank a bottle of wine. The food, which I usually enjoy, tasted like cardboard. I feel even worse tonight. Writing this makes me feel even worse. That's it for today. I'm going out for a walk to clear my head and have some drinks to numb the pain. Chapter 433 Nebula Clam, 100 Illusion Pearl. In the desolate wilderness, Zhou Chun, having borrowed the treasure, swiftly returned to the Scaled Frog tribe. Now, with the illusion-breaking treasure in hand and having brought the wood spirit along, he was determined to slay the Mirage Demon in one fell swoop. The Scaled Frog High Priest, Yukiru, breathed a sigh of relief at Zhou Chun's quick return. This was because, in the few days since Zhou Chun's departure, the Mirage Demon had reappeared, once again devouring several Scaled Frog sorcerers in one go. Zhou Chun had already devised a plan to find the Mirage Demon upon his return. He distributed a type of demonic insect called the soul-chasing ant to many Scaled Frog sorcerers. This way, whenever a sorcerer perished in the Mirage Demon's jaws, the queen ant in his possession would sense it and track it down. This demonic insect was discovered in the wilderness by a descendant of the Zhou family. The queen ant in Zhou Chun's possession was also under a contract, and was only temporarily being used by it. After waiting for 3 days in the Scaled Frog tribe, the queen ant in Zhou Chun's hand reacted strangely. Following the queen ant's guidance, Zhou Chun flew for over 2 hours before finding a river mouth. According to the queen ant, the Mirage Demon should be hiding nearby. Seeing this, Zhou Chun put the queen ant away and waited quietly for nightfall. Sure enough, as night deepened, a thin mist rose from the water, and the Mirage Demon emerged again, absorbing the power of moonlight. Upon noticing this, Zhou Chun didn't act rashly but waited for about another hour. Once he was certain the Mirage Demon was focused on absorbing moonlight, he gave instructions to the wood spirit hiding in a tree, then quickly rushed into the mist, holding the colorless illusion bead. Having already experienced the Mirage Demon's illusionary power before, Zhou Chun immediately activated the colorless illusion bead upon entering. In an instant, a white, moonlit light burst forth from the colorless, transparent pearl, instantly dispelling the illusory mist within a radius of several dozen feet around Zhou Chun. This seemed to frighten the Mirage Demon, and the previously thin illusory mist quickly and violently contracted inward, its concentration increasing dramatically. The light that had previously dispersed an area of several dozen feet was now compressed to less than 10 feet. This scene greatly troubled Zhou Chun. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take the risk. Immediately, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the Thunder Dragon Bai was summoned. Then, at his command, the Thunder Dragon Bai unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, indiscriminately attacking the water below. The intense current raged in the water, instantly roasting and charring countless fish and shrimp, filling the air with the smell of burnt meat. But to Zhou Chun's surprise, the Mirage Demon seemed unaffected by this attack. The illusory mist on the water's surface remained undiminished. However, it was too late. He had no other choice. With a fierce expression, Zhou Chun first put away the silver lightning python, then released the heavenly frost bees, commanding them to spew heavenly frost chill at him. Indeed, Zhou Chun's last trump card was the Moon-Toad Pearl, a spiritual treasure. Although he couldn't currently refine or use it, he could still unleash some of its divine power through self-harm. The white chill landed on Zhou Chun, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The Moon-Toad Pearl, which had been unresponsive for a long time, suddenly awakened like a cat-smelling fish, absorbing all the chill and emitting a strange roar that could shake the souls and bloodlines of demonic beasts. The roar had an immediate effect. The surging illusionary mist instantly thinned, and the colorless illusionary pearl's illusion-breaking effect expanded to tens of feet. This allowed Zhou Chun to see a huge figure on the water's surface. It was a giant white clam, 4 or 5 zang long and 1 or 2 zang wide, its shell dotted with countless tiny silver spots, like stars embedded in it, making it look exquisitely beautiful. Zhou Chun had never heard of this kind of clam demon before and knew nothing of its origin. However, from its magnificent appearance, it was clear that this demon's background was extraordinary, far beyond that of ordinary clam demons. Now that the clam demon's true form had been discovered, things became much easier. With a thud, 10 heavenly frost bees in front of him simultaneously spewed heavenly frost cold air towards the location of the clam demon. The white, frosty air, upon entering the water, quickly froze the area. The freezing power of the 10 heavenly frost cold airs was far stronger than a third-tier high-grade ice-moving spell. In the blink of an eye, the water within a radius of several miles was frozen, and the giant white clam was completely encased in solid ice. Well done, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy. He quickly formed hand seals and cast the Golden Lock of Unity secret technique on the giant white clam. He knew the giant white clam's illusion magic was powerful and feared that if he rashly approached, he would fall into its trap again. It was better to first use this secret technique to lock its magic power, making it difficult for it to exert the power of illusion magic again. With his current cultivation at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, the giant white clam, which was only a low-grade third-tier demon beast, had no chance of breaking free from his lock. At the same time, just as Zhou Chun locked the giant white clam, a blue figure suddenly flew over from the shore, revealing the figure of a blue spirit deer. The wood spirit had already received its master's instructions. As soon as it appeared, blue light surged from its antlers, and suddenly shot out more a ball of blue-green spiritual light, which transformed into a large net of spiritual light that covered the frozen giant white clam. In this way, the giant white clam was sealed with 3 layers of binding, making it virtually impossible to capture it alive. Zhou Chun thought the same thing. As his thoughts raced, the wood spirit began shattering the ice surrounding the giant white clam, preparing to pull it ashore. For a water spirit like this, once it leaves the water and lands on land, not only will its abilities be diminished, but escaping will also be far less convenient than in the water. However, just when Zhou Chun thought victory was assured, an unexpected event occurred. At that moment, the golden chains binding the giant white clam suddenly seemed to lose their link, losing all connection. Then, the giant white clam's form shattered, leaving only a fist-sized white pearl in its place. What was going on? Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate. However, because the illusionary mist still existed, his divine sense was directly distorted by the mist once it left the range of the illusion-breaking light, making it impossible to obtain any useful information. Seeing this, Zhou Chun indeed ordered the wood spirit to rush into the illusionary mist to investigate. As a spirit, the wood spirit was also proficient in illusionary arts and had a very strong resistance to illusions. However, the wood spirit, which had entered the illusory mist to search, quickly brought Zhou Chun bad news. It hadn't found a trace of the mirage demon, and the power of the illusory mist was rapidly waning. What did this mean? It meant the mirage demon had already left, which was why the illusory mist was rapidly dissipating without its support. He had failed again. Zhou Chun stood there, his face grim, and only after a long while did he reluctantly accept this reality. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed the white pearl left on the ice. This object was likely an illusionary spirit pearl nurtured by the mirage demon, containing abundant illusionary spiritual power. Because it was nurtured by itself, its aura was closely connected to itself, allowing the mirage demon to use a method similar to the substitution technique, transferring all the attacks it suffered to the avatar transformed by the spirit pearl, thus escaping unscathed. And because the mirage demon's illusionary techniques were so powerful, Zhou Chun couldn't detect its escape at all. Having understood this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh softly. So it's not entirely a complete loss. The illusionary attribute spirit pearl nurtured by a third-tier clam demon is far more valuable than ordinary magical artifact materials. If a skilled craftsman were to refine it, it could be crafted into a rare magical artifact similar to the colorless illusionary bead. Furthermore, after this incident, the mirage demon would likely dare not linger in the surrounding waters again, nor would it dare to devour the scaled frog clan sorcerers. Yukiru's request could be considered indirectly fulfilled. For the next half-month, Zhou Chun stayed in the scaled frog alien tribe to oversee the situation and see if the mirage demon would reappear. As he expected, After nearly being captured and forced to abandon its natal spirit pearl to escape, the Mirage Demon was indeed terrified and never came out to harm the frogs again. After half a month of this, when nothing happened, Zhou Chun summoned Wukilu and said, "Fellow Taoist Wukilu, it seems that the Mirage Demon has been frightened by me and should not appear nearby again. You can resume your normal lives with peace of mind. Fellow Taoist Zhou is right. We are truly grateful to you this time. Otherwise, Wukilu might have had no choice but to relocate the tribe." High Priest Wukilu nodded, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's intervention this time not only helped their tribe eliminate a calamity but also helped him consolidate his prestige, truly a great help. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "In that case, I will not linger any longer. I only hope that fellow Taoist Wukilu will not forget what you promised me and help me collect more of those spiritual items. Of course, fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured. Wukilu will arrange for more tribesmen to search for those spiritual items and will ensure that you are not disappointed." High Priest Wukilu nodded repeatedly, making a promise on the spot. So Zhou Chun didn't linger and immediately returned to Jing Kingdom. Several days later, inside the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate, Zhou Chun returned the colorless illusionary pearl to Su Yunyang as it was. After returning the magical artifact, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then took out the white pearl left behind by the Mirage Demon and said to Su Yunyang, "You are very knowledgeable, could you help me see what this illusionary attribute spiritual pearl can be used for?" Such pure illusionary attribute spiritual power. Looking at the white pearl that Zhou Chun took out, Su Yunyang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and immediately raised her hand to take the pearl in her hand to examine it carefully. After a moment, she looked at Zhou Chun with a gleam in her eyes and said, "Zhangjin, you wanted to borrow my colorless illusion pearl before, was it to deal with the owner of this spiritual pearl? Is it a third tier Mirage Demon with silver specks on its shell? Auntie, how do you know these things? Do you know that Mirage Demon?" Zhou Chun was slightly surprised and looked at Su Yunyang with astonishment. When he borrowed a treasure before, he only said that he wanted to deal with a demon beast skilled in illusion, without specifying that it was a Mirage Demon. When he returned the treasure just now, he didn't describe the Mirage Demon's appearance in detail. How could Su Yunyang now, after only studying the white pearl, immediately reveal the truth? This truly surprised him. After hearing his words, Su Yunyang sighed with regret and said, "Alice, do you know how much of an opportunity you missed?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun became even more curious. He immediately bowed respectfully and asked for guidance. "This junior is ignorant, please enlighten me. And, the mirage you are dealing with is a royal being among mirages, called Nebula Clam, born with a bloodline of a high-level demon beast, and the demon core of the Nebula Clam is something that we illusion practitioners dream of. If we can obtain its demon core and refine it into an illusion pale using secret methods, it can increase the power of our illusion techniques by several times or even double. Furthermore, the Nebula Clam will definitely nurture a pure illusion spirit pearl within its body. As long as this spirit pearl is carried with you, it can render most illusion techniques ineffective against you, making it a supreme treasure for breaking illusions. If you had told me earlier that the demon beast you were dealing with was the Nebula Clam, I would have personally helped you capture it. How could it have escaped from your grasp using the technique of using a clone to take your place?" Su Yunyang said with a look of regret at the end. So the Mirage Demon's name was Nebula Clam? Zhou Chun secretly memorized the name. As for what Su Yunyang said afterward, he didn't pay any attention. Even if he had known about the Nebula Clam beforehand, he couldn't possibly have taken Su Yunyang to Dragon Abyss Marsh to hunt this demon. So there was nothing to regret. Of course, he still outwardly showed regret, saying with a face full of annoyance, "It's my fault. I thought it was just an ordinary mirage demon and never imagined it would have such a great use." Seeing him like this, Su Yunyang could only shake her head and sigh softly. Never mind. It's not your fault. After all, Nebula Clams are too rare. If it weren't for a senior cultivator in our sect who had seen this kind of demon beast and left its information, even I, your aunt, might not have recognized it." Then she weighed the white pearl in her hand and said to Zhou Chun, "Since this illusionary spirit pearl is a product of the Nebula Clam, it is naturally extraordinary. Fortunately, one of our senior brothers is skilled in refining various spirit pearls and magical artifacts. If he sees this, he will definitely be eager to acquire it. If you trust your aunt, Zheng Chun, let me give this to that senior brother to refine into a magical artifact. I think the final magical artifact will not disappoint you." She had already said this much, So how could Zhou Chun not know how to respond? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "Then this junior thanks you in advance, and, with my senior brother's abilities, it shouldn't take long to refine this into a magical artifact. Zheng Chun, don't rush to leave. Stay here with me and Yu Zhen. I can also give you some pointers on your cultivation." Su Yanyang, having made the decision for Zhou Chun and Yu Zhen without consulting her, was, after all, a golden core cultivator. Sometimes, her self-determination was so tactful that no one could find fault with her. At least Zhou Chun didn't dare to object or refuse. However, what Zhou Chun didn't expect was that Su Yanyang's so-called guidance on cultivation was actually guidance on dual cultivation. It turned out that Su Yanyang herself was a female cultivator proficient in dual cultivation. Before forming her golden core, she had engaged in dual cultivation with a late-stage golden core elder of the Moonwheel Sect. To put it bluntly, she was his concubine, though it was never made public. Therefore, she was extremely skilled in dual cultivation. At this time, she personally guided Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen in practicing a certain dual cultivation method to enhance their cultivation effectiveness. It must be said that golden core cultivators from major sects like Su Yanyang truly possessed exceptional abilities. Within a month, after several dual cultivation sessions following her guidance, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen's results were indeed several times better than their previous dual cultivation. If they could live together and cultivate frequently, their cultivation speed would increase by at least 30%. This was definitely a superior dual cultivation method. Unfortunately, although Su Yanyang meant well, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen's individual circumstances made it difficult for them to live together like normal Taoist couples. At least not now. Thus, after nearly 3 months in Su Yanyang's cave, Zhou Chun finally saw the completion of the magic artifact. That day, Su Yanyang left the cave to retrieve the completed magic artifact for Zhou Chun. When she returned, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen looked at her with great curiosity and inquired about the result. "This magical artifact. I don't really know how to describe it. It's somewhat different from what I originally envisioned, but its usefulness isn't insignificant," Su Yanyang said, patting her storage pouch at her waist, revealing a white, precious magical artifact. At first glance, the white orb in her hand seemed no different from the illusionary spirit orb Zhou Chun had given her. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the white orb now emitted a much stronger spiritual energy than before, and many more profound and complex runes had appeared on its surface. After staring at the white magic bead for a while, Zhou Chun respectfully said to Su Yanyang, "Please enlighten me, and my senior brother named this magic bead 100 Illusions bead. According to its grade, it should be considered a high-grade 3rd-tier magic bead. If a cultivator who refines this bead swallows it and activates its power, they can freely change their appearance, even their body shape, and even their aura. According to him, even ordinary golden core cultivators cannot detect this change. Only certain golden core cultivators who have cultivated special spiritual vision abilities, or late-stage golden core cultivators with exceptionally strong divine sense, can see through the bead's illusory power." Su Yanyang glanced at Zhou Chun with her beautiful eyes and calmly explained the function of the white bead in her hand. After hearing her words, Zhou Chun immediately understood why she had said what she did earlier. Su Yanyang's initial idea was naturally to refine the illusionary spirit bead into a magic bead with powerful illusionary abilities, which could interfere with the enemy's mind during combat. While the ability to transform into different forms was indeed impressive, it contradicted her initial intentions. However, Zhou Chun was even more satisfied with the 100 Illusion Pearl magic artifact than with acquiring a weapon for combat. After all, he didn't lack any real means of fighting. What he truly lacked was a magic artifact that could conceal his true identity. If the 100 Illusion Pearl was indeed as powerful as Su Yanyang described, he would have truly struck gold. He couldn't hide his joy and blurted out, "May I try it, you child? This is originally yours, no need to be so polite." Su Yanyang smiled and shook her head, waving her hand, and the white pearl landed in Zhou Chun's hand. Zhou Chun took the magic artifact, immediately imprinted it with his divine sense for a rough refinement, and then swallowed the pearl, activating its power. Instantly, an invisible force of transformation acted upon him, altering his height, skin color, hair color, and even his aura of metal elemental magic power transformed into that of fire elemental magic power. Looking at Zhou Chun, now a tall, red-haired middle-aged man, even Su Yuzhen, his cultivation partner, couldn't find the slightest flaw in him, unable to reconcile him with her partner. Truly, Not a single flaw can be found. Su Yuzhen stared intently at Zhou Chun for a long time before finally giving up, uttering this exclamation. Auntie, what about you? Can you see anything unusual? Zhou Chun, however, turned his gaze to Su Yanyang, his voice now altered as well. Hearing his words, Su Yanyang couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. You silly child, have you forgotten my specialty? No matter how powerful this illusionary spirit pearl is, it's still the application of illusionary power. Your aunt is much more sensitive to this kind of power than other golden core cultivators, so naturally I can detect anything unusual. I was overthinking it, but golden core cultivators like you who specialize in illusions are too rare. I suppose I won't be so unlucky as to encounter them often. Zhou Chun smiled sheepishly and immediately deactivated the illusion, returning to his original state. Then he spat out the white pearl, put it into his storage bag, and bowed to Su Yanyang, saying, "Thank you for your help, and, so that I can obtain this treasure," Su Yanyang replied calmly, "No need for formalities. As long as you treat Yuzhen well in the future, I will be happy and satisfied." She then waved her hand and said, "All right, I could tell you were getting impatient here. Now that the magic weapon is finished, you can go back." Zhou Chun had been scolded twice before, so he didn't stand on ceremony this time and immediately replied respectfully, "Then I will take my leave, and I'll be going now too. I'll come to visit you again when I have time." Su Yuzhen also bowed and then left with Zhou Chun. Chapter 434 The Wondrous Use of the Precious Pearl, the Seven Fiends of the Primordial Demon. Tu Yunling. When Zhou Chun returned to Tu Yunling, he discovered that Lin Hongyu had already come to oversee the area. Thanks to the soul-boosting pill he had previously given her, Lin Wenner's injuries had stabilized, and she had moved to Tu Yunling to recuperate. However, due to Lin Hongyu's departure, the Kiu Mountain stronghold was now without a powerful expert. This was unavoidable. The Zhou family's high-level combat strength was limited, and without Zhou Daoquan, they couldn't manage everything. They could only instruct the cultivators there to reduce their activity areas and avoid venturing into unexplored territories. After paying his respects to Lin Hongyu, Zhou Chun returned to his cave. Upon entering, he immediately retrieved the 100 Illusions Pearl. However, instead of deepening his connection with the artifact and further refining it, he erased the divine imprint he had left inside. Then, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, and tossed the 100 Illusions Pearl to it. Following Zhou Chun's instructions, Lei Jiao Bye-Bye swallowed the 100 Illusion Pearl in one gulp and poured its own magical power into the artifact. Immediately, Lei Jiao Bye-Bye's 4 dragon claws vanished, its tail transformed into Python's tail, and its head reverted to its pre-dragon form. Seeing this, Zhou Chun burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, my guess was right. This 100 Illusion Pearl can indeed be used by demonic beasts." He had personally experienced the transformative power of the 100 Illusion Pearl, and keenly observed that the artifact's alteration of its owner's form and aura was entirely due to its own transformative power, not the owner's magical power. The owner's magical power was merely an assimilation mechanism, allowing the artifact's transformative power to merge and assimilate with the owner's magical power. Therefore, theoretically, a demonic beast like Lei Jiao Bye-Bye could also use this artifact. This explained why he immediately summoned Lei Jiao Bye-Bye upon returning to his cave to verify the theory. Judging from the current results, his guess was clearly correct. The Thunder Flood Dragon, Bye-Bye, successfully concealed its dragon characteristics through the illusionary power of the 100 Illusion Pearl. This meant that as long as Zhou Chun didn't release Bye-Bye in front of golden core cultivators with spiritual eyes, he wouldn't be as self-impossibly bound as before. After all, a third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon was very eye-catching, but a third-tier Thunder Python wouldn't be so surprising. Whether the 100 Illusion Pearl is as reliable as my aunt said, I'll have to verify it with Elder Lin. Thinking this, Zhou Chun immediately rode the Thunder Python Bye-Bye towards Lin Hongyu's secluded cultivation place. At this time, many Zhou family cultivators had already migrated from Nine Peaks Ridge to Tuyun Ridge, and Zhou Chun's flight on the Python easily attracted attention. Soon, the Zhou family cultivators of Tuyun Ridge all knew that their patriarch Silver Lightning Thunder Python had broken through to the third tier, but hadn't transformed into a dragon as everyone had hoped. This event brought both joy and regret to all the Zhou family cultivators who knew about it. They were overjoyed that the family had gained another third-tier combatant, but regretful that the Silver Lightning Python had completely lost its chance to transform into a dragon. The dream of having two dragons in one family would remain just a dream. The silver lightning python's unrestrained display of its power naturally attracted the attention of Lin Hongyu and Zhou Mingde, who were cultivating on Earth Cloud Ridge. Both of them knew the silver lightning python's background, and upon seeing it, they were slightly taken aback. Then, Zhou Chun was summoned to the cave by Lin Hongyu for a talk. "Zhou Chun, how did you do this? I've already used several methods to investigate, but I couldn't find anything unusual about the silver lightning python. How did you manage to do this?" Inside the cave, Lin Hongyu looked at Zhou Chun with astonishment, deeply surprised. After all, she was a golden core cultivator, and yet, knowing the silver lightning python's background, she still couldn't detect anything unusual. How could this not astonish her? If Zhou Chun were her enemy, wouldn't it mean that even if he disguised himself as someone else and infiltrated her, she wouldn't be able to detect anything amiss? Hearing Lin Hongyu's words, Zhou Chun chuckled with satisfaction. "Hey, I'm relieved to hear Elder Lin say that." He then recounted how he encountered the Nebula Clam and how he cultivated the 100 Illusion Pearl. After listening to his story, Lin Hongyu nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. It was a disguise using the illusionary divine power. No wonder even I was fooled." She then murmured thoughtfully, "It seems I'll have to cultivate another divine power, the spiritual eye." As a golden core cultivator, she naturally didn't want any obvious weaknesses. Now that she realized she couldn't even see through Lei Jiao Bai's illusionary divine power, she inevitably felt a sense of crisis and wanted to make up for this deficiency. But both she and Zhou Chun knew that the spiritual eye divine power wasn't so easy to cultivate. Firstly, advanced methods for cultivating spiritual eye abilities are rare. Secondly, most advanced spiritual eye abilities are very difficult to cultivate, requiring either rare spiritual objects for assistance or a very long period of persistent and arduous practice. Therefore, even among golden core cultivators, very few can truly achieve anything significant in spiritual eye abilities. After explaining the situation to Lin Hongyu and Zhou Mingde, who arrived shortly after, Zhou Chun returned to his cave to cultivate in seclusion. However, although Zhou Chun was focused on cultivating in Tuyun Ridge, he hadn't completely abandoned family affairs. On this day, two Foundation establishment cultivators, Su Fu and Zhou Xinheng, were summoned to Zhou Chun's cultivation location. "I summoned you two here today because there is an important matter that requires your joint efforts to accomplish." Inside the cave, the two Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family, who had just finished their greetings, hurriedly replied upon hearing Zhou Chun's words. "Please give your orders, clan leader." Currently, demonic cultivators from the Yuanmo realm are rampaging through Fen Kingdom, and the corpse demon sect has completely sided with the Yuanmo realm, becoming the common enemy of our Shineling immortal cultivation world. We no longer need to be polite to them, therefore. I intend to have you two lead the cultivation of corpse moth swarms as a means for our Zhou family cultivators to defeat them. Zhou Chun looked at the two juniors with a serious expression and solemnly stated his plan. Upon hearing this, the two were slightly startled, and then hurriedly replied, "Yes, your subordinates will certainly live up to the clan leader's expectations. This matter must be kept secret and not carried out too openly." Zhou Chun thought for a moment, then added a word of caution, still somewhat worried. After the two understood the implications and took their leave, he muttered to himself, "The corpse moth counters the corpse refiner, heavenly thunder counters the yin ghost demon, the beast demon palace and bloodbone sect are not to be feared, that leaves only the valley of bewitching love. To do something well, one must first have the right tools." Given the opportunity, Zhou Chun naturally didn't want to fight an unprepared battle. The supernatural abilities of demonic cultivators were indeed strange and difficult to deal with, but compared to the 5-element spells commonly used by immortal cultivators, there were relatively obvious ways to counter them. The difference lay only in whether a countermeasure could be found. For Zhou Chun, the only thing he worried about now was the Bewitching Love Valley's Bewitching Love technique. His own divine sense was indeed much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level, but the Bewitching Love Valley's Bewitching Love technique was truly formidable. Even many late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators found it difficult to resist. Only those cultivators who had cultivated the mind-clearing and concentrating mystic technique could remain unaffected. However, such secret techniques were generally closely guarded secrets of major sects and forces, and were not easily obtained. It's unrealistic for Zhou Chun to expect to obtain such a secret technique now. "It seems I need to focus more on the god-slaying technique. This technique itself helps to condense divine consciousness. Even if I can't condense a god-slaying sword, it can still improve my resistance to those bewitching and seductive arts. Rubbing his forehead, Zhou Chun quickly cleared his mind and entered a meditative state. Time slowly passed. The war between the Yuan Demon Legion and the Heavenly Spirit Legion, as most cultivators expected, remained lukewarm, not involving many cultivators above the Golden Core stage. It seemed that both sides' leadership had the intention of training their troops, wanting to use the fighting among the lower-level cultivators to refine and forge a truly powerful and effective army. In these continuous small-scale battles, quite a few cultivators did indeed stand out and gradually make a name for themselves. For example, the Yuan Demon Legion had two lists, the 7 Yuan Demon Fiends and the 9 Yuan Demon Sons. The 7 Fiends of the Primordial Demon are 7 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. They are the 7 cultivators with the most battle merits at the Purple Mansion stage in the Primordial Demon Legion, each possessing supernatural abilities that surpass those of other Purple Mansion stage cultivators. The 9 Sons of the Primordial Demon are 9 of the most outstanding Foundation Establishment stage cultivators in the Primordial Demon Legion, also ranked according to their battle merits. For cultivators of the Primordial Demon Legion, being among the 7 Fiends of the Primordial Demon and the 9 Sons of the Primordial Demon brings both fame and fortune. Not only does it bring immense renown, but it also rewards them from their sects and the higher-ups of the Primordial Demon Legion. These rewards even include spiritual objects that assist in core formation and Purple Mansion opening. Therefore, since the emergence of these two lists, cultivators in the Primordial Demon Legion capable of competing for a place on the list have been relentlessly hunting down cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion to gain battle merits. Naturally, the Heavenly Spirit Legion wouldn't be outdone. Thus, the lists of 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit and 10 outstanding figures of Heavenly Spirit quickly appeared accordingly. The 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit naturally correspond to the 7 Fiends of Primordial Demons. They are the 7 cultivators with the highest battle achievements among all Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the entire Heavenly Spirit Legion. These 7 not only possess powerful cultivation and supernatural abilities, but also have various treasures bestowed upon them by their superiors. The 10 outstanding figures of Heavenly Spirit correspond to the 9 Sons of Primordial Demons, representing the 10 most outstanding Foundation Establishment stage cultivators in the entire Heavenly Spirit Legion. To enhance competitiveness, cultivators who obtain these titles must find ways to improve their battle achievements and avoid being surpassed. If they can maintain this title for more than a month, they will receive various rewards from the Legion's higher-ups. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Spirit territory, the reputation and achievements of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit and the 10 outstanding figures of Heavenly Spirit have spread widely, quickly becoming the most prominent figures in the cultivation world of various countries, attracting the admiration, envy, and jealousy of countless cultivators. Seeing this, many cultivators who crave fame began to actively sign up to join the Heavenly Spirit Legion, hoping to be among the ranks. Even Zhou Chun, who was in seclusion during his cultivation, had considered this possibility. With his strength, if he truly strived, he might very well have become one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. However, considering various factors, he ultimately abandoned that ambition and continued to cultivate diligently, observing the ever-changing battlefield. Furthermore, he stopped the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Zhou family who wanted to gain fame on the battlefield. These younger cultivators were often arrogant and impulsive, and as elders, they couldn't bear to watch them die. However, Zhou Chun didn't stop the key refining cultivators of the family who wanted to seek Foundation Establishment opportunities on the battlefield. Although the Zhou family wasn't lacking in Foundation Establishment pills, they couldn't possibly support everyone. Many key refining cultivators without elders' support couldn't possibly accumulate enough family merit to exchange for Foundation Establishment pills. It was better for them to fight for a future on the battlefield. After all, the battlefield not only offered rewards and merits for killing enemies but also spoils of war. Don't assume that magical artifacts used by demonic cultivators are worthless just because they can't be used by immortal cultivators. In reality, while the two sides are at war, the selfish and profit-driven nature of immortal cultivators remains unchanged. There are currently many black markets in the Feng Kingdom, where magical artifacts used by demonic cultivators can be sold for spirit coins, and vice versa. Even if the higher-ups on both sides know about this, they can only turn a blind eye. As a result, many independent cultivators and family cultivators have indeed successfully defied fate by joining the army and established their foundations on the battlefield. Therefore, if a key refining cultivator from the Zhou family is truly determined to go to the battlefield and defy fate, Zhou Chun will not only not stop them, but will also bestow upon them talismans and pills as assistance. Feng Kingdom, Green Forest Valley. This place was originally the mountain gate of a certain immortal cultivation family in the Feng Kingdom. After the establishment of the Heavenly Spirit Legion, it became the garrison of a large legion unit, housing over 300 legion cultivators. Over the years, Green Forest Valley had suffered numerous attacks from demonic cultivators, but it had always stood firmly controlled by the Heavenly Spirit Legion. On this day, Green Forest Valley, having survived countless battles, once again faced an attack from a large army of demonic cultivators. Amidst the lush green mountains, demonic cultivators, some hovering in the air, others standing atop treetops and rocks, were launching a fierce assault on Green Forest Valley, whose protective array was fully activated. In terms of numbers, these demonic cultivators were not numerous, not exceeding 300. However, among them were dozens of cultivators from the corpse demon sect, who controlled and commanded over 100 refined corpses. It must be said that this kind of war in the cultivation world was an excellent opportunity for demonic forces like the corpse demon sect to enhance their strength. The corpses of cultivators who died on the battlefield, as long as they remained relatively intact, were collected and used to refine them into refined corpses. Therefore, the corpse demon cult cultivators became essential companions for demonic cultivators attacking strongholds, with the refined corpses serving as the best cannon fodder. This time was no exception. Under the onslaught of numerous refined corpses and demonic cultivators, the protective array of Green Forest Valley quickly began to shake. Quickly, fellow cultivators practicing fire-based techniques, focus your fire on those refined corpses. Clear out all these damn things first. Fellow cultivators with thunder talismans and lightning spells, get ready. Wait until those damned yin ghost demons appear before you act. We absolutely cannot let them break into the array. Reserve teams, get ready. If any danger arises, immediately take their place. Inside Green Forest Valley, the commander of the Heavenly Spirit Legion, stationed there, manipulated the array to defend against the demonic onslaught while methodically directing his subordinates to respond in various ways. As they fought against demonic cultivators more and more, and gained a deeper understanding of their methods, the veterans of the Heavenly Spirit Legion developed their own countermeasures. Therefore, despite the fierce enemy attack, the commander of the Heavenly Spirit Legion remained calm and composed, continuing to direct operations. He knew that although the protective formation of Green Forest Valley seemed to have been breached, it could still hold out for another hour. Before the demonic cultivators surrounded Green Forest Valley, he had already used several methods to request help from friendly forces in the surrounding area, and reinforcements would arrive soon to help him repel the enemy. Not only did the commander of the Heavenly Spirit Legion think this way, but Zhou Chun, who had served on the battlefield for 10 years, also thought the same. After 10 years of fighting, Zhou Chun's cultivation had actually improved, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. At the same time, she had become a squad leader several years ago and was transferred to garrison Green Forest Valley. In these 10 years of fighting, Zhou Chun's subordinates had killed 3 foundation establishment demonic cultivators and dozens of key refining demonic cultivators, accumulating considerable merit. It's a pity that her lifespan is less than 20 years, otherwise she really wanted to give it her all and see if she could gather spiritual items on the battlefield to help her open her purple mansion. Now, Zhou Chun only wants to serve for the last 5 years, and then she can retire honorably. This is a policy of the Heavenly Spirit Legion for Foundation Establishment cultivators who are forced to be conscripted. As long as they serve for 15 years, they can choose to retire honorably. But just when Zhou Chun and her superiors thought that today's war would be resolved smoothly as usual, the situation suddenly changed. This change came from a demonic cultivator with late-stage purple mansion cultivation. At that moment, a flash of blood-red light appeared on the horizon, and a handsome young man with a fair complexion wearing a blood-red robe suddenly appeared in the sky above Green Forest Valley. This young man was exceptionally handsome, but his temperament was somewhat sinister and not righteous. After revealing himself in mid-air outside Green Forest Valley, he raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist, and a blood-red banner shrouded in blood-red light appeared in his hand. Not good. This person is none other than Yan Wuji, the Blood Fiend Prince of the Seven Fiends of the Primordial Demons, inside Green Forest Valley. The Heavenly Spirit Legion commander, after scrutinizing the pale-faced youth for a few moments, suddenly cried out in terror. His words instantly shattered the confidence of the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, their faces turning ashen with despair, their morale plummeting. It's no wonder they reacted this way. A man's reputation precedes him. Over the years, the name of the Seven Fiends of the Primordial Demons had been proven by the blood of countless Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, demonstrating their power and unstoppable force. And while the Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji had only recently joined the Seven Fiends of the Primordial Demons, currently ranked 7th, he had already amassed the lives of no fewer than 1,000 Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. It's important to understand that the longer the war lasts, the more difficult it becomes to rank among the top 7 in terms of battle merits. Under these circumstances, the fact that Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji was able to successfully rise to a position demonstrates his formidable strength. At this point, Zhou Chun and the others were fully unaware that their Green Forest Valley had become Yan Wuji's target for accumulating battle merits. He had come prepared. Soon, they witnessed firsthand the power of this Blood Fiend Prince. The pale-faced youth, Yan Wuji, tossed the crimson banner into the air and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, his hands forming a hand seal. Instantly, the banner, having absorbed the power of his blood essence, released a large cloud of crimson mist, which then floated above Green Forest Valley. Yan Wuji then drew a hand seal, and countless fist-sized orbs of crimson light rained down from the cloud, striking the protective array of Green Forest Valley like raindrops. These orbs corroded holes in the array's protective barrier upon impact. Although the holes would quickly be repaired by the array's power, this greatly accelerated a depletion of the array's power. What could have sustained the array for an hour might now last less than a quarter of an hour. Seeing this, the demonic cultivators were greatly encouraged, chanting slogans like Young Master's divine might, and Blood Fiend is invincible, to flatter the Blood Fiend Young Master. In contrast, the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators within Green Forest Valley were all ashen-faced and filled with despair. Finally, the commander was the first to recover. After a series of changes in his expression, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoists, today we are all likely to perish here. It is my great fortune to have fought alongside you all in this life, to have killed enemies together. I hope that in our next lives we will have the opportunity to tread the path of cultivation again and reunite." As soon as he finished speaking, he planted the array flag in his hand to the side and immediately cast a forbidden technique that burned essence and soul to enhance mana. Seeing this, the other cultivators were initially stunned, but many followed suit. Zhou Chun did the same. At this moment, they all knew that rather than waiting for the formation to break, their souls to be seized and refined into yin ghosts and demons, and their bodies to be refined into corpses, it was better to take advantage of the formation while it still existed, burn themselves out, and fight with all their might. Killing one demonic cultivator was a bonus, and after death, they wouldn't have to worry about demonic cultivators using their souls and bodies to harm their relatives and friends. So tired, I really feel so tired today, maybe it's because the temperature is too high. Chapter 435 Aftermath. Tu Yunling. When news of Zhou Chun's death was delivered to Tu Yunling by the Heavenly Spirit Legion's messenger, Zhou Chun, who was in charge of clan affairs, paled and was instantly overcome with grief. Zhou Chun and he were both veteran heroes of the Zhou family's reconstruction, and among the first core members of the Zhou family. When the Zhou family first established its foothold in Jiufengling, Zhou Chun became the peak master of Baozi Peak, one of the 9 peaks, second only to Zhou Ming, the clan head, and the 3 elders. At that time, Zhou Chun, the Zhou family patriarch, was just a lowly key refining stage 6 cultivator. Since the Zhou family had just been rebuilt, everything was in ruins. Zhou Chun, and the other pillars of the Zhou family fought side by side for the family's revival, contributing their own strength, and their relationship was naturally excellent. Especially since 7 or 8 out of 10 of their companions who participated in rebuilding the family were now gone, with only a few foundation establishment cultivators of the Jia generation still alive. This deepened their bond. Zhou Chun had always believed that he and the other 2 Jia generation cultivators would eventually die peacefully in the family. Who would have thought that Zhou Chun would fall on the battlefield first? 13th sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sent you to the battlefield. You've made enough contributions to the family over the years, you should have enjoyed your retirement peacefully, Zhou Chun murmured sorrowfully, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-reproach, guilt, and immense grief. This is precisely the most complex aspect of human nature. The reason for sending Zhou Chun to the battlefield was twofold. Firstly, her cultivation was higher, and her methods were stronger than the younger generation, making her more likely to survive. Secondly, her potential was exhausted, and her lifespan was shorter than the younger generation, making it more suitable from the perspective of the family's interests. As the acting patriarch at the time, Zhou Chun could only make this decision from the perspective of the family's interests. But now, 10 years later, upon suddenly receiving news of Zhou Chun's death, he was overwhelmed with grief and regret for his decision, and couldn't help but miss his cousin Zhou Chun's many contributions to the family. This was not some crocodile tears, but the complex changes in human nature and emotions. Fortunately, Zhou Chun wasn't the only one who learned of Zhou Chun's death. Several Zhou family cultivators who assisted him in handling clan affairs were also present. After waiting for a while, seeing him immersed in grief and unable to recover, they dutifully began to remind him that he should report the matter to the clan leader and the elders as soon as possible. Reminded by his subordinates, Zhou Chun regained some composure from his grief, then used his magic to dry his tears and hurriedly went to Zhou Chun's secluded cultivation place to report the death. What? 13th ant is dead. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun was shocked upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, and his body swayed slightly. Then, just like Zhou Chun upon first hearing the news, a strong sense of grief welled up from his heart, causing him to stagger a few steps. But he was, after all, the patriarch of the Zhou family. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage. Although his heart was filled with immense sorrow, he did not lose his composure or reason like Zhou Chun. After a moment of silence with his eyes slightly closed, he opened them and said softly, his eyes filled with grief, I understand the situation. I trouble you, 11th uncle, to ring the funeral bell and inform all the family cultivators of the death. Also, notify all Zhou family members and cultivators outside the family as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhou Chun replied in a deep voice, and immediately went to the ancestral hall to ring the bell with heavy steps. Soon, the deep sound of the bell rang from the main peak of Tuyun Ridge, echoing throughout the entire ridge 49 times. According to Zhou family rules, 9 rings of the bell signify a major crisis for the family. 12, 16, and 24 chimes signify joyous occasions within the family, accompanied by melodious and cheerful sounds. 36 and 49 chimes, however, signify the death of an important figure within the clan, typically a foundation establishment stage elder, and are thus announced with a deep and prolonged sound. Therefore, after 49 deep chimes, all Zhou family cultivators within Tuyun Ridge who were not in seclusion knew that an elder of the family had passed away. Subsequently, some Zhou family cultivators without mission spontaneously gathered at the ancestral hall, their hearts heavy with worry as they awaited news from the family's higher-ups. Once dozens of Zhou family cultivators had gathered before the ancestral hall on Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun, the 2 highest-ranking members of the Zhou family in Tuyun Ridge, descended upon the open space in front of the ancestral hall. Both Zhou family decision-makers wore grave expressions, their eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. After the 2 landed, Zhou Chun's patriarch first glanced at the many patriarchs present, then spoke in a somber tone, Here, I must announce to you a very sorrowful piece of news. Just half an hour ago, the family received devastating news. 5th Elder Zhou Chun, who served the family in the Heavenly Spirit Legion, perished in the Green Forest Valley of Fen Kingdom 2 days ago. Upon hearing this, many of the Zhou family cultivators present showed expressions of I knew it, clearly having already guessed who the fallen patriarch was. Some cultivators who had received kindness from Zhou Chun couldn't help but grimace, revealing expressions of grief and sorrow, with some even silently shedding tears. After pausing for a moment, allowing the clansmen present to process the news, Zhou Chun continued, 5th Elder Zhou Chun died for the clan, for the entire Shineling realm. Although we cannot bring her body back, we must hold a grand funeral for her to commemorate her contributions to the clan. At this point, Zhou Chun's expression suddenly changed, and he solemnly declared, Now, as the clan leader, I command that all members of the Zhou family, upon receiving any task from the clan regarding the funeral arrangements for 5th Elder Zhou Chun, must unconditionally agree. Furthermore, All clansmen must wear white mourning clothes for a month to commemorate the spirit of 5th Elder Zhou Jia. Hearing this, all the Zhou family cultivators present readily obeyed. Zhou Chun then dismissed everyone, leaving only Zhou Jiaru and a few other Foundation establishment cultivators to give instructions regarding the funeral arrangements for 5th Elder Zhou Jia. Given Zhou Jia's status and position within the Zhou family, her funeral would normally have been a grand affair, with all the families with which she had connections sending representatives to attend and pay their respects. However, with a war between the two cultivation worlds still raging, such a high-profile event was inappropriate, especially since other families also had important members who had been conscripted to the front lines. A large-scale funeral from the Zhou family would create trouble for their leaders. Not following the Zhou family's lead would make it seem like their families didn't value these meritorious members, but following the Zhou family's lead would not only be a waste of manpower and resources, but also extremely awkward if few people attended. Therefore, after discussion, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming decided to hold a funeral for Zhou Jia within the family at the highest level, without inviting other families to attend and pay their respects. Of course, some of Zhou Jia's close friends would still be notified, and whether they attended would be entirely up to their personal choice. After arranging all these matters, Zhou Daoyi arrived from Jilfang Ridge within 2 days. The 3 high-ranking members of the Zhou family then gathered in Zhou Chun's cave to discuss the aftermath of Zhou Jia's death. Alice, Jia is truly a pity. She could have retired honorably in just 5 more years, but she couldn't hold on until then. Zhou Daoyi spoke first, sighing as he recounted Zhou Jia's misfortune. Jia's death is naturally a huge blow and loss to the family, but what's even more troublesome is that the family has to send someone else to continue serving. Zhou Ming frowned, his voice heavy. In these 10 years, Jia has repeatedly distinguished herself in battle, accumulating many rewards and merits that haven't been redeemed. If the family doesn't send someone to replace her, all that she earned with her life will be directly taken back, and she will have died in vain. Hearing this, both Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun frowned, speechless for a moment. The Heavenly Spirit Legion's rules in this regard are undoubtedly highly objectionable. If a member of the Legion dies in battle and hasn't claimed the rewards they were entitled to for slaying enemies, then these rewards can only be claimed after death if their family sends someone to serve in the Legion. Even family members already serving in the Legion cannot claim them. Thus, even to prevent the Heavenly Spirit Legion from reclaiming these accumulated rewards, most families have no choice but to send someone to serve in the Legion to inherit them. However, faced with such a disgusting rule, a cultivation family like the Zhou family had no power to object. Therefore, after a long silence, the patriarch Zhou Chun slowly spoke, saying, "Let the younger generation decide this matter themselves. Whoever dares to serve in the Heavenly Spirit Legion will have all the rewards and merits left by the 5th Elder belong to them, as compensation from the family. That's good. If you want benefits, you have to pay the price. These younger generations should indeed contribute to the family." Zhou Ming nodded slightly, having no objection to Zhou Chun's solution. Zhou Chun then frowned and said, "What I'm more worried about now is the 3rd Elder and the 6th Elder. They also have 5 years left before retirement. We mustn't let them follow in the footsteps of the 5th Elder." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately chimed in, "Yes, we really need to find a way to help them. These days, those guys on the battlefield are killing like madmen for fame and fortune. The intensity of the battlefield is incomparable to 10 years ago. How about I give the mountain-bearing turtle to the 3rd Elder? With a mountain-bearing turtle, even if he encounters one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, he should have a good chance of escaping." Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before revealing his idea. 10 years ago, he had the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle save Zhou Daoquan's life from a powerful demonic cultivator. That demonic cultivator had later become one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, but was later squeezed out by someone even more powerful. If Zhou Daoquan had the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle protecting him, he could easily escape with it, and even the 7 demons of the primordial chaos, who were only at the Purple Mansion stage, would be no match for him. However, after hearing this, Zhou Ming quickly shook his head and objected, saying, "No, the mountain-bearing turtle is too conspicuous. If Daoquan escapes from the 7 demons of the primordial chaos with it, it will definitely attract the attention of golden core stage cultivators from both sides. Yes, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle is powerful, but it's too eye-catching. It's not something a cultivator like Brother Daoquan can possess." Zhou Daoyi nodded in agreement with Zhou Ming's statement. Zhou Chun was just an ordinary mid-purple mansion stage cultivator who practiced a technique to rapidly improve his mana, and his methods had already been figured out by his teammates over the past 10 years. If he suddenly revealed the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle now, he might not be able to withstand the pressure from the higher-ups on his side. Let's send a talisman and some magic talismans to Zhou Chun. We don't expect him to survive against a powerhouse like the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, but we just hope that he can break through and escape danger if he encounters any perilous situations. Zhou Ming glanced at Zhou Chun, who remained silent, and finally offered his suggestion. Seeing that Zhou Chun had no reaction, he could only earnestly advise him, I know that you are powerful now, Zheng Chun, and you can't bear to see the elders of the clan being bullied and humiliated. But you now bear the expectations of the entire clan on your shoulders, so you must not act impulsively. As long as you can successfully form your core, the clan can return to the ranks of golden core families. In the future, the clan members will be able to stand tall. Even if it means making a great sacrifice, it will be worth it. At this point, Zhou Ming also analyzed with a serious expression, this war will inevitably be very long. If the war situation worsens further, only families with golden core cultivators will have some room to maneuver in a complex situation and the ability to change the fate of the clan, so even if it's not for your own cultivation, but for the future safety of hundreds of clan members, Zheng Chun, you must keep your mind stable and focus on your cultivation. After saying this, he gave Zhou Daoyi a wink. Upon receiving this signal, Zhou Daoyi quickly spoke up, saying, yes, what my great-uncle said makes a lot of sense. Zhangjin, we are already very happy and gratified that you care about us elders. However, for the sake of the family's future and the overall situation, you must not take risks because of us old folks. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile wryly and say, how could I not understand the good intentions of the 2 elders? I know what's important and won't act impulsively. He then shook his head and said, it's just that continuing this war will cause too much loss to the family, especially in terms of morale. Hearing this, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed helplessly, there's nothing we can do about it. The war between the 2 great cultivation worlds is something a small family like ours can't control. We have no choice but to protect ourselves as much as possible. Even so, I am truly unwilling to accept this. My Zhou family has worked so hard to accumulate this wealth, and now it's going to be wasted like this. Zhou Chun sighed deeply, feeling utterly frustrated. This was the feeling of being powerless against circumstances. No matter how strong he was personally, no matter how many schemes he possessed, he could only lament helplessly in the face of such a situation. This truly reflected the old saying, a weak nation has no diplomacy. Compared to 2 powerful cultivation factions, how insignificant was a cultivation family like the Zhou family? Perhaps, as Zhou Ming said, only by quickly forming his golden core could the Zhou family's situation improve even slightly. Chapter 436 The barrier reappears, a new phase of war. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In these 6 years, the intensity of the war between the 2 cultivation worlds has clearly escalated, with the golden core cultivators already falling in battle. Meanwhile, the second batch of conscription quotas was issued to various cultivation families a year ago. This time, the Zhou family received even more quotas than before, requiring them to send 1 purple mansion cultivator and 3 foundation establishment cultivators to serve in the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Jiapen, who had already served for 15 years, successfully retired and returned to their families. As for Zhou Zhenggang, the foundation establishment cultivator who originally replaced Zhou Jia, he still needs to serve for another 15 years before retiring. It was Zhou Chun who decided to send Zhou Zhenggang to replace Zhou Jia. At the time, many foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family coveted the unredeemed rewards and battle merits left behind by Zhou Jia and wanted to take a gamble. Zhou Zhenggang, with the highest cultivation level, was the most eager among them. Zhou Chun knew that Zhou Zhenggang wasn't just after the reward and military merits, he wanted to secure a future for his son, Zhou Zhenglin. Zhou Zhenggang himself readily admitted this and pleaded with Zhou Chun to help him. Although Zhou Chun didn't want his close kin to take such a risk, he couldn't resist Zhou Zhenggang's persistent pleas and finally agreed. As someone with advantages in both seniority and cultivation, Zhou Zhenggang would naturally outcompete the other younger members of the Zhou family. Those Zhou family cultivators who lost the initial competition never imagined that just a few years later, the second batch of conscription quotas would be available. This time, Even if they didn't want to go to the battlefield, they had no choice. After some discussion and debate, Zhou Daowei led Sufu, Zhou Zinayan, and Zhou Zinti, 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family, to Feng Kingdom. To be honest, this final decision was the result of much debate among the Zhou family's higher-ups. At the time, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei both ruled out Zhou Chun as an option. Then, they both argued for going to the battlefield, each with their own reasons. Zhou Ming used Ling Hongyu and the Azure Dragon King King as reasons, arguing that Zhou Daowei staying in the family was more important than himself. Zhou Daowei, on the other hand, used Zhou Ming's status and position as reasons, believing that as the leading figure in rebuilding the Zhou family, Zhou Ming could not be harmed under any circumstances, otherwise the blow to the Zhou family would be enormous. Furthermore, he believed that with the protection of a third-tier dragon, he would be more likely to survive on the battlefield than Zhou Ming. After several rounds of debate, neither could convince the other. Finally, Zhou Chun felt that Zhou Daowei's argument was more reasonable and supported Zhou Daowei's decision to go. It is worth mentioning that 16 years later, although the Zhou family lost Zhou Jiak, an elder with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, they also gained 2 more foundation establishment cultivators. These 2 new foundation establishment cultivators were named Zhou Sijin and Zhou Sihan. Zhou Sijin successfully established his foundation by exchanging for foundation-building pills, while Zhou Sihan achieved it using foundation-building fruits, perhaps due to the pressure of war. These 2 Zhou family cultivators surprisingly chose different cultivation methods, one a top-tier technique, the other a combat-oriented one. Zhou Sijin chose a top-tier technique called Black Water Profound Technique. This top-tier technique is relatively easy to learn. One only needs to find rare water attribute spiritual objects to concoct a special spiritual liquid to aid cultivation. However, while easy to learn, mastering this technique is extremely difficult. Cultivators need to condense a special true water called mysterious yin black water. Only by condensing a certain amount of this special true water can one break through to a higher cultivation level. Condensing mysterious yin black water is not only very time-consuming, but also requires a place with abundant water attribute spiritual energy for optimal effect. Therefore, cultivators practicing black water profound technique cannot match the cultivation speed of those truly practicing other top-tier techniques. This technique is considered rather mediocre. In contrast, Zhou Sihan, a cultivator from the Zhou family, was the first among all the foundation establishment cultivators in the family to choose to cultivate a combat-oriented technique. He possessed an ice attribute unique spiritual root and chose to cultivate a technique called the mysterious ice technique, which required 1,000-year-old mysterious ice as an auxiliary spiritual object. Fortunately, this material was plentiful in the ice cave in the wilderness. Once the mysterious ice technique was successfully cultivated, one would gain 2 powerful magical abilities, and their mysterious ice power would be greatly enhanced when casting ice-based spells. In fact, the change in the cultivation technique choices of Zhou Sijin and Zhou Sihan reflected the changing strength and foundation of the Zhou family. In the past, when the Zhou family was weak, most newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators chose techniques that rapidly improved their magical power, allowing them to advance their cultivation level faster and requiring fewer resources. Now, the Zhou family's power has grown immensely, its foundation profound. With enough Purple Mansion cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators to shield them from harm, and the ability to collect various rare spiritual items, newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators naturally have more choices. This is another kind of one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. On this day, in his cave on Earth Cloud Ridge, Zhou Chun awoke from meditation and, feeling a stagnant magical power, muttered to himself, "I finally touched the barrier to the late Purple Mansion realm." The Supreme Elder has been stuck at this point for over 20 years, with no hope of breakthrough. How long will I be stuck? After 16 years of cultivation, averaging 1 pill per year, he had, as initially predicted, pushed his cultivation to the peak of the mid-Purple Mansion stage, stuck at the minor barrier of the late Purple Mansion stage. Having experienced being stuck at the minor barrier of the mid-Purple Mansion stage before, Zhou Chun knew that breaking through this barrier would not be easy. Last time, he spent nearly 10 years honing his magical power before finally breaking through the barrier through sheer perseverance. If he chose the same method this time, it would likely take even longer. More importantly, it might not even be effective. Take, for example, Zhou Ming, the Supreme Elder of the Zhou family, who has been stuck at the late-stage Purple Mansion barrier for over 20 years, with no hope of breakthrough. In fact, this becomes increasingly apparent as cultivation progresses. It's not uncommon for golden core cultivators like the Zhou family's patriarch to be stuck at such minor realm barriers for 100 or 200 years. Some golden core cultivators even struggle to break through this minor realm barrier in their entire lives. It's a pity I reached this barrier a year too late. Otherwise, I should have gone to Feng Kingdom in place of my uncle, and then exchanged my military merits for pills that could help me break through the barrier. Despite these thoughts, Zhou Chun knew in his heart that even if he had reached the late-stage Purple Mansion barrier a year earlier, Zhou Ming and the others wouldn't have gone directly to the battlefield with him. However, now that his cultivation has hit a bottleneck and he can't make any further progress, he no longer needs to cultivate diligently every day as before. He only needs to set aside a little time each day to hone his magical power. This way, he can have more time to cultivate secret techniques and handle clan affairs. Currently, due to the increased intensity of the war between the two cultivation worlds, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance has issued various production targets to replenish supplies. For example, the Zhou family is ordered to provide the Alliance with 10 trained demonic beast mounts annually, along with various spiritual items such as animal hide talismans, animal blood talismaning, etc. The Heavenly Spirit Alliance's purchase price for these items is not high. They can barely break even, let alone make a profit. Furthermore, because a large number of rogue cultivators have gone to the Feng Kingdom battlefield, many businesses of the Zhou family and other families have been affected, with incomes generally declining sharply. Even the Zhou Tongbianxia trading company's income has been significantly impacted. The economic impact of war is universal. Even Zhou Chun has no good solutions in this situation. The Zhou family's situation dictates that it will be difficult to profit from the war. At this time, those who could profit from the war were those who crafted magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, because the front lines consumed these items at enormous rates, especially magical artifacts. Previously, Jin Kingdom and even neighboring countries had a surplus of magical artifacts, but to avoid disrupting the market, no one engaged in large-scale sales to make money. However, with the arrival of war, especially given the widespread skill of demonic cultivators in corrupting and impuring the magical artifacts of cultivators, many artifacts suffered severe damage. A usable magical artifact that used to last for decades, even generations, might now not even last 3 years. This made the magical artifact business extremely booming. Families with a long tradition of artifact crafting, such as the Zhou family, with whom the Zhou family collaborated in the Yang Sect region, made a fortune. Even the prices of some magical artifact materials rose significantly. Elixirs and talismans were also best sellers, with many forces hoarding and snapping them up. The Zhou family, in these areas, was undoubtedly far behind. Currently, Zhou Xinti, the best craftsman in the Zhou family at refining artifacts, can only produce mid-grade second-tier magic weapons, and even then, the success rate isn't very high. In alchemy, Zhou Xingyin and Zhou Xinglin are quite skilled. The alchemy inheritance they received from the Jiang family has greatly enhanced the Zhou family's foundation in this area. Furthermore, the large quantity of spiritual herbs the Zhou family has scavenged from the wilderness provides practice opportunities for their alchemists, making the Zhou family's alchemy lineage quite complete. They can now occasionally release some pills to the market to generate revenue for the family. However, in terms of competitiveness, they are still far inferior to families like the Li family, who truly rely on this skill for their livelihood. The same applies to talisman making. Although several foundation establishment cultivators have dabbled in second-tier talisman production, no one has shown exceptional talent. Moreover, in times of war, every family has an abundance of talismans, and Zhou Chun cannot afford to sell large quantities of the family's strategic talisman reserves just to earn spirit stones. Worse still, due to the war, the previously successful sales of demon beast eggs and cubs have now resulted in a complete market collapse. In times of war, cultivators prioritize improving their cultivation and combat methods. Spirit pets, requiring significant resources and time to cultivate, are certainly not on the agenda for most cultivators during this period. That day, after reviewing the family's financial accounts, Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly and sighed, "This won't do. The family's expenses are considerable now, and if income can't keep up with the expenses, the family's savings won't last more than a few years." Hearing this, Zhou Jiaru, who had been handling family affairs for him, finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations and immediately joined in, sighing and complaining, "Isn't that right? Due to the war, the family's main sources of income have shrunk considerably, especially the rent for cultivation rooms and the sale of demon beast cubs, which have been reduced by almost half." He then tentatively suggested, "In my opinion, if we can't improve this income situation quickly, we can only reduce the benefits for the family members. In this special time, I think the family members will understand." Zhou Chun frowned upon hearing this, not immediately responding. Zhou Chun knew that many families were indeed tightening their belts and reducing welfare benefits for their members, as Zhou Jiaru had said, calling on them to overcome the difficulties together. However, he didn't want the Zhou family to do the same. Doing so would indicate a financial crisis, which would be a significant blow to morale. This matter needs careful consideration. We must not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, Zhou Chun decided to postpone the discussion and not rush into a decision. After parting ways with Zhou Jiaru and returning to his cave, Zhou Chun looked at the vibrant purple mulberry tree in the valley and pondered ways to alleviate the Zhou family's financial crisis. After some thought, a long-forgotten matter suddenly came to mind. "It seems I need to go to the scaled frog tribe again," he muttered to himself, quickly informing Zhou Ming, who was cultivating in Tuyun Ridge, of his whereabouts, and then heading alone into the wilderness. Soon after, Zhou Chun, accompanied by High Priest Yukiru of the scaled frog race and some scaled frog sorcerers and warriors, appeared above a lake in the wilderness. This lake was the very place where he had slain the azure scale dragonfish and discovered the water essence jade vein. "This is the place. Fellow Taoist Yukiru, you should come down with me first to scout the situation, and then let these juniors try to see if they can go down." Above the water, Zhou Chun casually pointed to the lake below and stated his arrangements. Hearing this, High Priest Yukiru immediately nodded and said, "No problem, fellow Taoist Zhou, you can arrange it." So Zhou Chun patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and summoned the thunder python Bai, which had been transformed into a third-tier thunder python using the 100 illusion pearl, and rode it into the water. Perhaps due to his racial instincts, High Priest Yukiru immediately showed fear and apprehension upon seeing the third-tier thunder python. However, he also knew that this was Zhou Chun's spirit pet, and quickly adjusted his mindset and followed him into the water. The man and the frog dived straight down into the water, soon arriving at the location of the azure-scaled dragonfish's lair. Years had passed, and the place had been taken over by a lake monster, now a mere second-tier high-grade mud dragon. Sensing the white aura of the thunder python, the monster was terrified and hastily used its innate ability to burrow into the lakebed mud and rocks, fleeing its lair. Zhou Chun, not bothering with such a minor monster, directly led High Priest Yukiru into the lair. Pointing to the exposed water essence jade ore, he said, "This is it. Fellow Taoist Yukiru, what do you think? Can your ordinary tribesmen mine the water essence jade here?" Ordinary tribesmen might find it difficult, but some strong tribal warriors might be able to stay here for a while. First-tier sorcerers should be able to reach this place without any problems. High Priest Yukiru carefully sensed the surroundings and then whispered his opinion. This was actually quite similar to Zhou Chun's guess. Therefore, he quickly looked at him and said, "In that case, let those people you brought, fellow Taoist Yukiru, come and try them out first." Yukiru naturally did not object to this and quickly returned to the surface to bring his tribesmen to the demon's lair. After testing, the situation was roughly as Yukiru had described. Strong scaled frog warriors could last about an hour underwater, while first-tier sorcerers could last more than 3 hours. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly looked at High Priest Yukiru and said, "In that case, let's proceed according to the cooperation plan we discussed earlier. The scaled frog tribe will be responsible for mining the water essence jade mine, and my Zhou family will exchange it with pills and magical artifacts of corresponding value. What do you think, fellow Taoist Yukiru?" "No problem. Yukiru and the scaled frog tribe have always trusted fellow Taoist Zhou and the Zhou family's reputation. Please entrust this matter to Yukiru." High Priest Yukiru agreed without hesitation. So Zhou Chun sent Wukilu back to recruit miners, and then returned to his family, ordering the family's weapon refiners to quickly make suitable mining tools for the scaled frog clan miners. Soon after, the mining of the water essence jade mine officially began. However, just when Zhou Chun thought he could alleviate the Zhou family's financial crisis with this new source of income, his long-held fears finally came true. That day, explosive news suddenly spread throughout the major cultivation families of Jing Kingdom. It turned out that in Yunzhou, bordering Fen Kingdom, 5 cultivation families had been massacred overnight, including a renowned powerful cultivation clan. And it was said that the person who committed this great act was Jiang Zhang, the corpse fiend general of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon. This corpse fiend general Jiang Zhang cultivated the earth zombie profound technique, a top-tier technique of the corpse demon sect. When activating this technique, his physical body was comparable to a zombie of the same level, and he could command hordes of corpses. This man was known as the Corpse Fiend General because he could single-handedly command and control hundreds of refined corpses, possessing the ability to form an army from scratch. It was also because of this that he was able to slaughter 5 cultivation families in a single night. So it's finally begun? The thing I've been worried about has finally happened. Inside Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun's expression instantly turned extremely solemn after reading the urgent message from the Yunzhou intelligence station. He knew in his heart that with the corpse fiend General Jiang Zhang's massacre of 5 major cultivation families, the war had entered a new phase. Chapter 437 The Shadow Appears. The form of war changed once again, and a new phase had begun. Soon, following the massacre of 5 cultivation families by corpse fiend General Jiang Zhang, news of more demonic cultivators infiltrating Jing Kingdom and causing chaos spread like wildfire. Moreover, not only Yunzhou, bordering Fen Kingdom, was attacked by demonic cultivators, but even the areas controlled by the Yan Yang Sect and the Yulun Sect saw demonic cultivators roaming and killing. It seemed that overnight, demonic cultivators had blossomed throughout Jing Kingdom. In an instant, all the cultivation families within Jing Kingdom were gripped by fear, activating protective mountain formations to seal off their mountains for self-defense. Some cultivation families even began arranging retreats, sending some of their talented but low-level members to other countries for refuge. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the Xianling Legion. Therefore, the Xianling Legion quickly launched a major offensive against the Yuanmo Legion, forcing the Yuanmo Legion to be unable to spare many men to infiltrate and cause trouble in the rear. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance also offered bounties for demonic cultivators who had infiltrated Jing Kingdom and other countries. Any cultivator who killed these infiltrators would receive double the reward. If they could kill even one of the 7 Yuan demons, they would receive a direct reward of a core formation aiding spiritual item. As the saying goes, a generous reward always attracts brave men. After the Heavenly Spirit Alliance offered such high rewards, the fear of demons in various regions finally eased slightly. Many golden core cultivators from families with golden core cultivators were eager to descend the mountains to eliminate demons. At the same time, major powers like the 3 great sects also dispatched disciples from their mountain gates to eliminate demons and stabilize order. Killing one of the 7 Yuan demons would get me a core formation aiding spiritual item? This is an opportunity. In Tuyun Ridge, Zhou Chun was tempted after seeing the bounty offered by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. Although he already had the 5-element spirit fruit, obtaining another core formation aiding spiritual item would certainly be even better. After all, the power of the 5-element spiritual fruit doesn't clash with many other spiritual items that aid in core formation, and they can be combined to increase the success rate. Zhou Chun's own spiritual root aptitude isn't particularly good, so his core formation success rate will definitely be lower than that of cultivators like Luo Qingni. Therefore, to avoid wasting such a precious and rare spiritual item as the 5-element spiritual fruit, he must succeed on the first try. However, before Zhou Chun could make any move, the flames of demonic cultivation's rampage had already reached the Zhou family. It turned out that the transport teams of the Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company had become the target of demonic cultivation's raids. In just a few days, multiple teams were attacked, and even 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who cooperated with the Zhou family perished. The Zhou family itself also lost several key refining stage members as a result. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun hurriedly ordered all branches of the trading company to suspend accepting shipments, and all goods that had been accepted but not yet shipped were returned. The trading company was temporarily suspended from operation. Thus, even though Zhou Chun was reluctant to do this, he had no choice but to inform the entire clan that all clan members' welfare benefits would be reduced by 30% to cope with the crisis. At the same time, the Zhou family, along with other families, temporarily closed their mountains, informing cultivators from various regions to return to their families' mountain gates if possible, and to seek refuge in nearby markets if they were too far away. The first wave of attacks from the demonic cultivators behind enemy lines would definitely be fierce, and closing the mountains was the best option at this time. After arranging various affairs within the family, Zhou Chun quickly approached Zhou Mingde and said, "The Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon formation is in place at Tuyun Ridge, and Elder Lin is also overseeing it, so safety shouldn't be a problem. However, at Jifang Ridge, only the third elder is currently overseeing it, and the defenses are somewhat insufficient. I wish to personally go and oversee it, and I humbly request a permission of the Supreme Elder." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde immediately shook his head and refused, saying, "That's inappropriate. With demonic cultivators rampant now, it's hard to guarantee that a golden core stage demonic cultivator won't infiltrate and attack. It's better for me to go and oversee it. Supreme Elder, please don't argue with me. With my current strength, as long as I have the Nine Peaks Ridge formation to rely on, even if a golden core stage demonic cultivator attacks, I can hold them off for a while. At the very least, I can take the third elder with me and escape, but if only you go, even if one of the 7 Yuan demons leads an attack on Jifang Ridge, you and the third elder alone simply cannot withstand it. You should know the consequences." Zhou Chun calmly looked at Zhou Mingde and spoke his mind, disregarding the slight offense his words might have caused his elder. He was grateful for and understood Zhou Mingde's good intentions, but honestly, such goodwill could sometimes be a heavy burden, and sometimes it wasn't necessarily beneficial to the family. Imagine if, as he suggested, Zhou Mingde went to Jifang Ridge to oversee things, and then a powerful figure like Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang also targeted Jifang Ridge. How could Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoquan possibly withstand it? And if the two of them were to perish at Jifang Ridge, how great would the blow and loss to the Zhou family be? How guilty and regretful would Zhou Chun himself feel? Clearly, his slightly offensive words had moved Zhou Mingde. After hearing his words, Zhou Mingde didn't get angry, but instead frowned, caught in a state of hesitation and indecision. Zhou Mingde wasn't the kind of stubborn cultivator, on the contrary, he often listened to the opinions of his juniors. However, his expectations for Zhou Chun were too high, placing all the hopes for the Zhou family's revival on Zhou Chun. This was why he was so concerned about Zhou Chun's safety, sometimes to the point of being anxious and insecure. He knew this, but knowing it didn't mean he was wrong. After all, caution was never a bad thing. In his view, even if he was being overly anxious, it was better than Zhou Chun actually being harmed. As for the safety of the other cultivators in the Zhou family, when faced with a choice, Zhou Mingde would naturally only choose Zhou Chun. But what Zhou Chun said now was undoubtedly very reasonable. If the Zhou family lost 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators at once, the blow to the family would be enormous, possibly even directly affecting Zhou Chun's future core formation plans. After all, if such a thing happened, the Zhou family's current favorable situation would collapse, and they might not even be able to protect Nine Peaks Ridge, the family's place of origin, and would even be forced to give up many interests in the wilderness. Alright, then you can go. In the end, Zhou Mingde could only sigh and agree to Zhou Chun's opinion. However, after agreeing, he still couldn't help but remind Zhou Chun, "But Zhang Chun, you must promise me that if you really encounter Golden Core stage demonic cultivators attacking Nine Peaks Ridge, don't think too much, and prioritize your own life. Don't worry, Elder, I haven't lived enough in this life yet, and I don't want to lose my life so early." Zhou Chun smiled lightly and readily agreed. Next, Zhou Chun packed up and took several spirit pets to Nine Peaks Ridge to take charge. At this time, Nine Peaks Ridge had become the Zhou family's breeding base, with most of the area used to raise various demonic beasts. Less than a third of the Zhou family cultivators remained there. However, this place was still very important to the Zhou family. If this place were lost, half of the Zhou family's foundation would be wiped out, and this was by no means an exaggeration. After arriving at Jifang Ridge, Zhou Chun first met and communicated with Zhou Daoquan before beginning his inspection of the area. In recent years, Zhou Chun had focused on his cultivation in Tuyun Ridge and had little contact with clan affairs, only knowing some data. And written data alone was clearly less impressive than on-site inspection. After inspecting the various demonic beasts kept in Jifang Ridge, Zhou Chun was surprised to discover that the Zhou family now kept more than 60 different kinds of demonic beasts. These included familiar beasts such as the Crimson Flame Vajra Monkey, Wind Shadow Dragon Snake, Unicorn Dragon Lizard, Crimson-Eyed Dragon Vulture, Dragon Scale Horse, and Dragon Claw Giant Lizard, as well as some beasts whose names he had only seen before, such as the Vajra Pig, Firewing Bird, and Thunder Falcon, beasts with extraordinary potential and strength. Most of these beasts were rare species captured by the Zhou family from the wilderness, and many were also obtained by Zhou family members during their adventures. Furthermore, the fragrant musk deer that Zhou Chun brought back has now grown into a herd of 8, and their offspring have become a new specialty of the Zhou family. Unfortunately, the Zhou family has yet to be able to raise a single type of mid-level demonic beast that can be mass-produced. This is a regret for the Zhou family as a beast-taming clan. However, Zhou Chun believes that this regret can be remedied once he reaches the core formation stage. He actually knows where to find such mid-level, and even high-level, demonic beasts that can be mass-produced. It's just that the place is too dangerous, and he dares not go there until he reaches the golden core stage. It's a pity Bai Bai can't be exposed yet. Otherwise, with Bai Bai's superior dragon bloodline aptitude, once the dragon's nest is built, it shouldn't take more than a decade or two to allow the family to produce several more dragon-blooded demonic beasts through the infiltration of its aura. Zhou Chun sighed as he looked at the dragon-blooded demonic beasts in the beast garden. For the Zhou family, which possesses dragons, raising dragon-blooded demonic beasts is undoubtedly the most cost-effective approach. As long as the flood dragon exists, there's no need to worry about the bloodline of dragon descendant beasts degenerating. They can even be aided in breaking through to the second tier by being bestowed with flood dragon essence blood. Bai Bai possesses superior flood dragon bloodline aptitude. Any dragon descendant beast mutated from it will not only see a significant increase in strength, but also a higher probability of breaking through to the second tier in the future. It's not impossible to cultivate mid-level beasts, like the Blood Flame Dragon Python and the Silver Lightning Python in the future. Unfortunately, the current situation prevents Zhou Chun from doing such a thing. Only after he forms his core and the Zhou family has 2 golden core cultivators can they protect Bai Bai, a third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon with superior bloodline aptitude. After inspecting Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun settled down there with peace of mind. Although stationed at Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun maintained daily communication with the Eagle News from Earth Cloud Ridge, handling clan affairs remotely. The situation in Jing Kingdom, as he had predicted, was extremely dire. The Yuanmo realm dispatched many powerful individual demonic cultivators to infiltrate Jing Kingdom and cause chaos. These cultivators even employed tactics like ambushing reinforcements, deliberately setting traps to lure rescuers into their traps. Within just 2 or 3 months, Jing Kingdom was engulfed in flames of war, thrown into turmoil by the demonic cultivators. The Zhou family was naturally not spared. Several groups of demonic cultivators also targeted the Zhou family, attempting to lure out the Zhou family cultivators from their great formation by slaughtering their mortal members. However, this backfired spectacularly. Zhou Chun used the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle to escape from Jilfang Ridge, then emerged from the vicinity of the ambushing demonic cultivators, unleashing his 4 spirit pets to wipe them all out. After eliminating several groups of foolish demonic cultivators, Jilfang Ridge finally returned to peace. However, Zhou Chun dared not lower his guard. He knew that the demonic cultivators would not fear the Zhou family. Their temporary silence was simply because they had not yet focused on the Zhou family. Once the easy targets were dealt with, the Zhou family might attract the attention of powerful demonic cultivators. Therefore, while continuing to monitor news from all sides, Zhou Chun also released the Wood Spirit to scout the area around Nine Peaks Ridge. That day, Zhou Chun received news that filled him with melancholy. I never imagined the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley would ultimately fail to survive this calamity. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun looked at the eagle message transmitted from Red Cliff Market and couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, who had previously maintained a good relationship with the Zhou family, had their mountain gate array breached by demonic cultivators yesterday. Only one Foundation establishment cultivator and 2 children escaped. Although the Wang family had made some preparations beforehand, arranging for some younger members to take refuge in various markets and even the Green Lotus Temple, preventing complete annihilation, this calamity was practically the same as being wiped out. A powerful cultivation clan with a history of nearly 1,000 years had thus completely declined. This war is a major reshuffling. Only those who persevere to the end will be the winners. Zhou Chun gazed deeply towards the direction of Red Medicine Valley, his heart filled with emotion. It was foreseeable that many cultivation families and even sects would be wiped out in this war. And after the war, as long as the Heavenly Spirit Realm wasn't occupied by the Yuan Demon Realm, Those families and sects that held out would be able to share the spiritual mountains, blessed lands, and resources left behind by the fallen families and sects. Zhou Chun naturally hoped that the Zhou family could persevere to the end and become the ultimate beneficiary. The destruction of the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley seemed to have set a bad precedent. Subsequently, many families with relatively good relations with the Zhou family also received bad news. Although many demonic cultivators were also killed during this period, people were clearly only concerned with the lives of those they knew, thus revealing the cruelty of war. It was under these circumstances that Nine Peaks Ridge was once again targeted by demonic cultivators. That day, the wood spirit that Zhou Chun had placed outside suddenly returned to Nine Peaks Ridge, informing him of news that he took very seriously. A group of demonic cultivators has infiltrated outside Nine Peaks Ridge, including several cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, and even a powerful late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator who is suspected to be a member of the Seven Fiends of the Primordial Demons. Chapter 438 Battle Against the Corpse Fiend General. Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun's heart sank when he learned from the returning wood spirit that demonic cultivators were lurking outside Nine Peaks Ridge. He knew his earlier fears had become a reality. After dealing with the easier targets, the more difficult Nine Peaks Ridge had come into the demonic cultivators' sights, becoming their target for advancement. Since those demonic cultivators had their eyes on Nine Peaks Ridge, unless they summoned a golden core cultivator, they wouldn't be able to dissuade them from their plans. Of course, Zhou Chun didn't intend to do that. He came to Nine Peaks Ridge to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path. Now that the demonic cultivators had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he had no reason to show weakness. Immediately after obtaining detailed information from the wood spirit, Zhou Chun made up his mind. He first used the eagle message to notify Earth Cloud Ridge as quickly as possible. Then, after waiting half a day, he released the wood spirit and the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, allowing them to leave Nine Peaks Ridge using wood escape technique and earth escape technique respectively. After exchanging words with Zhou Daoquan, he voluntarily left Jifang Ridge and flew towards Bayan Marsh. As Zhou Chun had anticipated, he had only traveled a little over 100 miles from Jifang Ridge when a crimson streak of light shot towards him. Before he could even utter a sound, a crimson flying sword, radiating intense crimson light, slashed towards him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately patted his storage pouch and summoned the Black Water's One Turtle Shield, generating a black light barrier to firmly protect himself. Then, he waved his hand, activating the Fire Dragon token and releasing a Crimson Fire Dragon that lunged at the owner of the Crimson Flying Sword. The Black Water's One Turtle Shield's defense clearly exceeded the man's expectations. The Crimson Flying Sword struck it, and although the highly corrosive Crimson Sword Light managed to corrode many gaps in the black light barrier, it couldn't truly shake the magic weapon's protection. The Crimson Fire Dragon's power was not to be underestimated, so he hastily summoned a blood-red banner, a magical artifact. With a quick hand seal, crimson light surged from the banner, condensing into a giant blood-red python that clashed with a fire dragon. However, the giant blood-red python was clearly no match for the Crimson Fire Dragon. Upon contact, its crimson light dimmed, and its power greatly diminished. What a powerful artifact! A cry of surprise rang out from mid-air. The demonic cultivator who had attacked Zhou Chun finally spoke. This man wore the blood-red robes characteristic of the Bloodbone sect, his face fierce and ferocious, a centipede-like scar running from his right cheek to his neck, making him look extremely menacing. His cultivation was also at the Lake Purple Mansion stage, a minor realm higher than Zhou Chun's. Upon hearing this man's words, Zhou Chun's expression turned solemn as he sternly shouted, "Since you know how powerful my magic weapon is, why don't you retreat immediately?" The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe chuckled strangely. Hell, kid, your magic weapon is quite impressive, but unfortunately, it will be mine in a moment. With that, he formed hand seals and swung his hand at Zhou Chun, unleashing a streak of blood-red light that flew towards him with lightning speed. The Blackwater Tortoise Shield, which had been able to withstand the attack with ease, shattered into pieces under this blow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood-red sword instantly bypassed the shield and pierced straight towards Zhou Chun's chest. However, a black light shield suddenly rose around Zhou Chun, completely protecting him. The blood-red sword struck it, causing him to sway slightly before falling silent. Another high-grade third-tier defensive magic artifact, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe exclaimed in surprise, his expression changing. Indeed, The black aura surrounding Zhou Chun was now the power of another defensive magic artifact. This artifact was obtained from the abandoned cultivator Murin Luo, who had used it to withstand numerous heavenly lightning strikes. After capturing Murin Luo, Zhou Chun obtained this defensive magic artifact called the Mysterious Gang Pearl. According to Murin Luo's own confession, the Mysterious Gang Pearl was a magic artifact he obtained by killing a supreme elder of a certain immortal cultivation family. It seemed to be a family heirloom. If he hadn't mastered the god-slaying technique at the time, it would have been difficult to break through the Mysterious Gang Pearl's protection and kill his opponent. "Do you still have the confidence to defeat me, sir?" Zhou Chun asked the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe with a mocking expression, his tone full of sarcasm. This made the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe lose face. Then, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp, long howl. This long howl was, of course, not used to attack Zhou Chun, but to call for reinforcements. Zhou Chun seemed to realize this quickly as well, his expression changing slightly as he hurriedly fled towards Nine Peaks Ridge, shielded by the black light barrier. "Boy, where do you think you're going? Stay here obediently." A sinister smile flashed across the blood-robed middle-aged man's face as he immediately unleashed his full power to attack Zhou Chun, even taking out one-time used treasures like talismans and blood fiend beads to aid his attack, giving Zhou Chun no chance to escape. Little did he know that Zhou Chun was simply playing along. After the two fought in midair for more than a quarter of an hour, a gray-black light and a red light quickly arrived, revealing a gray-robed old man holding a yin soul banner and a red-robed giant with horns on his forehead, both at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Upon arriving at the scene, the two didn't say much and immediately began to use their supernatural powers to besiege Zhou Chun. The gray-robed elder brandished the yin soul banner, unleashing a dense surge of yin energy that transformed into a giant gray-black python that lunged at Zhou Chun. The red-robed giant, however, formed a hand seal, his body expanding to a towering size of 2 zang, approximately 6.6 meters, his skin hardening into the wrinkled hide of a rhinoceros. He then tapped his storage compartment at his waist, producing a massive crimson axe. Gripping the axe, he roared at Zhou Chun, unleashing a powerful downward slash that instantly unleashed a crimson blade over 10 zang long. He then charged at Zhou Chun, axe in hand. Caught off guard by the barrage of attacks, Zhou Chun was quickly devastated and cleaved from the sky by the crimson blade, plummeting towards the ground. "Ha ha ha, kid, keep being arrogant, keep being arrogant." The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe laughed wildly, urging his blood-red flying sword to slash fiercely at Zhou Chun, as if venting his anger. The burly man in the red robe also grinned maliciously, swinging his giant axe down like a strongman splitting a mountain, aiming fiercely at Zhou Chun. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly shot up from the ground beneath Zhou Chun, accurately bypassing him and striking the burly man in the red robe. Swept by this golden light, the burly man in the red robe instantly felt as if a mountain had been added to his body. The immense gravity caused his back to buckle uncontrollably. Even more terrifying, the giant axe he was gripping instantly slipped from his grasp, flying uncontrollably to the side. Then he saw a flash of golden light, and a golden flying sword suddenly pierced through the air, stabbing straight at his throat. Drink. In the nick of time, the red-robed giant roared with a ferocious expression, and crimson flames suddenly erupted from his body. A layer of fiery red scales abruptly sprouted from his rhinoceros-like, wrinkled skin. The golden rainbow sword pierced through the fiery red scales, and although it successfully pierced through the wrinkled, hard skin behind it, it ultimately failed to pierce his throat, being blocked by his throat bone. At this moment, the red-robed giant also unleashed his full power to break free from the golden magnetic glow, then forcefully pulled out the golden flying sword from his throat and threw it away, hurriedly covering his wound and retreating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only regretfully wield his flying sword to attack the blood-robed middle-aged man. As for his personal safety, after the appearance of the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, there was no need to worry about it at all. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, with its feet firmly planted on the ground, could be said to be the strongest existence of the third tier in terms of defense. Zhou Chun stood atop the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, protected by a dense, earthen yellow light shield. Neither the giant python formed from yin energy nor the crimson flying sword of the middle-aged man in the blood robe could break through it in a single blow. As long as the earthen yellow light shield couldn't be broken in one strike, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, with its feet firmly planted on the ground, could continuously draw spiritual energy from the Earth's veins and easily repair and maintain the shield's existence. Damn it, where did this turtle come from? Why didn't the intelligence mention its existence at all? The middle-aged man in the blood robe shouted angrily after detonating a bone shield magic artifact to block the golden rainbow sword attack. From the information they had, they only knew that Zhou Chun was a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator and possessed a third-tier low-grade demonic beast, the Thunder Python. In fact, it was precisely because they considered the existence of this third-tier demonic beast, the Thunder Python, might pose a powerful threat to them, the demonic cultivators, that they decided to come and destroy the Zhou family to eliminate this threat. However, they clearly hadn't expected that Zhou Chun possessed more than one third-tier demonic beast pet. At this point, Zhou Chun hadn't even released the third-tier Thunder Python from the intelligence report. Yet he had already severely injured one of their companions. Their plan to ambush and kill Zhou Chun was almost hopeless. You all hold him off for now. I need to set up an array to prevent him from escaping underground. Just as the blood-robed middle-aged man and his companions were hesitant, unsure whether to continue with the plan, a mysterious voice suddenly rang in their minds. Hearing this voice, the three immediately felt reassured, as if they had found their pillar of support. The gray-robed elder tossed the Yin Soul banner in his hand, formed hand seals, and unleashed a gray-black magical power onto the banner. A ball of pure Yin energy surged from within the banner, transforming into the head of a fanged demon with two horns. Then, the gray-robed elder's expression hardened, and he suddenly broke off his left little finger and ring finger at the root, throwing them at the demon's head, where they were swallowed whole. Accompanied by a chilling, eerie laugh, the head of the demon that had devoured the offering instantly transformed into a real demon several meters tall, appearing in the sky. This demon, also formed from Yin energy, possessed its own form and a degree of intelligence, its aura reaching the lower third rank. It wielded a double-pronged steel fork forged from Yin energy, and with a swift movement, it transformed into a streak of dark demonic light, lunging at Zhou Chun with incredible speed. Surprisingly, the earthen yellow light shield formed by the golden armored mountain tortoise failed to block its penetration, being completely ignored as it pounced on Zhou Chun. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was protected by the black light shield formed by the mysterious key pearl. This meant that although the demon appeared behind him unexpectedly, its thrusting steel fork failed to truly harm him. Nevertheless, this incident still sent a chill down his spine, filling him with dread and apprehension at the methods of the Yin Ghost Sect. He hurriedly reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the Thunder Python Bye-Bye, which had been transformed using the 100 Illusion Pearl. Boom! Upon emerging, the Thunder Python Bye-Bye unleashed a 5-hit combo of lightning, all aimed at the evil spirit. Under the relentless barrage of lightning, the evil spirit only lasted until the fourth strike before howling and disintegrating into massive Yin energy. Only a gray-black phantom flew back into the Yin Soul banner. Then, the gray-robed elder's face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, seemingly suffering severe internal injuries. It turned out that the Yin Ghost Sect's Yin Soul banner was crafted using extremely evil methods. The evil spirits suppressing the ghosts within had formed some kind of contract with their master. If the evil spirits were severely injured, the master would also suffer a backlash. Not only was the gray-robed elder's evil spirit easily defeated, but after the appearance of the Thunder Python Bye-Bye, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe from the Bloodbone Sect also suffered greatly from the lightning strikes. He was at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, not entirely vulnerable. However, lightning did indeed have a strong restraining effect on his abilities. For example, the bone shield magic artifact he had previously used for protection, while able to withstand lightning strikes, would suffer irreparable damage to its body after each impact. It was like how demonic cultivators use demonic methods to corrupt and taint other cultivators' magic artifacts. The only one who could perform well under the lightning strikes was the red-robed giant from the Beast Demon Palace. After taking a healing pill, he temporarily healed the wound in his throat. Seeing his two companions in danger, he roared and charged forward again, swinging his fists. His fists danced, unleashing crimson fiery fist imprints that bombarded the lightning python, forcing it to dodge and weave. The lightning striking him didn't have any significant restraining effect, merely shattering his newly formed crimson scales. The key was that his physical body was incredibly strong and seemed to have a strong resistance to the paralyzing effects of lightning, remaining largely unaffected. Clearly, The reason the demonic cultivators dared to attack Zhou Chun despite knowing he possessed a third-tier lightning python was because of this unaffected red-robed giant. With the red-robed giant tying down the lightning python's energy, the three demonic cultivators managed to hold off Zhou Chun, completing the task assigned to them by the mysterious voice. After the battle continued for about 3/4 of an hour, a black demonic cloud suddenly arrived above the battlefield. Then, figures flashed within the black cloud, and 3 hideous, bluish-black monstrous corpses flew out, surrounding Zhou Chun. 2 of these bluish-black monstrous corpses were high-grade 3rd tier, and the other was mid-grade 3rd tier, each possessing strength comparable to a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. Then, the black demonic cloud contracted inward, revealing a burly man in armor. The burly man was 12 feet tall, clad in black iron armor with a beast face mask. His face was a bluish-black, like a zombie, with fangs bared in his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious. He also held a black gourd in his hand. What distinguished him from a true corpse refining or zombie was his eyes. His eyes were still clearly black and white, not much different from those of a normal person, and they also shone with a lively and intelligent light. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Chun immediately narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Could you be the infamous corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang of the Yuan Demon Legion?" Before the armored burly man could speak, the blood-robed middle-aged man couldn't contain his smugness and laughed. "Hey, kid, since you know Commander Jiang's name, why don't you quickly offer your neck for execution, to be able to fight fellow Taoist Shen and the others single-handedly without being at a disadvantage? You do have some skill. If you can pledge your allegiance to me and serve as a vanguard for the Yuan Demon Legion, I will not only spare your life, but when the Yuan Demon Legion conquers Jing Kingdom, you and your family will rise to a higher level and be highly valued by our sect." Corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang glanced at the blood-robed middle-aged man and stated his plans in a hoarse voice. Although he had become half-human, half-corpse due to his cultivation technique, his mind hadn't become as dull as a zombie. Killing Zhou Chun would only add a little merit to his record. However, if they could subdue Zhou Chun and the Zhou family, providing them with intelligence and hiding places, the subsequent gains in battle would far exceed this. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sighed softly. "That's a real pity. What's a pity?" Zhang Zhuang's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he couldn't help but ask, following Zhou Chun's words. Then he heard Zhou Chun reply with a serious expression, "Unfortunately, I, Zhou, have no intention of giving you a chance to live." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun made a hand seal, instantly unleashing the 3rd level of the dragon transformation secret technique, transforming himself into a silver-white dragon man clad in armor and topped with horns. He then soared into the sky, directly breaking free from the protection of the golden armored mountain carrying tortoise stone, and pounced towards the Beast Demon Palace cultivator. At the same time, a clear dragon roar suddenly rang out in midair, and the thunder flood dragon Bai made its dazzling appearance, directly unleashing a sharp and unparalleled lightning blade towards corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. Meanwhile, the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone and the wood spirit, who had already infiltrated the vicinity using the wood escape technique, also launched their attacks on the blood-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed elder. "Boy, you're courting death?" A furious roar filled with shock and anger erupted from Zhang Zhuang's mouth. Gray-black spiritual light surged from his body, instantly forming a protective shield around him. At the same time, under his command, the 3 refined corpses howled and pounced towards Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao Bai. However, he hadn't expected Lei Jiao Bai's attack to be so sharp. The silver lightning blade struck him, instantly shattering his gray-black protective shield, then crashing down on him, sending him flying dozens of feet away, his entire body billowing black smoke. Then, Lei Jiao Bai, his body surging with lightning, bound a mid-grade 3rd-tier refined corpse, directly unleashing a direct lightning attack on its face. Under this onslaught, the mid-grade 3rd-tier refined corpse, which he had painstakingly crafted, was directly struck by lightning, shattering the divine consciousness imprint within its body. Its once indestructible corpse body was now riddled with cracks and plummeted to the ground. As for the 2 high-grade 3rd-tier refined corpses that lunged at Zhou Chun, they suddenly encountered a swarm of black moths. These black moths were the nemesis of refined corpses, the corpse-rotting moths. Even a high-grade 3rd-tier refined corpse, suddenly surrounded by its natural nemesis, the corpse-rotting moths, instantly lost most of its abilities, forced to frantically burn its internal corpse energy to form grayish-white corpse flames to incinerate the black moths. Looking at the burly man in red robes, he was initially startled when Zhou Chun transformed into a dragon and pounced on him. Then, a look of delight appeared on his face as he proactively met the attack. Clearly, he was confident in his physical strength and had no fear of competing with Zhou Chun in a physical duel. However, to his utter surprise, after a few exchanges of fists and claws with Zhou Chun, several heavenly frost bees suddenly flew out from Zhou Chun's body, directly spitting out several streams of heavenly frost chill that landed on him. Thus, the burly man in red robes, who had previously been able to withstand even lightning, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Before he could dispel the chill within his body, Zhou Chun suddenly raised his claw and swung it at him, a sharp and incomparable golden blade of energy striking his neck. The burly man in red robes had already been stabbed in the neck by the golden rainbow sword, almost breaking his throat, but he had only barely healed the external wound thanks to the power of medicinal pills. At this moment, struck at close range by Zhou Chun's golden slash, secret technique, his head instantly separated from his body, decapitated on the spot. This scene, witnessed by Zhang Zhong and the other two, shocked them to the core. They could hardly believe it was real. Damn it, this kid was hiding his strength. His true strength is definitely at the level of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. The blood-robed middle-aged man roared in shock and anger, his voice tinged with fear. He recalled the arrogant words he had spoken to Zhou Chun earlier. Now, those words seemed utterly laughable. But realizing this now seemed a little too late. After the death of the red-robed giant, their numerical advantage over Zhou Chun had vanished. Or rather, their initial numerical advantage was never a true advantage. Fellow Taoist Shen, don't panic. You only need to keep his 2 spirit pets occupied. Leave this brat to me. Just as the blood-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed elder were in a state of panic and considering retreat, Zhang Zhuang's voice rang out again. Immediately, Zhang Zhuang shook the black orb in his hand, and instantly, streams of black light poured out from it, transforming into armored demonic corpses, numbering over 100 in total. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Fourth Order Zombie. General Zhang Zhuang's abilities lay half in his mastery of the earthly zombie profound art and half in the army of corpse refining soldiers he commanded. The black orb in his hand was a rare treasure of the corpse demon sect, called the mysterious Yin Corpse Gourd. This treasure possessed its own internal space, filled with dense yin energy, capable of holding hundreds or even thousands of refined corpses. Therefore, with the corpse demon sect's help, Zhang Zhuang had already raised hundreds of armored demonic corpses within the mysterious Yin Corpse Gourd. When war broke out, he only needed to release these armored demonic corpses, using the innate ability to command hordes of corpses granted by the earthly zombie profound art to direct them into battle formations. Now, seeing Zhou Chun suddenly transform from prey into hunter, displaying combat power far exceeding expectations, Zhang Zhuang naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. He released over 100 armored demonic corpses in one go, forming a corpse path battle formation, linking their corpse energy together and channeling it into himself. After receiving the power from these hundreds of second-tier armored demonic corpses, Zhang Zhuang's cultivation aura surged to a level comparable to Golden Core Cultivator. As the saying goes, brute force can overcome any technique. With cultivation comparable to Golden Core Cultivator, even the third-tier lightning power that restrained him posed little threat. He raised his arm, and dense corpse aura formed a several zang long corpse demonic tiger that pounced on Zhou Chun. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of grayish-white corpse flames, which landed directly on his body and burned fiercely, as if he had donned a suit of fiery armor. Instead of attacking the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, who knew lightning escape techniques, he simply swung his claws and summoned 3 long black nail-like demonic weapons, launching a full-force attack on Zhou Chun. Faced with this situation, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he sent the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye into the sky to lay mines, preparing for the Heavenly Thunder Guidance divine power. He himself relied on the Black Water Tortoise Shield and the Profound Pearl, 2 superior protective magic artifacts, to fight Zhang Zhuang, buying time for Legiano. At the same time, to prevent the 2 third-tier high-grade demonic corpses from breaking through the corpse moth encirclement and attacking him, Zhou Chun also released 6 heavenly frost bees, letting them spew cold air to cool down the 2 demonic corpses engulfed in corpse flames. With these combined measures, even with Zhang Zhuang's drastically increased magical power, he couldn't quickly harm him. This result greatly surprised Zhang Zhuang, but it also strengthened his resolve to kill Zhou Chun. A flash of crimson light appeared in his eyes, and suddenly his hands formed hand seals. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhou Chun. Then, black light surged from his hands, and his claws, sharp and pointed, struck the black light shield formed by the profound pearl. Although the mysterious pearl's defense had never disappointed Zhou Chun, Zhang Zhuang's powerful magical cultivation, approaching that of a golden core cultivator, combined with his own physical strength comparable to a high-grade third-tier zombie, resulted in an attack power approaching that of a golden core cultivator. Therefore, when his full force strike hit the black light shield, the shield instantly shattered with numerous cracks before exploding with a loud bang. However, Zhou Chun reacted extremely quickly. The instant the black light shield shattered, silver-white lightning crackled on his claws as he turned and slammed them down on Zhang Zhuang's exhausted arms. While this didn't actually injure Zhang Zhuang, the burning pain from the lightning still caused him slight discomfort, and the immense force transmitted from Zhou Chun's claws sent him flying back several meters. At this moment, Zhou Chun raised his hand and patted his storage pouch, retrieving the golden light bowl talisman. As the talisman transformed into a golden bowl and fell inverted to cover Zhou Chun, Zhang Zhuang's attack struck again. However, a talisman is still a talisman. Although the golden bowl's spiritual light quickly dimmed under Zhang Zhuang's attack, it still firmly protected Zhou Chun and did not shatter. Having gained a breather, Zhou Chun retaliated without showing any weakness, directly summoning the Crimson Decapitation Sword magic weapon that Lin Hongyu had bestowed upon him. This magic weapon, named the Crimson Dragon Demon Slaying Sword, was more suitable for close combat. Zhou Chun now gripped the 17-foot-long decapitation sword with both hands and launched a counterattack against Zhang Zhuang. His decapitation sword slashed and swept, each strike releasing crimson gold sword energy that attacked Zhang Zhuang. Although these sword energies couldn't truly harm Zhang Zhuang, Zhou Chun's imposing aura made him no longer dare to underestimate him. After a back-and-forth exchange, Zhou Chun's strength ultimately proved inferior, and it wasn't long before Zhang Zhuang forcefully shattered his golden light bowl talisman. However, Zhou Chun had already achieved his goal. Because of his delaying tactics, the White Thunder Dragon in the sky, which had been channeling and gathering power for its heavenly thunder guidance, had completed its preparation. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, streaks of silver lightning descended from the sky, but their target wasn't Zhang Zhuang. Instead, it was the armored demonic corpses that had formed a battle formation. Once these armored demonic corpses formed a battle formation, their auras were linked as one. Attacking any one of them would be equivalent to attacking the entire group. Zhou Chun had previously attempted to attack these armored demonic corpses, but his attacks were either blocked by Zhang Zhuang or neutralized by the battle formation. But now it was different. Heavenly lightning was inherently effective against demonic creatures like yin ghost corpses, let alone when dozens or even hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning were falling in succession. The armored demonic corpses, bombarded by the heavenly lightning, were instantly reduced to charred remains, completely obliterated. In just a dozen breaths, over 20 armored demonic corpses perished on the spot. Even someone like Zhang Zhuang was heartbroken by such a loss. These armored demonic corpses were not easy to forge. A single one would give an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator a significant advantage in battle against another cultivator of the same level. Even for Zhang Zhuang, forging such a corpse would require considerable materials and time. More importantly, with the annihilation of over 20 armored demonic corpses, the battle formation's enhancement power from the corpse forging also weakened considerably, causing his magical aura to drop below the golden core stage. Furthermore, the heavenly lightning continued to fall relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Under these circumstances, Zhang Zhuang, filled with shock and anger, was forced to unleash his most trump card. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped a mysterious yin corpse gourd on his body. A beam of black light flew out from the gourd. It was a black jade coffin. With Zhou Chun's current level of knowledge and experience, he immediately recognized that the black jade coffin was made of mysterious yin jade, an extremely rare yin attribute spiritual material. What kind of refined corpse would be sealed and contained in a jade coffin made of mysterious yin jade? Zhou Chun's heart tightened at this thought, and a terrifying guess instantly came to him. A 4th-tier refined corpse. Only a 4th-tier refined corpse comparable to Golden Core Cultivator would be qualified for Zhang Zhang to seal and contain with a mysterious yin jade coffin. Under normal circumstances, even if a late-stage Purple Mansion Cultivator obtained a 4th-tier refined corpse, they would not be able to refine and control it. This is because the ferocious will contained within a 4th-tier refined corpse is something a late-stage Purple Mansion Cultivator cannot suppress. Forcibly controlling it would only result in a backlash, or even being killed and devoured by the refined corpse itself. However, Zhang Zhang was no ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion Cultivator. He was one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, a leading figure among Purple Mansion cultivators of the Corpse Demon Sect. Not only was his talent and will exceptional, but he had also successfully cultivated the earthly zombie profound technique, a technique perfectly suited for controlling and refining corpses, and was highly regarded by the Corpse Demon Sect's higher-ups. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if he possessed some secret method that allowed him to temporarily control a 4th-tier refining corpse, despite only being a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Bye-bye, stop him. Zhou Chun anxiously gave the order to Lei Jiao bye-bye. Bye-bye naturally understood what he meant. Upon hearing this, it immediately took advantage of the continuous falling lightning from the sky and suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a silver lightning ball towards Zhang Zhuang. In mid-air, Zhang Zhuang seemed to sense this as well. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly spat out a jet-black bead, instantly releasing a dense and pure corpse fiend aura that transformed into a black shield protecting himself. He clearly had great confidence in this black shield, and after it formed first, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he soon realized how laughable his confidence was. Boom! As the silver lightning ball slammed into Zhang Zhang, the silver lightning instantly illuminated the sky, creating a deafening explosion. Zhang Zhang, at the center of the blast, took the full force of this heavenly divine lightning. Because of this earth-shattering attack, even the blood-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed elder couldn't help but divert their attention to Zhang Zhang. While their hearts pounded at the sheer power of this attack, they also secretly prayed for Zhang Zhang. Although demonic cultivators were extremely selfish, they were now in the same boat. If Zhang Zhang died, they had no confidence they could escape. Soon, the raging lightning gradually dissipated, and a black light shot out from within. How are you? Seeing the black light emerge, the blood-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed elder both breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could fully relax, they were shocked by Zhang Zhuang's current miserable state and couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Zhang Zhang's armor was shattered and nowhere to be seen. The seemingly indestructible zombie body beneath it was riddled with wounds and craters, even his face was covered in them, making him look far uglier than a toad. Of course, for Zhang Zhuang, who had chosen to cultivate the earth zombie profound art, beauty and ugliness were no longer important. Outsiders wouldn't be so shallow as to judge him based on such things. However, besides his miserable and ugly appearance, his aura was also significantly weakened and feeble, completely unlike his previous state. Clearly, although he had survived the devastating attack, he had been severely injured, damaging his very foundation. This injury could directly affect his future core formation, completely severing his path to advancement. This reveals his current state of mind. As he charged out of the lightning-ravaged area, his eyes bloodshot, he glared at Zhou Chun and roared, "Damn bastard, do you know what a fool you've done? I'll refine you and all the cultivators in your family into living corpses, so you'll never find peace." Before his roar faded, a cracked black bead flew from his mouth and shot behind him. Immediately, a figure flashed within the lightning-ravaged area behind him, and a Taoist priest in a purplish-black robe leaped out and swallowed a black bead whole. Just as the Taoist priest opened his mouth to swallow the bead, the sharp canines in his mouth quickly revealed his true identity. This Taoist priest, who looked much like an ordinary cultivator except for his slightly pale face, was actually a refined corpse. Indeed, a 4th-tier refined corpse. Zhou Chun stared at the Taoist priest with a grave expression, his heart sinking. The strength of a 4th-tier refined corpse was equivalent to Golden Core Cultivator, even the Corpse Demon Sect didn't have many. Moreover, he had seen other 4th-tier refined corpses before, and none of them, in terms of appearance or temperament, were as good as this Taoist. If it weren't for the corpse aura emanating from his body, the fangs he revealed when he opened his mouth, and his pair of scarlet eyes, the Taoist would look more like a highly accomplished Taoist master. This unworthy disciple, Zhang Zhang, humbly begs the ancestral master to lend me a hand. Just as Zhou Chun was pondering how to deal with this fourth-tier refined corpse, Zhang Zhuang suddenly formed hand seals, emanating an aura somewhat similar to that of the refined corpse, and uttered words that startled him. In an instant, Zhou Chun understood why this Taoist looked so different from ordinary refined corpses. It turned out that after Zhang Zhuang became one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon and earned the title of Corpse Fiend General, his personal information was collected and published by the Heavenly Spirit Legion, which naturally included the cultivation technique he practiced. Zhang Zhuang's cultivation technique, the Earth Zombie Profound Art, is a unique top-tier cultivation method of the Corpse Demon Sect, said to be inherited from the ancient Corpse Demon path. As the practitioner's cultivation deepens, their body becomes increasingly similar to a zombie. Upon reaching the golden core stage, a corpse pearl, a unique feature typically found only in 4th-tier zombies, will condense outside their own golden core. When a golden core cultivator practicing the Earth Zombie Profound Art passes away, their golden core dissipates, but the corpse pearl remains, absorbing the dissipated power and becoming their sole source of strength. At this point, a 4th-tier spiritual zombie is born. Generally, because such 4th-tier spiritual zombies are extremely rare, and are formed from the bodies of senior cultivators of the sect, the high-ranking members of the Corpse Demon Sect do not confuse them with ordinary corpses or use them indiscriminately. Instead, they are sealed in the sect's corpse-nurturing grounds, allowing them to absorb the Earth's yin energy to continue growing, waiting to be used at a crucial moment. After Zhang Zhuang became one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, he became the leading figure among those below the golden core stage in the Corpse Demon Sect. He represented not only the face of the Corpse Demon Sect, but also the face of the primordial demon legion. For his personal safety, it seemed reasonable for the Corpse Demon Sect to send a 4th-tier spirit zombie to protect him. Because their cultivation methods were of the same origin and their auras were similar, coupled with the Corpse Demon Sect's secret methods of communication and harmonization, even if Zhang Zhuang couldn't fully control the 4th-tier spirit zombie, he could ensure he wouldn't become its target. At this moment, as Zhang Zhuang finished speaking, the 4th-tier spirit zombie's reaction undoubtedly quickly confirmed this. Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from its body, and a torrent of corpse energy burst forth, forming a gray-black armor around its body. Then, it moved and instantly disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already behind the gray-robed old man. No, he only managed to scream before the gray-robed elder was seized by the 4th-tier spiritual zombie, its neck bitten and drained of all its life force. A mid-stage purple mansion cultivator was reduced to a lifeless, dried-up corpse in just a few breaths. This scene not only shocked Zhou Chun but also terrified the blood-robed middle-aged man. He glared at Zhang Zhuang with furious anger and demanded, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, what are you doing? Why did you kill fellow Taoist Song?" However, Zhang Zhuang seemed oblivious to his questioning. Instead, the 4th-tier zombie appeared enraged by the blood-robed man's words, its crimson eyes fixed on him, and it threw the dried-up corpse to the ground. Not good. The blood-robed man's eyes met the 4th-tier zombies, and he knew something was wrong. He hardened his heart and immediately formed hand seals, attempting to use a blood escape technique to flee. This blood escape technique was originally the most proficient escape method of the Bloodbone Sect cultivators. Every Purple Mansion stage cultivator in the Bloodbone Sect mastered it to a high degree, and it only took 2 or 3 breaths to activate. However, just as the middle-aged man in the blood robe was about to use this escape technique, he suddenly heard a roar in his mind. This roar was full of ferocity, and as soon as it sounded in his mind, it instantly made his soul tremble, and his hand gestures slowed down. Although his soul was not weak, he quickly recovered, but it was still too late. A figure flashed, and a 4th-level zombie appeared beside him. Then its sharp claws swung, and the blood-red light protecting the middle-aged man in the blood robe was easily pierced through like paper, and his chest was also pierced through. What followed was a repetition of the previous scene. In less than 10 breaths, the middle-aged man in the blood robe, who had a late Purple Mansion stage cultivation, followed in the footsteps of the gray-robed old man and was directly drained of his life force, becoming a dried-up corpse. But at this moment, Zhou Chun had already reacted and made his move. With a series of hand seals, he activated the strongest defensive divine power of the Blackwater Zhuan Turtle Shield, Shadow of the Zhuan Turtle. Simultaneously, he soared towards the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone. Meanwhile, The Thunder Flood Dragon Bai unleashed another heavenly divine thunder at Zhangzhong. Boom! A second earth-shattering explosion resounded, startling the fourth-tier zombie that was absorbing the blood-robed middle-aged man. It looked fearfully at the sea of silver lightning. In truth, the reason it attacked the two demonic cultivators first was because it had expended considerable power resisting the heavenly divine thunder, and instinctively wanted to absorb their essence to recover. Compared to Zhou Chun, the two demonic cultivators practicing demonic arts were clearly more to its liking. Having suffered from this silver lightning before, it feared its power. But then, as if sensing something, it suddenly roared and transformed into a black shadow, rushing straight into the sea of lightning. A moment later, Zhangzhong, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life, was grabbed and dragged out by the fourth-tier zombie. The fourth-tier zombie, carrying Zhangzhong, suddenly opened its mouth and spat out more a ball of pitch-black corpse energy onto him. This corpse energy, normally highly poisonous to orthodox cultivators and most demonic cultivators, acted like a miraculous elixir on Zhangzhong, instantly healing many of his wounds and pulling him out of the brink of death. Conversely, the fourth-tier zombie's aura seemed slightly weakened, as if the corpse demon energy had also damaged its cultivation. It then threw Zhangzhong to the ground, and a deep crack suddenly appeared, swallowing Zhangzhong before quickly closing again. Having done this, the fourth-tier zombie turned its crimson eyes to Zhou Chun. But before it could attack, several bolts of silver lightning struck its head. Unfortunately, while these bolts were powerful, they weren't the pure, unadulterated heavenly lightning of the heavenly divine lightning. The fourth-tier zombie's corpse demon energy erupted, easily neutralizing the silver lightning attacks. Then, it moved swiftly, instantly leaping to Zhou Chun's side. However, Zhou Chun was prepared. The powerful defense of the shadow of the mystic turtle quickly blocked the fourth-tier zombie's claw attacks, and the silver lightning, attracted by the thunder flood dragon, also struck the fourth-tier zombie. Having failed to eliminate Zhou Chun in one strike, and instead suffering several more lightning strikes, the fourth-tier zombie seemed enraged. With a furious roar, it spat out a ball of bluish-gray corpse flame towards Zhou Chun. The flame landed on the shadow of the mystic tortoise, immediately causing the illusory image of the tortoise to rapidly fade, and even cracks appeared on the shield. This sight terrified Zhou Chun, who hurriedly activated the fire dragon token, attempting to fight fire with fire, using the crimson fire dragon to refine the corpse flame. However, the corpse flame was cultivated by the fourth-tier zombie using its own corpse energy, intimately connected to it, and continuously nourished by its own power. The flames unleashed by the fire dragon token were ultimately just a wisp of demonic fire from the fourth-tier crimson fire dragon, far inferior in power and duration to the corpse flame. In the end, the crimson fire dragon was directly annihilated by the corpse flame, causing the fire dragon token itself to shatter and become unusable. Fortunately, Lei Jiao Bai realized its master's predicament and hurriedly unleashed lightning upon the corpse flames, slightly suppressing their ferocity. However, the corpse flames were merely a fourth-tier zombie's supernatural ability. Its powerful zombie body was its true killing move. With another slap of its claw onto the phantom of the Zhuan turtle, the Blackwater Zhuan turtle shield, already at its limit, shattered instantly. Luckily, the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle stone saved its master at this critical moment. It first used golden magnetic glow to interfere with and restrain the fourth-tier zombie's subsequent attacks, then remotely cast a protective spell to shield Zhou Chun, pulling him back onto its back. As the fourth-tier zombie used its powerful magic to disperse the golden magnetic glow and pursue, lightning from the sky struck it again. Affected by this, it slapped its claw against the shield cast by the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, only managing to crack it but failing to break it in one strike. As a surge of yellow light erupted from the shield, the cracks rapidly healed, as if they had never existed. Thus, with the combined efforts of his two spirit pets, Zhou Chun managed to withstand several more rounds of attacks from the fourth-tier zombie. However, he knew in his heart that the stone's defense could only hold out for a while, not indefinitely. Whether he could achieve his goal today depended on whether reinforcements could arrive in time. As if responding to Zhou Chun's call, a fiery red streak of light quickly flew from the direction of Nine Peaks Ridge, revealing the valiant figure of a golden core stage female cultivator. The newcomer was none other than Lin Hongyu, the golden core stage supreme elder revered by the Zhou family. Chapter 440, What level is this? Lin Hongyu's arrival made all of Zhou Chun's previous persistence meaningful. Upon her appearance, She immediately opened her mouth and unleashed her natal magic weapon, the Flame Dragon Ring, towards the fourth-tier zombie. At this time, Lin Hongyao's natal magic weapon had been refined and nurtured for decades, its power several times greater than when it was first forged. The moment the Crimson Ring appeared, it suddenly erupted with dazzling flames, transforming into a fire dragon 20 or 30 feet long that pounced on the fourth-tier zombie. Faced with such an attack, the fourth-tier zombie seemed to sense the threat, immediately roaring and unleashing a torrent of corpse energy, transforming into a black demonic tiger to meet the fire dragon. However, the moment the black tiger clashed with the fire dragon, the Flame Dragon Ring within the fire dragon's body pierced through it, leaving a hole about 10 feet in diameter in its massive form. Immediately, crimson flames enveloped and burned the demonic tiger, quickly refining this creature, formed purely of corpse energy, into wisps of smoke. Compared to Zhou Chun's previous predicament, Lin Hongyu appeared far more composed. This was the difference in cultivation levels. After piercing the demonic tiger, the Crimson Ring's outer blades emitted crimson light, spinning and slashing towards the fourth-tier zombie's body. However, a fourth-tier zombie was still a fourth-tier zombie. Its body had been tempered to be as hard as a magical artifact. Its claws, carrying several feet of gray-black claw blades, slapped at the Crimson Ring, sending it flying. However, the ring, as Lin Hongyu's natal magical artifact, was too closely connected to her mind. Almost instantly, under Lin Hongyu's control, it erupted with raging flames again, continuing to smash towards the fourth-tier zombie. This time, the fourth-tier zombie tried to swat away the Crimson Ring as before, but its claw strike only shattered a fake conjured by fire. The real, Flame Dragon Ring, suddenly wrapped around its body, binding and imprisoning its arms and body. At the same time, towering flames erupted from the magic weapon, quickly engulfing the fourth-tier zombie in a sea of fire. It seemed that Lin Hongyu intended to refine this fourth-tier zombie in one fell swoop using the power of her natal magic weapon. But things were never that simple. After all, a fourth-tier zombie was on par with a golden core cultivator. Even though it lacked a magic weapon and its supernatural abilities were far inferior to those of a golden core cultivator, making it somewhat weaker, it was still not so easy to kill. Immediately, a roar resounded from within the crimson sea of fire, and dense, ink-black corpse energy surged forth from the fourth-tier zombie's body, transforming into large swaths of bluish-gray corpse flames to counteract the burning crimson flames. At the same time, the fourth-tier zombie forcefully expanded its arms outwards, its powerful physical strength actually managing to pry open the magic weapon, Flame Dragon Ring, bit by bit, completely shaking the magic weapon's restraints with its own physical strength. "You beast, take this," Lin Hongyu shouted, her eyebrows furrowing. Immediately, she formed hand seals, and dense crimson flames condensed in front of her, finally forming a long cone of fire. The cone of fire was about 2 feet long, with flame runes dancing inside, radiating a powerful aura that made Zhou Chun's heart tremble. Clearly, this was a secret technique that Lin Hongyu had cultivated after forming her core, specifically used to deal with enemies of the same level. "Go!" A shout came from Lin Hongyu's mouth. She raised her palm and pushed forward, and the cone of fire instantly pierced through the air and shot towards the fourth-tier zombie that was still struggling to break free of its restraints. Immediately afterward, the cone of fire struck the fourth-tier zombie's chest, directly exploding with a loud boom. After this attack, the fourth-tier zombie's body, capable of withstanding magical artifacts, was blasted open with a bowl-sized hole, clearly revealing the dark ribcage and black corpse fluid inside. For a normal person, such a blow would be fatal or severely injure. However, the fourth-tier zombie no longer had any fatal wounds, even severing its head wouldn't kill it. To kill such a powerful monster, one must either completely shatter its zombie body, burning it to ashes, or break its corpse speed. The corpse speed is the fourth-tier zombie's source of power and the repository of its consciousness. Once the corpse bead is shattered or captured and sealed, the fourth-tier zombie's physical body becomes useless. However, the corpse bead is usually deeply hidden within the fourth-tier zombie's chest or skull, making it difficult to break. Although Lin Hongyu's attack shattered the fourth-tier zombie's chest, she couldn't see the corpse bead, indicating that it wasn't in its chest but located within its skull. The fourth-tier zombie seemed to sense the danger. Before Lin Hongyu could launch a second attack, it spat out a jet-black bead burning with raging corpse flames. At first glance, this black bead seemed similar to the one Zhang Zhang had previously controlled, but it was significantly superior in size and color, clearly not the same one. And indeed it was. Zhang Zhuang's corpse bead was merely one taken from another 4th-tier corpse by the corpse demon sect. Although it was also a corpse bead, its quality and power were far inferior to the corpse bead formed by the 4th-tier zombie during its lifetime through cultivating the corpse demon path. That corpse bead was simply a sacrifice used by Zhang Zhuang to control it. Otherwise, even if it cultivated the same technique, it might still have attacked Zhang Zhuang after emerging. The fact that it spat out a corpse bead now meant it was going to fight to the death. As soon as the corpse bead left the 4th-tier zombie's body, it suddenly transformed into a black flame halo, enveloping the 4th-tier zombie. Immediately afterward, the 4th-tier zombie strained its arms, forcefully breaking free from the flame dragon ring's restraints amidst roars, causing the magical artifact to whimper and fly back to its master. Lin Hongyu herself paled slightly, her breathing becoming somewhat disordered, seemingly due to internal injuries. However, she quickly took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic magical power within her, and then threw the crimson ring out again, her hands forming a hand seal, transforming it back into a fiery dragon that lunged at the 4th-tier zombie. Empowered by the corpse pearl, the 4th-tier zombie's strength greatly increased, and it fearlessly leaped to meet the fiery dragon head-on, engaging in a fierce battle. Black and crimson light intertwined in the sky, accompanied by booming sounds. The sheer scale of the battle completely overshadowing the other battlefield. Yes, the other battlefield. Although the severely injured Zhang Zhuang had been teleported underground by the 4th-tier zombie using its own supernatural powers, the armored demon corpses and 2 3rd-tier high-grade refined corpses left behind by Zhang Zhuang were still there. These things were naturally not worth Lin Honggu's time to deal with, so Zhou Chun and his spirit pets worked together to deal with these demons. He wielded the golden rainbow sword, and the heads of the armored demon corpses separated from their bodies, instantly annihilating them. After all, they were just 2nd-tier refined corpses. Without the support of battle formations, how could their physical bodies withstand the sharpness of a 3rd-tier high-grade flying sword? On the other side, Lei Jiao Bai also used a barrage of attacks to blast and obliterate 2 3rd-tier high-grade refined corpses. Thus, only the 4th-tier zombie remained to be dealt with. Zhou Chun glanced at the 4th-tier zombie battling Lin Honggu, his mind racing, and quickly made a decision. He gave Lei Jiao Bai some instructions, and Lei Jiao Bai nodded and flew into the sky. Zhou Chun then gave a command to the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, which immediately carried him underground. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone's mastery of earth is a type of magical ability, surpassed that of many other golden core cultivators who also knew this technique. Although the 4th-tier zombie had sent Zhang Zhuang underground to recuperate, this was no match for the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone's sensing and tracking. After carrying Zhou Chun underground for a while, it arrived outside a cave. Zhang Zhuang, who had previously disappeared underground, was now healing and recuperating inside the cave, protected by 2 3rd-tier low-grade refined corpses outside. When the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone appeared outside the cave with Zhou Chun, Zhang Zhuang, who was in meditation, seemed to sense something and immediately opened his eyes, looking in their direction with shock and disbelief. He clearly found it hard to believe that Zhou Chun had survived a 4th-tier zombie and found him hiding underground to heal. But Zhou Chun wouldn't give him much time to react. Having found his target, Zhou Chun only wanted a quick victory. He tossed his flying sword, the golden rainbow sword, which aimed directly at a low-grade, 3rd-tier refined corpse protecting Zhang Zhuang. Simultaneously, he spat out a stream of golden light, blasting towards another refined corpse. However, at this moment, he was merely a support character. The true main attacker was the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone. If the sky and waters were Lei Jiao Bai's domain, then the earth was the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone stage. Now, underground, stone's strength received an epic level enhancement. With a casual slap of its tortoise paw, the mud and rocks surrounding Zhang Zhuang's cave instantly became as hard as diamond, rendering any earth is a type of magic technique, impossible. Then, golden stone spikes emerged from both sides of the cave, surrounding Zhang Zhuang. Faced with this unfavorable situation, Zhang Zhuang could only hastily summon a talisman, which transformed into a pitch-black demonic cauldron that floated above his head, its inner black light protecting him. Upon touching the black light, the stone spikes not only failed to breach its defenses but were also rapidly corroded and shattered. This scene, however, did not move Zhou Chun or the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. This attack was merely a probing strike by the stone. This probing had undoubtedly achieved excellent results. From the fact that Zhang Zhang was forced to use his talisman, it was clear that any other magical artifacts he possessed were ordinary and insignificant. Furthermore, given his current severely injured state, his once powerful zombie body was no longer indestructible. Therefore, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone's attacks became much more ferocious. With a slap of its tortoise paw on the ground, the walls of the cave where Zhang Zhang was located began to converge and compress inwards, as if to crush him into mincemeat. He could only exert all his strength to activate his demonic cauldron talisman to resist this compression and attempt to gather power to break through the cave walls and escape. However, the surrounding mud and rocks had been transformed into metallic stone, its hardness comparable to third-tier spirit metal, making it incredibly difficult to break. After painstakingly carving out a passage several meters deep, he was met with only solid metallic stone walls. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, with the stone's help, had easily beheaded and buried 2 low-grade third-tier refined corpses. Then, as if afraid he wasn't dead, Zhou Chun immediately activated the Zhou family's secret beast-taming technique, magic rafting, transferring his own magic power to the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. Instantly, the stone, originally a low-grade third-tier demon beast, was forcibly elevated to a mid-grade third tier. This increase in magic power significantly enhanced the power of its spells and supernatural abilities. Zhang Zhang finally experienced the same helplessness Zhou Chun had felt when facing his drastically increased magic power. "Sir, let's talk this out. If you're willing to spare my life, I'll repay you handsomely." Upon realizing the power of the demon cauldron talisman was rapidly diminishing under the relentless attacks, Zhang Zhang, the corpse fiend general, finally changed his expression, abandoning his pride and begging Zhou Chun for mercy. He certainly didn't want to die here. After all, he was a leading figure of the younger generation of the corpse demon sect, and achieving golden core was almost a certainty. Compared to his own life, and compared to the path to golden core, face, while important, wasn't so crucial. Let you go? Do you think that's possible? Your head is worth a golden core forming artifact, Zhou Chun coldly said, a sneer in his face, not surprised by Zhang Zhuang's reaction. The more advanced a cultivator's path, the more they want to survive when facing a life or death crisis. Just like the wealthier people are, the more they value their lives. What Zhou Chun didn't expect was that after hearing his slightly sarcastic words, Zhang Zhang quickly gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just a core formation spiritual item? As long as you can spare me, I can give you a core formation spiritual item, and I can also give you the hundreds of thousands of spirit coins I obtained from killing your cultivators." "You have a core formation spiritual item?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, and his gaze towards Zhang Zhuang suddenly became strange. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuang immediately understood his meaning and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Of course not. Since I've ventured deep into your territory, it's impossible for me to carry such an important item with me. The sect elders wouldn't allow it either." Hearing this, Zhou Chun felt a pang of regret, and his tone turned cold. "In that case, why should I believe your words?" Zhang Zhuang hurriedly retorted, "Fellow Taoist Zhou may not believe my words, but you should at least believe the oath of the inner demon. I will definitely become a golden core cultivator in the future and will absolutely not jeopardize my future. Besides, it's just a mere core formation artifact. I wouldn't risk my golden core path for something like that. That's uncertain. If I kill you now, I'm guaranteed a core formation artifact, but letting you go might not be the case. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose?" Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, seemingly moved, but more likely burdened by deep concerns. This gave Zhang Zhuang even greater hope. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Chun setting conditions, he was afraid Zhou Chun wouldn't be tempted. At this moment, he quickly said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are mistaken. Although I am a demonic cultivator, I have always kept my word. Since I have made a vow of inner demonic power, I will never break it." After speaking, he took off the black gourd from his waist and said, "Moreover, to show my sincerity, I can first pawn this mysterious yin corpse gourd to fellow Taoist Zhou. This item is a secret treasure of our sect, and its value is greater than that of ordinary magic weapons. Even if I want to get it back, I will certainly not break my vow." Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun said without any politeness, "What use would I have for this gourd? Do you intend to use such a demonic artifact to harm me?" He stared coldly at him and said, "If you're truly sincere, Hand over your storage bag first. I'll see what's inside and then decide whether to believe you." Hearing this request, Zhang Zhang's expression immediately turned ugly, and anger flashed in his eyes as he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you think I'm a fool? If I give you the storage bag, and then you turn around and kill me for the core formation item, where can I complain? See? You don't want to believe me, so why should I believe you?" Zhou Chun smiled coldly, his tone leaving no room for compromise. Zhang Zhang, hearing this, immediately fell silent, his eyes darkening. However, while the two were talking, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle's attack showed no sign of abating. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Zhang Zhuang's demonic cauldron talisman began to show signs of weakness, its power about to be exhausted. Seeing this, his expression changed, and he finally backed down. He immediately said, "All right, then I'll compromise. I can first hand over the 300,000 spirit coins and several third-tier magic artifacts in my storage bag to fellow Taoist Zhou, as proof of my sincerity. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhou? That's more like it. Take the items out and let me see them first." Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and readily agreed. However, Zhang Zhuang didn't immediately do as he said. Instead, he looked at him and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhou has agreed, could you please have your spirit pet stop its attack?" "No problem," Zhou Chun replied, and sure enough, he immediately stopped the stone's attack. Seeing this, Zhang Zhuang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, he reached out and patted his storage bag at his waist, emptying the spirit coins and magic artifacts in front of Zhou Chun. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone quickly moved the items to Zhou Chun's front. Afterward, under Zhang Zhuang's tense gaze, Zhou Chun slowly counted and examined the items. Time passed slowly, and after about 15 minutes, Zhou Chun finally put the items into his storage bag. He then nodded to Zhang Zhuang and said, "Not bad, it seems fellow Taoist Zhang is sincere. Why don't you swear first?" Zhang Zhuang was overjoyed and quickly began to swear in front of Zhou Chun. However, just as he solemnly swore, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle suddenly lunged forward, spitting out golden magnetic glow that slammed into the demonic light shield surrounding him. At the same time, Zhou Chun mobilized his remaining mana to activate a high-grade third-tier attack talisman, striking the demonic light shield. Then, several heavenly frost bees opened their mouths and exhaled all of their heavenly frost ki. Under this triple attack, the demonic cauldron above Zhang Zhuang's head was instantly shattered, and he himself was frozen solid. Zhou Chun then used this opportunity to have the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle carry the frozen Zhang Zhuang back to a certain location on the ground. HMPH, don't you even look at your own situation? You actually want to negotiate with me, Zhou? On the ground, looking at Zhang Zhuang, whose eyes were wide open and who was frozen in ice, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sneer and mock him with a face full of disdain. End of chapter 441. The fact that Zhang Zhuang, one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, was captured alive is a shocking development. If this news were to spread, it would likely cause a significant stir within both the primordial demon legion and the heavenly spirit legion. After all the hype surrounding them, the names of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons and the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirits are now far more renowned than many golden core cultivators or even nascent soul cultivators on both sides. If this news were to spread, Zhou Chun's prominence would likely surpass everyone else's. Since the establishment of these 2 rankings, no one on the list has ever been killed, let alone captured alive. In the past, there have been numerous direct confrontations between the 7 fiends of the primordial demons and the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirits, with each side experiencing victories and defeats. However, regardless of who won, it was always by a narrow margin. Neither side could truly kill their opponent, let alone capture them alive. This shows the immense uproar and attention that would ensue if news of Zhou Chun's capture of Zhang Zhuang, the corpse fiend general, were to spread. Zhou Chun knew the enormity of this revelation and was determined not to let it get out. After bringing Zhang Zhuang to the ground, he immediately unleashed the full power of the Golden Rainbow Sword, activating the Golden Rainbow Thread divine ability, and plunged the sword fiercely into Zhang Zhuang's frozen brow. Zhang Zhuang, already severely injured and struggling to resist the heavenly frost chill, was unable to use any supernatural abilities to defend against or dodge Zhou Chun's attack. He could only watch helplessly as the flying sword pierced his brow, penetrating deep into his skull. Yet, even so, Zhang Zhuang did not die. While the earthly zombie mystic art had rendered him neither human nor ghost, it had also granted him the formidable vitality of a zombie. Zhou Chun's sword strike would have killed any normal cultivator, yet he alone survived. Unfortunately, he was now a prisoner. Even though he survived Zhou Chun's sword strike, he couldn't change his fate. When Zhou Chun activated the flying sword that had pierced his body, releasing sharp and fierce sword energy that wreaked havoc in his skull, his soul ultimately couldn't escape the sword energy's annihilation, his soul scattered and gone. Finally dead? This guy's physical body is truly powerful. In terms of physical defense alone, I'm afraid most third-tier high-grade demonic beasts can't compare to him. Feeling the life force and mana rapidly dissipating from Zhang Zhuang's body, Zhou Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief, quite amazed by the opponent's physical strength. His own physical body was also much stronger than that of an ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivator, but even with the dragon transformation secret technique, he could only withstand the attack of a third-tier low-grade flying sword at most, and it was difficult to guarantee that his defenses wouldn't be breached. But Zhang Zhuang's physical body could only be described as monstrous. If Lei Jiao hadn't severely injured him with 2 heavenly divine thunders, destroying the iron armor he wore, Zhou Chun suspected that even if he had just stood there and let himself be attacked, his golden rainbow sword might not have been able to kill him. Such physical strength was unmatched even by dragons of the same rank, almost comparable to a defensive beast like the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle. However, the top-tier technique Earth Zombie Profound Art most likely couldn't have given him such a powerful physique. Otherwise, if 2 or 3 out of 10 disciples of the Corpse Demon Sect chose to cultivate Earth Zombie Profound Art, the Corpse Demon Sect would have long been the strongest sect among the 5 demonic factions. This person must have cultivated some secret technique for tempering the body, consumed pills and spiritual objects to strengthen the body, or possess some special physique. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at the corpse on the ground, making his own judgment. Then he turned his gaze to another battlefield. On that other battlefield, the battle between Lin Hongyu and the 4th-rank zombie had reached a crucial point. Ultimately, Lin Hongyu was a genuine golden core cultivator who had cultivated a top-tier technique and formed her golden core. Her strength wasn't weak among early-stage golden core cultivators. While it was difficult to ascertain the exact cultivation level of the 4th-tier zombie in life, its current aura was only that of a low-grade 4th-tier zombie, and it had no magic weapons left. Therefore, its strength was naturally far inferior to Lin Hongyu, a golden core cultivator. After 100 exchanges of fierce fighting, it was already at a significant disadvantage, completely overwhelmed by Lin Hongyu. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was completely relieved. He then quickly ransacked Zhang Zhuang's corpse, taking all his treasures and storing the body in his storage bag. After doing this, Zhou Chun quietly observed the battle from a distance. Today's encounter with a 4th-tier zombie had given him a clear understanding of the power of such an existence. With his current abilities and strength, he might be able to escape with his life against such a being using the earth. Earth is a type of magical escape technique of the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle. However, a direct confrontation with such beings is simply impossible. If he encounters them again, he must flee immediately. Through this experience, he gained a clear understanding of the strength of cultivators at the 7 Yuan demons. It can be said that, disregarding the protective shields provided by their backing forces, such as 4th-tier zombies, objects beyond the Purple Mansion stage, the 7 Yuan demons are individually among the best Purple Mansion stage cultivators, even stronger than Muring Luo whom he killed. At least even if Muring Luo had successfully cultivated the god-slaying technique, he would have had difficulty killing these true disciples from top-tier demonic sects. If Zhou Chun hadn't possessed a 3rd-tier Thunder Flood Dragon that countered demonic cultivators, and if the Thunder Flood Dragon hadn't mastered the Heavenly Divine Thunder technique, he too would have struggled to kill them. Furthermore, while he could kill the 7 Yuan demons, he might not be able to kill the 7 heavenly spirits. Based on this calculation, Zhou Chun's current strength should be roughly equivalent to the top few of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. However, he is currently only at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and in terms of secret techniques, he still hasn't mastered the god-slaying grave technique. Once he breaks through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm and masters the god-slaying grave technique, he should truly possess the strength to crush these geniuses. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, another earth-shattering thunderous explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and silver lightning once again illuminated the sky. It was Lei Jiao Bai, having received Zhou Chun's instructions, who, after a long battle between the fourth-tier zombie and Lin Hongyu, finally seized the opportunity to unleash his final, heavenly divine thunder, divine power. At this time, the corpse demon energy within the fourth-tier zombie's body had been largely refined and worn away by Lin Hongyu, and even the power of the corpse pearl had been greatly diminished, making its strength far less than when it first appeared. After taking a solid hit from the heavenly divine thunder, formed from pure heavenly lightning power, cracks appeared on its zombie body, which was as hard as a magic weapon. The wound on its chest, which Lin Hongyu had opened, was now filled with lightning power. The damage this time was even more severe than the previous time Lin Hongyu had dealt it. How could Lin Hongyu let go of this perfect opportunity to beat the zombie while it was down? Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the flame dragon ring, magic weapon, which had lost some of its spiritual light. Instantly, this magic weapon, which had been empowered by its master's blood essence, once again shone with brilliant fire, flying directly onto the fourth-tier zombie and imprisoning it again. At this moment, Lin Hongyu's hands were constantly forming hand seals, urging the magic weapon to release raging flames to refine the fourth-tier zombie. Seeing this, the thunder dragon Bye-Bye in the sky also continuously urged its silver lightning to bombard the fourth-tier zombie, wearing down the corpse evil energy within its body. Both heavenly thunder and raging fire are effective against zombies. Now, with the combined force of the thunder and fire, and the fourth-tier zombie already severely injured, it was powerless to break free of the flame dragon ring's restraints. Soon, its body, impervious to magical artifacts, began to crack and melt. After nearly a quarter of an hour of this refining process, the fourth-tier zombie's body was finally reduced to ashes, leaving only a black bead resembling ink jade. Seeing this, Lin Hongyu immediately raised her hand, activating the flame dragon ring, to bring the black bead to her. After examining it carefully and confirming it posed no threat, she took it in her hand for a closer look. Zhou Chun, seeing that the situation was settled, also flew to her side. This should be the corpse bead of that fourth-tier zombie. But for some reason, this corpse bead, instead of being damaged by the flames and heavenly lightning, seems to have been tempered into such an indestructible object. Perhaps those weapon refining masters know how to use it. Lin Hongyu examined the pigeon egg-sized black bead in her hand and made her judgment. Then, she suddenly tossed it to Zhou Chun. Grand and, what do you mean by this? Zhou Chun caught a black bead, looking at Lin Hongyu with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know what it was used for, it was, after all, the only treasure left behind by a fourth-tier zombie after its death. Its value was certainly no less than that of ordinary magic weapons and spiritual materials. Even if Lin Hongyu was a golden core cultivator, she shouldn't look down on this. I have the flame dragon ring as my natal magic weapon, which is enough for me. On the contrary, Zheng Chun, you are now shouldering the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Zhou family, and you cannot be without a treasure to protect you. Moreover, even if this item is valuable, it is most likely impossible to refine it into a magic weapon, so it is of no use to me, Lin Hongyu explained in a calm tone, and then looked at Zhou Chun and asked, the battle between me and the fourth-level zombie was so loud just now, so it is impossible to keep the news a secret anymore. Have you thought about how to explain this to the Kinglian Temple and other sects? Hearing her words, Zhou Chun no longer mentioned the black bead, but nodded solemnly and replied, of course I have thought about it. You don't need to worry about this, grandmother. I can't guarantee that there will be no problems, but I am about 80% sure. As he spoke, he first let the Thunder Flood Dragon transform back into a Thunder Python through the 100 illusion bead and put it away. A moment later, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone emerged from underground, carrying 16 earth yellow crystal pillars on its back, each inscribed with profound array runes. These were array-setting artifacts, originally placed by Jiang Zhang around the battlefield to restrict the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone's earth. Earth is a type of magical ability or technique. However, he was completely unaware that such arrays were ineffective against the stone. In the underground environment, very few arrays could restrain the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle, which could directly connect with the Earth's spiritual energy. This artifact was now dismantled by the stone and brought back as Zhou Chun's spoils of war. After collecting these items along with the stone, Zhou Chun asked Lin Hongyu to erase the residual power of the heavenly divine thunder, and to decapitate Jiang Zhang, refine his body, and collect the remains of the blood-robed middle-aged man, the gray-robed old man, and the red-robed giant. In this way, even if a golden core cultivator came to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find the existence of the heavenly divine thunder. As for the white figure of the Thunder Flood Dragon earlier, the Zhou family's ancestral revival secret technique could easily explain it away. Not long after, Zhou Chun and Lin Honggai returned to Nine Peaks Ridge. At this time, the wood spirit, which hadn't shown itself the entire time, also returned. It turned out that Zhou Chun had sent it to clear out the Foundation establishment demonic cultivators hiding outside Nine Peaks Ridge after seeing that the overall situation was settled. Now, it had killed all of the dozen or so Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, eliminating the last hidden danger. Then, while Zhou Chun was taking stock of the spoils of this battle, he sent someone with a handwritten letter to the Kinglian Temple to report the news. In this battle, Zhou Chun himself had also suffered considerable losses. Not only was the Blackwater's one turtle shield, which had contributed greatly to his success, completely shattered and rendered useless, but even the Golden Light Bowl, a talismanic treasure, had exhausted its power and dissipated. This left him with only the Mystic Divine Pearl as a viable defensive magic weapon. However, compared to his losses, his gains were clearly greater. First, with the head of Zhang Zhang, the Corpse Fiend General, in hand, a core formation spiritual artifact was definitely within his grasp. Second, the belongings of Zhang Zhang and the other 4 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators also made him a fortune. For example, the mysterious Yin corpse gourd still contained hundreds of armored demonic corpses and dozens of Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion stage cultivator corpses. This item was more valuable than magic treasures to the corpse demon sect cultivators and also extremely attractive to other demonic cultivators. After all, the method of refining corpses was not unique to the corpse demon sect. The magic weapons used by the 3 middle-aged men in blood robes were also top-quality demonic magic weapons. If sold to other demonic cultivators, they could fetch a considerable amount of spirit coins. However, for Zhou Chun, the truly valuable things on these demonic cultivators were their heads and the contents of their storage bags. Their heads represented battle merits and bounties, and their storage bags were filled with the spoils they had obtained from destroying their families and clans. Like Zhang Zhang, who had previously given Zhou Chun over 300,000 spirit coins in one go. While the other 3 demonic cultivators weren't as extravagant, the items in their storage bags combined weren't much less. P.S. Back from my trip, a bit tired. That's all for today. Tomorrow I'll resume the original word count, aiming for over 6,000 words. Also, I'm a few subscriptions short of becoming a featured author. Those who haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Recommending a friend's new book, A Demonic Cultivator, crazily add points in the apocalypse. Li Hongnan transmigrates to a high martial arts world and obtains a point-adding system, allowing him to cultivate any technique through point addition. To gain points, he has to become a butcher. By chance, he also obtains a heavenly demon manual and a crystal bead, allowing him to travel back and forth between the high martial arts world and the apocalypse. Watch as a butcher slaughters zombies in the apocalypse, causing chaos and bloodshed, frantically adding points to cultivate various demonic secret techniques. Back in the high martial arts world. Chapter 442 Gains and Crisis. Nine Peaks Ridge. When Zhou Chun opened Zhang Zhuang's storage bag, the sheer quantity of items inside far exceeded his expectations. He had initially assumed it would contain many materials commonly used by demonic cultivators. However, this was not the case. It contained very few items specifically for demonic cultivators. The majority were items used by immortal cultivators. These included millennium-old and centuries-old medicinal herbs in jade boxes, various magical artifacts, pills, talismans, rare minerals, and piles of spirit coins. Initially, Zhang Zhuang had slaughtered 5 immortal cultivation families overnight, including a powerful Purple Mansion clan. In the following months, he participated in countless massacres, killing countless cultivators. The possessions of these dead cultivators and destroyed families became Zhang Zhuang's spoils of war. Adding to this the spoils he gained from killing Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators on the Fen Kingdom battlefield, the contents of his storage bag became even more numerous and varied. And Zhang Zhuang had lied. He didn't just have 300,000 spirit coins on him, but over 400,000. Zhou Chun found another 100,000 spirit coins in his storage bag. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Zhou Chun actually found a core formation spirit item in his storage bag. Yes, a core formation spirit item. He hadn't said he wouldn't carry the core formation spirit item with him, he had it on his person. This greatly surprised Zhou Chun. He didn't know if Zhang Zhang was overconfident, distrustful of others, or if he felt that if he died, it wouldn't matter who got the core formation spirit item. In any case, this was undoubtedly a huge stroke of good news for Zhou Chun. As a leading figure of the younger generation in a major sect like the Corpse Demon Sect, the core formation spirit item Zhang Zhang had prepared for himself was naturally of high quality. There were two types of core formation spirit items in his storage bag, Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid, and Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid, both of which were spirit items that most golden core cultivators prepared before forming their core. Any cultivator who can gather these two spiritual items before forming their golden core and use the water and fire refining golden core method can increase their success rate by about 10%. In this way, if the cultivator's cultivation technique is top tier, their spiritual root aptitude isn't too bad, and they haven't suffered any major injuries that would affect their golden core formation, then the overall success rate can reach over 20%. This is already quite good. After all, a golden core treasure like the 5-element spiritual fruit, which can directly increase the success rate by 30%, is unique in the cultivation world and is something that ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivators wouldn't even dare to dream of obtaining. Therefore, most cultivators, after gathering these two spiritual items, would dare to decide to go into seclusion and try their luck. However, Zhang Zhang was clearly not satisfied with this. With his cultivation level, possessing these two spiritual items, he could easily go into seclusion to form his golden core. But he still didn't do so. Clearly, he didn't want to gamble on that 20 to 30% chance, but rather wanted to obtain more spiritual items that could increase the success rate of golden core formation. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun benefited from this. At this moment, after carefully examining the two core formation spiritual items, Zhou Chun suddenly sighed regretfully. It's a pity that the effects of these two core formation spiritual items overlap with the 5-element spiritual fruit, otherwise I would be more confident in successfully forming my core. The effects of the 5-element spiritual fruit can be compatible and superimposed with many kinds of core formation spiritual items, but it happens to overlap with the Extreme Yang Fire Spiritual Liquid and Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid. Therefore, Zhou Chun has no use for these two items. This is undoubtedly a regret. However, even so, it doesn't mean that the value of the two spiritual items is diminished. After all, even if Zhou Chun can't use these two items, he can exchange them for other core formation spiritual items, or at the very least, he can keep them for Zhou Mingde or Zhou Daoyi, so that these two elders can also have a chance to break through to the golden core stage. Besides the two extremely precious core formation spiritual items, Zhang Zhuang's storage bag contained as many as 8,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 2 magical treasure materials, 59 other spiritual herbs over 500 years old, 8 third-tier magical artifacts, and dozens of second-tier magical artifacts. Adding all these items, including the more than 400,000 spirit coins, Zhou Chun could conservatively estimate a gain of 7 or 800,000 spirit coins. Back then, Lin Honggai only spent a little over 800,000 spirit coins to buy 3 core formation spiritual items. This shows how incredibly profitable war is. Furthermore, Zhou Chun also collected over 10,000 spirit coins, 5 third-tier magical artifacts, 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and many other miscellaneous items from the storage bags of the 3 men in blood-robed robes. These items added up to another 3 or 400,000 spirit coins. And this doesn't even include the bounty for the heads of those demonic cultivators. Thanks to your timely arrival, great-grandmother, I was fortunate enough to survive. Half of this spoils should rightfully belong to you, great-grandmother. What do you think? After tallying the spoils, Zhou Chun didn't arbitrarily claim them all for himself. Instead, he quickly went to Lin Honggai's residence, truthfully reported the spoils, and offered his suggestion. He was a man of considerable experience. Over 1 million spirit coins was indeed a huge gain, but it was absolutely not worth causing Lin Honggai, a golden core cultivator, to harbor resentment towards him and the Zhou family. After all, even if he successfully formed his golden core in the future, Lin Honggai would still be extremely important to the Zhou family. Faced with Zhou Chun's suggestion, Lin Honggai shook her head slightly and said, "Zhangjin, you don't need to be modest. With your strength and abilities, even if I didn't come, I could have saved my own life. Besides, you killed Zhang Zhang all by yourself, so you should take the lion's share of the credit." She then slowly said, "I no longer have any need for spirit coins, and I don't expect to form an nascent soul in the future. I don't need these things. I only hope that you can help Wainer find 1 or 2 more spiritual items to assist in opening her purple mansion, so that she can also successfully open her purple mansion." She was telling the truth. Even among the golden core cultivators of the major sects, very few dared to hope to form a nascent soul. Therefore, unless it was a magic weapon, a 4th-order magic talisman, or a 1,000-year-old precious medicine, spiritual items that were useful to them, they didn't really care about ordinary spiritual items and spirit coins. Lin Hongyu also knew that the Zhou family had contributed greatly to her core formation and the refinement of her natal magic weapon, and that the Zhou family's income was currently greatly reduced due to the war. As the supreme elder of the Zhou family, she naturally didn't want to take things that weren't particularly useful to her since she had no obvious needs of her own. It could be said that if it weren't for worrying about her adopted daughter Lin Weiner's path to immortality, she would be practically without desires. Zhou Chun, after hearing her words, understood her thoughts. He immediately said with a serious expression, "This junior understands. Leave this to me. I will do my utmost to help Elder Lin Weiner open her purple mansion." As he said this, Zhou Chun felt a pang of emotion. Among the many foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family, none dared to say they would successfully open their purple mansion in the future. At most, Zhou Zinayan, with her superior spiritual root aptitude, had a much better chance. Lin Weiner, who had already failed once, was now ahead of everyone else in this regard. But what could be done? Lin Weiner had such a good godmother. When Lin Hongyu was in her most difficult time, Lin Weiner disregarded her own safety and tirelessly worked for her. Later, to support her in achieving her core formation, she even went North Tian Kingdom to manage the Hongyu Peak stronghold, making invaluable contributions. Now that Lin Hongyu has successfully achieved her core formation, it's natural to reward this adopted daughter and help her advance further in her cultivation. After the two discussed the disposal of the spoils, King Lian Temple learned about the killing of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang by Zhou Chun. As Zhou Chun had predicted, King Lian Temple quickly dispatched people to investigate the area around Jilfang Ridge, questioning those who witnessed the battle. After obtaining preliminary investigation results, the Golden Core cultivator from King Lian Temple arrived at Jilfang Ridge. Coincidentally, the Golden Core cultivator from King Lian Temple who came to Jilfang Ridge this time was someone Zhou Chun knew quite well. It was none other than Qing Lingzi, who had come to Jilfang Ridge to provide support during the fight against the Beast Tide. Junior Zhou Zhengchen greets Senior Qing Lingzi, and welcomes you to the Zhou family. Outside Jilfang Ridge, Zhou Chun bowed respectfully to Qing Lingzi, his manners impeccable. In the past, Qing Lingzi wouldn't have thought much of it, he was perfectly entitled to the respect. But now, looking at the extremely respectful Zhou Chun, his feelings were quite complex and difficult to describe. To be honest, if he didn't know that Zhou Chun couldn't possibly fake something like this, he would absolutely find it hard to believe that someone like corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang could be killed by Zhou Chun, a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. Perhaps Zhou Chun, who had never been on the front lines, didn't understand the true status of the 7 Yuan demons. But Qing Lingzi knew perfectly well. The figures among the 7 Yuan demons and the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit were among the most outstanding cultivators of their respective realms within major powers, specially chosen to uphold their prestige. In terms of strength alone, these people were even stronger than many Golden Core cultivators before their core formation stage. Once they reach the core formation stage, they will likely catch up quickly in strength to those less promising seniors. Especially now, with a great war between the two cultivation worlds underway, as long as these individuals maintain their rankings, they will naturally gain benefits that ordinary purple mansion stage cultivators cannot attain. Their path to core formation will be much smoother than that of ordinary golden core stage cultivators. Yet, such a promising genius has died at the hands of the unknown Zhou Chun. How could Qing Lingzi not be shocked? He looked at Zhou Chun with complex emotions, remained silent for a moment, then put on a smiling face and gestured for him to rise, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please rise quickly. You have rendered a great service this time, and I have come specifically to reward you." With a beaming smile, he followed Zhou Chun back into Nine Peaks Ridge. When he entered Pagoda Peak with Zhou Chun, a quick scan with his divine sense revealed another golden core stage cultivator's aura hidden there. Upon discovering this, He glanced at Zhou Chun discreetly but said nothing, pretending not to notice, and followed Zhou Chun into the guest hall. Originally, because Qing Lingzi was a golden core cultivator, he should have sat in the main seat in the guest hall. However, Qing Lingzi dared not look down on the Zhou family, and knowing that the Zhou family had a golden core cultivator in charge, he naturally wouldn't offend the Zhou family over such a trivial matter. Therefore, he insisted on not accepting the seat, and finally sat down with Zhou Chun in their respective guest seats, leaving the main seat empty. After taking their seats, Qing Lingzi didn't waste any words and directly looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Although I know fellow Taoist Zhou would not lie, I have been entrusted by the sect leader to come to the Zhou family to verify. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Zhou to first take out the corpses of those demonic cultivators so that I can confirm their identities." "Of course, this junior will do as requested," Zhou Chun replied, immediately raising his hand to pat his storage bag, taking out Zhang Zhuang's head and 3 other mummified corpses that had been placed in a wooden box. Although the 4 had been dead for several days, Qing Lingzi, as a golden core cultivator, could naturally discern their cultivation level and general techniques from the residual aura and characteristics of their corpses. Furthermore, while Zhou Chun was examining the corpses, he proactively retrieved the demonic artifacts they had used as evidence. While these artifacts could be sold to demonic cultivators for a considerable amount of spirit coins, Zhou Chun didn't want to aid the enemy. Given the Zhou family's current size, there was no need to create such a situation that would leave them vulnerable and cause controversy. Generously handing them over to the Qinglian temple for destruction would actually improve the Zhou family's image. Sure enough, upon seeing the mysterious Yin corpse gourd, the blood-red flying sword, the Yin soul banner, and other identifying artifacts, Qing Lingzi immediately had no more doubts. He immediately nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "That's right. The identities and cultivation levels of these demonic cultivators are exactly the same as what fellow Taoist Zhou said in the victory report. I will personally testify for fellow Taoist Zhou at the Alliance's Rewards and Merits Division." Then he looked at the demonic artifacts and said, "However, I will take these demonic artifacts back with me as evidence and hand them over to the Alliance for unified destruction. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou understands." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said with a righteous expression, "Of course I understand. My Zhou family elders died at the hands of demonic cultivators. Back then, the Zhou family was forced to abandon our ancestral land and relocate because of the corpse demon sect. We have long since formed an irreconcilable enmity with these demonic villains. My family and I hate those demonic villains to the bone and would never do anything to aid the enemy." These words indeed made Qing Lingzi very satisfied. His tone softened slightly. "Fellow Taoist Zhou's righteous heart is truly admirable. If every cultivator and my heavenly spirit cultivator were as righteous as fellow Taoist Zhou, and every family were as willing to sacrifice their homes for their country as the Zhou family, how could we not drive these invading demonic traitors back to the Yuanmo realm?" His words sounded somewhat grandiose, but his attitude was undeniable. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, naturally offered another righteous and awe-inspiring statement. After both had expressed their stances and chatted amiably, Qing Lingzi waved his sleeve and collected the corpses and demonic artifacts. Then, after a moment's thought, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Where does that fellow Taoist from the Zhou family come from? May I meet him?" Zhou Chun knew perfectly well who he was referring to. At this moment, he calmly said, "That is Elder Lin Hongyu, the supreme elder of my Zhou family. She was originally the Crimson Dragon protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. Later, after learning of the sinister intentions of the Dragon Transformation Sect in training them, she resolutely refused to be used by them and voluntarily left the Dragon Transformation Sect after its defeat. When I infiltrated the Dragon Transformation Sect, I met Elder Lin, so we had a brief encounter. She knew that her identity would be difficult for most forces to accept, and she wanted to advance further on her path, so she took the initiative to contact me, wanting to serve the Zhou family, because the Zhou family had Zhu Jinghua, a traitor who was a thorn in their side. My 2 elders and I were worried that we would one day be harmed by him. In addition, the Crimson Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect had been destroyed, and Elder Lin, the Dragon Soul seat on her body had deactivated on its own, so he boldly took her in and helped her form her golden core. Now it seems that Elder Lin has not betrayed the trust of this junior and the Zhou family. Not only did she stay with the Zhou family after successfully forming her golden core, but she is also willing to fight against the demonic cultivators for the Zhou family, jointly protecting the safety of the heavenly spirit immortal realm and the Jing kingdom. At this point, Zhou Chun immediately stood up and bowed to Qing Lingzi, saying, "This junior knows that taking in the former Crimson Dragon protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect without authorization violates the rules of the Azure Lotus Temple. I only implore Senior Qing Lingzi, considering that Elder Lin has reformed, to plead with Abbot Qing Wezi and ask him to show leniency. The entire Zhou family and Elder Lin will be eternally grateful." Qing Lingzi was already stunned by his words. Although she knew before coming that the Zhou family had a golden core cultivator, the fact that they had kept it a secret meant that the person's origins were questionable and it was inconvenient to reveal it to the public. However, he never expected the Zhou family to be so bold as to harbor and support remnants of the Dragon Transformation Sect. If it weren't for Zhou Chun's great contribution this time, and the fact that the Zhou family dared to expose this matter, they must have confirmed that Lin Hongyu had no further connection with the Dragon Transformation Sect. He probably would have already taken action against Zhou Chun. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Chun's request, he immediately waved his hand with a grim expression and said, "I cannot make a decision on this matter. If fellow Taoist Zhou truly wishes to ask the abbot to show leniency, he should personally go to our sect's gate to explain to him." Clearly, Qing Lingzi harbored a deep-seated prejudice and disgust towards the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. Even though Zhou Chun's previous behavior had earned him some goodwill, upon learning that Lin Hongyu was actually a remnant of the Dragon Transformation Sect, his expression instantly turned sour. However, Zhou Chun was prepared for this. Seeing that he was unwilling to help, he didn't say anything more, but simply nodded and said, "Of course, this junior was originally planning to go to King Lian Temple in person to apologize to Senior King Wezi. Originally, King Lingzi wanted to meet the Golden Core cultivator from the Zhou family, and even ask about the details of Zhou Chun's battle with corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, but at this moment he had no such intention at all." Seeing that Zhou Chun seemed to be prepared, he didn't say anything more, and directly told Zhou Chun to pack his things and go with him to the King Lian Temple to pay his respects to King Wezi. Zhou Chun didn't really have much to pack. He just handed over his storage bag and spirit beast bag, which were full of things, to Lin Hongyu for safekeeping. Then he went to King Lian Temple alone with another storage bag containing his personal magic weapon and King Lingzi. With a Golden Core cultivator's help, Zhou Chun arrived at King Lian Temple in less than 2 hours, and was taken directly to the sect leader's hall without any announcement. "Oh, junior brother Qing Lingzi is back so soon." Inside the main hall, Qing Wezi glanced at Qing Lingzi with some surprise, then turned his gaze to Zhou Chun. He smiled slightly and said, "Young friend Zhou, we meet again. You've truly given me a wonderful surprise this time." But before he could finish speaking, Qing Lingzi coldly said, "Sect leader, don't be so happy yet. Let's hear what fellow Taoist Zhou has been doing behind your back." Hearing Qing Lingzi's words, Qing Wezi was slightly taken aback, then frowned and looked at Zhou Chun, saying indifferently, "Then I'd like to hear it all." Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately stepped forward and knelt down, respectfully kowtowing and pleading guilty. "Senior Abbot, please forgive me. I know I was wrong to begin with, and I don't want to make any excuses. I beg you to forgive me and the Zhou family for deceiving us, considering that Elder Lin has already reformed." Upon seeing this, Qing Wezi's gaze sharpened, and then she said in a low, deep voice, "What does fellow Taoist Zhou mean? What exactly did you and the Zhou family do behind my back in our sect's back? What else could it be?" "Senior brother sect leader, you would never guess that the Golden Core cultivator in their Zhou family is actually a remnant of the Dragon Transformation Sect." Qing Lingzi angrily stated the result directly for Zhou Chun. "What? Is that so?" Qing Wezi's expression changed instantly, her gaze towards Zhou Chun shifting dramatically, her face turning grim. Sensing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly said, "Senior Abbot, please understand. This matter is complex, please allow me to explain." He then repeated what he had said to Qing Lingzi, this time in greater detail and with unwavering conviction. At the end, he earnestly and solemnly guaranteed, "I am willing to stake my own life and the lives of hundreds of members of the Zhou family on this. Elder Lin has absolutely no connection with the Dragon Transformation Sect. If I am lying, may I and every member of the Zhou family suffer a terrible death." Hearing this, both Qing Wezi and Qing Lingzi were slightly moved. Although they both deeply resented the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect due to their respective stances, they were both Golden Core cultivators and wouldn't be easily controlled by hatred. Since Zhou Chun made such a solemn guarantee, they were already 70 or 80% convinced. After all, The Hulong sect is now reduced to a handful of weaklings, while the Zhou family is located deep within the Jing kingdom. If Zhou Chun dared to lie, and they were to seize even the slightest clue or evidence, the currently powerful Zhou family would be wiped out in an instant. Zhou Chun, the patriarch who single-handedly led the Zhou family to revival and prosperity, couldn't possibly be unaware of this consequence. However, despite believing it, the fact remained that the Zhou family had deceived their superior sect. As the head of the Qinglian temple, Qing Huizi could not tolerate this situation. She immediately looked at Zhou Chun coldly and said, "Even if, as you say, Lin Hongyu has no further connection with the Hulong sect, she is still an unwelcome person to our three sects and is not allowed to cultivate within the Jing kingdom." After saying this, she added in a chilling voice filled with murderous intent, "Moreover, your Zhou family dared to harbor remnants of the Hulong sect. Do you know that this is a crime punishable by extermination?" The murderous intent of a late-stage golden core cultivator was not something Zhou Chun could easily withstand. In an instant, he felt his heart clench, and his mind went on a frantic alert. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly reached into his robes with trembling hands and pulled out an exquisitely crafted jade token. One side of the token was carved with a 12-petaled blue lotus, and the other side was inscribed with the words Blue Lotus. Upon seeing this jade token, Qing Huizi's killing intent vanished instantly, and Qing Lingzi's face also showed surprise. This Blue Lotus jade token was bestowed upon the Zhou family by you, Senior Abbot. If I remember correctly, this item can absolve the Zhou family of a serious crime. I wonder if you, Senior Abbot, still remember this, Zhou Chun said respectfully, holding up the jade token. Qing Huizi remained silent after hearing his words, 6,400 words. Also, I have some good news to share. This book has reached 3,000 average subscriptions today. I should be able to collect the badges tomorrow night. Thank you all for your continued support and love. Chapter 443 Qing Huizi's Recruitment. Inside the main hall of Qinglian Temple, Qing Huizi and Qing Lingzi fell silent upon seeing the Qinglian jade token that Zhou Chun had produced. Qing Lingzi was unaware that Qinglian Temple had bestowed such a treasure upon the Zhou family, so she refrained from speaking. Qing Huizi remembered why the token had been bestowed, but she hadn't expected Zhou Chun to use it to atone for his crimes. Indeed, the Qinglian jade token, as the highest level treasure bestowed by Qinglian Temple upon its subordinate forces, was essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card and a life-saving treasure. Unless it was a heinous crime like treason or the murder of a true disciple of Qinglian Temple, it could be used to absolve one of guilt. Zhou Chun's use of this token to atone for his crimes was procedurally sound. And Qinglian Temple, as one of the three major powers of Jing Kingdom, could not possibly deny the Qinglian jade token's function. If he were to do so, he would never again gain the genuine support and loyalty of his subordinate families, a consequence far greater than acknowledging the power of the Azure Lotus jade token. Zhou Chun was only in the Azure Lotus Temple. The rest of the Zhou family, including Lin Hongyu, a golden core cultivator, were scattered in various places. If Qing Huizi refused to acknowledge the power of the Azure Lotus jade token and attempted to silence Zhou Chun, the reputation of the Azure Lotus Temple would be utterly ruined. In times of war, a damaged reputation has far-reaching consequences. Therefore, after remaining silent for a long time while watching the Azure Lotus jade token held high in Zhou Chun's hand, Qing Huizi finally raised her hand and took the jade token into her own grasp. He stroked the jade token in his hand, sighing softly with emotion. It seems young friend Zhou was well prepared. The last time my Qinglian Temple issued a Qinglian jade token was decades ago, to your Zhou family. I didn't expect this token to return to the sect so quickly. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately knew he had passed this hurdle. However, he didn't immediately rise, but replied respectfully, "The sect's kindness to the Zhou family has always been deeply appreciated by us, and we dare not forget it." Upon hearing this, Qing Huizi looked at him meaningfully and smiled. "Hey, young friend, there's no need to remind me like this. I am also aware of the contributions the Zhou family has made over the years, and I have never forgotten them." With his experience and knowledge, how could he not understand the meaning behind Zhou Chun's words? Back then, in the Thousand Cricket disaster incident, Qinglian Temple became famous because of the Zhou family's discovery of an effective insect killing method, receiving various benefits from the Yang Kingdom, a fact the Zhou family had never publicized. Furthermore, during the campaign against the Dragon Transformation Sect, Zhou Chun served as an undercover agent, providing crucial information and making significant contributions, though this was never publicly acknowledged. This time, Zhou Chun even slew Zhang Zhang, one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, achieving a great victory. If the Qinglian Temple were to target the Zhou family now because of Lin Hongayu's matter, these matters would certainly be exposed. At that time, the Qinglian Temple's reputation would likely be severely damaged, and Qing Huizi would undoubtedly be branded as a hypocrite. After responding to Zhou Chun with a smile, he personally used his magic to help Zhou Chun up. Then he calmly said, "Since your family is willing to vouch for that fellow Taoist Lin and is willing to use the Azure Lotus Jade token to quell this matter, I and my sect can naturally be lenient and not pursue the Zhou family's responsibility. However, that fellow Taoist Lin is, after all, from the Dragon Transformation sect. Even if my sect can trust you and your family and not pursue her, it's hard to say what will happen to the Moon Wheel sect and the Flame Sun sect. You must know that many people from those 2 sects have died at the hands of Dragon Transformation sect cultivators. And they have an irreconcilable feud with the Dragon Transformation sect. This meant that the Azure Lotus sect could overlook the Zhou family's taking in Lin Hongyu and would not harm her. However, it couldn't guarantee that the Moon Wheel sect and the Flame Sun sect cultivators wouldn't harm Lin Hongyu and the Zhou family after learning of this. In fact, both he and Zhou Chun knew that these words were just a threat to Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. After all, the Zhou family is a vassal family of the Qinglian Temple. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. If the Golden Core cultivators of the Moon Wheel sect and the Flame Sun sect were to attack the Zhou family, they would definitely need to inform the Qinglian Temple first. Therefore, as long as the Qinglian Temple is willing to protect the Zhou family, and Lin Hongyu is a Golden Core cultivator herself, and doesn't have any Golden Core cultivators from the Moon Wheel sect or the Flame Sun sect in her hands, there's a high probability there won't be any problems. But why would the Qinglian Temple protect the Zhou family? How can one get the Qinglian Temple to protect the Zhou family? This is outside the scope of the Qinglian Jade token. Or rather, unless Zhou Chun can produce another Qinglian Jade token, to request a Qinglian Temple to do this. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun can't produce another Qinglian Jade token right now. So, there's room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed deeply to Qing Huizi, saying, "This junior is foolish," and humbly requests guidance from the abbot. Hearing this, Qing Huizi smiled calmly and said, "Young friend Zhou is not foolish. If I am not mistaken, the reason your Zhou family allowed that fellow Taoist Lin to reveal his identity at this time is because you know that the 2 great cultivation worlds are currently at war and in dire need of manpower. You want to take this opportunity to resolve any potential threats and openly join the ranks of Golden Core families, right?" Zhou Chun remained silent, not refuting. Everyone here is a cunning old fox, who can hide anything from whom? If even the Zhou family's plan is not clear, then Qing Huizi, as the sect leader, is not worthy of the title. Seeing that he did not object, Qing Huizi continued, "Since your family has this idea, I am naturally happy to do you a favor." She then looked intently at Zhou Chun and said, "How about this? As long as your Zhou family's fellow Taoist Lin is willing to join the Heavenly Spirit Legion and serve until the end of the war, her identity will no longer be an issue. Furthermore, if the Dragon Transformation sect wants to deal with her in the future, our 3 sects will also step in to protect her." Hearing Qing Huizi's words, Zhou Chun knew that this was the only way to resolve the matter. However, he did not immediately agree, but bowed to Qing Huizi and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Abbot, but I cannot make this decision for Elder Lin. I must return and consult with your superiors." Hearing this, Qing Huizi immediately said calmly, "Consulting is naturally no problem, but you'd better confirm this matter quickly. Otherwise, if the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect find out and exert pressure, it will be difficult for me to refuse." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun nodded, his expression solemn. "Alright, now that we've finished with that, let's talk about something else. Young friend Zhou, how exactly did you discover Zhang Zhang, and how did you kill him? As far as I know, this man was protected by a 4th-tier corpse refinement technique given to him by the corpse demon sect. Logically speaking, with your current cultivation level, there shouldn't be any way you could have killed him." Qing Huizi stared intently at Zhou Chun, directly asking him about the details of killing Zhang Zhang without any hesitation. This was his true purpose in having Qing Lingzi bring Zhou Chun to the Qinglian Temple. It wasn't that he wanted to boost the morale of others and diminish his own, but rather that even after searching through all the Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the entire Qinglian Temple, there wasn't a single person who could stand up to Zhang Zhang. Among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, the Jing Kingdom had previously only forcibly nominated a genius from the Yang Sect, but that person had now been squeezed out. In other words, the vast Jing Kingdom didn't even have a single person among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. This incident had long been used by high-level cultivators from other countries to ridicule the Jing Kingdom's cultivators, causing Queen Wheezy and her group to lose face. However, even in their anger, they were powerless to do anything about it. After all, even if they were willing to bestow treasures, someone needed the strength to unleash their power and accumulate enough battle merits to join the ranks of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, but their respective sects juniors were simply too disappointing, failing to produce any geniuses of that caliber. But then, news suddenly arrived from the Zhou family that Zhou Chun, a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, had single-handedly killed Zhang Zhang, the corpse fiend general of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, in a one-on-one duel. When Queen Wheezy learned of this, one can imagine how shocked and overjoyed he was. He didn't know how Zhou Chun had done it, only that if it were true, the Jing Kingdom would regain all the face it had lost within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. And they could then rightfully retaliate against those who had mocked them, giving them a resounding slap in the face. However, before regaining face and to avoid any misunderstandings, King Wheezy definitely needed to understand the details of the incident in detail to be more confident. Zhou Chun had already planned his explanation before taking action, so he simply followed the script and spoke directly. In response to Senior Abbot, my ability to slay Zhang Zhang was primarily due to the help of my demonic beasts, spirit pets, and demonic insects. As you likely know, Senior Abbot, my Silver Lightning Python demonic beast has advanced to 3rd-tier demonic beast. The Silver Lightning Dragon Python. While not as powerful as the Thunder Flood Dragon, its lightning magic is still quite formidable, proving especially effective against demonic creatures like yin ghosts and corpse refiners. My other mutated demonic beast, the Golden Armored Rock Turtle, has also advanced to 3rd-tier demonic beast. It has fused earth and metal attributes, awakening a geomagnetic power magic and an earth escape magic, making its defense extremely strong for a 3rd-tier beast. Furthermore, I have tamed a frost attribute demonic bee. Its icy breath is extremely effective against those with purple abodes. Even cultivators at the late stage of cultivation possess considerable destructive power, proving equally effective against demonic creatures like corpse refining monsters. Furthermore, I have cultivated a swarm of corpse rotting moths, which are equally effective against corpse refining monsters. In addition, I possess the golden light bowl talisman bestowed upon me by the abbot, along with another high-grade 3rd-tier defensive magic weapon infused with magical treasure materials. I have also cultivated several offensive secret techniques, enabling me to fight against ordinary late-stage purple mansion cultivators. As for the 4th-tier zombie on Zhang Zhang's body, Elder Lin quickly restrained it after Zhang Zhang released it, without affecting my ability to kill Zhang Zhang. Moreover, the other 2 demonic cultivators also died at the hands of that 4th-tier zombie, which was quite an advantage for me. Inside the sect leader's hall, Zhou Chun recounted the entire battle of that day. Aside from concealing the identities of the White Thunder Flood Dragon and the Stone Golden Armor Mountain Carrying Turtle, he revealed everything else he could. He knew he would use these methods later, and revealing them now wouldn't cause any trouble. After all, the cultivation of demonic beasts and insects depends on individual luck and opportunity. In the entire Zhou family, only Zhou Chun openly possesses 2 3rd-tier demonic beasts. Other cultivators, even if envious, can only envy. They wouldn't even entertain the thought of taking them. This is also an advantage of beast-taming cultivators. The demonic beasts they cultivate are bound to them, making it difficult for anyone to take them away. After hearing Zhou Chun's answer, Queen Wheezy pondered for a moment, then nodded gently and said, if what you say is true, then it's quite possible that you killed Zhang Zhang. She then looked at Zhou Chun curiously and asked, I wonder if I could have a look at your spirit pets? I'm quite curious about these mutated demonic beasts. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Senior Abbot. My 2 demonic beasts were injured in the battle with Zhang Zhang. The Silver Lightning Dragon Python was also weakened because I used my family's beast-taming secret technique. I left them in the clan to recover before I came. Zhou Chun was taken aback, then explained the details in a low voice with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Queen Wheezy frowned slightly, then smiled faintly and said, It's alright. Since these are all your spirit pets, young friend Zhou, I'll certainly have plenty of opportunities to see them in the future. He didn't doubt Zhou Chun's lie, because these things would definitely be revealed when Zhou Chun fought with others. Lying to him now was pointless. He hadn't expected Zhou Chun to actually play the blind spot trick. Having moved on from this matter, he changed the subject, looking at Zhou Chun and asking, "Young friend Zhou, you single-handedly killed Jiang Zhang. Once this gets out, you'll surely become famous throughout the countries, a celebrity no less than the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. What are your plans for the future?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, but he replied, "This junior has no plans. Currently, I only wish to cultivate diligently and break through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm." This answer clearly didn't satisfy Queen Wheezy, who immediately said, "Wouldn't that be a great pity? With your strength, young friend Zhou, go to the battlefield and make a name for yourself. You might even be able to compete for the title of one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. At that time, you will not only be famous throughout the countries, but you will also receive generous rewards from the alliance. It's a win-win situation." As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Chun with a hint of temptation and said, "Putting aside everything else, if you, young friend Zhou, can really join the ranks of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, it would be a very simple matter to ask the alliance for a pill to help you break through the late-stage Purple Mansion barrier. This is much faster than you cultivating for 10 or 20 years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun could easily understand Queen Wei-Zi's meaning. He immediately replied respectfully, "To be honest, Senior Abbot, I have also harbored thoughts of making a name for myself. However, I observe that the 7 fiends of the primordial demon and the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirit are all geniuses from various major sects and forces. Although I am confident that my supernatural abilities are no weaker than theirs, my humble origins prevent me from bringing disaster upon myself and my family for a moment of impulsiveness." Hearing his answer, Queen Wheezy couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, young friend Zhou, you are indeed a clever person. You immediately saw the key point." After laughing, a glint flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "If you were just a cultivator from a cultivation family, even if your personal strength and abilities were outstanding, it would indeed be difficult for you to join the ranks of the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirit. But what if you had the support of our sect or even the Moon Wheel sect? I am foolish. Please enlighten me, Senior Abbot." Zhou Chun looked at Queen Wheezy with a look of surprise and doubt, and then quickly lowered his head. Seeing this, Queen Wheezy stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "My meaning is very simple. If you are willing, I can accept you as a disciple. That way, you will be half a disciple of my Kinglian temple, and you will naturally be qualified to participate in the competition for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits." The Moonwheel sect has also been trying to recommend a cultivator from Jing Kingdom to join the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. At this point, he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Of course, I will not take advantage of you for nothing. If you can really join the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, I will not embezzle a single penny of the benefits that are due to you. Even the core formation spiritual item that you were rewarded with for killing Jiang Zhang, I will help you exchange for a good one. I will also teach you the later parts of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, so that you will not be afraid of the bewitching attacks of the Enchanting Valley." Hearing this, Zhou Chun suddenly understood and realized what he meant. Just to be more certain, Zhou Chun mustered his courage and said, "Could I understand this to mean that the Abbot, Kinglian Temple, and Yulin sect only need a title to enhance Jingo's influence within the alliance, while the benefits belonging to the 7 heroes of Xianling will still belong to me, more or less? Your understanding is fine." Queen Wheezy nodded, acknowledging this. Zhou Chun was instantly tempted. But he quickly seemed to remember something and suddenly suppressed the urge to agree on the spot. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before respectfully replying, "This matter is of great importance. I need to go back and discuss it with my elders before making a decision. Please forgive me, Abbot." Queen Wheezy, however, could see that he was already tempted. Upon hearing this, she immediately nodded and said, "Then you should go back and discuss it with your elders as soon as possible. After you have reached a decision, I will report the matter of Jiang Zhang being killed by you." "I understand. Then I will take my leave." Zhou Chun bowed and immediately left Kinglian Temple. After Zhou Chun left, Queen Lingzi, who had not spoken until now, frowned and looked at Queen Wheezy, saying, "Senior Brother Headmaster, are you really going to accept this kid as a disciple? I don't think this kid is easy to control. He's too bold, daring to take in even the remnants of the Dragon Transformation sect. I'm afraid he won't be so easy to control in the future." "It's alright, I have my own plans." Queen Wheezy shook her head slightly. speaking calmly with an air of confidence. Hearing this, Queen Lingzi glanced at his expression, but ultimately said nothing more. She bowed to him and left. P.S. Sigh, the power went out in the neighborhood for 3 or 4 hours this afternoon, so I couldn't write more than 6,000 words today. It was an accident, not my fault. I'll definitely try my best to write more than 6,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 444 The Shocked Ancestor of the Su Family. 9 Peaks Ridge. After leaving King Lian Temple, Zhou Chun returned to 9 Peaks Ridge as quickly as possible. Lin Honggai was still stationed there. Upon his return, Zhou Chun immediately relayed Queen Weezi's attitude. After hearing Zhou Chun's account, Lin Honggai pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, joining the Heavenly Spirit Legion is no problem, but there's one condition that Queen Weezy must agree to. She must not mention my identity or background to other Golden Core cultivators, and she must not spread it to the Dragon Transformation Sect. Grand Aunt, your concerns are valid. This is indeed something they must agree to. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, finding her request necessary. In fact, Lin Honggai hadn't shown herself for decades. Now that her cultivation had reached the Golden Core stage, she could easily disguise or conceal her appearance so that ordinary cultivators of the same level couldn't discern her true identity. Therefore, unless she actively used the Dragon Transformation secret technique, most people wouldn't be able to tell that she was once the Crimson Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. The only thing that could potentially expose her true identity is the magical artifact, the Flame Dragon Ring. This artifact is recorded in the top-tier cultivation technique Lin Honggai practices. If the Dragon Transformation Sect knew she possessed this artifact, they would most likely be able to discover her true identity. However, this is not something ordinary Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators could know, and even the spies planted by the Dragon Transformation Sect in Jing Kingdom might not be able to see this artifact. In this way, as long as the 3 major sects do not reveal Lin Honggai's true identity, Lin Honggai and the Zhou family can receive far less attention and criticism. The key is that Zhou Chun is also confident that he can get Queen Weezy to agree to this matter. After all, Queen Weezy still wants him to become her disciple and represent King Lian Temple in the competition for the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Therefore, after reaching an agreement with Lin Honggai, Zhou Chun went to Tuian Ridge to discuss going to the battlefield with Zhou Ming. At this time, news of Zhou Chun's slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhong had already reached Zhou Ming's ears. Seeing Zhou Chun return unharmed, Zhou Ming was overjoyed and congratulated and praised him. However, after hearing Zhou Chun's account of his trip to King Lian Temple, Zhou Ming's smile vanished instantly. He frowned and immediately looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Lin, joining the Heavenly Spirit Legion is fine. It was exactly what we expected, but Zhang Chun, I don't quite agree with your pursuit of a place among the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit." As Zhou Chun had predicted, Zhou Ming's first reaction was opposition. This was precisely why he hadn't immediately agreed to Queen Weezy's request. If he had agreed then, there would have been no going back, and Zhou Ming, even if he didn't say it, would certainly be very unhappy. Now, Zhou Ming was simply explaining his own views and wasn't angry with him. After expressing his opposition, Zhou Ming, seeing that Zhou Chun remained silent, looked at him seriously and said, "You should know that you just killed Zhang Zhong, the Corpse Fiend General. Once this is made public, the Yuan Demon Legion and the Corpse Demon Sect will definitely want to get rid of you. If you go to the battlefield now, wouldn't that just give them an opportunity? Moreover, you are, after all, the head of my Zhou family. Even if you become Queen Weezy's disciple, the members of the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit and those who want to compete for that ranking will not truly treat you as a core disciple of a major sect. They will definitely ostracize and target you. At that time, Queen Weezy may not be willing to fully protect you." Zhou Chun understood these principles, of course. However, he also had his own thoughts. He immediately looked at Zhou Ming and said, "Elder, what you say makes a lot of sense. I have never believed Queen Weezy, but if I could become Queen Weezy's disciple and compete for one of the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit, not only would my own cultivation be smooth sailing and I would obtain many treasures, but it would also provide my Zhou family with a protective shield in the future. Imagine if I become one of the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit, and make great contributions to resisting the invasion of the Yuan Demon Legion, becoming famous throughout the countries. After the war ends, whoever wants to deal with our Zhou family will have to take this into consideration. Moreover, If I successfully become one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit, I might be able to successfully form my core within 30 to 50 years. Would that fulfill your long-cherished wish, Elder? Hearing this, Zhou Ming was speechless for a moment. Indeed, competing for one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit had both advantages and disadvantages. He was worried about the disadvantages and used this to persuade Zhou Chun to give up. Now that Zhou Chun was using the benefits to persuade him, he couldn't directly refute him. Zhou Chun's last words, in particular, struck at his weak spot. He was approaching his 400th birthday in a few years, and considering the lifespan of a Purple Mansion cultivator was 480 years, he only had 70 or 80 years left to live. But in reality, he knew that the time he could truly contribute to the Zhou family wouldn't exceed 50 years. After 50 years, even if he hadn't yet passed away, he would certainly be old and frail, unable to do anything more for the Zhou family. Therefore, if he could see a golden core cultivator from the Zhou family emerge while he was still at his peak, he would truly have no regrets in this life. Zhou Chun clearly understood this as well, and this attack, hitting his weak spot, left him speechless for a long time. Elder, if you are unable to make up your mind, perhaps you could wait until I return from the Su family and the Moonwheel sect before making a decision. I plan to first speak with Senior Su and the others to see what their opinions are on this matter. Seeing Zhou Ming's conflicted expression and inability to speak, Zhou Chun did not urge him further. Instead, he changed the subject, mentioning his other plan, thus giving him a way out. Sure enough, after hearing this, Zhou Ming quickly relaxed and nodded, saying, not bad, Zheng Chun, your plan is excellent. It is indeed better to communicate with Senior Su and the others beforehand, otherwise they might blame you for keeping it from them later. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Chun quickly set off from Tuyun Ridge, heading straight for the Su family in Jiangzhou. At this time, demonic cultivators were causing chaos throughout Jing Kingdom. For a Purple Mansion stage cultivator like Zhou Chun to travel alone was not very safe. It was easy for demonic spies to discover him and then notify other Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators to intercept and kill him. However, Zhou Chun had already killed the infamous corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. So why would he fear other Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators? Besides, he knew perfectly well that with the deaths of Zhang Zhang and the 3 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, the number of Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators in Jing Kingdom was likely dwindling. At least, there were no formidable figures left in the several prefectures under the jurisdiction of King Lian Temple. Thus, without incident, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at the Su family's mountain gate. Upon arriving, Zhou Chun, as usual, first went to see his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. Su Yazhen's cultivation was currently stuck at the late Purple Mansion stage barrier, and she hadn't yet broken through. However, Zhou Chun knew that with her superior spiritual root and the uniquely profound Sunu Zhuan Guang she cultivated, this barrier wouldn't hold her for long. It would likely take at most 10 or 8 years, and at least 3 or 5 years, for her to successfully break through to the late Purple Mansion stage. With the help of 2 golden core cultivator elders, the Su family patriarch and Su Yanyang, Su Yazhen probably wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual object needed for her core formation. It might already be ready. After exchanging heartfelt words, Su Yazhen smiled at Zhou Chun and said, with demonic cultivators rampant outside, why haven't you been at the family gates? You've come all this way to visit me. Has something happened? Hearing this, Zhou Chun replied without a hint of embarrassment, my wife understands me best. Something has indeed happened recently, leaving me and several elders unsure of what to do. We wanted to consult you and the patriarch, then I'll go with you to see the patriarch. Su Yazhen nodded slightly and immediately led Zhou Chun to the Su family patriarch's cave. With Su Yanyang's successful core formation, Su Yazhen was now truly second only to the patriarch in the Su family. Every cultivator in the Su family dared not disobey her. Even towards Zhou Chun, his son-in-law, they treated him with utmost courtesy, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Only Su Yazhen would dare to bring an outsider directly to the Su family patriarch's cave without prior notice. When Zhou Chun met the Su family patriarch, the patriarch immediately looked at him with displeasure and said, you brat, coming uninvited at a time like this must mean you have something important to ask for. You wouldn't happen to be asking me for favors again, would you? It's no wonder that both he and Su Yazhen said this. Zhou Chun had a history of such behavior, and seeing him arrive at the Su family under such tense circumstances, their first reaction was that he wanted something again. To be honest, This view is somewhat dismissive. But Zhou Chun couldn't get angry. After all, he had indeed had his share of such previous offenses, so it was understandable that they thought this way. At this point, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Patriarch, you jest. This junior isn't that shameless." "You're not shameless?" The Su family patriarch glanced at Zhou Chun and let out a cold laugh. Zhou Chun could only pretend not to hear and continued, "This junior has come to the Su family to pay respects to the patriarch because there is an important matter I cannot decide on, and I would like to ask the patriarch and Yu Zhen for their help." "Oh, hearing you say that, this matter must be extraordinary. Please tell me about it." The Su family patriarch raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Chun with slight surprise. Although his words and demeanor were impolite just now, he believed he knew Zhou Chun fairly well. He knew that Zhou Chun was a person with strong opinions and ideas, and if the matter was not very important, Zhou Chun would not have traveled all the way to the Su family to consult him for advice and help in making a decision. So at this moment, he was also intrigued by Zhou Chun's words. After listening to his words, Zhou Chun immediately told him how he killed corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, and also mentioned that Qing Weizi wanted to take him as a disciple and support him in competing for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. As Zhou Chun had expected, upon hearing that he had actually killed the infamous demonic cultivator corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, both his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen and the Su family patriarch were utterly shocked, their mouths agape, speechless. "You're not joking, are you? That corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, really you've killed him?" The Su family patriarch stared at Zhou Chun, his mouth agape, almost doubting his own hearing. Su Yuzhen also stared wide-eyed at Zhou Chun, seemingly unable to believe that her husband possessed such great abilities. "How could I possibly joke about such a thing? Besides, this matter will soon spread far and wide. Even if I had the greatest courage, I wouldn't dare to use this to tease you, Patriarch." Zhou Chun smiled calmly, seemingly quite satisfied with the Su family patriarch's reaction. Previously, he had to conceal his abilities, and the Zhou family had to hide Lin Hongyu's existence. Even though he often received disdain and ridicule from the Su family patriarch, he dared not say anything or refute. But now, with Lin Hongyu stepping into the limelight, he was ready to make a name for himself. Finally, he could proudly display his strength in front of the Su family patriarch and vent his anger. At this moment, looking at Zhou Chun, who appeared calm but was actually smug and proud, the Su family patriarch opened his mouth, speechless. Even if he had grievances against Zhou Chun, he knew that Zhou Chun would not joke about such a matter. He simply couldn't believe that this Su family son-in-law, whom he had always seen as merely helping his beloved juniors cultivate, was actually a hidden dragon. And he, who always prided himself on his discerning eye, had failed to see this and had been kept in the dark all along. This had dealt him a significant psychological blow. He had misjudged him. This time, he had truly misjudged him. Zhou Chun was far from being a barely acceptable son-in-law in his eyes. This is clearly a son-in-law with immense potential. A hidden dragon. At this moment, the Su family patriarch's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, his feelings too indescribable. Su Yuzhen, however, didn't think so much about it. After the initial shock, she felt immense joy. Genuinely happy and proud of Zhou Chun. She quickly said, "Husband, you really kept this from me for so long. I had no idea you had such strength. How did you do it? How did you acquire such powerful abilities?" As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Chun with eyes full of curiosity and admiration, waiting for his answer. The Su family patriarch didn't say anything, but he also pricked up his ears, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this, Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I've just developed my Zhou family's beast-taming techniques to a high level." The Su family patriarch scoffed at his words of self-aggrandizement. He thought to himself, "Your Zhou family, even going back 18 generations, is just a golden core family. Even if they have a few extraordinary skills, there's no way they could possibly cultivate a cultivator at the level of one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits." But of course, he couldn't say this aloud now, lest Zhou Chun slap him in the face with facts. So, he could only secretly send a telepathic message to Su Yuzhen, asking her to speak on his behalf to maintain the dignity of his golden core ancestor. Su Yuzhen was somewhat speechless, but after all, he was her elder, and the one who loved her the most. At this point, she could only grab Zhou Chun's arm and say, "Then please tell me in detail, my husband. I've heard so much about that corpse fiend general these past few days. How exactly did you slay this demon? Zhou Chun watched this scene, secretly amused, but still gave his Taoist partner face, gently patting her hand and saying, since my wife wants to hear, then I will naturally tell you properly. Without even looking at the Su family patriarch, he began to passionately recount his battle with corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. The content he recounted was actually what he had previously told Qing Wei. Even so, the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen, upon hearing his account, were both astonished. After hearing the whole story, the Su family patriarch no longer maintained his composure and looked at him with surprise, saying, good lad. I didn't expect you to have quietly raised 2 extraordinary third-tier demonic beasts. No wonder you dared to oppose Zhang Zhang. At this point, he couldn't deny Zhou Chun's earlier words that had flattered the Zhou family. Clearly, while it was practically impossible for anyone else in the Zhou family to raise 2 extraordinary third-tier demonic beasts in succession like Zhou Chun, it wasn't wrong to say that Zhou Chun had developed the Zhou family's beast-taming techniques to a profound level. Moreover, the Su family patriarch finally recovered from the shock of Zhou Chun's slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang and discovered another important piece of information revealed in Zhou Chun's words. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun and ask, but what's the deal with this elder Lin you mentioned? When did your Zhou family acquire such a golden core cultivator? Zhou Chun's slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang was indeed a shocking event, but the appearance of an unfamiliar golden core cultivator in the Zhou family was no small matter either. Especially after hearing from Zhou Chun that Lin Hongyu had even refined a 4th-tier zombie, the Su family patriarch was even more astonished. Even he, who had been a core formation cultivator for hundreds of years, would dare say he could reliably kill a 4th-tier zombie. After all, his water-based cultivation technique wasn't adept at dealing with such demonic creatures. Zhou Chun didn't hide anything from the Su family patriarch, because concealing it now might cause a rift between the 2 families if Lin Hongyu's identity were exposed later. So he explained Lin Hongyu's background and emphasized that the Zhou family had already obtained the understanding of the Qinglian temple and had helped resolve the potential trouble. However, this matter clearly shocked both the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen. After a long and complex expression, the Su family patriarch finally looked at Zhou Chun and said, so that's how it is. Your Zhou family is truly audacious, daring to take in even the remnants of the dragon transformation sect and support her in forming her core. The younger generation and elders had no choice, Zhou Chun explained helplessly, spreading his hands. At that time, the Zhou family was surrounded by powerful enemies, and the environment was extremely dangerous. Without a golden core cultivator to guard it, we had absolutely no sense of security. Hearing this, the Su family patriarch remained non-committal. Having heard 2 shocking events and learned 2 deeply hidden secrets of the Zhou family today, the Su family patriarch now questioned Zhou Chun's words. He couldn't believe which of Zhou Chun's statements were true and which were false. However, he knew very well that regardless of whether Zhou Chun was telling the truth or not, from now on, the Zhou family was truly on equal footing with their Su family. Zhou Chun was a junior he could no longer afford to humiliate. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Zhou Chun, you must be tired from standing for so long, come sit down and talk. This one sentence alone revealed a significant change in his opinion of Zhou Chun. After all, he had never asked Zhou Chun to sit down before. Since Zhou Chun was no longer pretending, he naturally wouldn't act coy either, and promptly bowed, saying, thank you for the seat, ancestor. Then he sat down on the chair that Su Yuzhen had brought over. After Zhou Chun sat down, the Su family patriarch carefully sorted out his thoughts, reviewed Zhou Chun's previous words, and then looked at Zhou Chun thoughtfully and asked, Zhang Chun, you said at the beginning that you came to the Su family to visit me, your patriarch, because you had an important matter you wanted me to help you decide. Is it about the Qingwei temple master wanting to accept you as a disciple? Yes, this matter is of great importance, and according to the Qingwei temple master, we also need the support of the Moonwheel sect. I didn't dare to agree directly at the time, and I planned to consult with you elders first, asking for your help in considering it. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, solemnly stating his concerns. Hearing this, the Su family patriarch's expression also became serious. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Zhou Chun and asked, then let me ask you, if you really go to the battlefield and face the remaining members of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, are you confident you can remain undefeated? Do you have a way to escape from the hands of golden core stage demonic cultivators? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, I'm not boasting, but with a third-tier thunder python in hand, plus the subsequent cultivation method of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method promised by Abbot King Wheezy, I will absolutely not be afraid of those demonic cultivators. As for escaping from the hands of Golden Core stage demonic cultivators, I don't have any particularly good methods. I can only withstand a few moves from ordinary early Golden Core cultivators. He naturally couldn't reveal the Golden Armored Mountain Carrying Turtle's ability to use Earth. Earth is a technique for carrying people, as this was his trump card and might expose the Golden Armored Mountain Carrying Turtle's background. And since the Su family patriarch was an outsider, he couldn't be trusted as completely as the elders in his own family. Unexpectedly, after hearing his answer, the Su family patriarch quickly looked at him with a serious expression and said, in my opinion, if you don't have a trump card to escape from a Golden Core cultivator, it's best not to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, even if you have invincible strength at the Purple Mansion stage, you might still die on the battlefield. I could write more, but I'm afraid you guys can't wait, so I'll only update 6,000 words for now. I'll try to update earlier tomorrow so I can get the premium badge the day after tomorrow. Damn Kidian. I don't know when the premium badge will be issued. Every time I update at night, my average subscription drops by 7 or 8, and then it falls below 3,000. Damn it. Chapter 445 Teacher's Kindness and Filial Piety. The Su family patriarch, after all, was the head of a Golden Core family and a veteran Golden Core cultivator who had been in the core formation stage for hundreds of years. His understanding of the high-level cultivator circles in Jing Kingdom and surrounding countries was far beyond what a junior like Lin Hongyu could match. After hearing Zhou Chun's inquiry, Zhou Chun had no reason not to take his views seriously. He immediately inquired about the details. According to the Su family patriarch, beings of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit and the 7 fiends of primordial demons must possess a trump card for escaping from Golden Core cultivators. For example, Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang carried a 4th-tier zombie. If Lei Jiao hadn't displayed his power and severely injured Zhang Zhang before he could release the 4th-tier zombie, and if Lin Huangyu hadn't arrived in time to hold off the zombie, Zhou Chun, even with the strength to defeat Zhang Zhang, wouldn't have been able to kill him. Furthermore, even if Lin Hongyu had encountered Zhang Zhang first, she likely wouldn't have been able to kill him. If he didn't possess this skill, Zhang Zhang wouldn't have dared to infiltrate Jingguo and harass their rear. It can only be said that Zhang Zhang was unlucky. He just happened to encounter Zhou Chun, who completely countered him. Even his underground escape was easily found by Zhou Chun's golden armor mountain carrying turtle, putting him in a disadvantageous position and making escape difficult. If he hadn't encountered Zhou Chun, he would certainly have escaped with his life. Therefore, the Su family patriarch believed that if Zhou Chun didn't have a trump card to escape from Golden Core cultivators, he should avoid the battlefield. Because if he encountered a demonic Golden Core cultivator or members of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon with 4th-tier techniques, he could lose his life. After hearing this, Zhou Chun also realized the problem. Although the Golden Armor Mountain carrying turtle could carry him to escape using Earth, Earth is a type of escape technique, he still needed to land on its back first, and there was a possibility of being interrupted by the enemy's supernatural abilities. Relying entirely on this to escape from a Golden Core cultivator was indeed too dangerous. Realizing this, Zhou Chun immediately and humbly sought advice from the Su family patriarch. The Su family patriarch's opinion of him had completely changed by this point. He had elevated Zhou Chun's status several notches. Naturally, he was willing to forge a good relationship and offer guidance. According to the Su family patriarch's advice, if Zhou Chun wanted to acquire a means of escaping from a Golden Core cultivator, he needed to approach either the Kinglian Temple or the Moonwheel Sect. These two powerful forces certainly had ways to help him, it was just a matter of whether they were willing to invest. The Su family patriarch suggested that Zhou Chun first approach Su Yanying and use her to create the impression that the Moonwheel Sect might be vying for him, putting pressure on Qing Wheezy. If Qing Wheezy withstood the pressure and resolutely refused to invest, then Zhou Chun should abandon the opportunity. Zhou Chun found the Su family patriarch's suggestion reliable and carefully inquired about the detailed procedures. He then took his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen, to the Moonwheel Sect's mountain gate to visit his aunt, Su Yanying. As a newly promoted Golden Core cultivator less than 100 years old, Su Yanying was not in a position to be sent to the battlefield unless it was a full-scale war. Moreover, she had extensive connections and excellent relationships within the sect, so naturally, someone would speak on her behalf to avoid going to the battlefield. When Zhou Chun and his companion came to visit, she was not in seclusion and quickly received them. Naturally, when asked about their purpose, and hearing from Zhou Chun about his slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, Su Yunyang was quite shocked. Zhou Chun then recounted the events leading up to the visit. Only after Su Yunyang recovered did she mention the advice of the Su family patriarch. After listening to his relay of the Su family patriarch's advice, Su Yunyang pondered for a moment before shaking her head slightly, saying, "This matter isn't difficult to carry out, but the difficulty lies in convincing King Wezi to invest resources. You must know that King Wezi is, after all, the abbot of King Lian Temple. With that status, she can directly communicate with our sect leader. Many of our Golden Core cultivators also have a close relationships with the Golden Core cultivators of King Lian Temple. A little inquiry will reveal that this is a trap we've set." Zhou Chun had also considered this, and added, "I thought about this on the way here. And, what do you think? If we reveal our plans to your sect leader, would he be willing to cooperate in ripping off King Lian Temple? After all, King Wezi's plan also involves taking advantage of your sect. Your idea is quite ingenious. Perhaps we can give it a try." Su Yunyang's eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded, indicating that it was worth a try. And naturally, only she could handle this matter. So she immediately let Zhou Chun and his wife rest in her cave, and then went to the main hall to meet the leader of the Moonwheel Sect. The leader of the Moonwheel Sect inherited the title of True Man of the Moon Worship, and his nominal status was equivalent to that of a nascent soul true person in the sect. He himself was also a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. When he heard Su Yunyang's purpose, True Man of the Moon Worship was slightly surprised by Zhou Chun's killing of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. After all, he was unaware of this news. After carefully understanding the details, Master Baiyu sighed with a hint of regret. What a pity. If only that young friend Zhou's family were under our sect's command, I could directly accept him as a disciple and bestow upon him a life-saving item without any problem. Upon hearing this, Su Yunyang's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she immediately asked tentatively, "Master Uncle, since you've said so, does that mean you agree to this?" "Hey, why wouldn't I agree? That old bastard King Wei always likes to be clever, why not give him a little trick?" Master Baiyu chuckled, indeed agreeing to the matter. Hearing his answer, Su Yunyang's face instantly lit up with a smile, and she bowed to him in high spirits, saying, "Then I, your junior niece, will thank you on behalf of my nephew-in-law, Master Uncle." Then she went back to inform Zhou Chun and his wife of the good news. After Baiyu's Henrin left, he suddenly sneered and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "King Wezi, you've got a good plan. You want to use this to enhance the reputation of your King Lian Temple and gain recognition from other sects, but you don't realize that your ancestors' actions have already crossed some people's bottom line. What's the use of doing all this now?" On the other side, Zhou Chun was overjoyed to learn from Su Yunyang that Baiyu's Henrin was willing to cooperate. He immediately thanked Su Yunyang profusely and then left the Moonwheel Sect with Su Yuzhen, returning to the Su family. However, Zhou Chun did not stay at the Su family for long. After informing the Su family ancestor of the details, he took his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen to the Zhou family. They didn't need to waste any more words, they just needed to wait for Baiyu's Henrin from the Moonwheel Sect to make his move. Therefore, after returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Chun told Zhou Ming about the gains he had made on his trip to the Su family. Upon hearing the suggestion from the Su family patriarch from Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, saying, "Senior Su is indeed insightful. This matter must be handled this way. Without such a guarantee, Zheng Chun, you really shouldn't have taken the risk." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile. "So, Elder, you have no objections either?" Hearing this, Zhou Ming looked at him with a face full of frustration and sighed softly. "Alice, naturally, I don't want you to take the risk, but you've never been one to behave yourself. Even if I force you not to go this time, I can't guarantee you won't cause trouble later. After thinking it over, I'll just let you go." Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately reassured him confidently, "Don't worry, Elder. If I really get the method to deal with the Golden Core cultivators from the King Lian Temple, with my abilities, nothing serious will happen." "I hope so," Zhou Ming sighed, not wanting to mention the matter again. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately changed the subject, saying, "By the way, since Elder Lin wants to join the Heavenly Spirit Legion, for her safety, shouldn't we temporarily lend her the magic weapon that you, the Supreme Elder, brought back from Yang Kingdom?" then let's lend it. After all, fellow Taoist Lin is fighting for the Zhou family this time, and she even declined such a great gain before, which shows her loyalty to the family. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Back then, the Zhou family dared not give the magic weapon to Lin Hongyu because they were worried that she would have other ideas after she formed her core. Now, decades have passed, and Lin Hongyu has been sitting quietly in the Zhou family, even helping the Zhou family several times. It is clear that she truly intends to spend her life in the Zhou family. Since that's the case, lending her the magic weapon now will also help deepen her feelings for the Zhou family. After obtaining his consent, Zhou Chun went to the treasure vault, retrieved the magic weapon, and sent it directly to Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhangjin, what is this? On Pagoda Peak, when Lin Hongyu saw Zhou Chun take out the earth yellow protective magic weapon, she was slightly stunned and looked at him with a face full of surprise and doubt, hesitating to speak. Zhou Chun explained with a serious expression, "This magic treasure is a relic of a golden core cultivator that the Supreme Elder obtained after a near-death experience in Yang Kingdom. It has been hidden deep within the Zhou family's treasury for many years, and we dare not show it to anyone easily. Originally, the Supreme Elder intended for this item to be refined as a protective treasure after a junior or another Zhou family cultivator reached the golden core stage. However, I am unworthy and have not yet reached the threshold of golden core formation. Now that you, great-grandmother, are about to go to the battlefield, you will inevitably have to fight against golden core demonic cultivators. Having an extra magic treasure will naturally provide you with more safety. Therefore, the Supreme Elder specifically instructed me to retrieve this item and lend it to you temporarily." Hearing this explanation, the surprise and doubt in Lin Hongyu's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a look of relief. At this moment, she naturally understood Zhou Chun's intention in taking out this magic treasure and was very pleased with herself for finally gaining the heartfelt approval of the Zhou family's higher-ups. From this day forward, the barrier between them caused by her background would cease to exist. Understanding this, she immediately smiled and said, "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept this magic weapon." With that, she reached out and took the magic weapon from Zhou Chun's hand, and began refining it right before Zhou Chun's eyes. Because the magic weapon's owner had passed away long ago, Lin Hongyu found refining it very easy, quickly completing the initial refinement. After completing the initial refinement, she also gained control over the magic weapon's name and condition. She quickly nodded to Zhou Chun and said, "This magic weapon is called the Earth Vajra Shield, a defensive magic weapon with earth element attributes. After I refine it, it will be difficult for anyone in the early golden core stage to defeat me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and bowed to congratulate her, saying, "Then this junior wishes my great might on the battlefield and a resounding success." After chatting for a while about Zhou Chun's competition for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, Lin Hongyu went back to expedite the refinement of the Earth Vajra Shield. Before setting off, Zhou Chun spent some time with his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. After waiting for 5 days at Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun received a messenger from the Kinglian Temple, saying that King Wheezy urgently summoned him to the Kinglian Temple. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun knew that things should be settled. This must be because the moon-worshipping immortal of the Moon Wheel Sect had already spread the word. As expected, when Zhou Chun arrived at Kinglian Temple, the moment he saw Queen Wheezy, he noticed that Queen Wheezy's face was ashen, completely devoid of the usual nonchalant demeanor she displayed in his presence. Before Zhou Chun could even offer a proper greeting, Queen Wheezy stared directly at him and questioned, "Young friend Zhou, what is the meaning of this? You clearly said you were going back to discuss this with your elders, so why did you go to the Moon Wheel Sect? Does the Zhou family intend to relocate to the Moon Wheel Sect's territory?" Her words were extremely impolite, even carrying a hidden threat. This clearly showed how angry Queen Wheezy was. However, Zhou Chun remained calm and respectfully replied, "Senior Abbot, please understand. I am the son-in-law of the Su family. The Su family patriarch and Aunt Su are my elders. Such a matter concerning my life and death naturally required me to discuss it with my Taoist partner and these 2 elders. I simply did not expect that Senior Baiyu's Henren would be so interested in me." This was, of course, a sophistry. How could Queen Wheezy not know the details of Zhou Chun and Su Yazhen's Taoist relationship? However, while she knew this, she couldn't find any fault with Zhou Chun's words logically. The key point was that the Moon Wheel Sect was far more powerful than the Green Lotus Temple. If Master Baiyu wasn't just using a smokescreen and was genuinely interested in Zhou Chun, the Green Lotus Temple would have no chance of winning. Furthermore, even relocating the Zhou family to the Moon Wheel Sect's territory wasn't impossible. Therefore, King Wheezy really couldn't afford to completely break ties with Zhou Chun at this point. So he could only speak to Zhou Chun veiledly. Sect leader Baiyu may also be interested in young friend Zhou, but our three sects have an agreement that none of us will interfere in the affairs of the cultivation families under the other's jurisdiction. Young friend Zhou should understand this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied obediently, yes, this junior naturally understands this. Seeing his expression, King Wheezy's face finally softened, and she nodded slightly, saying, well, so young friend Zhou, what have you decided? Have you decided to become my disciple and represent our sect in the competition for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit? In response to the sect leader, after I told my elders about this matter, they all felt that the risk was too great and did not want me to adventure, Zhou Chun said, glancing up at King Wheezy before immediately lowering his head again. Even after my persuasion, they all agree that unless the abbot can grant me a means to escape from a golden core cultivator, they will not allow me to risk my life on the battlefield. Hearing this, King Wheezy didn't show any obvious anger, but calmly looked at him and said, is this your condition, young friend? I dare not negotiate with the abbot, and I know I am not qualified to do so, but this is the unanimous opinion of my family elders, and I cannot disobey. Zhou Chun replied respectfully, appearing to have no choice. Saying the most cowardly words while doing the most ruthless deeds, this was undoubtedly Zhou Chun's current situation. He had long sensed the Kinglian Temple's apprehension and hidden malice towards the Zhou family. This cooperation with the Kinglian Temple might be their last honeymoon period. Therefore, he naturally wanted to maximize his benefits, even if it meant offending King Wheezy. In the current state of war, even though King Wheezy was very unhappy with his actions, she certainly wouldn't dare harm him or the Zhou family if she still needed him. As for settling scores after the war, given the current situation, it's unclear when the war will end, and by then, the Zhou family might not be someone Kinglian Temple could easily eliminate. At this moment, she seemed to sense Zhou Chun's resolute will. After staring at him for a long time, King Wheezy finally nodded and said, very well, since that's the case, then I'll grant your request and temporarily lend you a low-grade 4th tier puppet, equivalent to an early-stage golden core cultivator, for protection. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, thank you, Senior Abbot. I will certainly do my utmost to fight for the Kinglian sect on the battlefield and live up to your expectations. Unexpectedly, King Wheezy said calmly, don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I can lend you this low-grade 4th tier puppet, but you must also swear an oath to your inner demons, promising that if you cannot be among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit, you will never be able to successfully form your golden core in this lifetime. This, Zhou Chun hesitated immediately, feeling that King Wheezy's request was a bit too much. Although he had the strength to be among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit, he had joined the battle late, and his current battle merits were only those he had gained from killing Jiang Zhong and others. He wasn't sure if he could definitely join the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. Seeing his hesitation, King Wheezy sneered, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you want all sorts of benefits and dare to make demands of me, you should naturally show some courage and be prepared to bear the consequences of failure. Zhou Chun frowned upon hearing this, then looked up at him and asked, Senior Abbot, can you be sure that the title of 7 heroes of heavenly spirits will not be revoked within the next 10 years? King Wheezy was surprised by his words and was slightly taken aback. Then she said calmly, so that's what you're worried about. You can rest assured that if the Heavenly Spirit Alliance revokes the title of 7 heroes of heavenly spirits before the war ends, it won't be considered that you broke your oath. Alright, since that's the case, why shouldn't this junior make an oath? Zhou Chun's expression hardened, and he immediately made an oath in front of King Wheezy. No wonder both of them could become sect leaders and clan heads. After Zhou Chun made his oath, King Wheezy's attitude immediately changed drastically. He quickly looked at him with a calm expression and said, since you, Zheng Chun, have agreed to become my disciple, let's hold the ceremony as soon as possible. How about 3 days from now? Disciple will naturally follow your arrangements, Master, Zhou Chun replied respectfully, bowing his head, displaying utmost filial piety. Seeing this, King Wheezy nodded again and said, alright, bring fellow Taoist Lin to witness this as well. Yes, disciple obeys, Zhou Chun replied and returned to his family first. 3 days passed quickly, And on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, Lin Hongyu, as a senior member of the Zhou family, arrived at Qinglian Temple to attend Zhou Chun's apprenticeship ceremony with Qing Huizi. 6 golden core cultivators from Qinglian Temple and 1 golden core cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect were also present to witness the ceremony. After the ceremony, Qing Huizi bestowed a gift upon everyone, a low-grade 4th-tier mechanical puppet. A low-grade 4th-tier mechanical puppet is a very special existence. It is more precious than a magic weapon and more practical than ordinary magic weapons. Crucially, it doesn't necessarily require a golden core cultivation level to activate. The driving energy of this level of mechanical puppet is not the cultivator's mana, but rather a spirit crystal placed within its body, entirely powered by the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal. Once the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal is exhausted, the mechanical puppet will lose its mobility. The Qinglian Temple only provided him with 1 spirit crystal, so he must carefully control the time if he uses the puppet in battle. Zhou Chun has 2 ways to use this low-grade 4th-tier mechanical puppet. One is to implant a divine sense imprint and set it to automatic combat mode. This way, the puppet will automatically lock onto and engage enemies as soon as he releases it. The other is to use his divine sense to command the puppet in battle. This would consume a lot of his own divine sense, but it would allow him to achieve his combat intentions more precisely. Compared to the 4th-tier zombies of the Corpse Demon Sect, each has its advantages and disadvantages. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended and the other observing cultivators dispersed, Qing Huizi privately shared some tips and experiences on using the 4th-tier puppet with Zhou Chun. Then, looking at him, she asked, "Since you, Zheng Chun, are already planning to go to the battlefield, you can announce your killing of Zhang Zhuang to the public. What kind of core formation spiritual item do you want to exchange for Zhang Zhuang's head? And what about the other 3 heads?" Zhou Chun had been waiting for this question. Upon hearing it, he immediately answered without hesitation, reporting to Master, "This disciple wants to exchange for a core formation spiritual item that helps with core formation, and a spiritual item that assists in opening the Purple Mansion. Good, then I will try my best to get you these 2 kinds of spiritual items. Go back and prepare well." Qing Huizi gave Zhou Chun a deep look, nodded, and readily agreed. Zhou Chun naturally thanked her profusely. Although the master and disciple were clearly harboring their own ulterior motives, on the surface they appeared to be a loving master and a filial son. It must be said that both were quite skilled actors. After leaving Qinglian Temple, Zhou Chun, knowing that time was of the essence, immediately began to prepare with all his might. I got a badge today, so I'm going to write a lot more. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 The new official takes office. Once on the battlefield, returning home for supplies would be extremely difficult. Zhou Chun himself was well aware of this. Therefore, upon returning to the Zhou family, he began handing over clan affairs and preparing for war. First was the safety of the Zhou family. After the news of Zhou Chun's slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhuang was made public, the Zhou family would definitely become a key target of the Corpse Demon Sect. Therefore, to allow Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu to fight with peace of mind on the front lines, and to appease other brave cultivators, the Qinglian Temple would send a golden core cultivator to guard Hongyu Market, specifically to protect the Zhou family's Jilfang Ridge. 2 Purple Mansion cultivators would also be directly dispatched to Jilfang Ridge to assist Zhou Daoquan in guarding the area for 10 years. With this lineup, Jilfang Ridge should be relatively safe. As for Tuian Ridge, under the protection of the Forbidden Array, 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array, unless a late-stage Golden Core cultivator personally intervened, Zhou Ming could hold out until reinforcements from Xianjing Manor arrived. After Zhou Chun went to the front lines, even if more Purple Mansion stage cultivators needed to be drawn to the front lines in the future, the Zhou family would not be required to send any more people. Therefore, Zhou Chun's main arrangement for the family was to have the clansmen focus on cultivation within the clan and not go out easily. He himself took the opportunity to go to the wilderness. First, he collected most of the mature and half of the adult demon bees from the frostbite bee swarm into his spirit beast pouch. Second, he met with a high priest of the Scaled Frog clan, Yukiru, to inform him of his upcoming mission to the battlefield and to confirm future exchanges and trade between the 2 clans. Third, He instructed the cultivators in the wilderness to shrink their activity area and enter a state of full rest. After arranging things in the wilderness, Zhou Chun then took the time to go to the Flame Sun Sect region to pay his respects to Master Zhu Wu'ai, who had a relationship with the Zhou family. Senior Zhu, please forgive my intrusion. I have come to visit you with an urgent matter I wish to ask for your help with. Inside Zhu Wu'ai's cave, Zhou Chun, after being received, politely apologized for his unauthorized visit. Zhu Wu'ai was undoubtedly very busy at this time. A master weapon refiner like him was rarely called up to the front lines, but he was assigned many weapon refining tasks. Zhou Chun's sudden visit was bound to disturb his cultivation and work. Fortunately, Zhu Wu'ai had a good impression of him and did not show any displeasure. Instead, he looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Young friend, Zhou is not an impetuous person. You have come without prior notice and in such a hurry, so you must have something important to discuss. May I ask how I can help you, Senior Zhu? You are wise. I have come to pay my respects in haste because I have something to ask of you." Zhou Chun then explained that he was about to go to the Fen Kingdom battlefield to compete for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. Now that the matter is settled and the news will be announced soon, there's no need to hide it from outsiders. Revealing it now will only benefit his trip. Sure enough, like any cultivator hearing the news for the first time, Zhu Wu'ai was utterly shocked and incredulous after hearing about his slaying of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. Incredible, unbelievable. Young friend Zhou, you've hidden this too well. Zhu Wu'ai stared at Zhou Chun in astonishment, remaining speechless for a long time before finally letting out a gasp of amazement. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "This junior didn't intend to hide anything, nor did I intend to show off." He then bowed respectfully and said, "Now that I'm about to go to the battlefield, I'd like to hone my skills beforehand. Therefore, I've come to pay my respects to Senior Zhu today, hoping to ask for your help in repairing a few magical artifacts so that I can have more protection on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wu'ai's eyes immediately lit up, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, Of course, of course. Since fellow Taoist Zhou is going to the battlefield to kill enemies and eliminate demons, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you." Zhu Wu'ai naturally knew how beneficial it would be for the Zhu family to establish a good relationship with a promising junior cultivator who is a contender for one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. It was rare for Zhou Chun to take the initiative to seek him out, so how could he miss such an opportunity to build goodwill? This was also within Zhou Chun's expectations. Therefore, he immediately took out several stolen items obtained from the Great Zhou Kingdom and handed them to Zhu Wu'ai for inspection. His main weakness was a lack of defensive measures, so the magical artifacts he brought out were all remnants from his previous defeats. These included the silver bale and golden bead artifacts he obtained from killing the cultivator who emerged from the teleportation array on the Dolan grassland, and the earthen yellow shield artifact he acquired from killing Yan Qiang. He also had a golden umbrella artifact found in Zhang Zhuang's storage bag. Its ribs and part of the canopy were damaged, but repair was still possible. In fact, Zhou Chun had acquired quite a few third-tier magical artifacts in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Thanks to these artifacts, several Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the Zhou family now possessed suitable magical artifacts. His recent slaying of several demonic cultivators further increased the number of third-tier magical artifacts the Zhou family had accumulated, meaning they would likely no longer need to purchase more. These magical artifacts of yours, young friend, are all exquisite pieces. Not only are the materials used in their crafting excellent, but the craftsmanship of the artisan is also superb. Repairing them would be quite difficult, and even I am not confident that I can repair them all. I can only do my best. After examining the magical artifacts Zhou Chun had presented, Zhu Wu'ai looked at him solemnly and shared his opinion. Repairing magical artifacts crafted by others is a considerable challenge even for a master artisan. Zhou Chun had heard about this before, so after hearing Zhu Wu'ai's words, he nodded understandingly and said, "It's all right, Senior Zhu, please feel free to try. I can accept whatever the outcome." He then added, "Regarding the materials for the repair, I would appreciate it if you could advance me some money. I can barter with you using magical artifact materials." Hearing this, Zhu Wu'ai immediately smiled and said, "Young friend Zhou, you're too kind. Repairing a magic weapon doesn't require many materials. Although my wealth isn't abundant, I still have enough." As a master craftsman, while he might not be afraid of materials for magical artifacts, he certainly had plenty of various spiritual metals for refining third-tier magic weapons, both in his own possession and in the Zhu family's treasury. If necessary, he could also obtain them through his own connections. Since he wanted to befriend Zhou Chun, he certainly wouldn't be stingy or unwilling to invest in this matter. Zhou Chun, having done his part, didn't argue further. After all, repairing magical artifacts mainly depends on the craftsman's skill. He only needed to repay Zhu Wuye's favor. Giving him any magical artifact materials later would be more than enough to cover the material costs. However, just as he was about to bid farewell to Zhu Wuye, Zhou Chun seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "By the way, I have something here that I'd like Senior Zhu to appraise and see what its use is." He then took out a black bead left behind after the 4th-tier zombie was refined and explained its origin to Zhu Wuye. Lin Hongyu had mentioned that those master craftsmen might know its uses. Zhou Chun didn't want to bother two people, so he simply asked Zhu Wuye for advice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuye looked surprised and said, "This is indeed a rare item. Let me take a closer look." He then took the black bead and examined it carefully, even using his own true fire to burn the bead after obtaining Zhou Chun's permission. After such an appraisal, Zhu Wuye shook his head slightly and said, "This old man can't see anything either. The material itself is as hard as many magical artifact materials, containing pure corpse demon energy and lightning fire power, as well as another special power that is difficult to identify. Such a complex structure is definitely not suitable for refining normal magical artifacts. Perhaps those demonic artifact refiners have a way to deal with it." Hearing this answer, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Even Master Zhu says so, then it seems this thing can only be kept as a rare toy." Then he put away the black bead that Zhu Wuye handed back and directly bowed and took his leave. Half a month after Zhou Chun returned to Jilfang Ridge from the Zhu family, the news that he had killed Corpse Demon General Zhang Zhang was finally announced and spread by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. As expected, this news caused a great sensation as soon as it came out. This was the first time a demonic cultivator listed among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons had been killed by a cultivator of the same rank from the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. This news greatly boosted the morale of the lower and middle-ranking cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. Previously, the 7 fiends of the primordial demons had committed countless atrocities, killing countless Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators. As a result, many low and middle-ranking cultivators would turn pale at the mere mention of these people. On the battlefield, the mere sight of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons would intimidate many Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators before the battle even began, their courage extinguished. Now, hearing the news that Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang, a demonic figure listed among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, had been slain by Zhou Chun, those cultivators who had been traumatized by the killings undoubtedly felt liberated. It turned out that the 7 fiends of the primordial demons were not invincible after all. Once this thought arose, their fear lessened. Meanwhile, on the Yuanmo Legion's side, although the Corpse Demon Sect had already learned of Zhang Zhuang's demise through his extinguished life soul lamp, they didn't announce it immediately, instead sending people to investigate the cause of death. At this point, their investigation was still ongoing, but the Shineling Alliance had already announced its results, undoubtedly dealing a significant blow to their morale. However, the reactions from all sides on the demonic path were almost identical. They resolutely refused to acknowledge or believe that Zhang Zhang was killed by Zhou Chun, an unknown mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. They only believed that Zhang Zhang had infiltrated enemy territory and encountered a golden core cultivator pursuing him, and that Zhou Chun might have ultimately picked up the kill. As long as they didn't admit it, the Shineling Alliance could say whatever they wanted. Regardless, with the announcement of this news, Zhou Chun undoubtedly became the center of attention. Countless forces and important figures began to inquire about his background and gather intelligence on him and the Zhou family. At the same time, Qin Huizi acted swiftly, quickly retrieving the rewards he had received for killing Zhang Zhang and other demons. "This is the core formation elixir you requested, the Yin-Yang Harmony elixir. It is remarkably effective in core formation and can be considered one of the best core formation elixir items. As for this profound heart purple rejuvenation elixir, its effects need no further introduction from me." Inside the main hall of the Qinglian Temple, facing Zhou Chun, who had come to receive his reward, Qin Huizi was quite forthcoming, tossing 2 jade bottles containing pills to him. Zhou Chun hurriedly took the 2 jade bottles, then repeatedly expressed his gratitude with a joyful expression. "Thank you for your care, Master. I am deeply grateful." Qin Huizi, however, paid no attention to his thanks, but stared intently at him and asked, Now that the news of your killing Jiang Zhang has been announced, you should take advantage of this opportunity to go to the battlefield to kill enemies and eliminate demons, establish merit and fame, and lay a solid foundation for your reputation. Are you ready? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I am ready and can go to the battlefield for the sect at any time." This answer clearly pleased Queen Wheezy, who immediately nodded and praised, "Very good. Then I will pass on the next 2 levels of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to you. If you can cultivate this method to the 3rd level, even the soul-searching method of a golden core cultivator will be difficult to use against you." "Thank you, Master." Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately knelt down to accept Queen Wheezy's teachings. The Heart Lotus Orthodox method can be considered one of the core secret techniques of the Azure Lotus sect. While it cannot help one kill enemies, it is a first-rate technique for calming the mind and focusing the spirit. When cultivated to a high level, most illusionary techniques in the cultivation world will become ineffective. It can even provide defense against mental attacks like the God-slaying technique, and resist the soul-searching techniques of Golden Core and even nascent soul cultivators. It's safe to say that every Purple Mansion stage cultivator in the Azure Lotus sect knows and practices this technique. When Zhou Chun agreed to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation sect, he had already successfully cultivated the 1st level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method. After many years of cultivation, he had long since reached the perfect level, but lacked the subsequent methods to progress further. Now, with Queen Wheezy imparting the subsequent methods, he successfully cultivated to the 2nd level in just 3 days. After successfully cultivating the 2nd level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, Zhou Chun's soul underwent some changes. The clothing covering his soul, which resided within his purple mansion, suddenly transformed into golden lotus-patterned Taoist robe, emanating a profound aura that protected his soul. Furthermore, if he were to activate his secret technique, his mind would immediately enter a state of near emptiness, unmoved by anything external. Although he hadn't tested it, according to Queen Wheezy, once the 2nd level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method was mastered, the ordinary methods of Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the demonic path's Enchanted Valley would be utterly ineffective against him. After Zhou Chun mastered the 2nd level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, Queen Wheezy urged him to hurry to the battlefield. After all, the momentum had been built up sufficiently. If Zhou Chun didn't seize the opportunity to kill enemies and eliminate demons, establishing merit, his killing of Jiang Zhang would certainly be questioned, which would be detrimental to his subsequent competition for the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. He was already more than a decade behind others, now he had to seize this opportunity to overtake them. Zhou Chun didn't refuse, but requested to return to his family first to return the core formation spiritual objects and the spiritual objects assisting in opening his purple mansion. Queen Wheezy agreed and even arranged for Queen Lingzi to escort him to the Zhou family. Thus, after returning to Tu Yunling, Zhou Chun accompanied Lin Hongyu to the front lines of Fen Kingdom. As for the magical artifacts he had Zhu Wu'ai repair, once they were fully repaired, Queen Wheezy would arrange for them to be delivered to him. It's true what they say, having a powerful backer is advantageous. Originally, according to the rules, Zhou Chun was supposed to undergo training with other cultivators before going to the Fen Kingdom battlefield. This training was actually a way to discipline them, forcing those accustomed to lording it over their families and sects to adapt to being managed and commanded. However, Zhou Chun now had a great reputation and was personally recommended by the head of the Qinglian Temple. Therefore, upon arriving in Fen Kingdom, he was assigned to an elite battalion, becoming the commander of a full-strength 500-man unit. In truth, given Zhou Chun's cultivation level, he was completely unqualified to command such a 500-man unit. After all, his brigade had 2 deputy commanders, one of whom, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, was the former commander. However, he had taken office with the prestige of killing corpse fiend General Jiang Zhang. And in the eyes of the high-level cultivators, he was capable and meritorious enough to serve as commander. Several of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit were now battalion-level deputy commanders. Based solely on cultivation level, they were hardly qualified for such positions. However, this was only the opinion of the high-level cultivators. In Zhou Chun's brigade, especially in the mind of the cultivator who had been demoted from commander to deputy commander because of his sudden appointment, there was considerable resentment. This person's thoughts were similar to those of the demonic cultivators. Zhou Chun's ability to kill corpse fiend General Jiang Zhang was definitely not due to his own strength. Therefore, As soon as Zhou Chun took office, this person was the first to jump out and try to undermine him. After the Golden Core cultivator who led Zhou Chun to his post left, the deputy commander named Yu Feng immediately addressed Zhou Chun in front of the hundreds of soldiers gathered on the training ground, saying, "These past few days, the news of fellow Taoist Zhou Slang Corps fiend General Zhang Zhang has been widely circulated, with all sorts of exaggerated and bizarre accounts. It's truly confusing, and we don't know which one to believe." A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes as he continued in a low voice, "Fortunately, fellow Taoist Zhou has now also arrived at the front lines and been parachuted into our brigade as commander. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou could personally tell us about it. The events of that time will allow us to understand fellow Taoist Zhou's supernatural abilities." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he turned to the soldiers below and said, "Fellow Taoists, comrades, don't you agree?" Yes, Commander Yu is right. Everyone wants to hear about your heroic deeds." "That's right, Commander, please satisfy our curiosity and tell us. We also want to hear about your heroic deeds." Immediately, some of Yu Feng's confidants began to chime in, trying to create a lively atmosphere. Unfortunately, these soldiers of the Heavenly Spirit Legion were seasoned veterans of the cultivation world, not hot-blooded youths. Even if they doubted the authenticity of Zhou Chun's achievements, without any conflict of interest with him, no one would be foolish enough to act as a pawn. So, apart from a few trusted confidants whom Yu Feng had arranged beforehand stirring things up, even the other deputy commander, Chang Siming, who possessed a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, remained silent, observing from the sidelines without offering a word. This situation made Yu Feng feel somewhat embarrassed. In truth, if he had been given more time to maneuver, given his previously accumulated prestige, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Unfortunately, he had only received the news yesterday, and the news had dealt him a severe psychological blow, leaving him in no mood for such networking. It was only after learning today that Zhou Chun was to take office that he reluctantly contacted a few trusted confidants and staged this whole affair. Before joining the army, with his hundreds of years of cultivation, he certainly wouldn't have acted so irrationally. However, after more than a decade in the military, he had become accustomed to issuing orders to other Purple Mansion stage cultivators and to the feeling of wielding great power. Now, suddenly learning that his position had been parachuted in by Zhou Chun, a junior with only mid-Purple Mansion cultivation, and that he himself would be relegated to the position of deputy, made it difficult for him to act rationally. After all, he was a disciple of a prestigious sect, and in terms of actual lineage, he was even better than Zhou Chun. He hadn't committed any major offenses before, so why should Zhou Chun replace him and demote him to deputy? The words had already been spoken, the deed done, and although the situation was extremely awkward and he couldn't help but feel regret, Yu Feng could only grit his teeth and continue on. Seeing that Zhou Chun remained silent, he looked at him again and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you see, since the brothers all agree, you can't go against their wishes, can you? Is that so? Do you all think the same way as Deputy Commander Yu?" Zhou Chun finally spoke, not to Yu Feng, but to the silent soldiers, emphasizing the words Deputy Commander. Hearing this, Yu Feng's face darkened, and he also turned his gaze to the soldiers, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. It was unclear who he was targeting. Zhou Chun's question was met with silence. It was as if the soldiers had suddenly become mute. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, and said, "Very well, since that's the case, let Vice Commander Yu personally come up to the stage and exchange blows with me. Let me personally tell you how I killed Zhang Zhang." He then beckoned to Yu Feng, who appeared to be a middle-aged man, and said, "Vice Commander Yu, please." This response greatly exceeded Yu Feng's expectations. He was stunned for a moment. After staring at Zhou Chun with a fluctuating expression for a while, seeing Zhou Chun's calm demeanor, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then you, will experience fellow Taoist Zhou's superior skills." He then flew with Zhou Chun to the arena within the garrison, which was usually used for soldiers to engage in duels. Seeing this, the soldiers who had previously been silent immediately perked up and rushed over, ready to watch a spectacular duel. Zhou Chun waited until all the soldiers had arrived outside the arena before calmly looking at Yu Feng and saying, "Is Deputy Commander Yu ready? Come on, let me see what you've got." Yu Feng replied in a deep voice, patting his storage pouch at his waist and summoning a crimson gold spear and a fiery red shield. Both of these magical artifacts were high-grade third-tier weapons, and combined with his late-stage Purple Mansion cultivation, his strength was not weak among those in the late-stage Purple Mansion realm. At the same time, Zhou Chun also raised his hand and patted his storage pouch and spirit beast pouch, directly releasing the Thunder Python Bai Bai and Shi Tao, and summoning the Golden Rainbow Sword and the Mysterious Pearl. 2 third-tier demonic beasts. Seeing Bai Bai and Shi Tao suddenly appear on the arena, Yu Feng's expression immediately changed, revealing shock. The details of how Zhou Chun killed corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang could not be publicly revealed on a large scale. Many of the various versions of the legend were even deliberately spread by Qing Weizi. Therefore, if Yu Feng had known beforehand that Zhou Chun possessed 2 third-tier demonic beast spirit pets, he would never have rashly agreed to the duel with Zhou Chun. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. After being summoned by Zhou Chun, the Thunder Python Bai Bai and Shi Tao immediately launched an attack. A flash of lightning appeared on the horn on Bai Bai's head, and a thick bolt of silver lightning shot out, striking Yu Feng directly. Fortunately, he had already activated his defensive magic weapon. At this moment, a surge of crimson light appeared on the fiery red shield, instantly forming a shield that protected him and blocked the lightning attack. This immediately brought him back to his senses. He hurriedly suppressed his shock and shouted, urging his crimson gold spear to fly towards Zhou Chun. The spear pierced the air, crimson flame surging from its tip and shaft, flying towards Zhou Chun like a fiery meteor, its speed almost as fast as lightning. But facing the spear hurtling towards him like a meteor, Zhou Chun neither dodged nor evaded, nor did he activate his magical weapon to defend. Instead, he formed hand seals, urging his golden rainbow sword to unleash the golden rainbow thread divine power, transforming it into a golden thread that slashed towards Yu Feng. How dare he be so arrogant? The thought had barely crossed Yu Feng's mind when he saw the stone beside Zhou Chun suddenly open its mouth and spew out a golden light that instantly engulfed the flying spear. In an instant, Yu Feng felt his mind tighten. His mental connection with his magical weapon, the flying fire meteor spear, had been severed by more than half, almost losing control of the weapon. The spear suddenly turned, piercing the ground not far from Zhou Chun, disappearing into the earth for an unknown distance. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's flying sword had already struck the shield formed by Yu Feng's fiery red shield, shattering it into pieces before colliding with the shield itself. The collision naturally resulted in the golden rainbow sword being sent flying, as Zhou Chun's cultivation was still a small realm lower than Yu Feng's. However, before Yu Feng could regroup and regain control of the flying fire meteor spear, a strong sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him. His eyes involuntarily turned towards the source of the crisis, and he saw lightning gathering on a single horn atop the white thunder python's head, seemingly preparing some powerful divine ability. Not good, he thought, startled. Forgetting about the flying fire meteor spear, he hurriedly focused his mana on the fiery red shield, causing it to unleash another shield to protect him. Still feeling unsafe, he quickly channeled his mana, condensing a fiery armor around himself. Just as he finished doing this, a terrifying silver lightning blade suddenly erupted from the white thunder python's head, instantly striking the shield in front of him. Instantly, the silver lightning and crimson fire collided and flashed, forming a violent shockwave that spread outwards. Fortunately, the arena was protected by an array, preventing injury to the spectators. Otherwise, those cultivators with lower cultivation levels would certainly have been caught in the crossfire. The result of the collision between lightning and fire was quickly apparent. Yu Feng was blasted dozens of feet away during the clash. Not only was his fiery red shield magic weapon knocked to the ground, but his flame armor was also riddled with cracks and quickly crumbled before everyone's eyes. A flash of pain crossed his face. He couldn't suppress his internal injuries. And a trickle of bright red blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Most importantly, Zhou Chun's golden rainbow sword was hovering and dancing above his head, and the white figure of the lightning python appeared several feet away. Even a key refining stage cultivator understood what this situation signified. Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly appeared, standing with his hands behind his back, riding a golden tortoise, and calmly said to Yu Feng, "How about it? Deputy Commander Yu, do you now understand my supernatural abilities well enough? Would you like me to demonstrate a few more moves?" Hearing this, Yu Feng's face immediately turned red, whether from his injuries or from shame, it was unclear. But the victor is king, and having cultivated to his current level, he wouldn't continue to act foolishly under such circumstances. After a brief change in expression, He immediately landed on the ground and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Commander, your supernatural abilities are truly remarkable. I am completely convinced. Please forgive my previous offense." From the change in his address, it was clear that he had been defeated by Zhou Chun and had cleverly admitted his mistake in public. In this situation, Zhou Chun didn't want to give his newly recruited subordinates the impression of being vindictive, so he naturally had to show his magnanimity. Sure enough, Zhou Chun gave Yu Feng a deep look, then landed in front of him with a smile, personally helping him up and saying, "Vice Commander Yu, you're too kind. I was suddenly parachuted in and took your position, so it's only natural that you might feel resentful. As long as this resentment doesn't violate military regulations or affect team unity, I, the commander, will naturally not blame you." Hearing this, Yu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Your subordinate wouldn't dare. The military regulations of the Heavenly Spirit Legion are that the capable rise and the weak fall. Commander, you are incredibly capable. It is my honor to work under you. I would never dare to have any disloyalty." "Ha ha ha, that's good." With Vice Commander Yu's words, "I'm relieved." Zhou Chun, he chuckled, then turned a half-smile to another deputy commander, Cheng Siming, and asked, "Deputy Commander Cheng, what do you think?" Cheng Siming, with his thick beard and short hair, and hailing from a mid-tier sect, was startled by his words and quickly bowed, replying, "Deputy Commander Yu is right. I, too, will follow your orders without question." Seeing this, Zhou Chun clapped his hands and laughed, "Excellent. Excellent. With the assistance of 2 deputy commanders and the support of these hundreds of brothers, I believe we will surely be able to kill the enemy and vanquish the demons on the battlefield, achieving great things. Yes, we are willing to follow you to the death, Commander." Yu Feng hurriedly took the lead in expressing his loyalty, shouting slogans. Seeing even this troublemaker so subdued, Cheng Siming and the other soldiers dared not have any other thoughts and hurriedly shouted, "We are willing to follow our commander to the death." This Zhou Chun is indeed quite capable. No wonder he could kill Jiang Zhang. Somewhere outside the military camp, the Golden Core cultivator who had escorted Zhou Chun secretly witnessed this scene and nodded in approval. What day is it today? What am I doing? Sigh. Chapter 447, The Fierce Witch. Upon assuming office, the new commander decisively defeated a subordinate who had attempted to embarrass him. Zhou Chun, the battalion commander, quickly established his prestige and gained the respect of all his soldiers with this display of power. This is how things are in the military during wartime. A strong leader not only brings victory to the unit but also protects its members, minimizing their harm. Therefore, soldiers in the army genuinely respect and awe those who are strong. After spending several days assessing his 500-strong battalion, Zhou Chun gained a thorough understanding of his unit. His battalion was a full-strength force of 500 men, including 3 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, including himself. It also comprised 14 subordinate squads, including 4 full-strength squads of 50 men each. Each squad leader was at the late Foundation establishment stage, totaling 18 late Foundation establishment cultivators, along with 24 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators and 35 early Foundation establishment cultivators. In other words, Zhou Chun currently commanded a total of 77 Foundation establishment cultivators. Such a well-equipped force is rare even within the entire Heavenly Spirit Legion. This demonstrates that Qing Huizi has truly invested heavily to secure Zhou Chun's place among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Having already sworn an oath to Qing Huizi, Zhou Chun, even for the sake of his future path, dared not be negligent. Therefore, after gaining a basic understanding of his unit, Zhou Chun began planning his first battle after enlisting. He not only wanted a resounding victory, but a magnificent one that would garner applause. To achieve this, he would inevitably need the support of the Qinglian Temple and the Moonwheel Sect, relying on them to provide intelligence and identify suitable targets. This is a crucial reason why only those from major sects can compete for the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Without a major sect background, intelligence gathering is virtually non-existent. One must rely on subordinates to gather intelligence, or even do it personally. Regardless of the effectiveness, the waste of time is severe, putting one at a disadvantage in the competition. With the support of the Qinglian Temple and the Moonwheel Sect, 2 major sects in the Jingguo Kingdom, Zhou Chun found intelligence gathering much easier. After conveying his needs, he obtained 5 suitable targets for his first campaign within just 2 days. The war between the Yuanmo Legion and the Xianling Legion had escalated significantly. Not only was the Yuanmo Legion attacking the Xianling Legion, But the Shining Legion itself was also seeking opportunities to counterattack, demonstrating a relentless will to fight for every inch of territory. 3 of Zhou Chun's 5 targets were Yuanmo Legion military fortresses, each garrisoned with 200 to 300 demonic cultivators, led by a purple mansion stage demonic cultivator, essentially the size of a typical Shining Legion unit. The Kinglian Temple had already thoroughly investigated the situation at these 3 fortresses, and detailed intelligence was in Zhou Chun's hands. Taking one of these targets shouldn't be difficult. However, Zhou Chun wasn't entirely satisfied with these 3 targets, feeling that such siege warfare was too unpredictable and prone to unexpected complications. After all, the intensity of the war was now far greater than when he first arrived on the battlefield. Even Golden Core cultivators would attack lower-level cultivators. In comparison, Zhou Chun focused more of his attention on 2 other targets. These were both mobile targets, 2 groups of roving demonic cultivators active in the border region between Feng and Jing kingdoms, specializing in ambushing supply convoys and also targeting patrol teams. According to intelligence, these 2 groups of demonic cultivators weren't large, but the lowest cultivation level was at least Foundation establishment, and the leaders, being Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, were extremely powerful. If he could eliminate one of these groups, the achievement might be similar to breaching a demonic cultivator's fortress, but the publicity and reputation would be far greater. Many teams could breach demonic cultivator fortresses, but these 2 groups of demonic cultivators remained undefeated. Zhou Chun's ability to do what others couldn't demonstrate his difference from ordinary people, making people more convinced that he was one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. On the battlefield, reputation was extremely important. For example, if multiple battalions have to coordinate their operations on the battlefield, and there is no Golden Core cultivator to command them, then the battalion commander with higher prestige often has the authority to command other commanders of the same rank and is more likely to gain the trust of the soldiers in other battalions. Therefore, Zhou Chun not only needs to gain merit in battle but also needs to accumulate prestige. However, if he chooses these 2 groups of demonic cultivators, the Kinglian Temple cannot provide particularly detailed information, only a general idea of their hiding places. Generally, demonic cultivators who raid the rear in pairs carry mobile purification arrays to facilitate the replenishment of their mana. Therefore, after committing their crimes, those 2 groups of demonic cultivators usually do not immediately risk crossing the Heavenly Spirit Legion's defenses to return to the Yuan Demon Legion's controlled area. After carefully studying the 2 intelligence reports, Zhou Chun quickly came up with an idea. He made an excuse to leave the camp and went directly to the area where one of the groups of demonic cultivators might be hiding, and then quietly released the wood sprite. When it comes to finding people and things, among Zhou Chun's spirit pets, the wood sprite is undoubtedly the most adept. It possesses an innate ability to communicate with plants and trees, seeing glimpses of the past within their consciousness. Even Golden Core cultivators often overlook the ubiquitous vegetation, unaware that such things might reveal their location. Furthermore, the wood spirit possesses powerful wood escape techniques and the ability to conceal its presence, allowing it to effectively track its target after discovery, serving as a locator for its master, Zhou Chun. And the wood spirit certainly didn't disappoint its master. In just 2 days, it brought Zhou Chun good news. It had located the hidden group of demonic cultivators. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Chun immediately instructed it to carefully conceal itself and track the demonic cultivators, while he himself returned to the base to mobilize troops. Since Qing Weizi had sent Zhou Chun to earn merit on the battlefield, she naturally wouldn't assign him the responsibility of guarding a specific stronghold, at least not initially. Therefore, the brigade he currently commands is a mobile force. Unless ordered to relocate, Zhou Chun, as the brigade commander, can choose to launch flexible and mobile attacks. Of course, if he does so, he must bear the consequences of failure. Upon returning to their base, Zhou Chun immediately reported to his superior, the battalion commander, claiming to have discovered traces of demonic cultivators and requesting to lead a team to exterminate them. This commander, a Golden Core cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect, naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Zhou Chun and quickly approved the report. With this approval, Zhou Chun immediately mustered all his men and set off for the target area in 2 flying ships. "Commander, how did you discover the traces of those demonic cultivators?" On one of the flying ships, Yu Feng, while piloting the ship, couldn't help but ask Zhou Chun the question that had been bothering him. Before setting off, Zhou Chun had already explained the purpose of their mission to the 2 deputy commanders. However, He couldn't understand how Zhou Chun, a cultivator who had only been on the battlefield for less than half a month, could so quickly find the traces of a demonic cultivator team that many other teams had searched for 1 or 2 months without success. He had considered the possibility that the Azure Lotus Temple and the Moon Wheel sect behind Zhou Chun had provided intelligence. But if that were the case, Zhou Chun wouldn't have left for 2 days before suddenly returning to claim he had discovered demonic traces. However, Zhou Chun had no intention of explaining these things to him. He simply said, "I have my own methods. Vice Commander you just need to follow orders." Hearing this, Yu Feng was naturally somewhat uncomfortable, but remembering how easily he had been defeated earlier, he dared not say anything more and could only respectfully reply, "Yes, your subordinate will obey your orders, Commander." Then he stopped talking and focused on controlling the flying ship, following Zhou Chun's instructions. After flying for 2 or 3 hours under Zhou Chun's guidance, the 2 flying ships docked above a desolate mountain. Then Zhou Chun gave the order, "That group of demonic cultivators is hiding in the mountains ahead. I will go and take care of their sentries first. Once you see my signal, immediately lead your men to the scene and join the battle as quickly as possible." "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Vice Commanders Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming exchanged a glance and hurriedly and solemnly agreed. Then the 2 watched as Zhou Chun flew away from the ship and disappeared into the dense forest. After watching Zhou Chun leave and disappear, the 2 landed their flying ship on the ground to conserve their magical energy. Yu Feng then secretly transmitted his voice to Chang Zhiming, saying, "Fellow Taoist Chang, aren't you curious how the commander discovered that group of demonic cultivators?" Hearing this, Chang Zhiming replied indifferently, "Even if I were curious, I wouldn't ask, much less disobey the commander's orders." This seemed to mock Yu Feng, making Yu Feng lose face. However, things were different now. He was no longer Chang Zhiming's superior. Moreover, he was afraid Chang Zhiming would report him. So, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Fellow Taoist Chang is joking. Military law is merciless. Who dares disobey orders?" He then remained silent, feeling extremely frustrated. He realized that Chang Zhiming, seeing Zhou Chun's potential to compete for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit, wanted to curry favor and become a loyal follower, hoping to achieve merit and gain benefits alongside Zhou Chun on the battlefield. Because of their different backgrounds in cultivation levels, his and Chang Zhiming's pursuits in this area also differed. "It seems I'll have to find a way to transfer away from here," he thought to himself, already considering leaving. Since he couldn't afford to offend Zhou Chun, he could only avoid him. After waiting in place for about half an hour, the 2 suddenly saw a red, yellow, and blue firework explode in the distant sky. This was Zhou Chun's signal. Upon seeing this signal, even Yu Feng didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately spurred his flying ship to rush towards the explosion site. Looking at where the firework had risen, Zhou Chun had already released 2 demonic beasts and was now fighting 3 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators and more than 40 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators alone. The 3 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators included 1 late Purple Mansion stage cultivator and 2 mid-Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Among them, the late Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator was from the Beast Demon Palace, a fiery demoness with a leopard tail. The other 2 were from the Valley of Bewitching Love and the Yin Ghost Sect, respectively. The demonic cultivator from the Valley of Bewitching Love was also a beautiful witch. At this moment, the leopard-tailed witch was the main attacker. She wore blue leather armor and had a pair of silver, crackling beast claws on her hands, constantly pouncing on Zhou Chun, attempting close combat. This woman likely possessed the bloodline of the lightning leopard, making her incredibly fast. Her short-range agility was comparable to Bai Bai's previous lightning flash, and her casting intervals were almost non-existent. Moreover, due to her strong resistance to lightning, Bai Bai's ordinary lightning attacks posed little damage to her, and she could even occasionally dodge them, posing a considerable threat to Zhou Chun. The witch from the Valley of Bewitching Love retreated behind her companions at the start of the battle, then took out a white bone flute and began playing a bewitching melody. This bewitching melody had little effect on Zhou Chun, who had already mastered the 2nd level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, but it greatly affected the Thunder Python Bai Bai, requiring Zhou Chun to frequently awaken it. However, Stone, true to its name, possessed remarkable resistance to the bewitching flute music, remaining almost unaffected. It was precisely because of this interference that the young man from the Yin Ghost Sect dared to unleash his Yin Ghost demons to attack Zhou Chun. Otherwise, Under the barrage of lightning from the Thunder Python, his yin ghost demons wouldn't have dared to be released. As for the Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators, they weren't merely passive observers. Instead, they formed mobile battle formations with their fellow disciples, attacking Zhou Chun and his servants. Each of these demonic forces employed unique battle formations. The 12 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Beast Demon Palace, after forming their formation, directly appointed one of their late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators as the main force, temporarily elevating his cultivation to the early Purple Mansion stage and summoning an immortal, third-tier beast soul. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Yin Ghost Sect, on the other hand, used a blood sacrifice method to summon a similarly difficult-to-destroy third-tier unicorn demon. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Enchanting Valley didn't fight alone. Instead, they assisted the Purple Mansion stage demoness, playing a kind of soul-capturing demonic melody together. Even with Zhou Chun's strength and extraordinary spirit pet, he was completely outmatched against multiple opponents, forced to rely solely on the defense provided by the stone to maintain a defensive posture. These demonic cultivators are indeed extraordinary. No wonder they haven't been eliminated. Zhou Chun desperately circulated the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to resist the increasingly powerful soul-capturing demonic sound, while also trying his best to keep the Thunder Python away from the attack range of the demonic sound, preventing it from being bewitched and attacking friendly forces. Fortunately, the stone had extremely strong resistance to the Enchanting Valley's demonic sound. Otherwise, even if you released the Heavenly Frost Cold Bee, it might not have changed the situation. After all, the Enchanting Valley's demonic sound also had a restraining effect on demonic insects. Just as the group of demonic cultivators launched a fierce attack on Zhou Chun, the young cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect suddenly noticed two rapidly approaching flying ships. Immediately, he exclaimed in alarm, "Not good. This person is just bait, he has reinforcements behind him." Seeing this, the voluptuous leopard-tailed witch shouted, "Retreat. You take these juniors and retreat first. Fellow Taoist, you and I will cover your retreat." "Alright, then fellow Taoist Zhang, please be careful." The young cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect nodded, immediately summoning a black, multi-story magical artifact that grew to over 10 zang long, carrying dozens of Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators inside, and then fled. Seeing this, Zhou Chun wasn't about to let these easy prey escape. He hurriedly ordered the Thunder Python to pursue the black multi-story artifact, determined to capture it. At the same time, he shouted to Yu Feng and Chang Ziming, who were about to arrive at the battlefield, "Vice Commander Yu, you two don't need to worry about me. Chase after that ship first, you brat, you're courting death." The leopard-tailed witch's face contorted with rage, like a wild cat with its fur standing on end. Suddenly, she lashed out at Zhou Chun with both claws, a thick bolt of silver lightning crashing down on the stone shield, instantly shattering the earthen yellow shield. Simultaneously, the witch's flute music from the Valley of Enchantment suddenly changed, transforming interlude melody, causing Zhou Chun's mind to flash back to the scene of his cultivation with his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. Affected by this, his body immediately reacted. Fortunately, at that moment, the golden lotus robe on his soul suddenly emitted a cool golden light. Washed by this golden light, his consciousness instantly returned. But the leopard-tailed witch had already flashed and pounced in front of him. "I watched the League of Legends World Championship Finals tonight, so I didn't write much. I'll try to write more tomorrow, aiming for 8,000 words." Chapter 448 Ruthless Destruction of Flowers and Bewitching Heavenly Sounds. Although Qing Huizi had always known that Zhou Chun was cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique, the Dragon Transformation sect had long been classified as an evil sect. If Zhou Chun, a nominal disciple of the Qinglian Temple's leader, were to use the Dragon Transformation secret technique on the battlefield, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to his master? Moreover, his current foundation for the Dragon Transformation secret technique had already transformed into the bloodline of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai. Using it now would be tantamount to telling those in the know that his spirit pet Bai Bai wasn't a Thunder Python at all, but a true third-tier Thunder Flood Dragon. Therefore, even though he could engage in close combat with the demonic cultivators of the Beast Demon Palace after using the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he never considered it. At this moment, seeing the leopard-tailed demonish suddenly appear before him, Zhou Chun was startled and hurriedly activated the mysterious to protect himself. In an instant, Zhou Chun saw only the leopard-tailed witch's fiery and alluring figure before him. Even the blue leather armor she wore had vanished, revealing her curvaceous body in perfect detail. Not good. After a brief moment of disorientation, Zhou Chun quickly regained his senses and hurriedly activated the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to purify his mind. When he finally broke free of the illusion, the scene before him sent chills down his spine. The leopard-tailed witch was like a wildcat in a frenzy, her claws flashing, creating numerous afterimages as she frantically attacked the black shield surrounding him. The seemingly indestructible black shield was already riddled with cracks and on the verge of shattering. Even more alarming to Zhou Chun was that even Stone, who had previously possessed extremely strong resistance to the bewitching demonic sound, had unknowingly fallen victim to it, standing there stunned and failing to reinforce his defenses. "Wake up!" Zhou Chun suddenly stomped hard on the tortoise shell beneath his feet, unleashing a powerful awakening spell on his beloved pet. Affected by this, Stone, who had been dazed and confused, suddenly roared and snapped back to reality. Immediately, a bright, earthy yellow light emanated from its body, and a gravity field suddenly formed around itself, increasing the gravity within it dozens of times. Under these circumstances, the leopard-tailed witch, who had previously been able to swing her claws several times in a single breath, transformed from an invincible cat-like fighter into a slow, deliberate Tai Chi practitioner, swinging her claws like an old woman practicing Tai Chi. This change naturally terrified the leopard-tailed witch, who hurriedly tried to retreat. But Stone had released the gravity field first precisely to prevent her from escaping. For the golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise Stone, it wasn't afraid of enemy attacks, but rather of enemies attacking from a distance in midair. Many of its techniques were ineffective against enemies that were mostly in midair. But if anyone dared to approach it, it would show its enemies what true pain was. It first used a gravity field to restrict the leopard-tailed witch's speed, then unleashed a barrage of golden magnetic rays that swept towards her. Because of the close proximity and the gravity field restricting her speed, the leopard-tailed witch couldn't dodge the golden rays. She could only fully activate her cyan leather armor, releasing a cyan light shield to protect herself. However, after the golden rays landed on the cyan shield, even though there was a shield between them, her pair of silver beast claw artifacts involuntarily detached from her hands and flew towards the golden rays. The shield itself rapidly dimmed and weakened as the golden rays dissipated. "Damn it! What kind of trick is this?" the leopard-tailed witch cursed in panic, hurriedly reaching for her two beast claw artifacts. These two beast claw magical artifacts were her most important possessions, crafted from materials she had painstakingly gathered and had custom made for her. She certainly wouldn't easily relinquish them. However, she hadn't expected Zhou Chun to suddenly attack, sending a golden chain through the azure light shield and landing on her hands. In an instant, she felt her magical power falter, as if she were wearing shackles. Her physical body was already shackled by the gravity field, and now her magical cultivation was also bound, leaving her trapped both internally and externally, utterly powerless. Taking advantage of Zhou Chun's restraint, Shi Tao charged directly at her, intending to ram her like he had charged at Zhang Zhang. Just then, the witch from the enchanting valley finally made her move again. She suddenly took out a white pearl and threw it at Zhou Chun and his servant, then detonated it midair. Suddenly, a zither melody filled with the aura of clashing swords and galloping horses resounded in Zhou Chun's mind, as if countless swords were slashing at his soul, instantly causing him unbearable pain and making him scream in agony. Then, due to the pain in his soul, he lost the ability to maintain the heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique, and the technique dissipated on its own. Similarly, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle Stone also seemed to have been attacked in its soul, constantly roaring and its body shaking violently. Fortunately, its gravity field was closely connected to its own magic power, so even though its soul consciousness was damaged, it wouldn't immediately collapse. Moreover, the zither melody didn't only attack Zhou Chun and his servant, even the leopard-tailed witch was not immune, and at this moment, she too was being attacked by the zither melody and screaming in agony. When Zhou Chun recovered from the attack of the zither melody, he saw that the leopard-tailed witch had been bound by a white ribbon magic artifact and was being dragged towards the enchanting valley witch. "Witch, don't run!" Zhou Chun roared, raising his arm and unleashing a golden blade of light that slashed across the leopard-tailed witch's back with lightning speed. Ah! A scream rang out as the leopard-tailed witch's blue leather armor was ripped through, revealing a deep, gruesome wound. Only because her cultivation had reached a late stage of the Purple Mansion realm and her physical body rivaled that of a demon beast of the same level was she spared. An ordinary late-stage purple mansion cultivator, struck head-on by Zhou Chun's golden slash, would have been severed in two. The intense pain also brought a leopard-tailed witch back to consciousness. She turned and glared fiercely at Zhou Chun, her ember leopard eyes flashing with terrifying ferocity. Then, with a swift movement, she broke free from the white ribbon magic artifact's entanglement and appeared not far from the enchanting valley witch. "Let's go too," she growled, swallowing a healing pill as she grabbed the enchanting valley female cultivator and transformed into a streak of silver lightning, fleeing in terror. Although she hadn't mastered the thunder escape technique, her beastly bloodline gave her a flight skill far superior to that of ordinary late-stage purple mansion cultivators, making it impossible for Zhou Chun to catch her. But her escape wasn't so easy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Thunder Python Bai had already assisted Yu Feng and the others in intercepting the Young Yin Ghost Sect cultivator and annihilating most of the ghosts he had released. At this moment, the Thunder Python Bai, who was assisting the two in killing the enemy, seemed to receive some instructions and immediately abandoned Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming, rushing towards the direction where the leopard-tailed demoness had fled. That seems to be the thunder escape technique. On the battlefield, Yu Feng's expression changed slightly as he watched the Thunder Python, which transformed into a streak of silver lightning and traveled thousands of feet in a single leap, greatly surprised. Previously, when fighting him, Lemang Bai had never displayed such a flight technique, otherwise, he might have been defeated even faster. However, his momentary lapse in concentration caused his attacks against the Young Yin Gui Sect cultivator to become somewhat sluggish, which Chang Zhiming quickly noticed. Chang Zhiming immediately shouted at him, "Vice Commander Yu, what are you thinking? Do you intend to let this demon escape?" "Vice Commander Chang, you flatter me. I was merely worried about the situation on Commander-in-Chief's side and was a little distracted." "Why accuse me of this?" Yu Feng quickly recovered and defended himself, while also questioning Chang Zhiming with displeasure. Chang Zhiming calmly replied, "Whether it's accusation or not, Vice Commander Yu knows in your heart, and Commander-in-Chief surely knows as well. If this demon truly escapes, I will not hide anything." Yu Feng was furious and seemed about to curse him, but seeing Chang Zhiming's confident demeanor, he stopped himself. He and Chang Zhiming were not cultivators from the same country, so even though he came from a powerful faction, Chang Zhiming had no reason to fear him. Besides, he knew that when he was a commander, he had often given Chang Zhiming the cold shoulder. Now, the other party was clearly trying to curry favor with the new commander, Zhou Chun, probably hoping for a chance to prove his loyalty. How could he let Chang Zhiming succeed? He immediately snorted coldly, "HMPH, after you, deal with these demonic brats, I'll settle this matter with you, Deputy Commander Chang." Then he vented his anger on the demonic cultivators. He cultivated fire elemental techniques, giving him an advantage against demonic cultivators, at least not as much as cultivators of other 5 elements. At this moment, with his full strength and Chang Zhiming's assistance, the Young Yin Gui Sect cultivator, whose strength had been crippled by the Thunder Python, was quickly overwhelmed by the two and killed by Yu Feng's flying star flowing fire spear. Subsequently, the Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators were almost entirely wiped out, with only 2 late Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators escaping using blood escape technique. Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming, needing to assist Zhou Chun, did not pursue these 2 minor figures. On the other side of the battlefield, after Lemang Bai joined the pursuit using lightning escape technique, the leopard-tailed demoness, who was fleeing with the enchanting valley demoness, was soon caught. However, the enchanting valley demoness's bewitching voice was incredibly powerful, and the two, having learned from their previous mistakes, no longer attempted close-range attacks on Zhou Chun and Shi Tao. Furthermore, neither of them was particularly effective against Lemang Bai. In fact, they were somewhat effective against him. For a time, Zhou Chun and his servant were completely helpless against them. Fortunately, Zhou Chun was not fighting alone at this point. He only needed to hold off the 2 demons to prevent their escape. Once Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming arrived to provide support, they would surely be able to defeat the 2 demons. The 2 demons were well aware of this. Therefore, after being forced to fight Zhou Chun and his 2 servants for a while, the 2 witches decided to flee separately. The leopard-tailed witch was the first to move, using her speed to escape the battlefield and quickly flee towards the territory controlled by the Yuan Demon Legion. Seeing this, Lei Mang Bai immediately wanted to pursue the leopard-tailed witch. However, Zhou Chun quickly saw through the two witches' intentions and directly ordered Lei Mang Bai to abandon the pursuit of the leopard-tailed witch and continue to relentlessly pursue the witch from the Valley of Love. Sure enough, upon seeing Lei Mang Bai return and target her only, the Valley of Love witch finally lost her composure and cried out in alarm, "Sister Zhang, save me!" But the leopard-tailed witch, who had already escaped, seemed not to hear her cries for help and showed no intention of turning back. This situation immediately filled the Valley of Love witch with despair, her eyes filled with hopelessness. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately glared at the enchanting Valley witch with a stern expression and shouted, "Surrender! Your companions have already abandoned you. What's the point of your resistance? If you're willing to surrender, as long as you reveal the information you know, you might still have a chance to live. Capturing a surrendering witch is far more meritorious than killing her." If Zhang Zhang hadn't known too many of his secrets, Zhou Chun would definitely have chosen to hand him over to the Heavenly Spirit Alliance instead of killing him outright. Surrender? No, that's impossible. The enchanting Valley witch shook her head in despair, then looked at Zhou Chun with a death wish and whispered, "Since I'm destined to die, then let me show you the enchanting heavenly melody of Enchanting Valley." With that, she suddenly closed her eyes, then gripped her bone flute and began to play a new demonic melody. Zhou Chun also sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ordered his two spirit pets to join him in attacking the witch with all their might, wanting to kill her first. However, the witch activated several defensive magical artifacts to protect herself, blocking the attacks of the three of them. Then, the melodious sound of the demonic flute began to drift, instantly causing various illusions to appear in Zhou Chun and his spirit pets' minds. Zhou Chun knew something was wrong, and while he was still conscious, he quickly woke up the thunder python Bai and put it back into his spirit beast pouch. Then he let the stone fall to the ground, and the two of them, man and turtle, fought with all their might against the invasion of the demonic sound. At this moment, in addition to activating the impregnable as a mountain divine power to protect himself, Zhou Chun was also fully circulating the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to resist the invasion of the so-called bewitching heavenly sound. The bewitching Valley witch was also completely immersed in playing, and even stopped activating the defensive magical artifacts. And if you looked closely, you could see that as she continued to play, blood beads began to seep from her pores, and the bone flute in her hand was first stained red with blood flowing from her mouth, nostrils and eyes. But she herself seemed completely unaware. This was the price she paid for forcibly playing the bewitching heavenly melody. Originally, this was a demonic melody only a golden core cultivator could play. Now, with her purple mansion cultivation, she forcibly played it, which, while unleashing considerable power, also caused a powerful backlash, ultimately leading to her death. But since death was inevitable anyway, dying from exhaustion after exerting all her strength was naturally better than dying by an enemy's sword. Looking at Zhou Chun and his stone servant, as the demonic melody grew stronger, both the man and the tortoise began to change. Zhou Chun bit her lip, her expression tense, as if enduring immense pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Stone, on the other hand, began to gradually petrify, as if facing immense danger, forcing it to activate its petrification ability to save its life. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun suddenly roared and attacked her beloved pet, now transformed into a stone tortoise. However, Stone, now a stone tortoise, had its defense and recovery abilities maximized, rendering her attack completely ineffective. And he only attacked for a few dozen breaths before the demonic sound abruptly stopped. This wasn't because the enchanting Valley witch showed mercy, but because the player herself had already perished. As the demonic sound ceased, the woman, now a blood-soaked figure, plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces, her flesh and bones completely destroyed. Even her bone flute, a demonic artifact, shattered into countless fragments the instant the sound stopped. What terrifying demonic sound! What domineering demonic sound! What evil demonic sound! Zhou Chun, staring at the mangled corpse on the ground, exclaimed in shock. He had never imagined that he would be forced into such a predicament by a mid-stage purple mansion demonic cultivator. The strangeness of the enchanting Valley demonic force was truly beyond his expectations. He also understood why Qing Weizi, despite merely using him, still imparted the second and third levels of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to him. It's conceivable that if he hadn't successfully cultivated the second level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method today, Even with his numerous abilities, he might have been controlled by the bewitching voice of the enchantress of the Valley of Love, becoming a pitiful puppet to be manipulated at will. It seems I must quickly master the god-slaying technique, otherwise, if I encounter another enchantress of the Valley of Love who is even stronger than this one, I might not be able to withstand her with my current abilities. Zhou Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, a determined look in his eyes. He had been studying and cultivating the god-slaying technique for over a decade, and his gains were considerable. He wasn't far from mastering it completely. Especially after mastering the second level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, he felt that his cultivation of the god-slaying technique was more efficient than before, clearly a positive synergy between the two. If he could master the god-slaying technique, and encounter a similar situation again, he only needed to unleash the god-slaying sword to attack the opponent. Even if he couldn't kill them on the spot, he could interrupt their demonic arts, causing a backlash that would prevent them from using such techniques again. He wouldn't even let the leopard-tailed witch escape in the first place. Next, seeing that Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming hadn't arrived yet, Zhou Chun first awakened the petrified stone to prevent the two from knowing that the stone possessed this skill. He then placed a broken corpse on the ground in a stone coffin and released the thunder python Bai to ride towards his subordinates. On the way, he encountered Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming, who had come to provide support. Upon learning from them that the young cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect had also been killed by Yu Feng, Zhou Chun felt relieved, knowing that his minimum expected reward for this attack had been achieved. This attack successfully killed 2 mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivators, severely injured 1 late-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator, and killed more than 40 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators, a truly great victory. In particular, their losses were very small, with only 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators and over 30 key refining cultivators killed, which was negligible compared to their gains. After acknowledging the merits of his 2 subordinates, Zhou Chun briefly described his battle with the 2 witches, then waved his hand, indicating that they could withdraw their troops to camp. A short while later, Zhou Chun handed his main force back to his garrison to 2 subordinates, while he himself, carrying the captured demonic cultivator corpses, magical artifacts, and other spoils, went to the superior commander's location to personally report on the expedition. Excellent, excellent. Commander Zhou truly lives up to his reputation as a young talent capable of slaying corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. To achieve such a feat on his first battlefield appearance is remarkable. It seems we'll have another strong contender for the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit position. Inside the hall, Wei Yuang, a battalion commander from the Moonwheel Sect, clapped his hands and laughed heartily after hearing Zhou Chun's report of the victory. Hearing his undisguised praise, the other 2 Golden Corps stage deputy commanders in the hall suddenly changed their expressions, their gazes towards Zhou Chun becoming somewhat subtle. With their experience and knowledge, how could they not understand that Wei Yuang was actively promoting Zhou Chun? Otherwise, while Zhou Chun had fought brilliantly and made a great contribution, he shouldn't have received such praise, especially since he was a newcomer who had only been on the battlefield for less than a month. However, despite their apparent understanding, whatever their thoughts, they wouldn't say anything discouraging in this situation, simply keeping the matter in mind. After reporting the situation and handing over the spoils, Zhou Chun returned to his post. The Kinglian Temple and the Yulin Sect would handle the subsequent publicity and promotion, and the related rewards would have to wait for the higher-ups to compile and verify the statistics before implementation. Upon returning to his post, Zhou Chun clearly sensed the difference in how his soldiers looked at him. If before he was only respected for his reputation and strength, then now, having led his troops to a great victory so soon after taking office, he had earned the soldiers' genuine support and recognition, in addition to their initial awe. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Strength lies in numbers, and Zhou Chun would inevitably need the assistance of his soldiers to achieve success on the battlefield. With his soldiers genuinely supporting and recognizing him, they would execute his orders more thoroughly on the battlefield, and even maintain high morale when facing adversity. Commander, you're back. What did the commander-in-chief say? Our victory was so great. Was there any special reward? As Zhou Chun entered the council hall of the encampment, Yu Feng and Chang Zhiming, who had been waiting for him, immediately greeted him, their faces full of anticipation as they inquired about the rewards. The commander-in-chief was very satisfied with our victory and highly praised our performance. As for whether there will be any special rewards, that's a matter for the rewards department to decide, Zhou Chun calmly replied to Yu Feng's question. then inquired about the treatment of the wounded and the handling of the fallen. Because they had won, and the enemy hadn't had time to destroy the evidence, most of their fallen cultivators had their bodies preserved, albeit somewhat mutilated. According to custom, these bodies were to be returned to their families or sects. Even for rogue cultivators, as long as they had left a place to receive their remains, someone would be assigned to return them. As for the wounded, unless their cultivation was crippled or their internal injuries were difficult to heal, they would be treated and recuperated at the base until their injuries could no longer affect their combat effectiveness, at which point they would return to the battlefield. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Cheng Zhiming answered before Yu Feng could speak. He provided a detailed answer because he was the one who handled this matter. This was mainly because, as Yu Feng's former deputy, he specialized in this kind of work. Although Yu Feng was now his equal, he habitually entrusted this task to him. He hadn't expected it to become an opportunity for Cheng Zhiming to show off. Seeing Cheng Zhiming's boastful manner in answering Zhou Chun's questions, Yu Feng felt a pang of discomfort, his enthusiasm vanishing instantly. Zhou Chun naturally understood Cheng Zhiming's mindset. While he wasn't so easily trusting of this deputy he had only known for less than a month, he wouldn't remain indifferent to Cheng Zhiming's overtures. He maintained a friendly demeanor, a stark contrast to his attitude towards Yu Feng. After clarifying the aftermath, Zhou Chun dismissed the two deputy commanders and sent them back to rest and await further news. He then returned to his quarters to rest as well. After nearly 2 days of rest, Zhou Chun felt much better and took out a storage bag from the Enchanting Valley Witch to check his spoils. According to military regulations, aside from certain special demonic items that had to be handed over, the Heavenly Spirit Legion did not force soldiers to hand over the spoils of war they had acquired on the battlefield. Of course, if soldiers were willing to voluntarily hand over harmful items such as magical artifacts and demonic techniques, they could still receive some military merit rewards. Although they would not forcibly confiscate spoils, the Heavenly Spirit Alliance would not hesitate to take ruthless action against cultivators who secretly practiced certain insidious demonic techniques. For example, in the past, some cultivators used demonic corpse manipulation as a means of fighting, and at that time, it was not investigated. But now that the corpse demon sect had completely entered the Yuan demon realm, such corpse manipulation techniques had been listed as forbidden arts by the Heavenly Spirit Legion, strictly prohibited from being practiced or used by cultivators in the Heavenly Spirit realm. Violators would be treated as demonic cultivators. When Zhou Chun opened the storage bag of the Enchanting Valley Witch, he immediately discovered that his haul was quite substantial. These demonic cultivators had been active in the territory controlled by the Heavenly Spirit Legion for a considerable time, and many cultivators had died at their hands, so their accumulated spoils were naturally plentiful. Although the Enchanting Valley Witch's storage bag didn't contain anything particularly eye-catching, the various magical artifacts, talismans, and pills were still worth 70 to 80,000 spirit coins. The number of spirit coins, however, was small, only a mere 20,000. Probably because most cultivators didn't carry many spirit coins to the battlefield. For Zhou Chun, who had just made a fortune from Zhang Zhong and his group, this haul was only so-so, not particularly disappointing. But Zhou Chun's gains didn't stop there. He had also kept a pair of silver beast claw magical artifacts from the leopard-tailed witch, items she hadn't had time to collect and had been forced to discard. These silver beast claws are high-grade third-tier magic weapons, crafted from rare spiritual metal thunderlight iron fused with several other precious spiritual metals. They even incorporate silver essence, a magical material used in magic treasures, to enhance their sharpness and hardness. Furthermore, these are not demonic magic weapons that require demonic arts to activate, they require lightning-based spiritual power. If Zhou Chun were to use the dragon transformation secret technique, he should be able to use them as well. This was a very satisfying unexpected gain. After tallying the spoils and waiting a few more days, the battle rewards for Zhou Chun and his companions were calculated, and a cultivator from the rewards department personally delivered the merit book to Zhou Chun, 7,400 words, 600 short of 8,000. I should have finished writing by midnight, but I don't want to update that late. I'll finish it tomorrow. Chapter 449. Two armies clash, a ghost or god possesses him. The Heavenly Spirit Legion's rewards for soldiers who kill enemies and eliminate demons are always divided into two parts. One part is a material reward, such as a certain number of spirit coins for the head of a foundation establishment early-stage demonic cultivator, and a certain number of spirit coins for the head of a purple mansion early-stage demonic cultivator. The other part is a battle merit reward, which is also determined by the strength of the demonic cultivator killed. The material rewards are fixed, unless there are special bounties for well-known demonic cultivators, such as the 7 fiends of the primordial demon. However, the battle merit reward is not entirely fixed. Because if a battle is won, there will often be additional battle merit rewards. And the fewer one's own side suffers, the higher this additional battle merit reward will be. Also, just like Zhou Chun and his group this time, finding and annihilating the demonic cultivator team that had penetrated into their territory to cause trouble will also earn them corresponding additional battle merit rewards. Finally, as the commander, one can also receive additional battle merit rewards in addition to the battle merits gained from killing enemies. Therefore, when the Merit Rewards Office delivered the Merit Book, Zhou Chun received 8 material rewards, mainly from the Witch of the Enchanting Valley he killed, and the other 7 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators killed by the Thunder Python. However, his total battle merits were almost twice that of the enemies he killed. These extra merits were all extra rewards. Besides Zhou Chun, the 2 deputy commanders and other soldiers also received varying degrees of extra bonuses on their battle merits, just not as exaggerated as his. As for the material rewards, these were not directly distributed, but were registered with a Merit Rewards Office. If someone wanted to collect them, they could go to certain large garrisons with their personal identity tokens to collect them. The material reward for killing the mid-stage Purple Mansion demon was only 20,000 spirit coins, which Zhou Chun was too lazy to collect and just let it be stored for now. At the same time, the news of Zhou Chun's great victory upon first taking command of the army was also spread through the deliberate propaganda of the Green Lotus Temple and the Moonwheel Sect. This resounding victory silenced many who still questioned the veracity of Zhou Chun's claim to have killed corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang. While it was clear to everyone that Zhou Chun's early triumph was orchestrated by powerful forces, which of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit didn't have powerful backers? As long as the manipulation was within the rules, it was perfectly legitimate. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had genuinely won the battle, his achievements were undeniable. So that's the one who killed Zhang Zhang? No wonder he was so troublesome. It's just a pity for fellow Taoist Yu and the others, in a Yuanma Legion base, the leopard-tailed demoness, who had escaped Zhou Chun's clutches, paled slightly after reading the intelligence report from the Heavenly Spirit Legion. A lingering fear crept into her heart. Although her strength was considerable, she knew her own limitations and was still somewhat inferior to cultivators of the 7 fiends of Yuanmo, originally, after escaping back to the Yuanmo Legion. She planned to seek revenge after finding out Zhou Chun's situation. However, now that she learned that the person who injured her was Zhou Chun, she couldn't help but have second thoughts. I'll observe for a while longer, she thought to herself, her desire for revenge waning considerably. For the next 6 months, Zhou Chun showed no regard for discretion, leading his troops in numerous battles and achieving remarkable results, earning much praise. On this day, a thunderstorm struck the area where Zhou Chun was stationed. Dark clouds gathered over a radius of thousands of miles, and torrential rain poured down. Lightning flashed everywhere in the sky. In such weather, even cultivators rarely flew, lest they be struck by lightning. Especially demonic cultivators, who almost never ventured out in such conditions. But for Zhou Chun, this thunderstorm was a godsend. His spirit pet, Bye-Bye, had exhausted its accumulated heavenly lightning power in the battle to kill corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, rendering it unable to use its heavenly divine thunder, divine ability. While there had been thunderstorms in the past 6 months, the limited coverage of these storms had prevented Zhou Chun from easily sending Bye-Bye to absorb heavenly lightning power from the sky, lest this secret be discovered. Finding this thunderstorm suitable, Zhou Chun immediately and quietly left the camp, taking Bye-Bye to a desolate, uninhabited mountain wilderness, where it went to absorb heavenly lightning power from the dark clouds and thunder. Within the dark clouds, a giant silver python, like a massive serpentine lightning bolt, darted and waved, constantly chasing and devouring the lightning power generated within the clouds. Once the lightning power in one area was absorbed, the silver python would dart to another. This continued for over 100 miles, absorbing lightning power for nearly 2 hours, until Bye-Bye finally reached its absorption saturation point. Excellent. Now I can be bolder in my actions. Zhou Chun waved his hand, retrieving his beloved pet, which had absorbed the power of the thunderstorm, back into his spirit beast pouch, his eyes gleaming. Opportunity favors the prepared. Just half a month after that thunderstorm, Zhou Chun got his chance to shine. It seemed both sides' high command had tacitly agreed that the time was ripe for a direct confrontation. This time, the Heavenly Spirit Legion dispatched 10 full-strength battalions, totaling 50,000 cultivators. The Yuan Demon Legion also sent over 30,000 demon cultivators. The chosen battlefield was a plain in Feng Kingdom, once home to many mortal cities, now completely abandoned due to the war. The battlefield spanned hundreds of miles. After both sides entered, the Heavenly Spirit Legion spread out in a fan shape, battalions at a time, attacking directly towards the demon cultivator's entry point. In this kind of direct confrontation without fixed formations, denser numbers weren't necessarily better. Because the denser the numbers, the easier it is for both Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivators to easily wipe out the lives of low to mid-level enemy cultivators. Therefore, a team of several thousand or even several hundred people is just right. In any case, a mere few hundred miles is a distance that Golden Core cultivators can cover in less than a quarter of an hour, so there won't be any delays in providing support if needed. Zhou Chun led his team, following behind the camp commander Wei Yuang, and soon encountered a group of demonic cultivators who were also marching. This group of demonic cultivators numbered only a little over 2,000, with only 2 Golden Core cultivators among them. A good opportunity. We are outnumbered and outgunned, this is the time to make our mark. Brothers, follow me, commander, to kill the enemy and eliminate the demons. Upon seeing this, Wei Yuang, the leader, immediately shouted and ordered an attack. At the same time as giving the order, he and the other 2 Golden Core deputy commanders headed straight for the 2 Golden Core demonic cultivators. Seeing this, the 2 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators naturally couldn't abandon their numerous subordinates and flee alone. They could only send out distress signals while desperately confronting Wei Yuang and his 2 companions. As soon as these Golden Core cultivators clashed in the sky, both sides hurriedly avoided the battlefield to prevent being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, cultivators like Zhou Chun, at the Purple Mansion stage, flew towards the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators first, preventing them from escaping. Zhou Chun himself was quite fast, quickly finding a mid-Purple Mansion stage Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator as his opponent. Relatively speaking, this was the demonic cultivator he was most effective against. He only needed to release the Thunder Python, and the demonic cultivator's most powerful Yin Ghost demons would be rendered useless. They would die as soon as they were released. Without the help of these Yin Ghost demons, the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivators would be weakened by more than half. How could they possibly be a match for Zhou Chun and his servants? They wouldn't even be able to escape. In just over 30 breaths, Zhou Chun secured the first kill, piercing the heart of the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator with a single sword strike. He then collected the demon's corpse and magical artifacts, glanced around, and charged towards another Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator who was fighting a fellow Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Being able to see in all directions and hear from all sides is an essential skill for a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Zhou Chun swiftly killed his opponent, and the powerful lightning magic of the Thunder Python White was very conspicuous on the battlefield. Seeing him rush towards him after killing his opponent, the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator he had targeted was immediately terrified. Previously, this man had held a considerable advantage against his opponents thanks to the Yin Ghost demon heads he had created. But facing Zhou Chun and his servant, he knew he was no better off than his fellow disciple. So, taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Chun and his servant hadn't arrived yet, he directly waved the Yin Soul banner, releasing a large number of refined Yin Ghost demons to pounce on his opponent. Then, taking advantage of his opponent's exhaustion in dealing with these Yin Ghost demons, he quickly turned and fled. He fled, it chased, he couldn't escape even with wings. In terms of pursuit and escape, Bye-Bye, who had mastered the Thunder Escape technique, was undoubtedly the pinnacle. Not considering supernatural abilities involving spatial teleportation like shrinking the earth to an inch and instant teleportation, the Thunder Escape technique was the fastest. The Yin Ghost Sect demon cultivator had only escaped 1,000 feet when the Thunder Python Bye-Bye had already caught up to him 100 feet away using the Thunder Escape technique. Seeing that he couldn't escape at all, he could only urgently cry for help to a nearby Beast Demon Palace Purple Mansion cultivator, fellow Taoist Yan, save me. The person he was calling for help was a Beast Demon Palace cultivator with a late Purple Mansion cultivation level, who had fused with an Earth-type Elephant Demon bloodline, possessing innate divine strength and powerful defense. Upon hearing his cry for help, the person didn't ignore him and immediately rushed towards him, bathed in an earthy yellow glow. Seeing this, the Yin Ghost Sect cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him loudly. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist Huayan." He then focused all his defensive abilities on resisting the attacks of the Thunder Python Bai Bai. Ultimately, due to the limited time, Bai Bai couldn't capture the man before the Beast-Demon Palace cultivator arrived, and he escaped. But Zhou Chun wasn't willing to give up. He quickly reached an agreement with his two colleagues who had been attacking the Beast-Demon Palace cultivator, and the three of them joined forces to attack the two demonic cultivators. And soon after, the Purple Mansion stage cultivator who had been fighting the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator also arrived, forming a 4-on-2 situation with Zhou Chun and his group. With 4 against 2, and the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator's signature move almost completely neutralized, Zhou Chun and his group had no reason to lose this battle. Not long after, Zhou Chun used the Golden Lock of Unity to forcibly lock the Beast-Demon Palace cultivator in place for several breaths, preventing him from protecting the Yin Ghost Sect demon cultivator. Then, the Thunder Python Bai Bai unleashed a powerful heavenly thunder slash, successfully piercing the Yin Ghost Sect demon cultivator's defenses and killing him instantly. Simultaneously, the Beast-Demon Palace demon cultivator was also severely injured under the combined attack of the other 3 Purple Mansion cultivators. His blood spilled on the battlefield as he fled in panic. This time, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't pursue the demon, instead giving the opportunity to the other 3. Going it alone on the battlefield is not a good habit. While it might be acceptable for demon cultivators to do so, the cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion should be mindful of their behavior. If their behavior is too unsightly, their reputation will spread, leading to resistance and potential isolation in future battles. Moreover, Zhou Chun sensed that the Beast-Demon Palace cultivator still had hidden cards up his sleeve, and if he didn't let Bai Bai use the Heavenly Divine Thunder, he feared he wouldn't be able to kill him. However, he didn't want to reveal such a powerful trump card on such a large battlefield. So, after collecting the remains of the second Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivator he had killed, Zhou Chun rode the Thunder Python and charged towards the Purple Mansion demonic cultivator from the Corpse Demon Sect riding a 3rd-tier Thunder Python, and a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator practicing the metal element technique. Oh no, this is the fiend who killed senior brother Zhang. The Corpse Demon Sect demonic cultivator targeted by Zhou Chun felt a chill run down his spine, his face instantly changing in terror, and he hurriedly turned and fled. This scene stunned his opponent, who then glanced at Zhou Chun flying towards him, a hint of awe in his eyes. In any case, the fact that Zhou Chun could make other demonic cultivators of the same realm flee in terror on the battlefield was something many cultivators could only admire. The man glanced at the white lightning bolt that was chasing after the Corpse Demon cultivators, but didn't follow. Instead, he suddenly bowed to Zhou Chun and asked, "Are you fellow Taoist Zhou, who killed Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang?" "Indeed, it is I, fellow Taoist. What can I do for you?" Zhou Chun replied, looking at the man with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's acknowledgement, the man immediately showed respect and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is so selfless and righteous, I admire you greatly. I will leave this fiend to you. I will go help the other Taoists now." With that, he gave Zhou Chun his name and turned to head towards another battlefield. "Qiao Ziyan? I'll remember you." Zhou Chun thoughtfully glanced at the man's retreating figure and secretly memorized his name. He knew that Qiao Ziyan intended to befriend him, which was why he had so readily entrusted the fleeing Corpse Demon cultivator to him. He certainly couldn't forget such friendly forces who showed him goodwill, and he would still visit them afterwards. Then, with the help of layman Bai Bai, Zhou Chun successfully killed his 3rd Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator. In less than 2/4 of an hour, he had killed 3 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators in succession, a truly dazzling achievement. Even the 2 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators who were struggling to withstand the siege of Wei Yong and his 2 companions couldn't help but cast a few glances at Zhou Chun, harboring murderous intent towards him. But how could Wei Yong give these 2 demonic cultivators a chance to attack? Under his orders, the other 2 Golden Core stage deputy commanders spared no effort in their attacks, leaving the 2 demonic Golden Core stage cultivators no time to deal with Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, almost invincible on the battlefield, sent demonic cultivators fleeing wherever he went. Finally, with no other option, The nearly 20 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators had to retreat to a smaller battlefield, using the less restrained Beast Demon Palace and Bewitching Valley cultivators to contain Zhou Chun, while the others focused on defense and awaited reinforcements. However, their numbers were already small, and by doing so, they were practically abandoning the Foundation establishment and key refining stage demonic cultivators. The Heavenly Spirit Legion only sent out 5 or 6 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, who easily led their main force to slaughter the low and mid-level demonic cultivators. Only after the low and mid-level demonic cultivators were almost completely wiped out did a large dark cloud, several acres in size, quickly fly in from the horizon, carrying 7 or 8 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators and 1 Golden Core stage demonic cultivator. With the addition of this group of demonic cultivator reinforcements, the besieged demonic cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they soon discovered that the Foundation establishment and key refining stage cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion had begun to form battle formations, preparing to attack them. Battle formation techniques were originally closely guarded secrets of each sect, but in order to deal with the threat from the Yuan demon realm, the Heavenly Spirit Legion had long since broken this rule, providing several sets of battle formation techniques for its soldiers to practice, and requiring them to master them with all their might. Through the interplay of battle formations, even key refining and Foundation establishment cultivators could pose a threat to Purple Mansion cultivators. There were even battle formations that combined the power of thousands of cultivators to fight against Golden Core cultivators. However, setting up battle formations required time, and with the previous low and mid-level demonic cultivators not yet eliminated, the Heavenly Spirit Legion had no time to set up their formations. At this moment, thousands of Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, in large units, began setting up battle formations. In just over 100 breaths, they had set up more than 20 third-tier battle formations. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in the main formations made a hand seal, and the power of hundreds of cultivators was condensed into a giant spiritual energy spear that shot towards the Purple Mansion demonic cultivator. This attack method was somewhat crude and simplistic, but the power of that spiritual energy spear truly reached the third-tier level, and several of the spears even reached the level of a high-grade third-tier spell. Faced with a barrage of over 20 spiritual energy spears, the demonic cultivators felt immense pressure, with several even being severely injured on the spot. "No, we must break through. We have no chance of survival," a wounded demonic cultivator from the Bloodbone sect cried out urgently, the first to shout the call to break out. This was quickly echoed by the other demonic cultivators. After this commotion, seeing that none of the 3 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators objected, the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators decisively broke through. The Heavenly Spirit Legion knew they couldn't annihilate all the demonic cultivators, so they didn't desperately try to intercept them. Only after they scattered and fled did someone shout, "Chase them! Kill as many as you can." This kind of pursuit was naturally Zhou Chun's favorite thing. With a quick glance, he ordered the Thunder Python to pursue a fleeing Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect. By this time, he had already established his reputation through his previous explosive performance. Seeing that he had chosen his target, the other Purple Mansion stage cultivators wisely chose other demonic cultivators as their targets, and no one competed with him. After chasing for dozens of miles, Zhou Chun summoned Shi Tao as well, and the 3 of them ganged up on the late-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect. This demon, despite being a late-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator, possessed quite a few treasures. Although he was severely restrained by the Thunder Python, he was initially able to fight Zhou Chun and his 2 servants on equal terms. However, as the evil demon heads he had cultivated were all blasted away by lightning, his strength rapidly declined. "Damn bastard, you forced me to do this." Suddenly, the Yin Ghost sect demonic cultivator, his face contorted with rage, glared at Zhou Chun and let out a fierce roar. He then waved his demonic banner, summoning a phantom of a one-horned, blood-eyed demon that merged into his body. This was the Yin Ghost sect's forbidden technique, demon possession, which used the cultivator's own flesh, blood, magical power, and even soul to nourish the demon, serving as its vessel. Once the demon had a physical vessel, it wouldn't be as afraid of powerful spells like lightning, at least not suffering the same level of critical damage. However, this meant that most cultivators who used demon possession would ultimately perish. At this moment, the Yin Ghost sect demonic cultivator, possessed by the demon, instantly changed his appearance. A single, jet black horn sprouted from his forehead, His eyes glowed blood red, and even jet-black demonic patterns appeared on his body. As the white-haired serpent unleashed another bolt of silver lightning at him, a black beam of light erupted from its horn, shattering the lightning. Then, it let out a strange he laugh and lunged at Zhou Chun with its claws. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately summoned a silver bale magic artifact, vibrating it to release rings of silver sound waves that impacted the evil spirit. Half a year ago, he had sent several magic artifacts to Zhou Wuya for repair. Now, more than half a year later, Zhou Wuya had successfully repaired 2 more artifacts and sent them to him, this silver bell being one of them. This artifact was both offensive and defensive. The released silver sound waves had the effect of impacting the enemy's mind and mana, and defensively, it reached the level of a high-grade 3rd-tier defensive magic artifact, a very good artifact. However, the evil spirit's strength at this moment exceeded Zhou Chun's expectations. Facing the impact of the silver sound waves, it merely withstood the attack with a slight flash of black demonic light. He then raised his claw and swung it, black light surging in his hand, instantly forming a jet-black steel fork which he hurled at Zhou Chun. A clang rang out as the fork struck the silver bell-shaped magical artifact and shattered. Meanwhile, Bai Bai unleashed several more bolts of lightning, bombarding the evil spirit and forcing it to repeatedly defend itself. Seeing this, Zhou Chun swiftly summoned his golden rainbow sword and slashed at the evil spirit. However, this evil spirit, now possessing a physical body, was indeed formidable. It withstood all of Bai Bai's ferocious lightning attacks with minimal harm. Even amidst the combined attacks of Bai Bai and Zhou Chun, it lunged at Zhou Chun, launching its attack. With a fierce howl, Zhou Chun's soul within his purple mansion trembled slightly, nearly being injured by the soul-devouring shriek. Taking advantage of this momentary lapse in concentration, black light condensed on the evil spirit's claw, instantly forming a jet-black ghostly claw that slammed into Zhou Chun's body. However, Zhou Chun was not one to be trifled with. He immediately activated his silver bale magic artifact, unleashing a dense wave of silver light that surged towards the evil spirit. At the same time, he used the mysterious to protect himself from the attack of the dark ghost claws. Simultaneously, the golden magnetic light spewed from the stone also struck the evil spirit, instantly slowing its ghostly movements. Seeing this, the thunder python Bai Bai unhesitatingly spat out a silver lightning beam that struck the evil spirit, blasting it dozens of feet away and causing cracks to appear on its body. However, the evil spirit seemed oblivious to pain and death, quickly attacking again. Thus, without using any of its true trump cards, it took Zhou Chun and his 2 servants a full quarter of an hour to completely destroy the evil spirit, blasting it into a pile of minced meat. This arduous battle once again showed Zhou Chun the ferocity and unpredictability of these demonic cultivators. Compared to the demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect possessed by an evil spirit, and the bewitching witch from the Valley of Love reduced to pulp, the demonic cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace seemed more like a normal person. No wonder the Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion were always at a disadvantage in one-on-one battles against the demonic Purple Mansion stage cultivators. If it weren't for the strength of his spirit pets, Zhou Chun probably wouldn't have been a match for these demonic cultivators' bizarre supernatural abilities. After killing his pursuers, Zhou Chun looked around and saw that the Golden Core stage cultivators were still fiercely fighting, while his subordinates were retreating from the battlefield to rest. Although the battle hadn't lasted long, cleaning up the battlefield, recovering mana, and treating injuries would all take time. Seeing this, Zhou Chun stopped paying attention to the battle results of the other pursuing Purple Mansion stage cultivators and flew directly to his subordinate's location, intending to reorganize the team first. This battle wouldn't end so quickly, he also needed to rest and replenish his strength. Chapter 450 How do you compare to Zheng Zhuang? Just as Zhou Chun had reorganized his troops and rested for half an hour, the 6 Golden Core cultivators, whose battle had ended in a draw, dispersed, concluding the battle. Wei Yong and his 2 companions, after inquiring about the situation of their troops, didn't rest and immediately led their team towards the direction from which the distress signal had been raised. After flying over 100 miles, Zhou Chun and his group were met with a massive melee. Tens of thousands of cultivators from both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, the sounds of corpses and ghosts echoing everywhere, the battlefield covering dozens of miles. Seeing this, Wei Yong immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Do not scatter. Advance as a large group. Killing the enemy and eliminating demons is important, but you must also protect your own lives." He then pointed out a direction for Zhou Chun and his group. The 3 golden core cultivators then charged directly into the battlefield of the 2 golden core cultivators, engaging in combat with their peers. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately shouted, "First Brigade, follow me." Before his shout had even faded, he had already charged forward in the direction Wei Yong had pointed. This chaotic battle was the perfect opportunity for him to make a name for himself. In the midst of a massive battle, given the chance, he could take down any enemy. At this moment, the demonic cultivators naturally noticed the addition of Zhou Chun's fresh force, and soon some corpse-refining creatures, ghosts, and demonic beasts were driven to block their way. Zhou Chun even spotted some skeletal puppets. Speaking of which, the 5 demonic sects truly each had their own unique characteristics. Almost every sect possessed the ability to exorcise ghosts, control corpses, and tame beasts. If it weren't for the fact that the entire heavenly spirit realm was resisting their invasion, even if some sects could match them in high-level combat, they would mostly be no match for them in battles among lower-level cultivators. However, this did not mean that demonic cultivators were stronger than orthodox cultivators. The methods of demonic cultivators, though seemingly powerful, often came at a price. The simplest point is that demonic cultivators generally have shorter lifespans than orthodox cultivators of the same level, especially those from sects like the Yin Ghost sect who frequently use their own blood to feed evil spirits. Their lifespans are much shorter. Furthermore, both corpse refining and evil spirits carry the risk of backfiring on their masters, especially powerful ones. Often, severely injured demonic cultivators don't die from their own injuries, but rather from being unable to suppress the will of their demonic corpses and evil spirits, succumbing to their backlash. Not to mention the various forms of suffering and immense hidden dangers that those who cultivate demonic arts must endure. Most importantly, suitable cultivation environments for demonic cultivators are hard to find. For example, the demonic arts of sects like the Yin Ghost sect, the Corpse Demon sect, and the Bloodbone sect all require cultivation in yin and sha lands, and many demonic supernatural abilities also require the collection of yin and sha energy to be successfully cultivated. This makes it virtually impossible for rogue cultivators to cultivate those profound demonic arts, and demonic cultivators cannot spread their influence widely. Therefore, apart from the Yuanmo territories where yin-sha lands are more prevalent, it's extremely difficult to find demonic cultivators in other regions, let alone form demonic sects. This world is ultimately still the world of cultivators. Demonic cultivators will never become the mainstream. At this time, Zhou Chun's reputation seemed to have spread. When he appeared on the battlefield with his signature 3rd-tier lightning python, many demonic cultivators paled in fear. But unlike before, this time, before he could choose a target, someone quickly approached him. A flash of dark blue-black demonic light appeared in midair, and a late-stage purple mansion Beast-Demon Palace demonic cultivator covered in dark green snake scales blocked Zhou Chun's path. The man opened his mouth, a forked tongue flicking out, and he looked at Zhou Chun in a hoarse voice, saying, "Are you the cultivator who killed Zhang Zhang?" "Indeed, it is I, Zhou," Zhou Chun replied calmly. Then, on a whim, he looked at the man and asked, "How do you compare to Zhang Zhang?" Hearing this, the demonic cultivator from the Beast-Demon Palace immediately chuckled and said, "Hey, although Zhang Zhang was previously listed among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, he only gained so many merits by relying on his numerous corpses as materials to bully the weak. In terms of true strength, I dare say I am no less than him." As he spoke, his vertical eyes fixed on Zhou Chun, and he hissed, his eyes blazing with killing intent, "Boy, remember this, the one who will kill you is Su Qinglan of the Beast-Demon Palace." Before he finished speaking, a green snake-shaped flying sword was flicked out from his sleeve, transforming into a green light that pierced straight towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, he formed hand seals and opened his mouth, spewing out a cloud of green mist that churned and transformed into a green venomous snake several meters long, lunging towards Zhou Chun. But as soon as he made his move, Zhou Chun also launched his attack. The lightning python opened its mouth and spat out a silver lightning ball that crashed down on the demonic cultivator Su Qinglan. Simultaneously, a bolt of silver lightning erupted from its single horn, striking the green venomous snake. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, waved his sleeve, summoning the golden rainbow sword to meet the green light, while simultaneously unleashing a silver bale magic weapon that released a silver sonic wave attack on the opposing demonic cultivator. The 2 flying swords, one golden and one green, clashed fiercely in midair, neither gaining the upper hand for a moment. The venomous snake, formed from green mist, only dimmed and shrank slightly after being struck by lightning, but its momentum remained undiminished as it lunged towards Zhou Chun. It was only when the silver sonic wave struck that its form disintegrated, transforming back into a cloud of green mist. However, as the demonic cultivator Su Qinglan summoned a jade-scaled shield magic weapon to block the explosive impact of the silver lightning ball, with a thought, the green mist reformed into a venomous snake, lunging at Zhou Chun. The man quickly summoned a dark green banner, unleashing several streaks of dark green demonic light, like sword energy, that shot towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun patted his storage pouch, summoning an earthen yellow shield to block the dark green demonic light. He then spat out a golden rainbow that instantly pierced the air towards the attacking venomous snake. The golden rainbow tore the snake apart, instantly creating a cloud of poisonous mist. However, the broken mist quickly reformed into a snake and continued its attack on Zhou Chun. This sight caused Zhou Chun's expression to change slightly, and he became even more wary of letting it get close. Immediately, he activated his silver bell artifact, and a series of clear chimes rang out, sending waves of silver sound crashing against a venomous snake. Meanwhile, the thunder python Bai unleashed its lightning powers, spewing beams and balls of lightning at Su Qinglan, the demonic cultivator, forcing him to focus most of his energy on defense. For a time, the two fought evenly, seemingly evenly matched. However, this situation was unacceptable to both of them. So, after a brief exchange and realizing that their opponent was not an easy target, the two tacitly began to unleash their true abilities. Zhou Chun quickly patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone to assist in defense, allowing him to concentrate more on offense. The demonic cultivator Su Qinglan also patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a swarm of dark green flying snakes. These dark green flying snakes look somewhat similar to the emerald-crowned flying snakes tamed by the Zhou family, but in reality, they only had a pair of dark green fleshy wings, no crest on their heads, and instead a single black horn about an inch long. They were also smaller, averaging only 3 or 4 feet long. Despite their small size, these creatures exuded an aura far stronger than the emerald-crowned flying serpents. There were 26 flying serpents in total, the weakest being equivalent to a low-grade second-tier demonic beast, and the strongest even equivalent to a high-grade second-tier demonic beast. This indicated that the species of these dark green flying serpents was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, Zhou Chun quickly recognized their origin upon seeing them. I didn't expect this person to have tamed a group of exotic demonic serpents, horned serpents. Zhou Chun was secretly surprised and couldn't help but have some thoughts. The horned serpent was indeed an exotic species among demonic beasts. These serpents preferred to live in groups, fed on various poisonous creatures, and possessed potent venom. They were also extremely fast flyers, and upon reaching adulthood, they could become second-tier demonic beasts. It was said that once the swarm reached a certain size, it was possible to spawn a third-tier demonic beast, the horned serpent king, making it a very rare and precious demonic beast. Even the venom of a second-tier, horned serpent, was enough to pose a considerable threat to a cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage. At this moment, after the demonic cultivator Su Qinglan released the horned snakes, accompanied by a low hiss from his mouth, the horned snakes immediately opened their mouths and spat out a stream of dark green poisonous mist. In an instant, the numerous venomous mists merged into one, forming a dark green poisonous cloud. Then, Su Qinglan made hand seals and sent out a green spiritual light that landed on the dark green poisonous cloud, directly manipulating it into a poisonous python several tens of feet long that lunged at Zhou Chun. Even when the python was still hundreds of feet away, a pungent, fishy stench made Zhou Chun feel slightly nauseous. He knew that the poison contained in this python was extraordinary, and he might not be able to withstand it. So he quickly patted his storage bag at his waist, took out a highly effective antidote pill, and put it in his mouth. Then he clapped his hands and took out a magic talisman from his storage bag, and with a flick of his wrist, a crimson gold fireball the size of a water vat condensed in the air and shot towards the poisonous python. Boom! As a violent explosion erupted, the sea of fire created by the exploding crimson gold fireball engulfed the dark green venomous pythons. Simultaneously, Zhou Chun removed his spirit beast pouch from his waist and waved it, unleashing a crimson cloud of fire, a dense swarm of countless fiery red flying scorpions. These fiery red scorpions were naturally the flying fire scorpions, demonic insects Zhou Chun had cultivated earlier. Although these previously cultivated insects were largely useless after he cultivated several third-tier demonic beasts and acquired the frost bees, it didn't mean they were entirely without purpose. Just now, as soon as the flying fire scorpions were released, they immediately unleashed a barrage of flying needles at the horned serpents, under Zhou Chun's control. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator Su Qinglin immediately realized the danger and hastily waved his dark green banner magic weapon, splitting off a beam of demonic light to form a protective barrier around the horned serpents. However, the flying fire scorpion's poisonous needles were inherently highly effective against protective shields. Now, with thousands of needles unleashed simultaneously, their power was far beyond what the hastily erected light barrier could withstand. The dark green light barrier only managed to block about half of the needles before collapsing from exhaustion. Countless needles then struck the horned serpents, causing them to hiss incessantly, and nearly half of them were instantly shot down from the sky. "I didn't expect you to know insect-repelling techniques," Su Qinglin said, his eyes filled with malice as he stared at Zhou Chun. He then waved his demonic banner, unleashing beams of dark green demonic light that landed on the horned serpents. Strangely enough, the horned serpents, who had been suffering excruciating pain from the burning poison, seemed to have received some kind of tonic after being touched by the dark green demonic light. Their condition improved significantly. Meanwhile, the venomous python, whose body had been mostly destroyed and refined by the crimson gold fireball, was now transformed into a wisp of poisonous smoke under Su Qinglin's control, drifting towards the flying fire scorpions. Instantly, any crimson flying scorpion touched by the poisonous smoke was corroded into venomous liquid. In a short time, most of the tens of thousands of flying fire scorpions cultivated by Zhou Chun were wiped out by the poisonous smoke, causing them considerable losses. In this round of fighting, the two were evenly matched again. After these rounds of combat, Zhou Chun realized that if he didn't use his trump card, there was probably no hope of defeating Su Qinglin, this demonic cultivator. Fine, since I'll have to use it sooner or later, I might as well let this fiend be the first to die. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chun made up his mind. Suddenly, the lightning python in the sky stopped its attack, and lightning gathered above its head, brewing the ultimate move, Heavenly Thunder Slash. This scene immediately captured most of Su Qinglin's attention, the demonic cultivator. He hurriedly formed hand seals and pointed it bye-bye. The serpentine flying sword, which had been entangled with the golden rainbow sword, instantly broke free from the golden sword's grasp and shot straight at the lightning python bye-bye like a green lightning bolt. To his surprise and disappointment, facing the oncoming serpentine flying sword attack, Bye-Bye did not give up preparing the Heavenly Thunder Slash divine power. Instead, lightning surged around his body, instantly condensing into a lightning shield to block the serpentine flying sword. When the serpentine flying sword shattered the lightning shield, a powerful and domineering silver lightning blade shot out from above Bye-Bye's head, instantly slicing through the sky and appearing in front of Su Qinglin. This made him forget whether his flying sword had injured Bye-Bye. He hurriedly activated the Azure Scale Shield magic artifact to resist the lightning blade attack and waved the demonic banner in his hand to add another layer of protective light barrier for himself. Just then, Zhou Chun slapped his hand on the spirit beast pouch again, releasing 6 heavenly frost bees. A deafening roar erupted from the sky, and Su Qinglin's Azure Scale Shield was forcefully blasted away by the lightning blades. The blades then struck the light barrier Su Qinglin had erected, shattering into endless lightning that engulfed him. After barely withstanding the lightning strike, a golden flying sword slashed at the green light barrier, instantly shattering the crumbling barrier. But just as the flying sword, undeterred, was about to strike down Su Qinglin within, a snake-scaled arm slammed down on the sword, sending it flying. Su Qinglin was a demonic cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace. His physical strength was no less than that of the demonic beast of the same rank. After swatting away the golden rainbow sword with a palm strike, he waved the demonic banner in his hand, unleashing a dense, dark green beam of light that swiftly dispersed the silver sonic waves surging towards him. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a green beam of light, which shot towards Zhou Chun like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, the white-clad thunder python flashed with lightning and vanished from its spot, narrowly avoiding the attack of the serpentine flying sword. Then, it spat out another beam of light, a thick silver lightning bolt striking Su Qinglin. Zhou Chun, protected by the stone and activated by the mysterious, didn't pay much attention to the green beam aimed at him. He simply quickly formed hand seals and cast the heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique. The green beam easily pierced through the earth and yellow protective shield formed by the stone, then struck the black shield formed by the mysterious. Even the highly effective mystic pearl failed to defend against the green light, and was quickly pierced through. This sight shocked Zhou Chun, who immediately redirected the golden lock he was about to use against Su Qinglan towards the green light. The golden lock and the green light collided just a foot away from him. The green light, which had pierced two large protective shields, was finally locked in midair, revealing a green poison needle. At the same time, Su Qinglan felt his mana, which he had poured into the green poison needle, instantly shattered, and he could no longer infuse it with mana, which greatly surprised him. Before he could understand what was happening, 6 heavenly frost bees had already flown 100 feet away from him, directly spitting out 6 streams of white frost towards him. In an instant, the instinctive resistance and fear stemming from his serpentine bloodline made Su Qinglan loathe the 6 white wisps of cold energy. He hurriedly swung his demonic banner, unleashing several beams of demonic light at the icy energy. However, to his horror, his demonic light was directly shattered and frozen by the cold energy, seemingly fragile beyond repair. This greatly alarmed him, and he immediately dodged, afraid to let the cold energy touch him. Just then, a bolt of silver lightning suddenly appeared not far from him, revealing the massive white body of a lightning python. Then, a silver phantom lashed out at Su Qinglan. This attack was sudden, and Su Qinglan could only raise his demonic banner to block the silver phantom. The result was that he and the banner were both sent flying by a single tail strike. Although the demonic cultivators of the Beast-Demon Palace possessed physical strength comparable to that of beasts of the same rank, even a beast of the same rank would be seriously injured if struck by a single tail strike from Bye-Bye. As Su Qinglan was still flying backwards in midair, the blood he spat out already splattered across the sky. But this was not the end. The 6 heavenly frost bees flapped their wings and swiftly caught up with the blood-spitting, backward-flying Su Qinglan, then unleashed another torrent of white heavenly frost chills upon him. Su Qinglan had exhausted all his means. He could only desperately muster his magic power to condense a layer of green protective demonic light on his body, hoping for a final struggle. Unfortunately, his struggle was futile. The 6 streams of frost easily shattered his protective demonic light, turning him into humanoid ice sculpture. Then, lightning gathered on the white head of the thunder python, preparing for its second heavenly thunder slash. Encased in ice, Su Qinglan could only watch helplessly as the all-destroying lightning blade swallowed him whole. A burst of intense silver lightning flashed, and the headless corpse of the demonic cultivator Su Qinglan plummeted to the ground. Zhou Chun had given Bye-Bye a final warning: do not attack below the chest to avoid damaging the storage bag. Meanwhile, with Su Qinglan's death, the horned serpents also died instantly, a sight that filled Zhou Chun with regret and heartache. He admitted that the moment he saw these horned serpents appear, he desperately wanted to keep them in the Zhou family. Unfortunately, Su Qinglan had signed the most vicious master-servant's contract with these serpents. If the master died, the spirit pets would instantly perish. At this moment, watching Su Qinglan's rapidly falling corpse, Zhou Chun immediately channeled his magic power to pull it towards him, then said calmly, "It seems you're still quite a bit inferior to Zhang Zhang. At least Zhang Zhang, even without releasing a 4th-tier zombie, could withstand 2 heavenly divine thunder attacks without dying." Although Su Qinglan had forced Zhou Chun to use his trump card, Heavenly Frost Bee, if it had been heavenly divine thunder, one strike would likely have severely injured him and left him to die. However, what surprised Zhou Chun was that this fiend, despite his formidable abilities, hadn't used a single talisman throughout the entire attack. He didn't know that Su Qinglan had been on the battlefield for over a decade, encountering many powerful figures from the Heavenly Spirit Legion, and had long since exhausted his talisman collection. There were no talismans available for him to purchase at the front lines, and given his strength, ordinary talismans were no longer of much use, so he didn't expend much effort to replenish his supplies. Of course, despite his surprise, Zhou Chun didn't dwell on it, as the outcome was already decided, and further thought was pointless. After quickly collecting Su Qinglan's body and belongings, he stood on the rock tortoise and looked towards other parts of the battlefield. He saw that while he was fighting Su Qinglan, their main force, following Commander Wei Yong's orders, had already advanced 20 or 30 miles into the battlefield. With the addition of this fresh force, the situation was developing in a more favorable direction for the Heavenly Spirit Legion. However, no one could guarantee the final outcome. In past wars, It wasn't unheard of for a major advantage to be reversed. Therefore, after observing for a while, Zhou Chun immediately charged towards Chang Ziming's location. His subordinate seemed to be in dire straits and urgently needed his help. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.